Chapter 1. After going bankrupt, I met the school beauty who was previously kept by someone. The rainstorm was like a waterfall, washing the city wantonly. Lindsay rode his old folding electric bike through the traffic, his raincoat already soaked by the rain. The helmet was covered with a layer of mist, and the vision became blurred. But he was still staring at the designated driver order on his phone, license plate A88660, white Porsche, address Wangjiang Pavilion. When he arrived at his destination. Seen in the rain. A man in a neat suit was pacing with a black umbrella, looking impatient. Lindsay looked at the man in a suit and holding an umbrella. He said, "Mr. Lee, your car keys?" The words haven't been finished yet. Lindsay's body suddenly stiffened and he stood there in a daze. The contrast made his eyes hurt. The person in front of him turned out to be his little follower during his college years, who always followed him obediently. Now he wears a suit and drives a luxury car, and lives a life of luxury. A wry smile appeared on his lips. In contrast, his family went bankrupt 2 years ago. He went from being a rich second generation to a poor second generation. In order to pay off his debts, he became a designated driver, traveling in all weathers. He quickly lowered his head. Li Yufei opened his mouth angrily and shouted, "What's wrong with you? Why are you so slow?" The rain flowed down Lindsay's helmet and into his mask. Lindsay thought that this bill would be quite expensive. He didn't bother to wipe it off, and hurriedly bowed and explained, "I'm sorry, it rained too hard today." He kept nodding and bowing, keeping a very humble attitude. In the adult world, you have to bend your back in order to survive. Li Yufei was still insisting, his voice rising, his words sharp as a knife, "I'm sorry. My time is so precious, and you wasted it all." "What's going on?" A cold voice sounded. Lindsay looked in the direction of the sound. The familiar face under the umbrella eaves struck him like a bolt of lightning. His breathing hitched, and a feeling of humiliation tightened around his throat. "I wish I could disappear right here." Lindsay never thought that he would be in such an embarrassing situation after meeting Su Qingqing again. Su Qingqing, the girl he once kept. At this moment, she was wearing a light blue dress, still bright and charming, holding an umbrella with one hand, and the delicate LV bracelet on her wrist was shining, making Lindsay's eyes hurt. Why is she here? What is her relationship with Li Yufei? Su Qingqing's gaze fell on the chauffeur, who lowered his head meekly, and a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. These eyes always seemed familiar. She walked slowly towards him in a light blue silk dress, wearing black high heels with crisp sounds. Seeing this, Lindsay didn't dare to look up. Li Yufei immediately put on a flattering smile, "Boss Su, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. This driver is so slow. I'll take you home right away." As he said that, he glared at Lindsay. He said impatiently, "What are you still standing there for? Drive." Lindsay sat stiffly in the driver's seat. The cedar scent in the car mixed with the warm air from the air conditioner could not dispel the chill on the back of Lindsay's neck. In the rearview mirror, he saw Su Qingqing resting with her eyes closed, while Li Yufei was talking attentively beside her. Li Yufei looked at President Su and felt secretly delighted. The new president of the company turned out to be my college classmate Su Qingqing. Who would have thought that Su Qingqing, who was unknown in college, has now become the daughter of the president of Su Group? Heir to the Su Group. He liked Su Qingqing when he was in college. But at that time, the goddess was with Lindsay, a disgusting rich second generation. And now, I am not only her subordinate, but also her old classmate. A great opportunity to be close to the water. He must seize the opportunity. Which man doesn't want to take shortcuts these days? Thinking of this, Li Yufei couldn't help but ask, "Boss Su, do you still remember the rich second generation in our class who was chasing you? He relies on his family's wealth to harass you all day long. As a result, his family went bankrupt during his junior year, and he didn't even get his diploma. Now he doesn't know where to find a job." Lindsay looked at Su Qingqing, who was now more beautiful and had a cold and noble temperament, and Li Yufei's ridicule echoed in his ears. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white. He recalled the first time he saw Su Qingqing in a milk tea shop in college. She was dressed simply and wore a mask, revealing only a pair of bright big eyes. By chance, Lindsay saw Su Qingqing under the mask. He fell in love at first sight with Su Qingqing's stunning beauty. From then on, he would wait for her to go to and from get off work at the milk tea shop where she worked, stuff all kinds of food on Su Qingqing's table every day, and start his vigorous pursuit. Later, when her grandfather was in a car accident and the family was poor, Lin Zhe took advantage of the situation and supported her with 200,000 yuan. At that time, Lin Zhe's self-esteem got in the way. He thought that he had been pursuing Su Qingqing for a long time, but she still didn't agree. I originally planned to give the 200,000 yuan to her. The words came out of his mouth but turned into keeping a mistress. Obviously, 200,000 was just the price of a watch for him at that time, but it was an insult to her. When I think of Su Qingqing's red eyes at that time, Lin Zhe couldn't stop feeling guilty. Su Qingqing probably hates him now. Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes in the back seat of the car flashed with displeasure, and she said coldly, "Shut up, don't mention him." Li Yufei immediately smiled and said, "Yes, it's my fault. Why would I mention this insignificant person?" Lin Zhe's heart sank to the bottom. Su Qingqing didn't even want to mention herself. Does Su Qingqing hate him so much? If she recognizes her identity, they will definitely take revenge on me. When I think of this possibility, Lin Zhe couldn't help but gasp. This woman isn't that vindictive. When they were together, he didn't do anything to her. No, I absolutely cannot let her discover my identity. Su Qingqing said, "Let the driver take you home first." "Boss Su, let me take you home first." Su Qingqing remained silent and closed her eyes. Li Yufei looked at Su Qingqing's aloof look and didn't dare to say anything more. He shouted at Lin Zhe, who was driving in front, "What are you looking at? Turn up the temperature." Li Yufei turned around and said gently, "Boss Su, I'm leaving first. Please send me a message when you get home." The sound of a car door closing. Only Lin Zhe and Su Qingqing were left in the car, and Lin Zhe felt the atmosphere was awkward and depressing. The car drove into the country garden community and parked in the underground parking lot. Lin Zhe looked in the mirror at Su Qingqing, who was sitting in the back seat with her eyes closed. She seems to be asleep? How to wake up Su Qingqing? As Lin Zhe was struggling, a strange mechanical voice sounded in his mind. System binding. The system detects that the host is 19 years old and has never been in a relationship. The system is automatically binding. Congratulations to the host for binding to the love strategy system. The system detected that you are 19 years old and a sophomore. After class, you passed by the school milk tea shop. You saw Su Qingqing working there and fell in love with her at first sight. She is sitting and drinking milk tea. In the hot summer, the sweat on her neck is sliding down her beautiful neckline. You are thirsty and want to have a taste of it. Since then, you often go to the girl's workplace to spy on her. Task: you are 19 years old and meet a female classmate who makes your heart flutter. The first step to falling in love is to get to know her. Take the initiative to greet Su Qingqing and introduce yourself. Reward: attribute points +2, 10,000 yuan in cash. Failure: freeze bank card for 1 week. Etc. He is not 19. He is 23 years old. He and Su Qingqing have broken up for 2 years. This system was clearly messed up, the time and relationship were all wrong. He stared at this love system task that was 4 years late and fell into silence. But how can this system be so vulgar? He wanted to try Su Qingqing's hand-shaken milk tea at that time, not anything else. The system itself is perverted and everything it sees is perverted. However, the task is not difficult. Just saying hello. Moreover, he also wants to start over and make up for his past regrets. But it's all too late. Lin Zhe smiled bitterly in his heart when he learned that his family was bankrupt. After transferring all the money in hand to Su Qingqing, just disappeared. After all, he used money to make her be with him. It's just taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Now, Su Qingqing probably only has hatred towards herself. If she recognized me, maybe you will humiliate yourself like humiliating a dog. But 10,000 yuan. Lin Zhe thought of his mother who was in hospital and urgently needed medical expenses. My family needs money badly right now. And he was wearing a mask. You can get 10,000 yuan just by saying hello. This temptation is too great. Chapter 2. Oh no, the school beauty I kept recognized me. Lin Zhe gritted his teeth. Let us do it. Being humiliated by Su Qingqing can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan. This wave of blood profit is worth it. He was racking his brains to think of how to start. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Don't you have anything to say to me? Lin Zhe looked up suddenly and saw from the rearview mirror that Su Qingqing had opened her eyes at some point. Those cold eyes were staring at him quietly, as if they could see through him. Lindsay's throat tightened and his eyes dodged wildly. Oh no, I hope I won't be recognized. Su Qingqing frowned slightly. She felt sad. He used to be full of vigor and vitality. What has Lindsay experienced in the past 2 years? Why has his personality changed so much? Also, Li Yufei's words towards Lindsay just now were full of sarcasm. She just couldn't bear to listen to it. Who is Li Yufei? How dare he bully Lindsay? Lindsay looked at Su Qingqing, who was high above him with a cold expression on her face. I feel uneasy. Su Qingqing's face looked very cold. She must hold a grudge. What to do? Is it too late to apologize now? He pursed his lips nervously and said, I'm sorry. Su Qingqing. What's the use of apologizing? Who wants to hear your apology? The next second she suddenly opened the car door. Lindsay thought she was angry and wanted to leave, so he got out of the car in a hurry and said loudly, Su Qingqing, I. As he said this he reached out to stop her. Unexpectedly, the pull was too strong and Su Qingqing accidentally sprained her foot. Ah! She screamed, lost her balance instantly, and was about to fall to the ground. Lindsay was quick to act and quickly hugged her in his arms. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, and Lindsay felt the softness on his chest. Su Qingqing's warm breath sprayed on his neck. Lindsay's brain froze instantly. Su Qingqing bit her tender lower lip lightly, her face slightly flushed, not sure if it was because of the pain from her sprained ankle or the ambiguous and awkward posture at the moment. Yes, I'm sorry. Lindsay apologized stutteringly. He wanted to let go of Su Qingqing, but was afraid that she would fall again, so his arms around Su Qingqing were very stiff. In this way, he can neither advance nor retreat. How long do you plan to hold me? Her voice was a little lower than usual and trembled slightly. Lindsay let go as if he had been electrocuted, took a few steps back and lowered his head. He knew that Su Qingqing recognized him. There's no way to avoid it anyway. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head. I'm Lindsay. I'm sorry for what happened before. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Lindsay's mind. Task: the first step to falling in love starts with getting to know each other. Take the initiative to greet Su Qingqing and introduce yourself. Completed. Reward: attribute points +2, 10,000 yuan in cash. Lindsay felt relieved when he heard the system prompt. This 10,000 yuan reward is undoubtedly a blessing in disguise for him who is now stuck in a quagmire. My mother's medical expenses are finally settled. Lindsay couldn't wait to open his phone to check the balance of his bank card. That. Su Qingqing, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, Lindsay hurriedly opened the trunk of his car and got on his folding electric scooter. Su Qingqing looked at Lindsay fleeing in panic. A faint smile slowly appeared at the corner of his lips, and his eyes were full of determination. Finally found you. The time ahead. It's still growing. I won't let you slip away again. She took out her cell phone from her LV bag and called her assistant. Go investigate someone. Find out everything about his life and what he has done in the past few years and send it to me. The other side. Lindsay was walking on the road to go home. I am so happy to see the bank card payment information. Achoo! Suddenly, I sneezed several times for no reason. He rubbed his nose, full of doubts, looked up at the clear sky, and said to himself, it's not cold here, I don't know who misses me. Forget it. I made a little money today. I won't deliver food anymore. Go home and lie down. Lindsay hummed a song as he turned the key, and the door of the rental house opened. In the room, he put the frozen steamed buns into the microwave. He studied the system panel by the way. Lindsay opened his property panel. Host, Lindsay. Age, 19. Intelligence, 60. Stamina, 70. Charm, 70. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance, 80. XX20. Cheat code, none. Lindsay knows very well that being a designated driver or delivering takeout food is not a long-term solution, and having a smart mind is the key to changing his destiny. Lindsay immediately added the attribute points he had just obtained to intelligence. Being a designated driver or delivering takeout food is not something you can do for the rest of your life. He decisively added the attribute points he had just obtained to intelligence. It's important to have a smart brain. Strengthen the brain first, and then let the brain decide how to allocate the remaining attribute points. I am really a little genius. He studied this dislocation system again and found that apart from providing strategies and rewards, and ensuring that XX data was accurate, it had no other functions. The system is so useless. Su Qingqing's favorability did increase a little, but Lin Zhe didn't know it. A deluxe meal consists of hot steamed buns with Wujiang pickled mustard tuber. Lin Zhe held the steamed buns in one hand and skillfully transferred the hospital fees to his mother with the other. Then he lay back on the bed and looked at the ceiling. It was as if I saw a long-lost smile blooming on my mother's pale face, and that there were no more glaring unpaid bills on the hospital's bill. I wear a neat suit, drive a luxury car, live in a luxury house. The future that was once thought to be out of reach now has a future to look forward to. The cell phone suddenly rang, and the screen lit up with the name of Brother Zhang, the leader of the designated driver company. Xiao Lin. Are you still awake? A cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. My friend's company is urgently hiring. I sent your resume over. Remember to go to Xiangyang Group for an interview at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Brother Zhang, please don't joke with me. I only have a high school diploma. How could someone like me? Brother Zhang took a sip of beer and muttered to himself, thinking, I don't know what kind of shitty luck this kid has. The company directly named him and wanted him. I thought I could get 50,000 yuan as an introduction fee if the deal was done. Brother Zhang began to persuade him earnestly, just go for it, the interview is free. The next morning, Lin Zhe stood in front of Xiangyang building and looked up. The morning light reflected from the glass curtain wall made him squint. He pulled at his slightly wrinkled black suit, tightly grasped the black and white resume that he had printed for 50 cents, took a deep breath, and walked into the building. In the elevator, the mirror reflected the bloodshot in his eyes. Lin Zhe yawned several times in succession. Didn't sleep well. Last night I dreamed that Su Qingqing was whipping him with a small whip. It hurt so much. I didn't sleep well at all. A sharp voice suddenly pierced, Hey, isn't this young Master Lin? Li Yufei's voice suddenly sounded like a sharp knife. Looking at the other person's arrogant look, Lin Zhe suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. How coincidental. I met Li Yufei yesterday and met him again today. Yesterday, Li Yufei kept calling me General Su. Could they be the same company? Lin Zhe was frightened by his own thoughts. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. I suddenly had a bad feeling in my heart. Chapter 3 The man who supports the school beauty is actually his immediate boss. Seeing that Lin Zhe didn't respond, Li Yufei became more and more proud. You dare to apply for a job after graduating from high school? You must have a bachelor's degree at least. As he said this, he suddenly snatched the resume from Lin Zhe's hand and shook it in the air. Suddenly he let go and the paper fell to the ground. There were whispers all around. Lin Zhe looked at the younger brother who used to follow him in college and was now humiliating him like this. He clenched his fists, digging his nails into his palms. Li Yufei looked at Lin Zhe, who was lowering his head and saying nothing. What? You're mute. Li Yufei's eyes were full of contempt. When he was in college, he also admired Su Qingqing. But it's the person in front of me. Relying on his family's wealth. He pestered Su Qingqing all day long. If he hadn't intervened, Su Qingqing might have become his girlfriend long ago. Thinking of this, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. He raised his shiny black leather shoes and stepped hard on the resume. The clear footprints are particularly eye-catching on the resume. Don't you even consider your status? You are not worthy of standing here. Pick it up and get out. Lin Zhe stared at the trampled resume on the ground. He suddenly laughed. He remembered how Li Yufei had fawned on him behind his back when they were in college. Bang! With an unexpected kick, Li Yufei fell heavily to the ground. Fuck you. Just as he was about to curse, Lin Zhe grabbed him by the tie and lifted him up. How about I teach you how to speak human language? Lin Zhe's eyes were frighteningly cold. Li Yufei closed his eyes tightly in fear. The expected fist did not fall yet. Wait for him to open his eyes tremblingly. All I saw was Lin Zhe's back as he turned and left. He let out a long sigh and collapsed to the ground. Lin Zhe! Wait a minute! A clear female voice suddenly sounded. Assistant Lu quickly chased after him and stopped Lin Zhe, who was about to leave. Lin Zhe looked up. Not Su Qingqing. It's a stranger. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Your entry has been approved. Are you sure it's me? Yes, Lindsay. Are you sure it's me? It's true, please follow me. Assistant Lou pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and led Lindsay to the office. When Li Yufei saw this scene, his face instantly turned pale. Lindsay used his money to support President Su before. Didn't Su Qingqing hate Lindsay? How come Lindsay was admitted now? Is it possible that Mr. Su is going to take revenge personally? Thinking of this, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the office, Assistant Lou pushed a contract in front of Lindsay. Congratulations on your acceptance. Lindsay looked at the monthly salary of 12,000 yuan and the generous benefits on the contract. I couldn't believe my eyes. No interview required. No regard for academic qualifications. Is it really his turn to have such a good thing? He signed his name without hesitation. Assistant Lou pointed to the window seat. This is your workstation. Lindsay looked at the desk. The words that Brother Zhang had said suddenly flashed through my mind. Maybe luck really came. In the president's office, Su Qingqing was staring at the computer screen intently. Mr. Su, the onboarding has been arranged. Assistant Lou reported softly. Su Qingqing nodded slightly. His eyes still didn't move away from the screen. Li Yufei, please notify the personnel arrangements. Okay. When Assistant Lou left, Su Qingqing stared at the familiar figure on the surveillance screen. His fingertips gently stroked the edge of the coffee cup. You can't run away. This time, I'll chase you. Assistant Lou came out of the president's office. When passing by the office area, I couldn't help but look back at Lindsay, who was sitting at his workstation. The man in a slightly old suit was staring at the computer screen at the moment. His wrinkled suit was in sharp contrast with the bright and straight attire of his colleagues around him. Assistant Lou pondered in his heart. Why does President Su take such good care of him? Lindsay looked at the time in the lower right corner of the computer screen and realized that it was already noon. Wang Jianping, a colleague working at the next desk, is very outgoing. He leaned over and asked enthusiastically, "Would you like to order takeout together?" Lindsay glanced at the takeaway interface on Xiao Wang's phone. A set meal cost 68 yuan. It was almost his daily meal money. He quickly shook his head. No, I have no appetite. After saying that, he took out the vegetable buns that he hadn't finished eating in the morning from his pocket, lowered his head and began to eat in silence. Do you think you can turn things around by joining the Su group? Li Yufei limped over, his voice full of malice. He didn't expect that Lindsay, a high school graduate, would dare to come to Su Qingqing's company for an interview. Now that he is bankrupt, he wears rags. He actually wants to be a toad and eat swan meat. The current Su Qingqing is not someone he can touch. Thinking of this, his anger rose. Just wait, you'll be in trouble later. The sound of typing on keyboards around suddenly became hurried, and colleagues all lowered their heads and pretended to be busy. Li Yufei! A loud shout broke the silence. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie rushed over. He grabbed Li Yufei by the collar in a rage. Boss Su personally ordered us to be laid off. Who did you offend? Dad, I don't know. Li Yufei didn't finish his words. Pa! A slap in the face caused blood to seep from the corner of Li Yufei's mouth. He groaned in pain. Dad, please stop hitting me. I really don't know. Waste. Don't you know who you've offended? Dadley was so angry that he was shaking all over, his eyes full of disappointment and anger. Li Yufei was also confused. He thought he had not offended anyone and even helped General Manager Su teach a lesson to Lindsay today. Suddenly, his face turned pale and he muttered to himself, there must be some misunderstanding. He turned around and ran towards the president's office. Assistant Lou, who had been waiting on the side, raised his hand to signal. Two security guards immediately stepped forward and pinned the struggling Li Yufei to the ground. Boss Su. I want to see Boss Su. Li Yufei's wails echoed in the corridor, and the entire office area fell into silence. Wang Jianping came over and said in a low voice, you deserve it. You used to bully the company because you were classmates with the president and your father was a department manager. Now you're getting your comeuppance. Mr. Su? Classmate? Lindsay's throat tightened and he asked tentatively. Mr. President? Who is Mr. Su? Wang Jianping's eyes widened in disbelief. You don't know? Who is the president of our company? The missing daughter of the Su Group. She took over the company's top white, rich and beautiful woman at a young age. Come on, so what's the name? Lindsay asked anxiously. Wang Jianping was about to speak when his eyes suddenly lit up. The boss is here. Lindsay saw the person coming. I just felt dizzy and my blood seemed to freeze. No wonder Li Yufei had something else in his words just now. It turns out that Su Qingqing is the president of the company. Thinking of what happened last night, and Su Qingqing's meaningful look, alarm bells rang in his heart. It turns out that all this was her revenge. As soon as Li Yufei saw Amelia Su, he struggled and shouted excitedly, "Boss Su, there must be some misunderstanding." Su Qingqing looked at him coldly. The company prohibits office bullying and does not welcome people who bully their colleagues. Li Yufei reacted instantly. Turning to look at Lindsay, I'm sorry. Security guard. Su Qingqing uttered two words concisely, her voice cold and without a trace of warmth. Lindsay looked at the father and son being dragged away by the security guards. I feel mixed emotions. Su Qingqing has changed a lot. From a soft and sweet little white rabbit, she has now turned into a cold-hearted and vengeful female devil. He clenched his hands into fists and his expression was gloomy. He deliberately allowed himself to be hired despite having only a high school education. Then she's next. How will you retaliate against him? The more Lindsay thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Chapter 4: The Delicate Feel of Stockings. Hey. Wang Jianping, who was working at the next workstation, shrank his head and poked Lindsay's arm with his elbow. Brother, sure. Lindsay was feeling annoyed and said unhappily. What's okay? Stop pretending. What is your relationship with Mr. Su? Bai Weiwei, who was working at the opposite workstation, also leaned over curiously to eavesdrop. Lindsay said irritably, she just can't stand workplace bullying. What does it have to do with me? Wang Jianping lowered his voice and asked, if Li Yufei hadn't bullied you, why would President Su have fired his father as well? Lindsay. Ah yes. He rolled his eyes inwardly. Because she wanted to kill me with her own hands. He can't attend this class for a single day. Resign, he must resign. Lindsay suddenly pulled out a piece of white paper. Just as the pen tip was about to fall, it suddenly froze in mid-air. How do you write the word? I haven't written for several years. Lindsay opened his phone and searched for resignation templates. He looked at the crooked handwriting that was written due to panic and trembling hands. Go straight to the HR department with the letter. HR department, we are not responsible. Please go to the assistant to the President Liu who will help you with the job application. Assistant Liu, your direct supervisor is the general manager. General Manager Su is in a meeting. I'll let you know when the meeting is over. What? Lindsay's eyes went dark. The immediate boss of an ordinary employee is actually the president? The immediate boss of an ordinary employee is actually the company president. This is so unreasonable. No need to doubt it. Su Qingqing just wanted to take revenge on him. Lindsay returned to his workstation dejectedly. Half an hour later. The president is free now. Lindsay took his resignation letter and followed Assistant Liu to the door of the president's office. The moment I pushed open the door, a mechanical sound suddenly exploded in my mind. Suddenly I heard the system's voice in my mind. The system has detected that you seem to have a strange preference for beautiful women's feet. Task: take off Su Qingqing's shoes, lift her feet with your hands and knead them gently, then. Reward: get stamina x1, 10,000 yuan in cash. This is ridiculous. Lindsay was going crazy. How could he have such a strange hobby? This system is simply incomprehensible. You are a pervert, why are you accusing me of anything? The image of Li Yufei being dragged away by security guards flashed through my mind. Su Qingqing's current methods are even more powerful than he imagined. She is no longer the fragile little white flower she used to be. The system must be framing him because it thinks he is not dying fast enough. Because Su Qingqing now hates him to the core. He did it. He would definitely be thrown out of the building by the security guards on the spot. Can the system abandon this task? Failure: freeze all property under your name for 1 month. When Lindsay thought of the hospital bill, he clenched his fists unconsciously. Looking at the office door. His Adam's apple rolled with difficulty. Never mind. The worst that can happen is that you get fired. He was planning to resign anyway. After preparing myself mentally, I walked into the office with gritted teeth. Su Qingqing was standing with her back to the floor-to-ceiling window. Hear the door open. Su Qingqing turned around. The ink-colored suit and ivory satin shirt outline her graceful curves. The hip skirt outlines the round curve of the buttocks, and the legs wrapped in skin-colored stockings have a delicate luster in the sun. Suits, white shirts, black hip skirts and stockings were originally common attire for working women. When worn on Su Qingqing, it creates a contradictory yet charming unique charm because of her perfect figure and cool temperament. Su Qingqing looked at Lin Zhe, who was a little uneasy, and said, "Sit down." Lin Zhe sat on the sofa, his resignation letter wrinkled in his pocket. Thinking about how to start. It is impossible for him to ask right away if he can touch your feet. This is so perverted. Su Qingqing saw that Lin Zhe remained silent and thought of Assistant Lu saying that he wanted to resign. Why should he resign? Why are you hiding from her? She said directly and coldly, "What's the matter?" Lin Zhe, "Nothing, just say hello to my boss." Seeing that Lin Zhe no longer mentioned resignation, Su Qingqing also tried to change the subject. Su Qingqing sat on the office chair and turned it around so that her body was facing Lin Zhe. Because she was sitting, the edge of her skirt moved up, revealing a piece of fair skin, the girl's absolute territory. Lin Zhe's gaze fell uncontrollably. Su Qingqing saw Lin Zhe's eyes fell on her legs. This person. I still like looking at legs as before. Su Qingqing raised a faint arc at the corner of her lips. Does it look good? It looks good. Lin Zhe answered subconsciously, then suddenly came back to his senses, and his ears turned red instantly. You pulled me yesterday and my foot got twisted. It still hurts. Su Qingqing put one of her long legs over the other. When she crossed her legs, the hem of her skirt quietly moved up, revealing the lace edge underneath. The black high heels on her feet dangled in front of him. Lin Zhe stared at her ankles, which looked even whiter against the black high heels. His throat tightened. Did you really twist it? Su Qingqing snorted. Su Qingqing saw Lin Zhe lowering his head and not saying anything. What's wrong, Master Lin? Don't you even know how to apologize now? The three words young Master Lin made his temples throb. Young Master Lin. He is bankrupt. What young Master Lin? It's obvious that he's trying to trick him. Humiliate him. Sorry. Will an apology help? Su Qingqing looked at Lin Zhe, who lowered his head. Why don't you take the initiative? Why have you become so stupid now? Lin Zhe was helpless. Woman, what do you want? He suddenly thought of the system's quick thinking. Now is the time. I'll call a masseur for you. Press it now. Su Qingqing did it on purpose. I want to see him kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy like a dog. He thought in self-deprecation. Never mind. Just think of it as money for mom's medical expenses. He took a deep breath and knelt on one knee in front of Su Qingqing. Gently take off her high heels and hold up her delicate feet with your hands. Su Qingqing's toes curled up unconsciously. This slight tremor made Lin Zhe pause, and when he looked up he saw her panic, which she was unable to conceal. Is the arrogant Su Qingqing nervous? This realization made his heart skip a beat. The feeling of the stockings sliding across his palms made Lin Zhe's fingertips numb. He pressed his thumb against his slightly red ankle. I heard a suppressed gasp from above my head. Pain. Su Qingqing trembled slightly, her scattered hair falling to cover the red corners of her eyes. Lin Zhe heard his own heavy breathing mixed with the faint scent of jasmine on her body. Then I'll be gentler. Lin Zhe's voice was very hoarse. Lin Zhe's throat tightened, and he used the tip of his thumb to gently circle his feet. When his fingertips swept across the arch of his foot, he felt the skin under his palm getting slightly warm. Ah! A sweet ah sounded in the office. Su Qingqing felt a current running up her spine along her fingertips, and her fingertips unconsciously gripped the armrest of the chair. Su Qingqing immediately bit her lower lip. The pearly teeth sank into the soft lip flesh, leaving shallow teeth marks. Afraid of making any more noise, Lin Zhe looked at the blush on Su Qingqing's face and unconsciously increased the strength of his massage. In return, her calf muscles began to tremble. Knock, knock. The knock on the door was like thunder, and the two separated as if they were electrocuted. Interrupted the two. The two were so shocked that they separated as if they had been electrocuted. Su Qingqing immediately pulled her legs back and hurriedly stuffed her feet into her high heels. Turning around, Su Qingqing's eyes were misty, her cheeks were flushed, and she was covering her chest as her heart beat faster. Okay, go back. Oh no, Su Qingqing seems angry. He seemed to be going a bit too far. Lin Zhe walked out of the office with his head down, his back already soaked with cold sweat. The palm of my hand seems to still have the delicate touch of the stockings. Chapter 5, It seems like feeding, but it's actually heartbreaking. In the president's office. Assistant Lu reported on the company's situation. However, Guan caught a glimpse of Su Qingqing's abnormal state. The usually cold and aloof President Su now had red eyes, and Assistant Lu paused. She has worked with Su Qingqing for so long, and this is the first time she has seen Su Qingqing act like a girl. When I was the manager of the head office, I never saw a smile on Su Qingqing's face. Very strange. Assistant Lu pushed the frame of her glasses on her nose. The truth may be. Assistant Lu thought of a man in a wrinkled suit. No way. Although this person is somewhat pretty, his talent and ability. What? Su Qingqing suddenly raised her eyes. The tears in her eyes made this command have no deterrent effect. Assistant Lu lowered his head immediately when he saw it. Sorry, Mr. Su, I was distracted. Su Qingqing said calmly, focus more on the company. Okay, Mr. Su. Su Qingqing nodded, indicating that she could go out. Lin Zhe returned to his workstation. He heard the voice of the system in his head. A warm current suddenly rushed through his lower back and he straightened his back suddenly. This feels even more exciting than lifting weights in the gym. The originally sore shoulders and neck began to crackle. The fatigue from staying up late to deliver food for a long time is gone. Cool. I feel like I can climb to the 6th floor without taking a breath. Lin Zhe was looking forward to what rewards would come later. For example, what is long-lasting, what is extended? What man doesn't want that? Lin Zhe was worried all afternoon. Fortunately, Su Qingqing did not cause him any trouble for the time being. It's time to get off work. It's time to get off work. Lin Zhe saw that it was time to get off work. Overtime is impossible. Don't give any opportunity for overtime. I finally felt relieved. Much easier. He took out a yellow vest from his bag. Even if he goes to work, it will not affect his part-time job. He's going to run a spree for takeout today. Make money. Make money. Lin Zhe took more than a dozen takeout orders. Ran until 12:30 at night. I earned $120 in anger. Then I spent $15 to buy a bowl of pork trotter rice. Carrying the pork trotter rice home. Go to work early in the morning. Everyone's cell phones rang at the same time. At everyone. Starting today, the overall salary system will be adjusted to the same treatment as the headquarters Su Group. Wang Jianping, who was working at the next workstation, suddenly said in high spirits, "Long live President Su." The whole office was excited. Lin Zhe just felt that Su Qingqing was humiliating him. 4 years ago. He majored in business administration, and it can be said that he was basically unemployed after graduation. However, Lin Zhe, who was a rich second generation at the time, didn't care at all. It's enough to have an academic degree. Anyway, your family is rich, so you can gild yourself and return home to inherit the company after graduation. He looked down on Su Qingqing, who was studying hard. He couldn't stop Su Qingqing from skipping classes, so he could only accompany Su Qingqing to class, which affected Su Qingqing's studies. Laughing at Su Qingqing for saying that studying is useless. It would be better to follow him. After graduation, he will inherit the company and recruit Su Qingqing into his company. When Su Qingqing heard this, she just looked serious and replied in a soft voice. Only by studying hard can you gain knowledge and ability. Looking back now, Su Qingqing back then had such a good temper and was so well behaved. Now. Su Qingqing, the witch. Why are you pretending to be a good person? He poked at the calculator viciously. Suddenly his eyes widened. According to the new standard, he could get an extra 2,280 yuan per month. It's time for lunch break. Lin Zhe took out the cold buns left over from the morning and was about to make do with some hot water. I didn't finish what I bought this morning, it would be a shame to throw it away. Wang Jianping, who was standing next to him, was holding a lunchbox and eating while saying, Boss Su said he would treat everyone in the company to a meal today. If Mr. Su hadn't forbidden people from collecting it on my behalf, I would have collected it for you. Go get your lunchbox. Lindsay saw lobster, braised pork, and pork rib soup in the lunchbox. Swallowed. Good. After saying that, he put down his school bag and immediately went to the hall to get it. As soon as he arrived in the hall, he saw Su Qingqing distributing lunchboxes. He never expected Su Qingqing to be here. How could a president personally distribute lunchboxes to employees? What is her purpose in doing this? What is your intention? Lindsay immediately didn't want to go and get it. Received. Wouldn't that mean it's delivered directly to your door? Oh shit. He doesn't eat anymore. But it smells so good. He smelled the aroma of food. His steps were heavy and it was difficult to leave here and return to his workstation. He sat at his workstation. So hungry. Lindsay half bent over and covered his stomach. My stomach feels so uncomfortable. I have a stomachache. Tat tat. The sound of high heels hitting the ground. The familiar scent of cedar mixed with a faint sweet fragrance drifted over. Lindsay knew who it was without even looking up. His heart was pounding, and he raised his head with gritted teeth. She forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Hello, Mr. Su. At this moment, his face was pale, with sweat on his forehead. His face, which was pale due to stomachache, was like rice paper soaked in water, and his dark pupils were covered with a layer of broken mist. Su Qingwan looked down at his pitiful appearance. It really makes people want to protect it. She placed the lunchbox in her hand on his table. You didn't go to get it. Lindsay stared at the lunchbox in confusion. Su Qingqing is so nice. This plot is not going in the right direction. Changed sex? Could there be biological weapons hidden inside? Just as I was daydreaming, Su Qingwan disappeared into the office in her high heels. Wang Jianpain, who was working at the next workstation, came over immediately as if he had discovered a new world, and said with a curious look on his face, "Brother, that's great. Is this another special treatment from Boss Su? He's feeding the baby himself again. Tell me. Is there anything going on with you guys? She just has too much money to burn." Oh, so you acknowledge this loving lunch? Wang Jianpain winked. Lindsay was choked and speechless. The food is right in front of you, it would be a waste not to eat it. Even if it is poisonous, he has to eat it and then blackmail Su Qingwan for mental damages. Lindsay simply gritted his teeth and opened the lunchbox. Wow. The sweet and sour spare ribs were bright red, the steamed prawns were plump, the lobster steamed eggs were tender, and there was also abalone. Just looking at it makes people's appetite grow. Open it and take a look. Wang Jianpain beside him exclaimed in shock, "Your lunchbox is too luxurious." Lindsay stared at the dishes. Suddenly reacted. Aren't these the things he used to love to eat? And now. The lunchboxes she prepared for herself also contained these dishes. There is no coincidence in the world. Coincidence is impossible. This woman did it on purpose. She even remembered details like what kind of food he liked to eat before. It's really horrible. Surface feeding. In fact, every knife hurts the heart. Remind him that things are different now. What a scheming person. Right now. Lindsay only felt that the future was bleak. He picked up an abalone and put it in his mouth. This familiar sauce aroma, tender and smooth taste. Woo woo woo. Oh my god. Isn't this the taste of that Michelin restaurant he loved the most? It's so delicious. Haven't eaten it in many years. After I went bankrupt, I couldn't bear to eat it anymore. Woo woo woo. It's still the taste in memory. Chapter 6. Is it humiliating? Throwing myself into the arms of a rich woman, it smells so good. In the president's office. Su Qingqing's eyes were always fixed on the surveillance screen. In the picture, Lindsay was holding the lunchbox and eating with relish. The cheeks are puffed up. The whole face is round and chubby. She looks so cute while eating. She ordered the meal especially for him. It tastes so good. My favorite tastes haven't changed from before. Su Qingqing's originally cold eyebrows suddenly softened. But the corners of his lips lifted slightly uncontrollably. There was a smile in his eyes. Gentle and touching. Assistant Lu's report suddenly stopped. This rare scene in front of her made her stunned. Su Qingwan's attention didn't seem to be here. Even. Still laughing? Laugh? Mr. Su, who was always cold as ice. At this moment, she was smiling so much that even the corners of her eyes were filled with smile. The smile is like the first red plum blossom blooming in the cold winter. Is it because of Lin Zhe again? Su Qingqing looked at Assistant Lu and became distracted again. His fingertips tapped lightly on the desk. Assistant Lu quickly shook his head, trying to dispel these distracting thoughts. No, you can't gossip about your boss. Focus on work. We must not let President Su down. Notify Lin Zhe to come to the office. Yes. Assistant Lu responded. Lin Zhe took the freshly brewed American coffee and took a sip slowly. He frowned as the bitter liquid slid down his throat. So bitter. The company's coffee machine is rubbish, even worse than the instant one. If it's not free, then it's good. It would be a waste if you don't take advantage of it. He wouldn't drink this cow and horse drink. Lin Zhe, President Su is looking for you. Assistant Lu's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Pft, cough, cough. He almost choked and wiped the corners of his mouth in a panic. Looking for me again? Is this woman too idle? He looked down at his wrinkled suit and tugged at it. Sighed. Forget it, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. In the president's office. Su Qingqing threw the key to him and said, Go drive and wait for me downstairs of the company. Good. Lin Zhe took the key and took a look. It's great to have money. When will he be able to own a Rolls-Royce? He seriously suspected that Su Qingqing asked him to drive for him deliberately to show off her wealth in front of him. Why? Why didn't he awaken the godly rich system? The kind that starts with 10 billion. Su Qingqing saw Lin Zhe standing there without moving. What? Su Qingqing raised her eyebrows. Lin Zhe quickly put on a flattering smile. Okay, boss, I'll go right away. Su Qingqing. Seeing Lin Zhe's flattering look, she frowned slightly. The proud and youthful Master Lin from before. Now I have learned to lower my head and become more tactful. But why did she feel uncomfortable and sad? Lin Zhe drove the car to the downstairs of the company. 20 minutes later. Lin Zhe watched Su Qingqing walking towards him gracefully in her high heels. She was wearing a haze blue silk suit and her pearl earrings swayed with her steps. Oh shit. This outfit is quite elegant. Su Qingqing opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. After she noticed Lin Zhe's gaze, she deliberately raised her hand to push the loose hair beside her cheek behind her ear, revealing her delicate profile and neck curve. Su Qingqing felt Lin Zhe's gaze. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. He turned and looked at Lin Zhe with innocent eyes. Why don't you drive? Okay, I'll start right away. Only then did Lin Zhe come to his senses. Su Qingqing was in a good mood. Lin Zhe was just about to start the car. Dong dong. The prompt sound suddenly rang out. Fasten your seatbelts. Won't. Su Qingqing blinked her eyes with an innocent look on her face. Lin Zhe reacted immediately. How could it not be possible? This woman clearly did it on purpose. If you want him to realize that he is your younger brother, just say it directly. Lin Zhe took a deep breath and moved sideways. The two were so close that he could count her eyelashes. He held his breath nervously. I pulled the passenger seat belt with my arm. I was so nervous that I had to look for it twice before I found the belt. Su Qingqing chuckled, her warm breath brushing his ear. Don't designated drivers know how to wear seatbelts? Lin Zhe felt the warm breath hitting his skin and he shivered. Fasten your seatbelt quickly. He sat up straight, trying to calm his pounding heart. Rough. Laugh at him. Step on the accelerator. The car sprang out. The car drove 1 or 2 kilometers. Where are you taking me? Only then did Lin Zhe react. Oh, yes, Mr. Su, where are we going? Su Qingqing looked at Lin Zhe in a daze, feeling a little amused. She looked at Lin Zhe's wrinkled suit. Go to Times Mall. The car is parked in the parking lot. The two took the VIP elevator of Times shopping mall upstairs. Lin Zhe looked at the brand counters around him. He looked around at the people carrying large and small bags of luxury goods. Everything here is familiar yet strange. Since his bankruptcy, he has not visited these luxury shopping places again. Su Qingqing noticed his gaze. Follow me. After saying that, he went straight into the shop next door. Lindsay raised his foot and followed in. The shopping guides in the store saw Su Qingqing. Eyes shining. It's like seeing RMB moving. Immediately bow 45 degrees. Lindsay looked at Su Qingqing, who was surrounded by shopping guides. Suddenly, I saw a clerk ask a customer who was shopping in the store to leave. Then hang a sign at the door saying closed for business. Hiss. I was just walking down the street and the place was cleared out. What royal treatment for celebrities. When Lindsay saw the people blocked at the door casting curious eyes at him. A specific feeling. What are layers of class? There are different levels of rich people. You thought you were rich. Meet someone richer. In 1 second, you become the bottom level of the pyramid. Directly cleared out. He looked at Su Qingqing, who was surrounded by shopping guides. He walked silently to the sofa in the corner and sat down. His eyes were full of loss. After the Lin family went bankrupt, the gap between him and Su Qingqing is already too far. At this time, Su Qingqing pointed at Lindsay in the corner. Bring out all the men's clothes he can wear. The shopping guides all turned their eyes to Lindsay. What's wrong? Don't look at me. I don't have any money. Don't come over here. Lindsay watched the shop assistants line up with clothes for him to try on. He looked at Su Qingqing, shaking his head in panic. He thought he was a bag boy. I didn't expect Su Qingqing to buy him clothes. Question: clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars need dry cleaning. Dry cleaning is expensive. He can't afford it. The store manager looked at Lindsay's worn leather shoes and his handsome face. I understand it in my heart. Oh. The poor boy was favored by the beautiful, rich girl. Okay, she gets it. Lindsay is just a gigolo and has no decision-making power. The important thing is Su Qingqing. The store manager turned his gaze back to Su Qingqing. He asked in a friendly manner, Boss Su, what kind of clothes do you like him to wear? These words hurt Lindsay. The obvious gap made him feel inferior. At the same time, he also felt very guilty. Once he disliked Su Qingqing's clothes because they were cheap, and directly dragged Su Qingqing to a luxury store. He forced her to try on clothes and bought Su Qingqing clothes that he thought looked good. Her mood at the time. What is it like? Now that I think about it, I probably wouldn't be happy. Su Qingqing stretched out her finger. Try this. Su Qingqing's fingertips ran across a row of clothes. That one, take the XL. This shoe, size 42. When Lindsay was pushed into the fitting room, he was completely dazed. When he looked at the tag, he realized the price of the suit was 3 months' salary. He immediately opened the door of the fitting room and stuck his head out holding the clothes. No need for that, I have clothes to wear. No. Su Qingqing opened her red lips slightly. Chapter 7, Did he have an affair with another woman before? Su Qingqing, what are you doing, domineering CEO? If you don't try, you won't get this month's performance bonus. The door of the fitting room was ruthlessly closed. Lindsay looked at his wrinkled suit in the mirror. He yanked off his tie viciously. Who are you looking down on? His clothes are pretty good. She even deliberately brought him to such an expensive store to buy clothes. Spend thousands or tens of thousands of dollars to buy a top. He would never do such a thing. Mr. Lin, are you ready? The shopping guide's voice urged from outside the door. Lindsay took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Su Qingqing was leaning on the sofa opposite. Her long legs were crossed and the tips of her high heels tapped the carpet from time to time. Seeing him come out, she slowly stood up. Twist around. Lindsay turned around with gritted teeth, his back seemed to be burned by her gaze. Suddenly, Su Qingqing took a step closer. The faint scent of her perfume instantly enveloped him. His eyes fell on Su Qingqing's tender and moist lips. Knock knock. He heard his own heartbeat going out of control. His Adam's apple rolled and he subconsciously licked his suddenly dry lips. Why are you suddenly getting so close? This woman is definitely trying to hook him. Playing such ambiguous tricks in public. What is he? Su Qingqing felt embarrassed when Lindsay stared at her. He forced himself to remain calm and ordered, close your eyes. Lindsay closed his eyes reflexively. What on earth is she going to do? Will you kiss him? Could it be that? With so many people watching, it's not appropriate. The slightly cool fingertips suddenly touched the Adam's apple. Exclamation point. He froze, his breathing stagnant. Su Qingqing slowly and methodically straightened his collar. Her fingers accidentally scraped the skin on the side of her neck, causing a small shudder. That's it? Lin Zhe opened his eyes with a look of disappointment. Su Qingqing smiled. Her fingertips were still pinching the corner of his collar, and her lips were almost touching his ear. Your heart is beating so fast, do you think I want to kiss you? Don't be so self-indulgent. Lin Zhe turned his face away in embarrassment, his ears red as if blood could drip out. Okay. You win. Su Qingqing, are you satisfied? Wrap this up with a black silk tie. Su Qingqing turned around and showed the black card to the clerk. Etc. Lin Zhe panicked. Su Qingqing's way of swiping the card is very cool. But Lin Zhe was in no mood to appreciate it. You can't trust what women say. What if he is asked to pay back the money? Lin Zhe quickly refused. Su Qingqing, I really don't need it. I have clothes to wear. If you don't want it, throw it away. Su Qingqing interrupted him coldly, with a dark glint in her eyes. Why don't you accept it? When he forced brand name clothes on her. That's not the expression. She is rich now. But he even rejected this little kindness? Could it be that the kindness that the university showed her before? It's fake. It's charity. She swiped her card to pay the bill without hesitation. To her now, the money was just a number. The store manager next to him was laughing so hard that his teeth were showing and his face was almost broken. Lin Zhe stared at the mountain of clothes on the cart. Suddenly, it dawned on me. Isn't this exactly his line from that time? A feeling of humiliation overwhelmed me. Etc. She said she wanted to throw it away? Since I'm throwing it away, it's better to sell it. The feeling of humiliation just now was immediately slapped away by reason. The cart suddenly turned into a mountain of golden banknotes before his eyes. It's great to have money. This is a humiliating way of throwing money at people. Please don't hesitate. Hit him harder. Hit him harder. Humiliate him harder, rich woman. Lin Zhe returned to the rental house. His eyes fell on the pile of brand new clothes on the sofa, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Without saying a word, he picked up his phone and started taking pictures. I took out my phone and took photos for more than an hour. Then click on the second-hand website. Fingers tapped the screen quickly. Selling famous brand men's clothing, 9.9 new with tags and invoice. Free shipping within the same city, and you have to pay for shipping to other places. Don't miss it if you pass by. Be quick. After editing the message, attach a carefully edited photo and click send. Done. He folded the clothes contentedly and stuffed them neatly into the bag. Lie down on the bed. Close your eyes. It seemed as if banknotes were floating before his eyes. The next day, 8 o'clock. In the office. It's another busy and hopeless day for the workers. Lin Zhe sat at his workstation and banged his head hard on the keyboard for the third time. A string of meaningless garbled characters suddenly appeared on the screen. Last night, in order to list those famous brand clothes on the second-hand platform, he takes photos and edits them. I didn't fall asleep until 3 in the morning. My eyelids are so sleepy that I can't open them now. Now my mind is full of Su Qingqing's half-smiling face. Have to. This woman has achieved her purpose of torturing people. Lin Zhe felt sleepy and could no longer hold on. He fell asleep on his desk. I don't know how long it was before I heard someone gently pushing his shoulder. Lin Zhe responded vaguely, his eyelids felt heavy as if they were filled with lead. In his dream, Lin Zhe saw a person who looked like Su Qingqing standing beside him. Why did I dream about her again? Lin Zhe murmured to himself. I really want to go back to 4 years ago. He stretched out his arms as if possessed by a ghost and grasped the other's slender waist. The soft touch on his palm made him let out a satisfied sigh. He grinned, this dream is quite real. He buried his head in the other person's abdomen. My cheeks felt the warmth beneath the silk shirt. His voice was heavily nasal. Why are you still so thin? In reality, in the office. Su Qingqing froze in place, lowering her eyes to look at Lin Zhe's black hair. The earlobes turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lindsay's breath brushed across her skin through the fabric of her clothes, like an electric current running up her spine. It made her feel numb all over. She suppressed the panic in her heart and said in a trembling voice, "Lindsay. Reach out and push the man away. Don't make any noise, let me hold you for a while." Lindsay muttered and tightened his arms. The tip of his nose brushed against the soft flesh on her waist. "Why are you so soft?" He rubbed his face against his waist. The strong arms made Su Qingqing's heart beat so fast that it seemed like it was about to burst out of her chest. The office suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The sounds of keyboards and conversations stopped abruptly. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked over here. Assistant Lu's eyes widened. "Lindsay, why is this happening? Are you crazy?" He actually dared to take advantage of President Su in public. If you want to hug Mr. Su, you should also pay attention to the occasion. The phone in by Weiwei's hand fell to the ground with a click. The earphones also fell off. The short play about a domineering female president falling in love with me was still playing on the phone screen. Bai Weiwei's phone suddenly started playing. "Boss, please don't." The sweet lines sounded particularly loud in the silent office. Su Qingqing suddenly came back to her senses. "Lindsay! What are you doing?" Su Qingqing's cheeks burned hot and she pushed hard. Lindsay thought, "This is not good. Even though it's a dream. But it's not a good idea to do this in the office. But Su Qingqing's waist is thin and soft, and feels great." By the way, Su Qingqing always wore loose clothes before, and he didn't realize that Su Qingqing had such a good figure. He had always wanted to try burying his face in the middle. Since it's a dream, why not take the opportunity to give it a try? Chapter 8. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he would lose control. Lindsay raised his face from his waist and looked at the protruding surging waves. "Just when I was about to bury my face in some soft spot." Su Qingqing was quick to move and pressed her hand against his face. She said with shame and annoyance, "Lindsay. Wake up and look at what you are doing." He was certainly not sober. "Of course I'm dreaming. There is everything in dreams." "Hey, hey." In his dream, Lindsay touched Su Qingqing's slender waist again. In real life, he doesn't have such courage. But this feels real. Lindsay shuddered. Lindsay woke up immediately. He opened his eyes and met Su Qingqing's blushing face. The next second, he let go of his hand as if he had been electrocuted. He jumped up suddenly and took 2 steps back. Looking at Su Qingqing's blushing cheeks, he dug his toes into the ground in embarrassment. Sorry. I was dreaming. I recognized the wrong person." Su Qingqing's face turned cold instantly. The knuckles of her fingers, clutching the hem of her skirt, turned white. The investigation revealed that he had not been in a relationship in the 2 years since he disappeared. Now he says he recognized the wrong person. Did he have an affair with another woman before? Lindsay looked at Su Qingqing with a gloomy expression. Oops. Su Qingqing is angry. Under Su Qingqing's cold gaze, colleagues in the office all lowered their heads and started typing. After Su Qingqing left, Wang Jianping beside him looked envious and whispered, "Brother Lin is awesome. He can take advantage of others in public and get away with it." He gave a greasy wink. "Is Mr. Su going to fall for your tricks? Eat your head." Lindsay picked up the folder and threw it over. Wang Jianping dodged it. Hee, laughing. "But I feel that Mr. Su has taken a fancy to you." Lindsay shook his head decisively when he heard this. "No, you're overthinking it. This misunderstanding is so fatal, we must put out this dangerous flame quickly." Wang Jianping nodded and approached him in a servile manner. "That's right. You look about the same as me, and your abilities are not as good as mine." After saying that, he stroked his hair narcissistically. He strikes the standard pose that is popular among ordinary men these days. The most amazing thing is that he deliberately raised his eyebrows at Lindsay, and his food was as greasy as gutter oil. Lindsay glanced at him with a twitching mouth. Inner roar. "Help! It started again. Can you please stop being so eye-catching so early in the morning?" Bai Weiwei on the other side didn't believe this at all. The inner barrage is swiping the screen like crazy. Ah! Handsome men and beautiful women. What a height difference. What a stare. Much better than my brothers and sisters. She decisively locked the screen and threw away her phone. What a crappy skit. I want to support the real-life CP. Isn't ready-made sugar delicious? Lindsay noticed Bai Weiwei's gaze and felt uncomfortable. Is this girl imagining something weird? At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Task unlocked successfully. Su Qingqing was delayed for a long time today because of her duty and missed the last bus. The dim alleys, the flickering streetlights, and the occasional harassing hooligans are a huge challenge for the beautiful and pure Su Qingqing. At this time, you can quietly follow her, and when the girl feels helpless, reach out and hold her hand in a friendly manner, and you may get an unexpected surprise. Task: accompany Su Qingqing on her way home at night. Reward: strength +1. Lindsay. The cold look in Su Qingqing's eyes when she looked at him just now could scrape off 3 layers of ice. He wailed in his heart. How to complete the task? The difficulty is hellish. Outside the president's office, Lindsay kept pacing back and forth at the door of Su Qingqing's office. See if Su Qingqing has left. Trying to create a chance encounter. Su Qingqing stared at Lindsay's uneasy look on the monitor. I feel better for some reason. My thoughts involuntarily drift back to the past. Before she met Lindsay, she was most afraid of walking at night. She had just finished her part-time overtime job and it was already 11:30 in the evening. Just as I closed the door of the milk tea shop, I saw Lindsay holding a basketball and stomping his feet under the streetlight. The tip of his nose was red from the cold. What a coincidence. I just happened to come here to play basketball. From that day on, I would always run into Lindsay every night after get off work. Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of her lips, and she suddenly stood up. When Lindsay pretended to pass by for the 7th time, the door suddenly opened. Lindsay was caught off guard and almost bumped into Su Qingqing, who was walking out. Lindsay hurriedly took a step back. Look clearly who was coming. His eyes lit up and he quickly smiled and said, Boss Su. She suddenly threw the car keys over. The silver key drew a shining arc in the air, and Lindsay caught it in a panic. Take me home, Su Qingqing said, and walked straight to the elevator. The high heels made crisp sounds on the marble floor. Lindsay was stunned for 2 seconds before he reacted, and hurriedly trotted to catch up. Okay. He tried hard to control the upward curve of his mouth. But he didn't know that his eyes were already as bright as stars. The car drove out of the underground garage and blended into the neon lights of the city. The red light came on and the car slowly stopped. Lindsay's eyes unconsciously fell on Su Qingqing's hands resting on her knees. The hands were white and slender, with neatly trimmed nails without any nail polish. He suddenly remembered that in the winter of his junior year, Su Qingqing used these same hands to clumsily knit a crooked scarf for him. Ding ding. The shrill sound of a car horn brought Lindsay back to reality. Only then did he realize that the green light had come on. Just as he was about to look away, he suddenly saw the fleeting smile on Su Qingqing's lips. Oops. Lindsay felt like his heart was hit hard. When Su Qingqing smiled, her eyes curved into crescents. Her usually frosty temperament melted away instantly, becoming as sweet as a peach in midsummer. Oh my God! How can an iceberg smile so sweetly? Who can withstand this? Quickly pour cold water on yourself. Wake up, Lindsay. People are laughing because they are thinking of how to play a trick on you, right? If Su Qingqing knew that you liked her, they will definitely laugh at you with that condescending look. The nightmare from a few days ago came back to me. Su Qingqing rolled his face with her high heels and sneered, a bankrupt stray dog is worthy of liking me? This scene made Lindsay wake up instantly. He gripped the steering wheel in anger. What the hell? He is totally incapable of playing this role. He should just stick to being a driver. The car did a beautiful drift. Stopped steadily downstairs of the apartment building. Lindsay's inner thoughts. Perfect. I can brag about this parking for a year. Lindsay heard the system voice. Task: accompany Su Qingqing on her night walk home. Completed. Reward: strength +1. Lindsay saw that the mission was completed. Pretending to be serious on the surface. Boss Su, we're here. Su Qingqing suddenly grabbed his wrist. Lindsay was stunned. What is she doing? Chapter 9. As expected, luxury goods only take advantage of the situation. Is your hand injured? Su Qingqing's voice suddenly approached. He looked down. There is indeed a small cut at the base of the right hand. The blood that seeped out was not even as big as a mosquito bite. It's okay, it might have been scratched when I took the key just now. If you discover this kind of small wound later, it will heal by the time it's discovered. Lindsay tried to pull his hand away but was pulled into the house by Su Qingqing. Wait for me on the couch. Su Qingqing let go of him and walked quickly towards the living room. Lindsay sat on the leather sofa, feeling very uncomfortable. What is going on? The icy president suddenly changed his personality? Are you going to throw the medicine box at me? When I was daydreaming. Su Qingqing came back trotting, with alcohol and band-aid in hand. Su Qingqing held Lindsay's hand. I dipped a cotton swab in iodine and carefully cleaned his wound. The worst thing is, she even lowered her head and blew it. When the breath sweeps across the skin, Lindsay felt like his entire arm was burning. Does it still hurt? She raised her eyes and asked. His eyes were so soft that water could drip out of them. Lindsay's Adam's apple moved up and down crazily. Boom, boom, boom. Lindsay's heart was beating abnormally fast. He suspected that Su Qingqing could hear his heartbeat. This is not blowing on the wound, but teasing him. No. It was late at night and the place was quiet, a man and a woman alone. The fragrance of Su Qingqing lingered in my nose. Danger! Danger! Stay any longer. He was afraid he couldn't control himself. Lindsay pulled his hand back fiercely and jumped up. Almost hit Su Qingqing's forehead. I forgot to turn off the gas. He didn't care about Su Qingqing's reaction. Turn around and run. Until I ran out of the gate of the community. Only then did Lindsay dare to stop and take a deep breath. But the heart is still beating wildly. The other side. Su Qingqing slowly put away the medical supplies. The warmth of Lindsay's wrist still remains on my fingertips. She looked at the figure running away in panic. Why, you avoid me, she whispered to herself. The light in my eyes dimmed little by little. She raised her hand and tucked her hair behind her ears. When I looked up again, he turned back into the cold and aloof Mr. Su. The next weekend, the vegetable market was bustling in the early morning. Lindsay got up early in the morning and went out to buy groceries. Carefully selected an old hen. He prepared to stew a pot of old hen soup and send it to Zhang Wantong. In the ward, Lindsay took out the dishes from the thermos box. He filled a bowl of soup. The chicken soup was yellowish and he skimmed off all the fat on it. Zhang Wantong picked up the chicken soup and took a sip carefully. The taste is moderately salty and has a strong chicken flavor. She took a bite of the chicken and was overwhelmed by the aroma. My son's soup is really delicious. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, I heard that your Aunt Lu's daughter will be back from abroad soon. Oh. Remember to ask for leave to pick her up when the time comes. I know, Mom. Zhang Wantong was silent for a while and said, if our family hadn't gone bankrupt, and you two had been engaged since childhood, you would have probably been married to her, and I would have been able to have a grandson. Lindsay almost choked on his saliva. Mom. What era is this? Why are you still playing the old-fashioned child marriage script? Zhang Wantong smiled and said, I'm just afraid that you'll be lonely when I'm gone. Before he could finish his words, Lindsay interrupted him. You have to live a long life. Otherwise, who would urge me to find a girlfriend every day? Lindsay returned home. Ding dong. Mobile phone message reminder. A message notification from a second-hand platform popped up in the notification bar of the mobile phone. Lindsay clicked in directly. Someone came to inquire about the luxury men's trousers he had on the shelves. Lindsay immediately responded enthusiastically. Guaranteed to be authentic, 10 times the compensation if it's fake. There are invoices, clothes, and labels. Dear, very good quality, brand new and never worn, would you consider it? Lindsay saw that the man didn't reply to the message and was thinking about whether to give him a discount. I bought all the clothes on your homepage. I'm rough. Lindsay stared at the screen with his pupils shaking. Do you deliver in the same city? You bought too many clothes. Pay 50 yuan more and I'll send them to you by express delivery. How can a rich person lack these $50? Today is the weekend and I don't have to work. It's better to let the courier make the money. Lindsay put on a helmet and rode the electric scooter. The mobile phone is clamped on the battery vehicle bracket. I ride on my beloved little electric car, it will never get stuck in traffic. Lin Zhe followed the navigation and sped all the way. 20 minutes later. Finally arrived at the delivery address. Greentown, Huangpu Bay. The average price is 200,000 renminbi per square meter, and the monthly rent starts from 6 figures. This is not the first time Lin Zhe has come here. I occasionally took orders from here when I was driving a designated driver before. He confirmed that the house number was correct. Press the doorbell. He was carrying 2 large storage bags in his hands. A professional 8-tooth smile on his face. When facing the customer, always have a professional smile on your face. After getting the money, he wants to eat egg-filled pancake with 2 more eggs. 2 minutes later. Click. The door was opened. An exquisite and beautiful face appeared behind the door. Lin Zhe's smile froze instantly. Lin Zhe. Boss Su? Lin Zhe froze in place. Why is Su Qingqing here? Could it be that his big client is Su Qingqing? Everyone in Lin Zhe was dumbfounded. Is it a coincidence? Otherwise, why would Su Qingqing buy back the clothes she gave him? What bad luck! Even after get off work, Su Qingqing wouldn't let him go and would haunt him. What a damn coincidence! Su Qingqing looked him up and down, frowning slightly. Part-time job on weekends? Fool! Why don't you just tell her if you need money? No money? Of course. You're selling the clothes I gave you, are you short of money? Su Qingqing suddenly approached, and the faint scent of perfume enveloped him. If you don't have money, I'll transfer it to you directly. Lin Zhe. These words were like a thorn, piercing Lin Zhe's heart. It is not very harmful, but it is extremely insulting. He suddenly lifted up the 2 bags. I don't sell it. After saying that, he turned and ran. I came home and looked at the clothes piled aside. Lin Zhe was full of regret. He punched the pillow hard. Why are you pretending to be so brave? Why are you trying to be so strong? 520,000. He choked with heartache. To avoid repeating the same mistakes, he deliberately switched to another second-hand platform. The page refreshed 3 times. The number of views is rising rapidly. The inquiry dialog box is always blank. I finally got a message. The other party bargained down to the last digit. Will you sell this suit worth 38,000 yuan for 300 yuan? Lin Zhe rolled his eyes at the screen and typed quickly. Why didn't you say I gave it to you for free? Block him decisively. The next morning, after he finished washing up, his eyes fell on the pile of dazzling luxury items on the sofa. A big brand suit jacket is placed on a worn-out fabric sofa. Gucci belts hang diagonally on paint chip hangers. These expensive clothes were out of place in the shabby rental house. TSK. Luxury products only take advantage of the people who buy them. Lin Zhe casually grabbed the freight-edged backpack. Closed the door. Bite. The fingerprint clock machine made a crisp sound. Lin Zhe completed the sign-in at the last second. 2 days of lack of sleep left him feeling depressed. I also had a stiff neck today. Chapter 10 Double salary plus public spending equals huge profit. Lin Zhe yawned. He rubbed his stiff neck and turned left and right, his brows furrowed. This life is really terrible. The nightmares of the past few days have made him depressed, with 2 obvious dark circles under his eyes. Bai Weiwei came over with hot tea and asked with concern, "Are you okay? You look so bad." Lin Zhe raised his eyelids and said listlessly, "It's okay." Bai Weiwei looked at Lin Zhe's pale face and dark circles under his eyes, and her brows unconsciously frowned. What's wrong with this guy? He was fine a few days ago, why is he suddenly so listless now? She handed the exquisite Longjing tea can in her hand to Lin Zhe. He said in a gentle tone, "This is authentic Longjing tea, would you like to try it?" "Oh, Longjing." Lin Zhe said indifferently, "It's not cheap. I already have nightmares and insomnia, and you still ask me if I want to drink tea. You treat me like a beast of burden." There was also impatience in his tone. Bai choked slightly. "I give you tea with good intentions, but who are you looking for?" She was about to scold him. Bai Weiwei suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure at the end of the corridor out of the corner of her eye. She instantly changed into a standard professional smile. "Good morning, Mr. Su." Su Qingqing glanced at the tea can in Lin Zhe's hand. "Like tea?" Without waiting for an answer. She directly asked the administration department to purchase 2 imported tea-making machines and prepare some Longjing, scented tea, and Biluakan tea, which will be available in the tea room all day long. Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up. Thank you, President Su. You no longer have to buy tea out of your own pocket. Her heart was filled with joy. Lin Zhe still looked like he had no interest in anything. Su Qingqing said, but I think some people don't like it. Bai Weiwei looked at Lin Zhe, who was still listless, and felt anxious in her heart. Don't let this guy cause the entire company to lose its benefits. Although, it's clear who this benefit is for. Bai Weiwei quickly poked Lin Zhe, who was daydreaming. Lin Zhe raised his eyes slowly and said weakly. Like. 5 minutes later, in the president's office. Boss Su. Bai Weiwei stood respectfully in front of Su Qingwan and reported. The tea-making machine has been arranged and will be ready for use tomorrow. Su Qingqing nodded and her eyes fell on the computer calendar. Tomorrow is the weekend. Su Qingwan tapped her fingertips on the table. The company organizes team building on weekends. Pretending to be casual, he asked, you have been in the company for a long time. Who do you think is suitable to be in charge of this team building? Bai Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. You called her here specifically to ask this? She is not a human being. In a flash. Bai Weiwei had a flash of inspiration. She tried. How about, let Lin Zhe go? Since he joined the company, he has always worked diligently and has never made any mistakes. Su Qingqing pretended to be silent and thought for a while. Since you strongly recommend it, let him try it. Bai Weiwei's mouth twitched. I didn't expect that the cold and aloof CEO could act so realistically. He's quite good at pretending. She didn't show it on her face, and replied respectfully, I'll arrange it right away. Su Qingqing paused. Do you know how to say it? Clear. The first rule for workers, you don't need to figure out what your boss is thinking. Su Qingqing loosened her folded fingers. The bonus will be doubled at the end of the month. Thank you, Mr. Su. Bai Weiwei's eyes suddenly lit up. From today on, she is the most loyal fan between Su Qingqing and Lin Zhe. The #1 fan of Qingzi CP. After leaving the office, Bai Weiwei went straight to Lin Zhe's workstation. 2 days and 1 night of team building will start tomorrow at Dylan Villa. I recommend to President Su that Lin Zhe be in charge of this company team building. The person in charge cannot take leave. Lin Zhe? Ha! Why not ask the parties involved? He also has to deliver takeout to make money on weekends. Lin Zhe frowned and said, I'm not going. The person in charge cannot take leave. Bai Weiwei said in a businesslike manner. Lin Zhe refused to give up and continued, everyone has been busy at work for a week, and some of you have things to do on the weekend. Bai Weiwei was well prepared and added calmly, those who don't want to go don't have to go, but those who participate in the team building will receive double salary. The whole office was instantly in an uproar. The cheers almost blew the roof off, my colleagues' faces turned red with excitement, and some even jumped up. Someone shouted excitedly. Long live President Su. I am willing to go through fire and water for President Su. Boss Su, I am your dog. I am willing to work hard for President Su. Wang Jianping excitedly took out his cell phone. Quickly post on Moments to show off your awesome boss. Look at the soaring number of likes. He turned around happily and wanted to share with Lin Zhe. Turning around, I saw Lin Zhe slumped in his seat with lifeless eyes, like a salted fish that had lost its dream. Wang Jianping? What's wrong with this kid Lin Zhe? With such good benefits, why are you acting so desperate? He is not sisterly. Wang Jianping narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of something. Ever since Lin Zhe joined the company, the CEO classmate who offended Lin Zhe was expelled. Doubled the company benefits. Now they are even offering double salary for team building activities. He stared at Lin Zhe thoughtfully. He picked up the mirror from the table. Look at yourself left and right. She looks ordinary, not as handsome as him. Su Qingqing is going to like him. Not likely. If President Su really wants to keep a gigolo, he should choose him, right? Lin Zhe was frightened by his stare and was about to speak. Suddenly the system sound rang. Task unlocked successfully. Today, it rained and Su Qingqing didn't bring an umbrella, so she got soaked. You looked at her thin clothes clinging to her body. At the age of 19, you couldn't control yourself and wanted to. At the critical moment, you immediately stopped your evil thoughts and decided to take Su Qingqing to the room to change clothes. You didn't want others to see Su Qingqing soaking wet at this moment. I will protect the girl's reputation. Task: take Su Qingqing back to the room and change her wet clothes. Reward: charm +1. Lin Zhe. Forget it, let us just get the team building done quickly. What the system says is all nonsense, just focus on the tasks. President's office. Su Qingqing stood in front of the French window, observing the movements outside through the gap in the blinds. Seeing Lin Zhe's desperate look, she turned back to her desk and dialed the internal line. Assistant Liu, please reserve the VIP suite. Her fingertips tapped lightly on the table, and a gleam of determination flashed in her eyes. The next morning, the business car circled on the mountain road. Lin Zhe looked at the shadows of trees flying outside the window. That's great. He was secretly glad that Su Qingqing didn't come. That's right, which CEO would do team building with employees? He was happily thinking. Double salary plus public spending on food and drink equals huge profit. Make up for the money you didn't earn from takeout these days with food. Just arrived. Lin Zhe was dragged by Wang Jianping to the hot spring area. Look at the internet famous hot spring. Having said that, this guy couldn't wait. He quickly stripped himself down to his underwear. The white flesh is particularly dazzling in the sunlight. With a thump, he plunged into the pool. The splash of water accurately hit the female colleague who was taking a selfie. Wang Jiangwo. I will kill you. The screams of the female colleague echoed through the valley. Chapter 11. Of course, this is not what Lin Zhe originally said. By the hot spring pool. Lin Zhe silently took 2 steps back, trying to distance himself from this idiot. He doesn't know. Real. The female colleague chased him around the pool holding a wet cell phone. The shrill laughter echoed throughout the hot spring area. Lin Zhe looked at the 2 people running away. Take a deep breath. It's finally quiet. He soaked in the hot spring alone, the warm water soothing his tense muscles, bringing him a rare sense of comfort. Suddenly, footsteps were heard behind me. When he turned around, Su Qingqing was walking towards him in a white dress. The mountain mist swirled around her, making her look like the heroine in a Korean drama. Next second. Ah! She stepped on the water splashed by Wang Jianping. The whole person fell forward. He was about to fall into the hot spring. Lin Zhe reached out to take it reflexively. As a result, they both fell into the water. In the splashing water. When Lin Zhe choked on water and surfaced, she found that his hands were stuck under Su Qingqing's armpits, and her palms felt incredibly soft. And Su Qingqing's fingers were tightly grasping his collar. Her wet hair stuck to her blushing cheeks, and her rapid breathing could be clearly felt through the wet fabric. The heat made his heart beat faster. In the steaming mist, the 2 people's breathing intertwined. Lin Zhe's gaze moved down uncontrollably. The tight-fitting fabric perfectly outlines the graceful curves. Have you seen enough? Peeping and getting caught. Lin Zhe turned his face away in embarrassment. His Adam's apple rolled up and down and the tips of his ears were burning red. Suddenly, Wang Jiangwo's noise of fighting came from a distance. Lin Zhe reflexively picked up the bath towel and wrapped it around Su Qingqing. Where is your room? We are both wet now, and if our colleagues see us, we won't be able to explain it. Su Qingqing looked at his flustered look and suddenly felt a surge of anger in her heart. Are you so afraid that others will misunderstand our relationship? She bit her lower lip and grabbed Lin Zhe's wrist. Come with me. The 2 of them walked quickly along the path beside the swimming pool. Arrive. Su Qingqing entered the password to open the door. This is a resort suite arranged for the company's team building. It is spacious and bright, with a sea view at night outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. It's not good for a man and a woman to be alone in a room. Lin Zhe stood at the door. Boss Su, I will wet your carpet. Come in. Su Qingqing pushed Lin Zhe into the suite. With a bang, the door closed. Su Qingqing took off her high heels, stepped barefoot on the soft carpet, and walked straight to the closet. Open the wardrobe. Your clothes are all wet, choose a new set for yourself. Lin Zhe walked closer and was stunned for a moment. The whole closet is filled with men's clothes. What the hell? Why is there so much men's clothing in a girl's room? Could it be my boyfriend's? Just grab one. I actually wear the same size as him. A nameless anger suddenly rose in my heart. Jealousy made his face look hideous. He gripped the hanger tightly, his knuckles turning white. I wish I could burn all the clothes in this closet right here and then. Su Qingqing changed into a bathrobe and came out of the bathroom. Just happened to see this scene. She raised her eyebrows in confusion. There's nothing in this closet of clothes that he likes? Su Qingqing picked up her phone and edited it quickly. Send 10 more sets of men's clothing. 10 minutes later. There was a knock on the door. The waiter came in pushing a mobile. Lindsay looked at a whole row of brand new men's clothing. A look of confusion. Su Qingqing pointed at the row of clothes. He said, "Your clothes are soaked. Choose something you like and change into it quickly." Lindsay took the bag. Lindsay looked down at his wet white shirt, which was already sticking to his body translucently. He really couldn't go out like this. He took out a casual suit and cleared his throat. "Mr. Su, thank you. I'll leave then? Change right here." Lindsay's body trembled. Help! Why does the scene seem familiar? Memories flash back. Before, he saw Su Qingqing always wearing the same 2 pieces of clothes, which were all washed and faded. She refused to wear the clothes he bought for her, saying that she was afraid of getting them dirty. He simply bought the clothes, cut off the tags, and forced her to wear them for him. If she doesn't wear it, she won't be allowed to go to school. Now this is? Revenge script. Lindsay felt inexplicably happy. He originally thought it was that bastard's closet. It turned out to be Su Qingqing, who prepared the clothes specifically to humiliate him. Isn't this inappropriate? Su Qingqing crossed her legs elegantly, revealing her fair calves under her bathrobe. She narrowed her eyes. Don't even think about leaving this room if you don't change today. Lindsay. Damn it, it's revenge. He fiddled with the buttons, and as the wet shirt fell off. Broad shoulders and narrow waist, with abdominal muscles clearly visible. When he turned his back and put on the new shirt, the fabric perfectly outlined the muscles of his back. Turn around. Lindsay turned around stiffly, meeting her direct gaze. Very handsome, she commented, tilting her head. Lindsay's ears suddenly became red. Can I leave? Su Qingqing suddenly stood up and approached barefoot. Lindsay subconsciously took a half step back, his back against the cold wall. She stopped within audible distance. She raised her face and said softly, "Don't you want to stay with me?" Lindsay could only hear his own deafening heartbeat. Too close. She was so close that Lindsay could smell the faint fragrance on her. Smells good. Watching the water drops in her hair slide down the ends of Su Qingqing's hair. It left a crystal trail along the collarbone and finally disappeared between the bath towels. Lindsay heard his own accelerated heartbeat. Mr. Su misunderstood. I was worried that you might catch a cold if your hair wasn't dry. You care about me so much? Su Qingqing tilted her head, a sly look in her eyes. Then she thrust the hairdryer into his hand without further ado. Then please help me dry my hair. Lindsay felt like he had received a hot potato. This is inappropriate. What's inappropriate? Su Qingqing leaned lazily on the sofa. With my back to him, hurry up, I have a headache. Lindsay took a deep breath. Plug in the power. Slender fingers gently held up a strand of wet hair. The warm air hums. He was surprised to find that Su Qingqing's hair was softer than he had imagined. Slipping through fingers like silk. His originally stiff movements gradually relaxed. His fingertips unconsciously entangled the ends of her hair. Like treating some fragile treasure. Afraid of hurting her. Su Qingqing closed her eyes and felt Lindsay's gentle movements. Do you often blow dry people's hair? Do you often blow dry people's hair? Su Qingqing's voice came mixed with the noise of the wind. Lindsay paused. My mother, I used to blow her when I was a child. The only sounds in the room were the hum of the hairdryer and each other's breathing. His eyes unconsciously fell on her fair neck, and the earlobe that was faintly visible between her hair. Her wet figure by the swimming pool suddenly popped into my mind. The white skirt was wet and clung to the body, outlining the... His Adam's apple rolled violently and he abruptly looked away. Su Qingqing felt the gentle movement of Lindsay's fingers. A feeling of bitterness rose in my heart, mixed with an inexplicable sense of grievance. Why? Why is he always like this? It's so close, yet it seems like there's an invisible wall between us. Chapter 12. It's only been 2 years, can your preferences change just like that? The sound of the hairdryer stopped abruptly. Lindsay's thumb unconsciously stroked the ends of her hair. Okay. Su Qingqing suddenly felt a sense of loss. She clutched the edge of the towel, her knuckles turning white. What reason should be used to keep him? A crazy idea exploded in my mind. If I turn around and hug him now, how would he react? Well, my hair is done, you can go now. She pretended to be strong and didn't dare to look back. She bit her lip, afraid that he would see the fragility in my eyes. Lindsay stood there, still holding the cord of the hairdryer in his hand. He opened his mouth. Finally, he could only squeeze out one sentence, "Okay, Mr. Su." He raised the corners of his mouth in self-mockery. He is just a tool. He packed everything up quietly and closed the door gently. He leaned against the wall in the corridor and let out a long sigh. He looked down at his new clothes. Spreading out my palms, I could still feel the touch of Su Qingqing's hair. Wow. Bai Weiwei stood not far away with eyes wide open. Her eyes flickered back and forth between him and the door. The corners of his mouth gradually raised an ambiguous arc. Bai Weiwei, it's not what you think. Lindsay's scalp tingled. A man and a woman are alone in a room. And changed clothes. This can't be washed away even if you jump into the Yellow River. Bai Weiwei raised his hands with an expression that said, I understand everything. Don't worry, I didn't see anything. I definitely didn't see you come out of Mr. Su's room. She blinked and said, the clothes are very handsome and suit you very well. Lindsay almost fled in panic. In the hotel room, Wang Jiangmo stared with wide eyes, looking up and down at the refreshed Lindsay. He enviously said, wow. Your clothes look really nice. Handsome. Task, accompany Su Qingqing on her way home at night, holding hands twice in a friendly manner on the way. Completed. Reward, physical strength +1. Lindsay looked at the system. Although he got the reward. But I can't be happy at all. Because in the circle of friends, my former designated driver colleague Zhang just posted a screenshot of his daily income of 360 yuan in the circle of friends. Damn. I'm envious. Why are there so many orders this weekend? It's prime time on the weekend, but I'm wasting my time here. That's too much. He didn't want to stay at this team building at all. It's just a waste of his time. He stood up quickly. Wang Jiangwo was shocked. What's wrong? Put some water. Oh, close the door. Lindsay walked towards the toilet and passed by the toilet door. Then make a beautiful right turn and slip straight out of the villa. Left the villa and took the bus home. More than half an hour later. Half an hour later, he was already riding on his beloved electric scooter, speeding along the neon-lit streets. At this time in the villa, Bai Weiwei is looking for Lindsay all over the world. Discuss arrangements for tomorrow's team building. The WeChat bombing was unsuccessful. She grabbed Wang Jiangwo, who was chatting up a beautiful woman, and asked, where is Lin Zirin? Didn't you go to the toilet? Wang Jiangwo said, didn't you go to the toilet? Bai Weiwei hurriedly called Lindsay. Lindsay is rushing to deliver takeout orders here. See Bai Weiwei's call. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. A woman's mouth is a lie. Lie to him that Su Qingqing will not go to the team building. Play tricks on him with Su Qingqing. That's too much. And laugh at him. Lindsay complained harshly about Bai Weiwei in his heart. He just blocked it with his backhand. The other side. Bai Weiwei dialed 5 numbers in a row, but all of them prompted the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. She stared at her phone, completely stunned. Wang Jiangwo next to him was looking at Bai Weiwei, who was about to go crazy. Send a message to Lindsay quietly. Brother, when will you come back? I can't stand it anymore. Looking at the long queue of cars jammed on the neon-lit streets, Lindsay, wearing a helmet, drove the electric scooter at lightning speed. Flexible and agile. 1 order. 2 orders. 3 singles. Ding dong ding dong. They are all reminders of money. Wonderful. The smile on Lindsay's face became brighter and brighter. He had no idea that everyone in the company was waiting for him for a dinner party in the evening. Inside the restaurant's private room, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. The table was full of delicious food, but no one touched it. Wang Jiangwo felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and cursed Lin Zhe 800 times in his heart. Now he had to face Su Qingqing's cold gaze alone, which was even more painful than being tortured to death. It turns out that not everyone can eat this free meal. Su Qingqing's eyes almost froze him into an ice sculpture. Faced with such a cold face, it's hard to stick your hot butt to it. Lin Zhe. That's pretty impressive. He didn't expect Su Qingqing to care so much about Lin Zhe. Thinking about the message Lin Zhe sent him, Wang Jiangwo gritted his teeth and made up a lie. Lin Zhe said he suddenly had a stomachache. I went to the hospital to see a doctor. So this dinner party won't be. Before he could finish his words, he felt a cold gaze piercing him. Su Qingqing's delicate face was extremely cold. The low pressure emanating from his body caused the temperature of the entire box to drop by several degrees. The back of Wang Jiangwo's shirt was soaked. Now he just wants to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Your original words. Su Qingqing opened her red lips slightly, her voice as cold as ice. Wang Jiangwo's heart skipped a beat. Of course, this is not what Lin Zhe originally said. Wang Jiangwo saw Su Qingqing stretch out her hand. Oops. Wang Jiangwo trembled and handed over the phone. The message from Lin Zhe on the screen was glaring and arrogant. Fuck team building, I'm delivering food? The team building only said that you are not allowed to take leave, but it did not say that you are not allowed to leave early. Dare to fire me? Compensation plus mental damages. After reading it, Su Qingqing returned the phone to Wang Jiangwo with an expressionless face. You continue. She said coldly, you guys start eating. Assistant Lu will be in charge of the follow-up team building. After saying that, she turned and left, her high heels stepping out in a sharp rhythm. Mr. Su is leaving now? Not going to team building with them? Bai Weiwei keenly smelled the scent of gossip. After Lin Zhe didn't come, Mr. Su also left. Su Qingqing wouldn't he go looking for Lin Zhe, right? He ran away, she chased him, and he couldn't escape even if he had wings. She chased, he fled, he couldn't escape. Isn't this the real-life version of the drama she has been following recently? The domineering female CEO falls in love with me? She quickly took out her phone and typed frantically in the group of sisters. Shocking news. The female president of our company is chasing her husband for love. Su Qingqing got into the black Maybach and drove in the opposite direction to the villa. This is another property of hers, only a 20-minute drive from the villa. Back home. Su Qingqing's mood still didn't improve. In the past, Lin Zhe loved to drag her to take a hot spring bath. But she was too busy with her homework and part-time job. No time to go. Lin Zhe looked unwell these past 2 days and had neck pain. That's why she organized team building. Specially arranged to soak in the hot springs in the villa. 2 days and 1 night. Soak in hot springs, eat some delicious food, and have a good sleep. But why did he run away? But he actually ran away? Don't you like it now? It's only been 2 years, could your preferences change just like that? Now. What does he like? Su Qingqing suddenly felt a cramp in her stomach. I have a stomachache. Chapter 13. I already have Su Qingqing, why does the system assign another one? Su Qingqing frowned. Forced to open the refrigerator. The refrigerator is empty. She doesn't come to this house often. Usually puts some of her treasured items there. Su Qingqing closed the refrigerator. Take out your phone and prepare to order takeout. Suddenly I remembered what happened when Lin Zhe found out she had stomach problems in college. She was forbidden to eat sweets. It is said that porridge can nourish the stomach. I often give her some preserved egg and lean meat porridge. At the same time, Lin Zhe supported the handlebar of the electric bike with one hand. Use your other hand to quickly tap the screen to grab the order. Another order. His takeaway luck is super good today. But it suddenly occurred to him. I have had too many unexpected encounters with Su Qingqing recently. I immediately looked at the address. The location showed that the delivery address was 12 kilometers away from Dylan Villa. Very good. He couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Let you soak in the hot spring pool and peel off your skin. I made a fortune today. He pulled out his cell phone triumphantly. Send Wang Jiangwo a screenshot of today's delivery. Hey. Wait until my hands cramp from counting the money. Make you envious and jealous. Kill all of you slacking off guys. He switched the chat interface to the background. Open the navigation and head towards today's delivery destination. Depart from Green Forest Villa area. The Green Forest Villa district is located on the hillside on the edge of the city. As soon as Lindsay drove into the gate of the villa area, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The environment is quiet and shady with green trees. There are neatly trimmed green plants on both sides of the road. The air is filled with the faint fragrance of grass and trees. So many trees. There wasn't a single mosquito. It is indeed a nationally famous wealthy area. Lindsay sighed. He got on the shuttle bus to the villa area. The driver was concentrating on driving the vehicle. There was a security guard with a serious expression sitting on each side. He was holding a beautifully packaged takeaway in his arms. Felt like an escorted VIP. Arrive. The driver's voice interrupted Lindsay's thoughts. He jumped out of the car as if he had been pardoned. He watched as another security guard followed him into the villa. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. This is not food delivery. It's like escorting prisoners. You might as well just help me deliver it in, so you don't have to go through so much trouble. Lindsay stood in front of the villa. He took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. However, no one answered. When the doorbell rang for the third time. When the door slowly opens. Lindsay immediately put on a professional smile. When you see clearly the person in front of you. He froze in place as if struck by lightning. The voice also became stuttering. Hello, your takeaway? Su Qingqing's pale face was also full of shock. The two looked at each other and the air froze instantly. Lindsay was devastated. What kind of evil fate is this? Oh my god, are you kidding me on purpose? There are millions of people in the city, and they want me to deliver food to her? This kind of cliched plot of enemies meeting on a narrow road actually happened to me. Su Qingqing's eyes wandered between his bright yellow takeout uniform and lunchbox, and her voice was a little weak. You. Lindsay awkwardly forced out a smile. Boss Su, what a coincidence. I didn't expect that you ordered the takeaway yourself. Su Qingqing weakly held onto the doorframe, her voice as light as a feather. Yeah, I didn't expect that you would deliver this takeaway in person. Ha, let's exercise. Lindsay laughed dryly, but he was extremely nervous and his back was already soaked with sweat. The main reason is that I just cancelled the company's team building event. Now I have to deal with my immediate boss again while working part-time. If this matter is not handled properly, the consequences are disastrous. Lindsay hurriedly handed over the lunchbox. Enjoy your meal. Remember to give a 5-star rating. After saying that, he turned around and was about to run away. Snap. The door behind him was immediately closed. He paused slightly. Something is wrong. Su Qingqing's face is too pale today. Hurry up and get in the car. You can't stay here. At the urging of the security guard, Lindsay had to speed up. He hurried back to the shuttle. Behind the door, Su Qingqing seemed to have all her strength drained away. She slid down the door panel and sat on the ground, holding the takeaway bag in her hands. Only after she was sure that Lindsay had left did she slowly breathe a sigh of relief. She stood up and opened the half-open bedroom door. The front wall is covered with candid photos of Lindsay. Silhouette of company working hard. A sleeping face taking a nap during lunch break. The back view of people buying coffee downstairs. Each photo records a moment in his life. Freezing the thoughts that she dared not express out loud. Su Qingqing hugged the lunchbox tightly in her arms, buried her face in her knees, and her eyelashes trembled slightly in the shadows. Almost. Her secret is almost exposed. She couldn't imagine what would happen if Lindsay really entered the house just now. How do you react when you see these photos? No. He must never be told. On the other side, Lindsay received a message from Wang Jiangwo as soon as he got home. I got furious after reading the content. He roared at the phone screen, Wang Jiangwo, you uncle. You're only telling me this fatal news now? I ran right into the trap. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Is this kind of lousy teammate worth keeping for the new year? Just slide your finger and it will be blocked immediately. And at this time Wang Jiangwo. I am happily looking at and admiring the circle of friends of a newly added beauty on WeChat. Received a message from Lindsay. Just wanted to reply. Suddenly I found a reminder that I was blocked. The whole person was confused. Shit. What did I do wrong? Can colleagues just block each other just by saying so? Isn't this too outrageous? Lindsay worked as a delivery man until 1 a.m. last night before returning home. At this time, he was immersed in a date with Jo Gong. Sleeping soundly. Suddenly the cell phone rang. Lindsay was suddenly awakened. He fumbled with his phone dazedly and pressed the answer button. Xiao Jiaxue is coming back from England today. Didn't you agree to pick her up at the airport? The little girl has been waiting at the airport for half an hour dragging 2 large suitcases. Mother Lin Jiangwantong's voice was like a bucket of cold water poured down on her. He rubbed his aching head, his voice still filled with sleepiness. Mom, don't worry, I'll be there soon. He put on his clothes, grabbed his car keys and drove to the airport. When Lindsay rushed to the airport arrival hall, he saw the familiar figure in the crowd at a glance. Xiao Jiaxue wore a light pink sweater, and her slender calves were revealed under her white pleated skirt. Her delicate eyebrows were gathered together like a little rabbit, her eyes were red, and the tip of her nose was slightly pink. The little face looked aggrieved. Standing on tiptoe and looking around. He was about to speak when the system voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Task unlocked successfully. Xiao Jiaxue, your childhood sweetheart who grew up with you, is becoming more and more beautiful. One afternoon outside, she was lying on your bed in a pleated skirt, reading comics. You turned your head and saw the lace under the girl's skirt. I can't help but imagine, a man and a woman alone in the room. If I do something, she won't tell anyone, right? Task, spend 10 minutes alone with Xiao Jiaxue in a closed space. Reward, basic attribute points x2. But who hasn't had youthful fantasies when they were young? When you see a beautiful girl, can't you help but fantasize about her? But it's just a thought. In real life, he is so innocent. And Su Qingqing is already there. How come the system assigns another one? Chapter 14. Once the door is opened, they will definitely find us. The system really is causing all kinds of trouble. Lindsay decisively chose to ignore it. If he continues to believe in this shitty system, he's a dog. Anyway, the task issued by this crappy system has been delayed for 4 years, so just ignore it. He smiled and walked forward. Xiao Jiaxue, here. Xiao Jiaxue was startled by Lindsay's voice. Her body stumbled, her high heels lost their balance, and she fell backwards uncontrollably. Xiao Jiaxue looked panicked and closed her eyes. Just as she closed her eyes resignedly and prepared to fall down in disgrace, a pair of strong arms caught her steadily. 5 years no see. He chuckled. Still so reckless. Lindsay's voice sounded above her head with a smile, and his warm breath brushed through her hair. Xiao Jiaxue opened her eyes and saw the face she had been thinking about day and night. She stared at Lindsay with her little mouth opened. Lindsay raised his eyebrows. Is there something on my face? Only then did she wake up from her dream. Hastily broke free from Lindsay's arms. She turned around and pretended to fix her hair to hide her hot cheeks. It's just, long time no see. Although I haven't seen him for many years, brother Lindsay is still as handsome as ever. Indeed, it's been a long time. Lindsay looked at the doll in front of him with exquisite makeup. She is totally different from the young girl in my memory. Especially the curve of the chest, which is filled out by the beige shirt. Let's go. I'll treat you to hot and sour noodles to make up for keeping you waiting for so long. Lindsay reached out and pulled up the suitcase beside her. Xiao Jiaxue's eyes instantly lit up like stars. I was going crazy thinking about this in the UK. The two walked out of the airport side by side. Hot and sour noodle shop. Lindsay looked at the beads of sweat oozing out of Xiao Jiaxue's nose. He was still slurping the vermicelli. Lindsay couldn't help laughing. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Xiao Jiaxue smiled embarrassedly. It's delicious. After saying that, he licked his lips, which were red from the spicy taste. Xiao Jiaxue found that Lindsay was looking down at his phone. A look of disappointment flashed across her beautiful eyes. Lindsay saw her eating hot and sour noodles and sent her home safely. Lindsay put on the yellow vest neatly. No one can stop him from making money. You should order takeout on weekends. Ding. 4 yuan has been received. Ding. 8 yuan has been received. These beating numbers made his blood boil more than any BGM. Lindsay was sitting on the electric car with a string of starch sausages in his hand. It tastes delicious. Suddenly the cell phone rang. Your Uncle Wang brought me to the hotel, only you're missing. Mom, we have been so busy lately that I can't leave. Don't be so disrespectful. Lindsay was helpless. If I accompany him for dinner but don't pay him, isn't that delaying him from making money? Zhang Wantong's voice mixed with the noise of the banquet hall. Don't wear those delivery clothes. Okay. Night falls. The two families met at a high-end restaurant. The revolving door of the hotel slowly turned and Lindsay stepped into the lobby. Came to the box. The crystal chandelier cast a soft light, and the dining table was filled with exquisite dishes. Lindsay, you're here, sit down quickly. However, the relaxed atmosphere was soon broken by the topics of the elders. Xiao Jiaxue is not young anymore. She has studied in the UK for so many years. It's time for her to settle down. Xiao Jiaxue's mother picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into Lindsay's bowl, looking at Lindsay thoughtfully. Lindsay, you grew up under my watch. You have a stable and solid job. You young people should get to know more. Lindsay's hand holding the soup shook violently, and the boiling soup almost splashed on his body. He regards Xiao Jiaxue as his sister. He looked at his biological mother for help, but received a look that said, "It's up to you. Why didn't you tell him about this topic in advance? It's so sudden." He opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't get a word in. I'm going to the bathroom. Lindsay almost fled in panic. The toilet has 2 cubicles. A sign warning that the compartment was under repair was hung on the door handle. Lindsay pushed open another door without thinking much. As soon as he pushed it open, he saw Xiao Jiaxue sitting on the toilet, about to release herself. Xiao Jiaxue's pupils suddenly dilated. He looked at Lindsay, who suddenly broke in with horror. The physiological action that was about to take place was held back abruptly. The little face turned pale. Staring blankly at Lindsay standing outside the door. Lindsay felt as if his brain had suddenly crashed. The scene before me was too shocking. Xiao Jiaxue at this moment. There is absolutely no trace of the innocent look she had when they first met. Now it looks like a frightened little white rabbit. Very white. My heart was filled with shame and embarrassment of having my private moments seen. Xiao Jiaxue seemed to have thought of something. He quickly reached out and pulled his shirt down hard. She lowered her head with a blushing face, and the corners of her mouth kept trembling. Ah! It's so embarrassing to be seen like this by brother Lindsay. I really want to disappear right here. Lindsay's brain suddenly crashed. Why is Xiao Jiaxue in there? And this look. Although a large part of it was covered by the white shirt. But the white and plump thighs were still exposed in front of him, and the body was still trembling with fright. What an impact! It's really too strong. It's really shameful. He forced himself to look up at the ceiling, his Adam's apple rolling unnaturally. I screamed madly in my heart, "Don't look up, brother." Lindsay quickly closed his eyes. He apologized very much. I didn't mean to do that. I really didn't expect you to be in the men's room. The door isn't locked yet, I'll be out right now. After saying that, he turned around quickly. Just about to push the door open and go out. Suddenly, a familiar conversation was heard outside the door. The toilet next door is under repair, and the men's toilet seems to be empty. Why don't you go to the men's toilet directly? This is not good. What's wrong with that? Close the cubicle door and no one can see. I'll help you guard the bathroom door. Oh shit. His mother and Xiao Jiaxue's mother. The footsteps outside the door are getting closer. Lindsay and Xiao Jiaxue looked at each other in horror and saw the same despair in each other's eyes. Xiao Jiaxue's face turned red from holding it in. Suddenly she grabbed Lindsay's clothes and said, "Don't go out. My mother is outside." Lindsay had never seen her so strong before, so he subconsciously closed the cubicle door. With a click, the compartment door was locked. In the small space, the two people's breathing intertwined. Xiao Jiaxue bit her lips, her beautiful big eyes were misty, and tears were hanging on her eyelashes. The little hands pulled the white shirt tightly. Her 2 white thighs twisted restlessly, and her pleated skirt was rubbed askew. Brother Lindsay. Her voice trembled with tears, which made people's hearts tremble. I can't bear it anymore. Lindsay understands this deeply. The more you hold back on this situation, the more you can't hold it back. Because he had been holding it in for a long time. The purpose of his coming to the bathroom was to release himself, but now? The situation is not good. Both mothers are at the door now. Once the door is opened, they will definitely find me. Chapter 15. Did your mother abandon you? They were alone in the toilet cubicle. Although the two were innocent, they were alone in the toilet cubicle. If you're not applauding for love, are you chatting here? Who would believe it? Lindsay was helpless and was thinking about a solution. The slight sound of dripping water broke the silence. This was followed by a sigh of relief. Chio Joshua froze. She actually doing this in front of your crush. It's really shameful. Chio Joshua slumped on the toilet seat, her head lowered, her cheeks red enough to bleed. At this time, Lindsay also reached his limit. Fed up. He picked her up by the waist and said, "I'm sorry, I also." After successfully solving the problem, the two were surprised to find out how ambiguous this posture was. Chio Joshua was held in the air like a princess, her skirt flying, her face flushed, and her pink lips trembling constantly. He was in a drunken state, mumbling to himself, "Brother Lindsay." Surprisingly, Lindsay hurriedly put her down. "I'm so sorry." Chio Joshua shook her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "It's not your fault. I went to the wrong toilet." The two of them went out to the bathroom. Chio Joshua was hesitant. Chio Joshua looked at Lindsay's back. "Are you hesitating whether to confess your love at this moment?" But finally, she just looked at Lindsay's departing back. He swallowed back his heartfelt gratitude. At the dinner table, each of them had their own thoughts. Lindsay mechanically answered the questions from his elders, but his thoughts drifted to that small compartment. Chio Joshua sitting opposite her had no appetite at all and didn't even touch her favorite sweet and sour spare ribs. Chio Joshua, who was sitting opposite her, also lowered her head and poked at the food in her bowl with her chopsticks. She had lost her appetite even for her favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Finally, Lindsay found an excuse to work overtime and hurried away. As I walked to the hotel entrance, I heard hurried footsteps behind me. "Brother Lindsay." Chio Joshua trotted over. Lindsay turned around. Looking at Chio Joshua, who was twisting her skirt with her fingers nervously, she asked, "What's the matter?" Chio Joshua lowered her head, took a deep breath, and looked up with a serious look. "I haven't been back to China for a long time, and I don't have many acquaintances around me in China. Can I come and play with you in the future?" After saying this, she could feel her heart pounding. Very nervous. Afraid of hearing a negative answer. "Of course." Lindsay smiled brightly. "We grew up together. We skipped classes together. Why are you being so polite to me?" Chio Joshua looked at Lindsay's leaving figure. He clenched his fists and said to himself, "Brother Lindsay, I want to be timid this time." Task: spend 10 minutes alone with Chio Joshua in a closed space. Reward: appearance +2. Lindsay looked at the system rewards. Ah! He suddenly sneezed several times for no apparent reason. He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself. "It's quite hot today. Who is missing me again?" Go to work the next day. Working people, working spirit. Lindsay fished all day. As soon as the bell rang, Lindsay took off instantly. What a skill, and how quick! The parking lot downstairs of the company. Lindsay discovered that the electric scooter had gone on strike. But the head can be cut off and blood can be shed, but the part-time job cannot stop. He decided to find another way to make money. The sunset dyed the park a honey color. It was the time for primary school students to get out of school, and there was a huge crowd of people. That's it. Lindsay was wearing a furry bear doll costume. She walked among the crowd with a sparkler in her hand. Shouting loudly in the crowd, "Balala the fairies transform ah-da-da-dee." Wearing a mask, he completely let himself go and approached the children whenever he saw them. He lowered his voice and asked mysteriously, "Little boy, do you want to use the fairy wand to make your wish come true?" The young mother vigilantly protected her child behind her and walked away quickly like a hen protecting her chicks. A few middle school students not far away recognized that this was a way to solicit business. Laughing so hard that he fell over. Some young passers-by shook their heads helplessly. Lindsay didn't care about the reactions of passers-by. wearing a doll headgear. The community bull is possessed. Lindsay shouted while looking around vigilantly. This is my first time in this park, and I don't know if setting up stalls is allowed. He suddenly saw. Not far away, in the bushes. The young couple were clinging to each other like conjoined twins. The lips are inseparable as if they were coated with 502 glue. Seeing this, Lindsay couldn't help but curl his lips. He shook his head and sighed, alas, in broad daylight. Young people nowadays really don't care about occasions anymore. Moved to another secluded corner. Lindsay took off his hood and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Take out a few animal balloons and prepare to inflate them. While he was busy inflating it. Uncle. A childish voice suddenly came from the side of the trouser leg. Looking down. A little girl in a pink sequin tutu was looking up at him. Her skin is as white as snow, her big eyes are clear and bright, and her thick and long eyelashes flutter. The little bunny hairpin in her hair swayed gently with her movements. She looked up at Lindsay, her fair cheeks flushed. You're so handsome. Lindsay felt a little embarrassed by the praise. He shook his sweat-soaked bangs. He said proudly, I didn't expect you to be so young. You have a sharp eye. The little girl tilted her head, looking puzzled. Uncle, is poison an insult? Lindsay squatted down and looked at her at eye level. This is to praise your good taste. You are especially good at judging people. Of course. The little girl's eyes sparkled. She raised her little face proudly. I also think I have excellent taste. Lindsay looked at her cocky little appearance. I couldn't help but laugh. Whose child is this? So cute. Lindsay squatted down, his fingertips unconsciously stroking his chin. He looked at the delicate little figure in front of him with interest. Little guy, where are your parents? Why are you wandering around here alone? The little girl tilted her chubby face up. Like a little adult, he said seriously, Mom is lost. She was too playful. That serious look. Make it look like the real thing. Lindsay couldn't help laughing at the put the blame argument. He leaned forward and asked again, then do you know where Mom got lost? Uncle. The little girl blinked her big eyes. His tone was full of helplessness. This handsome uncle seems to have a low IQ. If I knew, would Mom still get lost? Seeing that this child was just like a little adult, Lindsay couldn't help but want to tease her. Could it be that your mother dumped you? Chapter 16 I didn't tee. Don't talk nonsense, kid. The little girl stamped her feet angrily. Uncle, don't you know the law? Throwing a child away is against the law. You will go to jail. Lindsay was choked and speechless. Staring at the little kid in front of him with an aura of 2 meters and 8. I vaguely saw this girl dominating the board of directors 10 years later. Seeing that the little lowly didn't look anxious at all. Lindsay said, do you need me to call the police for you? Don't bother Uncle. There's a camera on the pillar over there. My mother will find me soon. The little girl suddenly stretched out her chubby little hands, trying hard to reach Lindsay's shoulders. But the height difference is too big. He could only pat Lindsay's knee gently. Uncle, can you wait for Mom with me? Can. There are cameras around though. But leaving a child alone. He was still a little worried. Don't worry, I'll pay you according to the market price. This overbearing female CEO style speech. Lindsay couldn't help laughing. Little guy, I'm very expensive. The little girl's round eyes widened instantly. The little face was tense. Do you earn more than my mother? Of course. The little lowly swallowed nervously. How much? Lindsay secretly calculated. The park is crowded today. The amount of money collected through WeChat alone was 220. Plus Alipay and cash. After deducting the costs, the net profit can be at least 300 or 400. If this happens every day. Plus other part-time jobs. Plus the fixed salary from a regular job. A monthly income of 20,000 is not a dream. Of course, this is a good day like today every day. If it rains and blows. That number will be very high. Lindsay raised his eyebrows and looked at the little lowly. So, how much salary are you going to give me? Unexpectedly, the little girl suddenly crossed her arms across her chest, like an experienced HR. Throwing the question back, then introduce yourself first. Look at your resume and tell me what services you can provide? Lindsay was stunned. This is the standard interviewer tone. Give him an illusion. I was not coaxing a child, but attending a job interview. Look carefully at the little man in front of you. The lively eyebrows, the proud demeanor. There is always an indescribable sense of familiarity. Never mind. I can't think of it, so I don't want to think about it anymore. Seeing that Lindsay was slow to answer, a trace of confusion flashed in the little lowly's eyes. Uncle, you don't want to make an offer? Lindsay stretched out 2 fingers mischievously. His original intention was to amuse the children and he had no intention of collecting any money. 2,000? The little girl asked tentatively. Seeing Lindsay's eyes widened, the little girl quickly changed her words and said, 20,000? Lindsay's expression gradually distorted. Before he could react, the little girl timidly raised the price, 200,000? Looking at the child's aggrieved look. Lindsay's defense was broken. Are kids' pocket money these days so wild? It turns out that a child really has 200,000 yuan. He suddenly understood the kidnapping cases in the news. The world of the rich. What a rich and inhumane person. This is not a child, he is clearly a walking ATM. If it weren't for the suppression of reason and moral sense. He almost blurted out, let's go with uncle. He waved his hands weakly, forget it, you keep the money, I'll leave when your mother comes. Mom! The little girl suddenly jumped down the stairs, waving desperately towards the distance. Uncle, that's my mother. Let her give you the money later. Lindsay looked in the direction she pointed. I saw a woman in a white dress walking towards me. She has a slim figure and exudes an elegant and calm temperament. The passers-by around became just a foil. As the distance gets closer, Lindsay's heartbeat suddenly started to speed up. Those eyes, that nose, those red lips. The moment Lindsay Dang saw the face of the person coming, like being struck by lightning, he hurriedly grabbed the doll's headgear and put it on his head. His voice changed. Is that your mother? Yes. The little girl blinked her big grape-like eyes and nodded proudly. Your mother's name is Su Qingqing? Lindsay's fingers were digging into the edge of the hood, and the sound was incredibly sharp. The little Lolita blinked her innocent eyes and said, Uncle knows my mother? My mom is awesome. Lindsay let out a dry breath from his throat, and his chest seemed to be stuffed with a tangled mess. Sharp? So awesome. That's so powerful that it can eat him alive. Lindsay complained wildly in his heart. In such a big city, how could I run into Su Qingqing again? Could it be that Su Qingqing hired someone to follow him? Etc. When did Su Qingqing have a child this big? Look at the age of the little girl. He was lost in thought. The familiar figure in my peripheral vision was getting closer and closer. Lindsay's fingers were shaking like Parkinson's. He pretended to be calm and said, Since your mother is here, I'll leave first. But uncle, the little girl didn't finish her words. It was interrupted by a gentle yet majestic call. Baby. Su Qingqing's voice came clearly. Mom. The little girl was like a happy little rabbit. He rushed over and hugged Lindsay's legs. She dragged him towards Su Qingqing. Mom, this uncle. He is so nice. Lindsay felt his temples throbbing. I never expected to get my first good guy card in my life. It actually came from this little girl who was willing to kill someone without paying for it. What's even worse is, Su Qingqing is already within reach. Su Qingqing frowned slightly, looking at this suspicious person wearing a cartoon mask. Good person? What decent person would hide themselves when meeting their parents? But for the sake of him taking care of his daughter, she still spoke politely. Thank you for taking care of my baby. Sorry for the trouble. Lindsay was about to open his mouth to respond when he suddenly realized that the sound would reveal his identity. If Su Qingqing discovered his identity, would you think he was following you? Deliberately approaching her daughter. That can't be washed away even if you jump into the Yellow River. He waved his hands hurriedly, pointing at the sparklers and balloons in his hands. Then he pointed to the stall in the distance, trying to use body language to show that he was going back to business. You? Su Qingqing's eyes were subtle. Doubts arose in my heart. Is he a deaf mute? Thinking of my previous suspicion of him, guilt quietly crept into my heart. Look at those balloons floating in the wind. Su Qingqing suddenly felt pity. I want all your balloons. How much? Just then, Tao Tao's clear childish voice rang out, Mom, this uncle asked me for 200,000 yuan, remember to give it to him. Su Qingqing's eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle. Lin Zhe only felt a darkness before his eyes. I almost choked on this sentence. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. He was so anxious that he didn't care to hide his identity and his voice broke. Chapter 17, Don't you mind if you pay for your ex-boyfriend's meal? She was the first to ask for payment. I just stretched out my hand and made a yes sign to tease her. Who knew this girl would directly ask for 200,000 yuan? 200,000? Enough to buy him a year's supply of cattle and horses. This familiar voice. Su Qingqing's pupils trembled slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Children speak without restraint. How about, I treat you to a meal? After all, if it weren't for you, I still don't know where she went. Lin Zhe shook his head like a rattle. The panicked movement made the headgear askew. No, no, no. Live like a lei feng and do good deeds without leaving a name. Since you have found the child, I will leave first. Having said that, he turned around and was about to flee from this embarrassing scene. Even the frog balloons scattered on the ground are not wanted. It feels like there is an evil ghost chasing me. Su Qingqing's eyes suddenly became sharp. The innocent voice of the little girl once again pushed the situation to a climax. Uncle, why are you leaving? Don't you know my mother? Lin Zhe felt that all the blood in his body had frozen. The back of my neck feels chilly. This little girl is simply here to ruin his show. Before he could react, Su Qingqing's cold voice pierced like an ice-hardened blade. Do we know each other? Lin Zhe no longer cared about disguising himself and ran away. Snap! Su Qingqing reached out and grabbed the strap of his hood. His tone was that of a winner. Since we know each other, we should have a meal together to express our gratitude. Lin Zhe struggled frantically, his voice full of despair. No, no, no. Yes. Su Qingqing's tone was firm. Really not necessary. Must use. Please let me go. No discussion. The tug of war between the two attracted the attention of passers-by and their curious looks. Lin Zhe wanted to cry but had no tears. What is this? Sizzle. Suddenly the hood fell off. The scene in front of me suddenly became bright. The heavy headgear had already fallen into Su Qingqing's hands. And his embarrassed look. Just exposed to the sun without reservation. Lin Zhe stood in the sun. Suddenly I felt cool. Fuck the pretense. I won't pretend anymore. Finally, I don't have to go to great lengths to hide my identity for fear of being discovered. A knife cuts horizontally and vertically. This exhilarating feeling is so great. Lin Zhe. It's you, after all. A meaningful smile appeared on Su Qingqing's lips. There was a gleam of insight in his eyes. She felt familiar with the voice and the way of speaking. And always wanted to escape. The expression on Lin Zhe's face froze instantly. He laughed dryly. Isn't this Mr. Su? Mr. Su, you are so busy, I didn't expect you to visit the park? Ahahaha, this is such a coincidence. Lin Zhe put on an exaggerated fake smile, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. She raised her eyes slightly, as if smiling. It's quite a coincidence. But she suddenly took a step closer. Can you explain why you pretended to be a stranger just now? Lin Zhe. This woman is still so good at chatting. Just talk till the end, okay? Lin Zhe's Adam's apple rolled violently, and his eyes unconsciously fell on the little Lolita next to him. This delicate and beautiful little person is Su Qingqing's daughter. The girl she once was is now a mother. Seeing that he remained silent, Su Qingqing followed his gaze. She looked at Tao Tao, who was standing obediently beside her. There was a hint of teasing in her tone. Why, my daughter is cute, right? This sentence is like a knife. Puff. The sound pierced Lin Zhe's heart. Even though I had already learned the truth from Tao Tao. But now I heard the confirmation from Su Qingqing herself. Memories of the past came flooding back like a tide. Those missed times. Those unspoken words. All of them turned into the indescribable complex emotions in my heart at this moment. Lindsay felt a tightness in his chest. It feels like someone stuffed a ball of soaked cotton into my body. It's so stuffy that I can't breathe. Depend on. Lindsay felt his heart breaking. His youth was gone just like that. He. Lindsay laughed dryly twice, and the sound was as floating as a kite with a broken string. I didn't expect your daughter to be this big already. Do you think we look alike, mother and daughter? Lindsay's eyes were empty. He smiled bitterly, pretending to be relaxed. How can mother and daughter not look alike? Oh. Or, let's have another son. Su Qingqing's voice was filled with a mischievous smile. Okay, I have enough of my son. As many as you want. Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing's pupils shrank slightly and her delicate eyebrows raised. He has a son. From the information assistant Lu gave her, Lindsay was clearly still single. Could it be that there was something wrong with my intelligence? She panicked. This realization made her feel inexplicably uneasy. But I stubbornly told myself in my heart, so what if he is married? You can get divorced after getting married. As for the son, at worst, she can raise it together. Just when she was upset, a touch of green suddenly caught my eye. She looked at Lindsay holding the frog doll in his hand. What's the meaning? For no reason, Su Qingqing thought of a rainy night in college. Lindsay was waiting downstairs of the dormitory building holding an umbrella. The umbrella was also this emerald green. Before the start of his junior year, Lindsay did help a female junior find the way. Could it be? Could it be that, at that time, Lindsay cheated on her? This thought made her face darken instantly. Lindsay looked at her expression, which changed faster than turning the pages of a book, and was completely confused. The old Su Qingqing is still better. Her face is like a blank piece of paper with everything written on it. Also easily shy. She blushes when I get close to her. Now, she's like an ice beauty. Or. Lindsay's voice brought Su Qingqing back to reality. Lindsay was seen holding a frog doll. With a smile on his face, he said, "My frog son, $10 each. You won't suffer any loss, you won't be cheated, and you can even get a good deal." Su Qingqing stared at the green doll. He felt his temples throbbing. Is this Toad your son? What are you talking about? Lindsay acted like a dramatic character and covered his chest exaggeratedly. With a look of deep sorrow, he said, "As its father, I will never allow you to slander my son like this. This is the cutest little frog in the world. I have many sons, a little pink pig, a little white sheep, a little white rabbit. Watch his exaggerated performance." Su Qingqing suddenly felt that her previous wild thoughts were a little ridiculous. She loosened her clenched fists, and the sweat from her palms soaked the hem of her skirt. It's all included. Take as much as you want. How embarrassing. Lindsay declined verbally, but started to count the inventory swiftly. There are 86 in total. The original price is 860. Considering our old friendship, 800 will be fine. When Su Qingqing scanned the code to pay, she transferred an extra 500 yuan. The rest is for you to have dinner with me. She shook her phone and said with a half smile, "I heard the urban management here is quite strict." Lindsay rolled his eyes, but didn't refuse. But the words changed when they came to my lips. It's not so good. Does your family mind? Do you mind if you pay for your ex-boyfriend's meal? Chapter 18. I want to see which bastard it is. Which man can accept his wife and children having dinner with another man? What's more, the man having dinner is his wife's ex-boyfriend and financial sponsor. Su Qingqing heard this and raised her lips. You hope he minds? Do you mind? What do I mind? But think about it. I also didn't see this man go to Su Qingqing's company to pick her up and drop her off at Get Off Work. I guess they don't have a good relationship. The relationship between husband and wife must not be very harmonious. Why don't you speak? Or do you hope he minds? Su Qingqing saw that Lindsay didn't say anything and asked. What does it have to do with me? Lindsay turned his face away, his voice muffled. But he thought of the man he had never met. Thinking that Su Qingqing is already taken. Being a wife and a mother. The frog doll in his hand was almost crushed. Eat it. He wanted to see what kind of man Su Qingqing found. When the three of them arrived at the restaurant next to the park, the waiter's warm greeting made the atmosphere more subtle. Welcome. Today's special offer for parent-child meals. Lindsay looked at the waiter's attentive smile. I wish I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. On the other hand, Su Qingqing walked into the box with Tao Tao calmly. Elegantly ordered, give me a family meal, and order the rest later. When the tableware with father's name printed on it was placed in front of me, Lindsay felt his temples throbbing. Look at the mother in front of Su Qingqing again. The daughter in front of Tao Tao. This damn sense of ritual. It made him feel very uncomfortable. When will Tao Tao's father come? Lindsay asked cautiously. Su Qingqing wiped the dishes slowly and leisurely, her eyes swept across his tense profile. Why are you so concerned? I just feel like this atmosphere is weird. Lindsay muttered, poking the rice in the bowl with chopsticks. I feel guilty for getting a cheap job for nothing. I inexplicably feel a sense of guilt for occupying someone else's nest. Did you do something wrong? Su Qingqing asked back with a smile. Lindsay's hands trembled. This meal was extremely painful. He feels schizophrenic. While hoping that Su Qingqing can be happy. I don't want her to be happy. Sometimes happy, sometimes sad. His desire left a place in her heart. I don't want Su Qingqing to forget him. Even if she hates me. Hated by her. She was retaliated against. Better than being forgotten by her. Cheating. He couldn't help but curse himself in his heart. Life is too hard. It was so bitter that he wanted to cut his wrists with potato chips. He doesn't want to live this miserable life for even one more day. Lindsay had no taste for the food and just stuffed it into his mouth mechanically. In contrast, Su Qingqing had a surprisingly good appetite and even ordered 2 more meals. Seeing her eating with gusto, Lindsay felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. She is living such a good life now, that man must dote on her very much, right? Thinking of this, he unconsciously poked the piece of meat in the bowl hard until the good piece of meat turned into minced meat. When he put down his chopsticks, he glanced at the bone plate with his father's name on it and felt mixed emotions. Are you full? Su Qingqing wiped the corner of her mouth gracefully, her eyes fell on his irritable little movements, and the corners of her lips unconsciously rose. After so many years, he hasn't changed at all, and all his emotions are hidden in these subtle movements. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the box door. The uniformed waiter pushed open half of the door and stepped aside to make way, revealing the man hiding behind her. Excuse me, this gentleman said he wants to go with you. Dad. Tao Tao's eyes lit up instantly and she cheered crisply. Lindsay looked up suddenly. Staring at the door. I'd like to see. It's that dog man. This man suddenly appeared. Is he Tao Tao's father? Su Qingqing's current partner? Lindsay seemed calm on the surface. Crazy complaints in my heart. That's it? That's it? Has Su Qingqing's aesthetic taste been eaten by a dog? Lindsay looked at the other person calmly. Square facial features, strong facial lines and gentle eyes. The white shirt is worn on the slightly thin body. He exudes the simple and honest aura of an honest man. Lindsay made a quick comparison in his mind. Age, I win. The other person looks at least 5 years older than me. Appearance, a crushing victory. The opponent's hairline has begun to recede. Temperament, beat the hell out of this place. The other party has entered middle age. He is a 30-year-old greasy uncle. This is a silent battle. He crushed it all. Damn. However, it is hard to imagine. Su Qingqing is such a dazzling woman. What do you like about him? Because he's old? Because he has a belly? Baby. Wang Yuanzhang responded with a smile and walked to Tao Tao in 2 steps. He picked up Tao Tao with such skillful movements that it made people feel heartbroken. At this time, Wang Yuan seemed to have just discovered Lindsay's existence. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Who is? Hello, I'm Lindsay. He straightened his back and smiled confidently, trying to overwhelm the other person with his momentum. Aren't you Qingqing's elder brother Zhang? Su Qingwan suddenly interrupted. Her ears flushed. Tao Tao almost got lost in the park today, thanks to him for helping to look after Tao Tao. Wang Yuan is looking down at his daughter, his eyes are both helpless and doting. Running around again? Tao Tao buried her little face in the crook of her father's neck and muttered, obviously it was Mom who lost it first. This is a warm picture of a family of 3. It hurt Lin Zhe's heart. This child always likes to run around. Wang Yuanjing smiled and shook his head. Then he turned to Lin Zhe and said, I am really sorry to bother you today. You're welcome. The attitude of the head of the family was like a heavy hammer, shattering all of Lin Zhe's pride. He tried to respond politely, but his fingertips dug deep into his palms. Cao Dao suddenly raised her little face and said, Dad, Uncle is so handsome. I want my uncle to be my mom's boyfriend. Lin Zhe? What is going on? Chen Shuo was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Let me be your mom's boyfriend? Does your dad agree? He stole a glance at Wang Yuanzhang. What the hell? This dad is actually nodding? Which naughty kid is trying to match his mom up in front of his dad? Is the little butt made of iron? If I don't beat him, is he still my father? Hurry. Give your children an unforgettable childhood. Our Nyonyo has a sharp eye. Wang Yuan is smiling like an old father. Your Uncle Lin's temperament is a perfect match for your Aunt Sue. Lin Zhe's pupils trembled. Did you take the wrong medicine? Or has the world changed? I can't be hallucinating, right? Lin Zhe pretended to be calm. Brother Zhang, I am Mr. Su's subordinate. Wang Yuan's eyes were scanning back and forth between Lin Zhe and Su Qingqing. There was a mysterious smile on his lips that said, I understand. Chapter 19, he cares so much about whether she is married and has children. He had heard the rumors about their past. Su Qingqing didn't go to the headquarters but insisted on transferring to the branch. It is euphemistically called commercial layout. Who would believe that? Not to mention, now it is a superior-subordinate relationship. Hey. Who knows whether he is a subordinate or a subordinate? Only young people know how to play. Have a forbidden romance in the office. So exciting. Su Qingqing nodded calmly, absolutely true. Yes, it's my honor to work under President Su. Lin Zhe felt uneasy when Wang Yuan was staring at him, so he agreed reluctantly. Wang Yuan's eyes are burning. You are not simple either. To be able to make Su Qingqing miss him for so many years. How can he be an ordinary person? Lin Zhe's heart was filled with alarm. This man's attitude is too abnormal. When faced with his wife's scandalous boyfriend, he is not annoyed. Still full of appreciation? Su Qingqing saw that the topic was going off the track, so she changed the subject. Where's Sister Xiaoyun? She. Wang Yuan shook his head helplessly. You know she does everything slowly. The words haven't finished yet. The door of the box was half opened. A hearty laugh floated in. Hey, why are my ears suddenly hot? Someone is talking about me? We've caught him this time. Following the sound, a plump woman walked in. When she caught a glimpse of Lin Zhe, she was slightly startled, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Mom! Cao Dao rushed over happily. Lin Zhe's CPU burned out instantly. Completely confused. He stared wide-eyed and glanced back and forth between Cheng Xiaoyun and Su Qingqing. Finally, he looked at Wang Yuanzhang in disbelief. Wang Yuan was seen taking his wife's bag very naturally. He took the bag from his wife with one hand and held his daughter steadily with the other. The movements are so familiar that they seem to be engraved in the bones. He is a real good husband. This moment, Lin Zhe felt as if he was struck by lightning. It turns out that the clown who was kept in the dark was actually myself. Looking at Su Qingqing pretending to be calm, an inexplicable sense of pleasure welled up in his heart. Left me. Her taste in choosing men is worrying. My ex-boyfriend is the ceiling for your choice of a partner. But Wang Yuanzhang is such a scumbag. The red flag is flying at home, and the colorful flags are fluttering outside? What exactly did Su Qingqing like about him? Su Qingqing is actually willing to be someone's stepmother? Still accept this abnormal relationship? What made Lin Zhe even more angry was, ever since this lady showed up, Wang Yuanzhang's attention was completely attracted by her. He didn't even give Su Qingqing any glances. How can this be tolerated? Thinking back to the time when Su Qingqing was with him, had she ever been treated so coldly? No, I have to let this out. Boss Su. Lin Zhe suddenly raised his voice. I heard that the people pursuing you are lining up all the way to France. Show off now. Make this scumbag feel a little bit of crisis. Su Qingqing looked confused. There were question marks in his eyes as he looked at Lin Zhe. What does this have to do with anything? What is Lin Zhe talking about? Chen Shu gritted his teeth in anger. I've put the words right in front of your mouth. You still don't know how to pick up the conversation? Man. Aren't all men like this? The more you fight for something, the more precious it seems. Open your mouth quickly. Real? Chang Xiaoyun was getting excited. Is it true? Qingqing, why didn't you tell me? I thought you could never get over that. That part? Which part? Are you talking about me? Wang Yuanzhang also mentioned it just now. Both of them seemed to know Su Qingqing's past very well. Etc. Lin Zhe suddenly reacted. Could it be that I have misunderstood something? Don't talk nonsense. Su Qingqing interrupted hurriedly. Chang Xiaoyun turned to Lin Zhe and said, You are Lin Zhe, right? Lin Zhe. What the hell? Who is this? Ah. How did this woman know his name? He has no impression? Chang Xiaoyun looked at him with a bewildered expression. She complained, You are so forgetful. I am Su Qingqing's best friend and my name is Chang Xiaoyun. When Su Qingqing was not feeling well, you asked me to take care of her. Lin Zhe. I remember. No. Big sister. You've gained at least 2 sizes compared to 4 years ago, okay? A hint of mischief flashed across Chang Xiaoyun's eyes. Come to think of it, I've seen you more than once. Ah? Lin Zhe's brain was working frantically, but he couldn't remember anything. Chang Xiaoyun recalled. One weekend, you were driving a limited edition sports car and when you were reversing, you knocked over a roadside trash can, and the flowers were scattered all over the ground. She continued, The most amazing thing is that you actually squatted on the ground and picked up the petals one by one, and made a heart in front of Qingqing's door. Chang Xiaoyun recalled the young man dressed in luxury goods who squatted in the garbage dump like a sanitation worker to show his love. Quite contrasting, quite innocent. Later, her grandmother fell ill and was hospitalized, and she rarely went back. When we met again, Su Qingqing seemed to have lost her soul. She was depressed for a long time. Although it is not clear what exactly happened. But Chang Xiaoyun is very sure. All the hard work Su Qingqing put in over the years. Including her biological parents finding Su Qingqing, she is willing to recognize them. And take the initiative to work in the enterprise. All for Lin Zhe in front of him. But it seems now. Chang Xiaoyun's eyes moved between the two of them. Their positions seemed to have been switched. In the past, it was Lin Zhe who pursued her, and now it is Su Qingqing who pursues him. Lin Zhe was a little embarrassed, avoided his gaze, and said, I have a bad memory, huh? Oh shit. How come someone still remembers this dark history? Those self-proclaimed romantic actions. Looking back now, it was a scene of social demise. I thought that was the ceiling of my secret love. I was so moved by myself. Now think back. He actually believed what was said on the internet back then. When a girl says no, it means she wants it. It's a lie that to pursue a girl you have to be persistent. It's just so stupid. It caused a lot of trouble for Su Qingqing. What is even worse is, he actually didn't know that Su Qingqing was allergic to rose pollen. Chasing someone into the emergency room. Life. Who hasn't done something in their youth that still makes them dig their toes into the ground when they think about it years later? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Life, it passes by in the blink of an eye. Lin Zhe comforted himself silently. But he didn't expect that Su Qingqing's best friend still remembered such a small thing. Really? No wonder they are best friends and can play together. Lin Zhe stole a glance at Su Qingqing and found that she was cutting steak elegantly and feeding the little girl. Su Qingqing cares so much about this little loli. Could it really be her biological child? Su Qingqing noticed his gaze. He kept staring to see what it meant. You care so much about whether she is married and has children. This idiot couldn't really think that Tao Tao was my daughter. Forget it, I won't tease him anymore. She raised her eyes and glanced at him. Tao Tao is my goddaughter. Oh. Lin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Wait for her to explain why to herself. Chapter 20 If I had been braver. Is Su Qingqing afraid that he will misunderstand? He didn't care at all whether this little lowly was born by Su Qingqing. He won't be fooled again. I thought he would care. Su Qingqing thinks too highly of herself. Snort. I want to embarrass her in public. You set this up on purpose just to see him lose his composure, right? I thought so. How could Su Qingqing suddenly be so kind as to invite him to dinner? It turned out that she was waiting for him here. So this is basically a home banquet? Bringing my best friend and her family to watch, what a good plan. Are you waiting here just to see him make a fool of himself? Is it fun to see him at a loss? This girl has become a bad person now. With his current level, he can't beat Su Qingqing at all. Got to slip away. Must escape quickly. Chang Shouyun's eyes flickered slightly, and she recalled the way Su Qingqing seemed to be hesitant to speak when they talked on the phone 2 days ago. She suddenly turned to Lin Zhe and asked with a smile. Lin Zhe, you just said there is a young talent pursuing our Qingqing? Who are they? This. How would he know? Just said it casually. The original intention was not to let Wang Yuanjing look down on Su Qingqing. Now look what happens, you're roasting yourself on the fire. Who knew Wang Yuan was actually her best friend's husband? Lin Zhe was speechless for a moment. Chang Shouyun continued to smile and said, but that's normal. I know that director Zhou Changyuan of Yunting Investment Bank has a double degree from Ivy League and has been in love with Qingqing for a long time. Lin Zhe's fingers unconsciously clenched the napkin. He knew that Zhou Changyuan, the elite who always appeared in financial magazines, was indeed worthy of Su Qingqing. Chang Shouyun looked at Lin Zhe, who was like a tumbler that would only move when poked, and decided to add fuel to the fire. Qingqing seemed to have a relationship after college, but the guy didn't even tell her to break up in person and just disappeared. She deliberately slowed down her speech and continued, Qingqing doesn't have a partner now. I guess it's because she was hurt too badly by this man. Lin Zhe was suddenly horrified. While chatting, she turned her anger towards him. Isn't this a common tactic used by women? First paralyze the prey, then kill it with one blow. Especially. Chang Shouyun said that Su Qingqing had a relationship when she was in college. Every word felt like a knife stabbing into his heart. That person is him. Damn it, is this going to be a reckoning? Is the trivial matter from back then going to be turned upside down? Considering the relationship between Chang Shouyun and Su Qingqing, if they knew about it, they would tear him to pieces, right? What the hell? How can this be called a meal? This is clearly a journey to the execution ground. The battle between enemies turned from one-on-one into a team battle. Lin Zhe glanced at the little girl nestled in Chang Shouyun's arms. Wait, that's 4. By the way. Lin Zhe, which school did you graduate from? What a coincidence. Mr. Su and I are schoolmates. He answered stiffly, feeling like a knife was hanging over his head. Fatal problem. This is absolutely a fatal problem. Lin Zhe broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Please ask a few more questions. Just know. I am the scumbag ex who didn't even dare to tell my ex about the breakup to his face. Is it surprising? Is it exciting? Do you want to cut me into pieces? Oh. Chang Shouyun dragged out the tone meaningfully. Looking at the beads of sweat on his temples, she said, why are you sweating? The air conditioner is set at a very low temperature. No, I'm a natural sweater. Lin Zhe took the tissue handed to him. After wiping it, I realized. This paper was handed to me by Su Qingqing. My hands trembled and I almost dropped the tissue. Thinking back to the time when I ordered Su Qingqing to serve tea and water, and when I played basketball, I asked her to be my follower and carry my bag. Cold sweat immediately flowed like a waterfall. 8 words popped into my mind. God has its own way of retribution, no one can escape it. Su Qingqing is here to collect debts. Chang Shouyun saw the two people's hands retracting as if they had been electrocuted. There was a sly gleam in her eyes. This good show has just begun. You and Su Qingqing are from the same university. Do you think the boy who missed her back then will regret it now? Lin Zhe's breathing stagnated. I said? What can I say? Lin Zhe felt like he was being roasted on a fire. Chang Shouyun's gentle smile hides the tip of a poison knife. But it made him feel like sitting on pins and needles, like a thorn in his back and a fishbone stuck in his throat. Chang Shouyun looked at him. If you were that person, would you regret it? Ha ha. He laughed dryly. This directly named. It would be too fake to play dumb any longer. Chang Xiaoyun may not be aware of his past with Su Qingwan. But the person involved, Su Qingwan, must know everything. At this moment, he could even feel Su Qingwan's gaze on him. Lin Zhe said nervously, maybe. As soon as he finished speaking, he clearly noticed that the gaze gradually dimmed as he spoke. The little girl suddenly raised her pink phone watch and called out in a baby voice, "Uncle, Tata wants to add you on WeChat." No problem. Lin Ziru was pardoned. After he knew that the little loli was not Su Qingqing's biological daughter. Lin Zhe thought this little guy was so cute that he was glowing. He showed the QR code immediately, "Just scan it here." Drop. Another code scanning sound was heard at the same time. Su Qingqing looked at the account that popped up and raised her eyebrows. Small? Lin Zhe. Depend on. What's wrong? A small number is not a number? The big account is full of business secrets of the part-time group. Can I show it to you? But you said this in front of the child. Dismantle the stage in person. How hurtful. Inside the restaurant's private room. You scared him. Su Qingqing looked at Chang Xiaoyun, who was teasing Tao Tao. There was still no expression on her cold and beautiful face. But the unconscious movement of his fingertips stroking the wineglass revealed his emotions. Something happened in his family, and he has had a hard time in the past few years. Chang Xiaoyun stuffed Tao Tao into Wang Yuanjing's arms. She stood up and sat next to Su Qingwan, looking at her cold expression. Why do you become more like ice as you grow older? She's not as cute as she was when she was little. Su Qingqing looked at her helplessly. Sister Xiaoyun, I'm talking to you about serious matters. I'm talking to you about serious matters, too. Chang Xiaoyun smiled and touched her head, and comforted her softly. If he can't even stand this little test, is it worth it for you to care about him for so many years? But that brat's words are so slippery that it's hard to find any evidence against him. I guess even you, as the president, can't do anything about him. Lin Zhe's fall from a rich second generation to an ordinary person is a gap that not everyone can bear. Not to mention Lin Zhe, who fell from a wealthy family to the slums. From the conversation just now, Lin Zhe's eyes were still clear, without a trace of calculation. Just this look alone is enough to make Chang Xiaoyun value Lin Zhe. Not to mention. Chang Xiaoyun mercilessly exposed her little thoughts. Don't you want to know if he regrets breaking up with you? Su Qingqing immediately turned her head to look out the window, pretending to be very interested in the dark clouds. Chang Xiaoyun chuckled. Just pretend. Some people back then were. Sister Xiaoyun. Su Qingqing covered her mouth with her hand, and her icy face finally cracked. Does Lin Zhe regret it? She doesn't know. But she regretted it. If I had been braver. Could it have been avoided? Chapter 21. Brother Lin Zhe obviously has feelings for her. Lin Zhe almost ran away from the hotel. The cold wind blew on my hot face. He shook his head fiercely, trying to shake Su Qingqing out of his mind. Suddenly a drop of rain hit the tip of my nose. Looking up at the sky, it was covered with dark clouds. Fuck. Even the weather is against me? He immediately ran to the bus stop and waited for the bus to go home. The key was inserted into the keyhole and was about to open the door. Suddenly the door opened from the inside. Welcome back. Brother Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe was so frightened that he took 3 steps back and looked carefully. Xiao Jiaxue was wearing a lace halter dress that just reached her thighs. The side-tied ponytail swayed with the movement. A few strands of hair stuck to her rosy face, adding a bit of agility and cuteness. You? Lin Zhe's Adam's apple rolled. Why are you in my house? Xiao Jiaxue shook the keychain in her hand, making a crisp sound. Auntie gave it to me and said you have a stomachache. Suddenly exclaimed, oh my god, you are soaked. Before Lin Zhe could react, he was pushed towards the bathroom by a soft little hand. Go take a shower. Or you'll catch a cold. During the pushing and shoving, Lin Zhe could feel the warmth of her palm coming through the thin shirt. Bang. The bathroom door is closed. In the bathroom. Clatter. Lin Zhe was taking a shower when suddenly an electronic sound rang in his head. Lin Zhe suddenly heard the system voice in his mind. In the summer, you look at your childhood sweetheart Xiao Jiaxue, who has grown up with you. She is getting more and more beautiful. Whenever she wears a skirt, you can't help but secretly look at the girl's pleated skirt. Although the pleated skirt covers her knees, the well-behaved sister always dresses conservatively and is very shy. Every time you meet her, your eyes always secretly look at the girl's pleated skirt. Brother Lindsay, can you help me open the bottle? I can't open it. The weak sister Cho Joshua begged you for help. But your eyes only fell on the girl's long pleated skirt, and you couldn't help but think. If the skirt is lifted, the girl's legs must be very straight. I want to explore the girl's panty style today. Task: agree to the request made by your childhood sweetheart Cho Joshua. Reward: basic attribute point +1. Depend on. The system sounds startled him. Lindsay almost slipped in the bathroom. Brother Lindsay, hurry up and wash up, the meal will be ready soon. Cho Joshua's voice came from outside the door. Good. A door separates. Cho Joshua leaned against the bathroom door, listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, and took a deep breath. She looked down at her fingertips. The touch of his back just now still lingers on my fingertips. Wow, his muscles are so hard. She suddenly covered her hot face. What am I thinking about? 10 minutes later. Lindsay walked out wiping his hair and was dazzled by the dining table. There were 3 dishes and a soup on the table. The steamed sea bases drizzled with golden soy sauce, giving off an alluring sheen. The shrimp and choy some are so green that water can drip out of them. Sweet and sour spare ribs are coated in an amber sauce. The seafood soup was steaming with milky white steam, and the fresh aroma went straight into my nose. There was a flash of surprise in Lindsay's eyes. These dishes must have taken a lot of effort on your part. Lindsay's Adam's apple rolled, and his chopsticks were suspended in the air, not falling down for a long time. What time did you get up to cook it? Cho Joshua sat opposite. She held her face with both hands, her almond eyes curved into crescents, and she looked expectant. Try it quickly and see if it tastes good. Lindsay picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it into his mouth. As soon as the ribs enter your mouth, the sweet and sour sauce explodes on your tongue. The meat is just the right amount of tender. Lindsay's eyes widened suddenly. This is Michelin level, right? Is it delicious? Cho Joshua stared at his expression nervously, her fingers unconsciously clenched. In order to take good care of brother Lindsay. In order to be a qualified wife, she took classes in cooking for a long time. I don't know if the food I cook will suit his taste. Absolutely amazing. Cho Joshua's eyes lit up instantly. Putting her hands on her cheeks for support, she smiled and said, as long as you like it, it's good to eat. Lindsay's chopsticks danced, leaving afterimages. He scooped another spoonful of seafood soup. The moment the soup enters your throat, he suddenly froze. Wait, the smell. It's the store in front of the junior high school, right? Cho Joshua shook her head proudly. I talked to the boss for 3 months and finally used 5,000 yuan to persuade him to give up. Lindsay didn't expect that she was a pampered young lady. I actually love cooking so much. Yes. Cho Joshua seemed to suddenly remember something. Putting down her chopsticks, she clasped her hands together and looked at Lindsay with her big watery eyes blinking. I moved across from you. But I still have some things to sort out. Help me, brother. A man who takes favors from others is grateful for what he has received. Lindsay, who had just finished his meal, couldn't possibly refuse the request of the beautiful girl in front of him. All right. Open the door. Cho Joshua opened her hands. Welcome to my new home. Lindsay looked at the tidy room. Cho Joshua's new home has been tidied up, with several cardboard boxes sitting neatly in the corner. There was a row of stuffed dolls lined up on the sofa, looking like they were welcoming everyone. Where do you need help? Lindsay looked around. Cho Joshua bit her lower lip and quietly pointed her finger towards the bedroom. The sheets haven't been changed yet. I can't do it alone. In the bedroom. Cho Joshua knelt on the mattress. The hem of the light pink suspender skirt slid to the thigh root as she moved, revealing skin as white as jade. Cho Joshua was struggling with the quilt. She grabbed the corner of the quilt with her fingers and stuffed it in, but it became more and more tangled. Finally, the whole person almost got in. Under the warm yellow light. Cho Joshua's waist is bent in an alluring curve. Lindsay suddenly felt his throat dry. I quietly lowered the air conditioner by 5 degrees. This bedsheet, does it have to be changed? Why can't I tuck the corner of this quilt in? She murmured softly. When she leaned over, the neckline slipped down slightly, revealing a soft curve that was barely visible. Lindsay stood by the bed to help. The scent of jasmine wafting from the girl's hair, mixed with a faint milky sweetness, went straight to Lindsay's nose. The few strands of unruly hair on the back of her neck swayed slightly with her movements. Lindsay's eyes were attracted uncontrollably. It made his fingertips itch. "Let me help you." His voice was a little hoarse. Xiao Joshua looked up when she heard the voice. The shoulder strap suddenly slipped off, revealing the rounded shoulder line and delicate collarbone. She had no idea how attractive she was at the moment. Oops, she forgot to learn to make her bed. Will Brother Lindsay think she is stupid? She smiled shyly. Her lips were moist and shiny. "This is much harder than cooking, ah." Before she finished her words, she tugged at the bed sheet and suddenly lost her balance and fell backwards. Lindsay's pupils suddenly shrank. "Careful." Lindsay almost instinctively rushed forward, his strong arms tightly wrapped around that slender waist. The two of them fell into the soft bedding together. There was a muffled sound. Lindsay supported his elbow on her ear to avoid putting his whole body weight on her. But this posture. It's so terrible. Chapter 22, The young couple must drag me in as an extra. Through the thin clothes, Lindsay could clearly feel the girl's rapid heartbeat. Her warm breath sprayed on his Adam's apple, causing a shudder. His eyes traced her face uncontrollably. The slightly open lips were delicate in color and glowed with an alluring watery luster. Xiao Joshua felt dizzy. So close. It was so close that she could count Lindsay's drooping eyelashes and see her own reflection in his pupils. This scene is a bit similar to the Japanese drama she has been following recently. Will Brother Lindsay be like in Japanese dramas? The male protagonist. Bend down and kiss her? Just imagine this scene. Ah, so shy. But a secret expectation welled up in my heart. She is still wearing lace underwear today. The clerk said that she looked very beautiful and pure in it, and the color suited her skin very well. I wonder if Brother Lindsay will like it. Brother Lindsay. Her voice was soft, with an unconscious coquettishness at the end. Lindsay jumped back as if he had been electrocuted. The tips of the ears feel hot. Sorry. He stepped back in panic. Xiao Joshua sat up slowly, lowering her head to tidy up her messy skirt. Hide your hot cheeks and lost mood. He ran away. Go out and get me a glass of water. Xiao Joshua's pink lips pursed slightly when she heard that. Big wood. She turned around angrily. Suddenly my ankles got tangled in the sheets. The whole person rushed forward. Ah! At the same time, he fell on Lindsay. Lindsay's face sank into softness. The warm scent of jasmine mixed with milk instantly filled his nose, drowning him instantly. Time seems to be stretched. Until the feeling of suffocation came. A muffled groan came from my chest. He jumped up with a bang, and as he retreated in panic, he hit the wardrobe with a bang. I'm going to fix the shower. He almost ran away, and even the area behind his ears was red and bleeding. Xiao Joshua put her hands on her chest, holding her heart that was about to jump out. Looking at his embarrassed back, the corners of her mouth secretly raised a sweet arc. She looked at Lindsay's back as he fled in panic, and a sweet smile secretly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Brother Lindsay, is this shy? In the bathroom. Lindsay looked at himself in the mirror with red ears. The soft touch just now seemed to still remain on my face. He has always treated Xiao Joshua as his sister. But at that moment, my body was more honest than my mind. Don't let your imagination run wild. Washed my face vigorously with cold water. He took a deep breath and pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket. Opened the balcony door. The night breeze brushed across my hot cheeks. Lighted a cigarette. The taste of nicotine finally calmed my restless heartbeat a little. He recalled the system prompt that flashed through his mind just now. Task: agree to the request made by your childhood sweetheart Xiao Joshua. Reward: basic attribute point +1 completed. Put out the second cigarette. Lindsay returned to the bathroom and installed a new shower head. He deliberately moved very slowly, and only returned to the bedroom after making sure that he had completely calmed down. Xiao Joshua had been sent to the kitchen to make tea. All that was left in the bedroom were the messy sheets. Lindsay sighed and resigned himself to starting to tidy up. He ran his fingers over the silky sheets. Suddenly I noticed a small LQ embroidered in the corner. What brand is this? After making the bed, Lindsay stood by the bed and looked around. My eyes were suddenly drawn to the photo frame on the desk. 3 photos were neatly arranged, all of them were group photos of them. The most recent one was the day he received his college acceptance letter. In the photo, Joshua is wearing a white dress and smiling like a flower. Although he has a stern face, his arms are carefully protecting her behind her. So she has been keeping it. Lindsay whispered to himself, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the photo frame. Brother Lindsay? Joshua's voice came from the door. Joshua leaned against the door with a cup of tea in her hand, her eyes curved in the heat. What are you looking at? Nothing. Lindsay quickly put down the photo frame and took the teacup from her hand. The bed is made and the shower is fixed. Joshua's eyes curved into crescents. Brother Lindsay was shy just now. You looked so cute. Who's shy? Lindsay pretended to be angry, but he failed when he met her smiling eyes. Okay, it's getting late, I should go back. Well, good night. Joshua saw him to the door. Suddenly she grabbed his clothes and said, see you tomorrow. Lindsay watched her looking at him expectantly with her big watery eyes. The word rejection circled on his lips. Finally it turned into a helpless sigh. Okay. In the dead of night, Joshua was lying on the bed that had just been made. He buried himself in the quilt and took a deep breath. The faint scent of Lindsay still lingered on the sheets, reminding her of the unexpected hug just now. She rolled over and buried her face in the pillow, screaming silently. Today's progress was better than she expected. Brother Lindsay obviously has feelings for her. It's just that the wooden head doesn't know how to express himself. Take your time, she whispered to herself, her fingers tracing the small LQ embroidery on the bedsheet. Early morning, in the president's office. Su Qingqing sat elegantly at her desk, tapping the table with her fingertips. I need to find someone to discuss this contract with me now. Who do you think is more suitable? Bai Weiwei, who had just entered the office, paused and 3 question marks instantly popped up in her head. You called me here just for this? She is not the department manager, so how can she have the say? Shouldn't this kind of personnel arrangement be discussed in a meeting with the heads of each department? She maintained a professional smile on her face, but her mind was working rapidly. Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Commerce is very capable and in the industry, he said while secretly observing Su Qingqing's expression. Bai Weiwei made the recommendation cautiously while observing Su Qingqing's expression changes out of the corner of her eye. Her gaze is the ruler. She noticed that Su Qingqing's brows frowned slightly. Oh no! It seems that Mr. Su is not satisfied. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he changed the subject, but Minister Zhang doesn't seem to be in a good state recently. I recommend Lindsay. He is a model worker in our company and never makes mistakes when doing things. He is not worthy of President Su. Bah! Accompany you. I want to die. Why did you slip up at the critical moment? The boss has an office romance. Can you say something like I'm worthy of you on stage? She quietly raised her eyes and peeked, and saw that Su Qingqing looked normal, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qingqing pretended to be hesitant. Since you recommend it so strongly, let him try it. It's Lindsay. Bai Weiwei. Directly selected, and even put on this show. Do you young lovers have to drag me in as an extra when you are flirting? In the mind of workers. Do you know what to say? Su Qingqing's voice brought her back to reality. Bai Weiwei immediately straightened her back, patted her chest, and promised solemnly, don't worry, Mr. Su. I will complete the task. The bonus will be doubled at the end of the month. Swish. Chapter 23. I lose if I don't choke the old man and make him leave the table immediately. Bai Weiwei's eyes instantly lit up like searchlights, and the corners of her mouth curled up wildly. Tired? Tired of what? I am full of energy now. You can get money for supporting CP, what a magical job. This wave of huge profit. Ms. Su, you are my sister. When Bai Weiwei walked out of the office, her steps were so light as if she was stepping on springs. She walked to Lindsay's workstation in her high heels. She deliberately said in a business-like tone. There is an important contract today, go and discuss it. Travel expenses are fully covered, bonuses are calculated separately. Lindsay looked up from the computer screen and looked at her suspiciously. Am I going alone? Yeah. Bai Weiwei nodded without blushing or beating her heart. No way. And there is Mr. Su. Find an excuse to be alone with you. You who are in love. Lindsay narrowed his eyes and looked at her. Can you believe what this woman says? Last time you lied to me and said Su Qingqing wasn't going to the team building, and what happened? Ha ha. I will remember the chance encounter in the hot spring during team building for the rest of my life. Now, he no longer has any trust in Bai Weiwei. No. He leaned back in his chair and twirled his pen leisurely. Wouldn't it be nice to slack off at work? Who wants to look at Party A's face? Bai Weiwei immediately used her trump card, double the bonus. She gestured with her hands and feet, and described in vivid detail the attractive commission ratio of the bonus. There are also project entertainment expenses, you know. I don't accept it. Bai Weiwei widened his eyes and stared at Lindsay as if he had discovered a new continent. Ha! Something is wrong. This is completely different from her impression of Lindsay. His eyes turn green whenever he mentions bonuses. Why not go today? Is this the wrong medicine? Could it be that he had a quarrel with President Su? She suddenly remembered the last team building event. After Lindsay left the hot spring resort, Su Qingqing also left. As expected, President Su went to find Lindsay. Thinking of this, she suddenly realized, and her eyes were full of gossip. It seems that Mr. Su didn't do a good job of coaxing people during the last team building event. Bai Weiwei immediately smiled like an auntie. His eyes were full of the kindness of someone who had experienced it. She said earnestly, Lindsay, I am a few years older than you after all, and I have walked more detours than you have walked. Listen to my advice. Sister Bai. Lindsay interrupted her without any hesitation. You yourself always take detours. Who are you trying to persuade others to do so? Bai Weiwei was almost choked by the retort and her fair cheeks instantly turned red. She was so angry that she slammed the table and said, I was kind enough to show you the way, but you mock me? She instantly turned evil and showed her vicious side. One last question, do you accept it or not? No take it. Lindsay dragged out his voice and even crossed his legs leisurely. Fire me if you can. After taking 3 deep breaths, Bai Weiwei smiled sinisterly, slowly took out his phone from his pocket, and tapped the screen with his finger. Just in time, I'm talking about someone in the company group who came out of Mr. Su's room in the middle of the night. Before she could finish her words, Lindsay stood up. Oh my god. Where's the contract? I'll go now. Bai Weiwei proudly shook her carefully groomed wavy long hair and whispered, Little guy, I can't cure you. She adjusted her collar elegantly. All the information is in the folder. We'll leave at 9 o'clock. Bai Weiwei was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly, as if she had just remembered something, she gave a sly smile. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. She deliberately dragged out the tone. You have a partner. Lindsay's heart skipped a beat and he instantly had a bad feeling. Downstairs of the company. Lindsay walked out of the elevator with heavy steps, holding a folder in his hand, his heart in turmoil. Downstairs of the company. Lindsay looked at the car parked on the side of the road and Su Qingqing, who was slowly lowering the window in the driver's seat. His face was filled with despair. I knew it. Su Qingqing put one hand on the steering wheel, raised the corner of her lips, and gently pressed the horn. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Lindsay swallowed and asked cautiously, Boss Su, how about, I should drive it? Su Qingqing looked at him with a half smile. Why, you don't believe in my driving skills? I dare not. Isn't this taking care of women? Lindsay laughed dryly. He has psychological trauma. He can't forget it. When she was in college, Su Qingqing had the glorious feat of driving her car directly into the school wall. Lindsay was in the co-pilot seat at the time and witnessed with his own eyes how the wall collapsed with a loud bang. Bai Weiwei stood in front of the French window in the office, looking at this scene downstairs. I couldn't help but cover my mouth and laugh. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to her bestie. Today is another day to shed tears for other people's love. The bonus is doubled, so cool. 1 hour later. The air conditioning in the store is turned on very high. In his left hand, Lindsay held a 3-tier dessert stand filled with macarons, tiramisu, and red velvet cakes. In his right hand, he held a cup of milk tea that had been spiked with ingredients to an extreme degree. Mr. Wang, I know you are well informed, so I specially prepared a French afternoon tea. Try this. I reduced the sugar content so you won't find it too greasy. Added double pearls, coconut flakes, pudding, taro balls, so much stuff that you can hardly put a straw in. He was still mumbling regretfully in his heart. If the shop assistant hadn't stopped me from adding more, saying that the cup would explode. He insisted on throwing his signature mochi in there as well. What a mistake. This operation was not perfect. Mr. Wang, who is nearly 60 years old and has a precarious hairline, staring at the cup of liquid dessert in my hand that is as thick as 8 treasure porridge. His eyebrows were twisted into a knot. The soul asks, "Is this tea?" You don't understand. Lindsay picked up the fork, poked into the cake and took a bite. He gulped down another big mouthful of milk tea, his cheeks puffed up like a hamster. Vaguely recommending, "Mr. Wang, this is not ordinary milk tea. Young people love this nowadays. If you want to win the young market, you have to conquer their stomachs first." Lindsay. Suddenly, Su Qingqing kicked under the table. She lowered her voice and gritted her teeth. "I asked you to prepare tea." "Tea? What are you doing with milk tea?" Lindsay instantly changed his expression to that of a wronged puppy dog, blinking innocently. "Boss Su, isn't afternoon tea always like this? A lethal combination of sweetness. If I don't choke the old man and make him leave the table today, I'll lose." Suddenly, he started to act out, covering his chest with his hands as if in pain. "It's over. Did I screw up? How about I write my resignation report now? This exaggerated acting. It's just as if 'fire me now' is written on his face." Su Qingqing could see Lindsay's purpose. He. I want to be fired. Dream. She was about to speak and persuade him to give up. Bang! The sound of the straw suddenly piercing the seal was particularly crisp. They both turned their heads. I saw Mr. Wang gulp down his mouth. Chapter 24, Dull Eyes, What is this? Ascaris. Mr. Wang's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. What he drank before was just watery soup. Mr. Wang holds cake in his left hand and milk tea in his right hand. Slurp, 3 pearls suddenly came up through the straw, and I chewed them with a smacking sound. Interesting. Hey! This stuff is pretty slurp delicious. The last time I ate so much was when I secretly ate my grandson's snacks. It's so babbling interesting to work with you young people. Come on, tell me about the plan. Gudong. Lindsay? Lindsay's chin almost hit the table. That's not right. Shouldn't I be angry? Lindsay looked at the cream stains on the corners of the old man's mouth. I feel crazy inside. What happened to the party a grandfather of this 60th round? What happened to the agreement that elderly people should avoid sweets? Is it too late to put the cake on your head now? Su Qingqing was happy. You're great. You've ruined Mr. Wang's health-conscious personality. Lindsay forced out a smile that was more bitter than a bitter gourd. It's all because of Boss Su's good teaching. But my heart is roaring. I will add how to win a core data to milk tea tomorrow. If you don't believe me, I will disgust you and leave. For the next 2 hours. Lindsay looked at Su Qingqing, who was working hard. The sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows, giving Su Qingqing a golden edge. As she talked, the arcs drawn by her pen on the contract made her whole body glow. She exudes the intellectual charm of an elite woman. Lindsay seemed to see Su Qingqing from college again. His thoughts suddenly drifted to the university library. Su Qingqing was holding a book and a pen while studying seriously. He sat next to me. Touched the ends of her hair for a while. After a while, she asked him if she was thirsty. Are you hungry? Keep interrupting her. At that time, Su Qingqing was at a loss because of him. Patience says you don't need it. Wenru begged him to be quiet and not to tease her. Only then did he calm down. Less than 10 minutes passed. It started again. Why? That's too much. If it were him, he would start cursing and fighting. What I hate most is being disturbed when I'm doing homework. At that time, he was only thinking about Su Qingqing accompanying him. If I could start over again. Lindsay, where are we going next? Su Qingqing's voice brought Lindsay back to his senses. Lindsay immediately smiled and said eagerly, Bosses, please come this way. I used a lot of connections to get a reservation at this restaurant. He deliberately lowered his voice. I heard it's very popular recently, many people are lining up. Out of the store. Lindsay, tell him to get off the car. Okay, both presidents, wait a moment. A few minutes later. Both CEOs, please get in the car. Lindsay patted the back seat of the electric scooter and smiled like a used car salesman. Are you asking you to call a taxi? Su Qingqing stared at the paint-chipped electric bike, her mouth twitching. You call this a car? Mr. Su, you don't understand. This is the most fashionable way to travel now. Lindsay unlocked the door quickly. Young people nowadays all play like this, it's called low-carbon socializing. Lindsay's mouth corners curled up wildly. I was secretly looking forward to it. Turn against me. Turn against me. I just don't believe it. I can't get out of here. Otherwise, be careful that your old waist may fall apart at your age. Su Qingqing looked at Mr. Wang worriedly. Just about to stop it. Mr. Wang's eyes lit up, and he stepped into the car tremblingly. Interesting. It feels the same as when I rode a 28-inch bicycle to do business. Lindsay almost choked on his own saliva. Why does this old man miss everything? Well. Mr. Wang, please sit tight. Lindsay turned the accelerator and the electric bike rushed out. Mr. Wang in the back seat almost performed a mid-air somersault. Slow down. Su Qingqing hurriedly rode her bike to catch up. The professional skirt was almost caught in the wheel. Lindsay, you. Ouch, I'm so sorry. Lindsay pretended that his hand slipped and slammed on the brakes again. Mr. Wang bumped into his back with a thud, and his dentures almost flew out. Stimulate. Mr. Wang adjusted his reading glasses. He actually happily took out his phone to take a selfie. I'm going to post it on WeChat Moments and share it with my friends. Lindsay. Is this old man a masochist? When waiting for the red light at an intersection. Lindsay suddenly lowered his voice. Boss Wang, how about we try something more exciting? He pointed to the one-way street sign next to him. Su Qingqing grabbed his ears and said, How dare you? It hurts, it hurts. Lindsay grimaced. He caught a glimpse of the traffic police approaching from the corner of his eye, and immediately a plan came to his mind. He twisted the accelerator sharply. The electric bike in front. Don't run. You will be fined 50 yuan if you carry someone with you. Lindsay slammed on the brakes, turned around and bowed 90 degrees. Uncle Police, I was wrong. Our company leader insisted on experiencing life. He winked at Su Qingqing frantically. Su Qingqing. Mr. Wang suddenly took out his wallet. He said cheerfully, You deserve the punishment. This youthful feeling is worth it. Lindsay. Arrive. Mr. Wang held Lindsay's shoulders and got out of the car tremblingly. Mr. Wang squinted his myopic eyes and looked into the store curiously. There were rows of vegetables and meats for you to choose from in the store. Mr. Wang has a blank expression on his face, making it hard to guess what he is thinking. Lindsay was delighted. Screaming wildly in my heart. Angry. Get angry quickly. Fire me. Good things come to those who wait. 3 times. It will definitely succeed this time. He even prepared a draft of his resignation application in his mind. Mr. Wang tried to calm down, his voice trembling a little. I didn't expect your company would arrange a meal in a place like this. Lindsay was secretly happy. Here it comes, it's finally going to explode. This is the reaction we want. Insult me now. Su Qingqing looked at Lindsay and sneered. Just eat this. This is not even acting. It was obvious that he was trying to stir up trouble again so that I could fire him. She really underestimated Lindsay's desire to resign. It's afternoon tea, electric cars, and now it's spicy hot pot. Did he want to escape from her so much? Want to leave? No way. Even if Lindsay drives this company into bankruptcy. She has other companies. With her current net worth, he would never be able to stop bothering her for the rest of his life. So many years. Still so naive. Real. Mr. Wang suddenly choked up. With tears in his eyes, he said, I am so touched. Lindsay was completely confused. My jaw almost dropped to the floor. Ah? What's going on? Mr. Wang, this plot twist is too outrageous. Mr. Wang wiped away his tears. He said to Su Qingqing excitedly, Boss Su, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. When I started my business, I was so poor that I had to eat steamed buns. The smell of spicy hot pot on the street made my mouth water. At that time, malatang was a new thing. At that time, I thought, how happy it would be if I could go in and have a big meal. So many years have passed, I almost forgot about it. I didn't expect your employees to know about it. You must have put a lot of thought into the contract. Lindsay was completely dumbfounded. Eyes dull. What is this? I accidentally became a worm in his stomach. Chapter 25. If a poor person becomes a boss, he will become a capitalist. But that normal boss is obsessed with malatang. He felt like his worldview had been turned upside down. Then look at Su Qingqing, whose face is red from trying to hold back her laughter. Lindsay felt that all his little thoughts had been seen through. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Su Qingqing was so tired from trying to hold back her laughter that she felt hurt inside. As long as you like it, Mr. Wang. Who among today's young people still remembers our youth? That's thoughtful. It's really thoughtful. Mr. Wang patted Lindsay's shoulder excitedly. Lindsay was knocked all over the place by the beating. Su Qingqing nodded. Lindsay is indeed very serious and excellent. Lindsay. Boss Wang, let's go in first. Mr. Wang nodded. Su Qingqing looked at Lindsay, who was still standing there in a daze. He said, why don't you go and arrange the seats? Lindsay's eyes were dull, and he said weakly, okay, Mr. Su, please sit inside first. Okay, Mr. Su. Mr. Wang. This way, please. A group of people came to the restaurant. The girl sitting at the counter has sharp eyes. I saw Lindsay at first glance. A gentle smile appeared on the beautiful face. She immediately went up to him. The seat is reserved for you. Lindsay responded weakly, thank you. At this moment, his mind was full of dissatisfaction with Su Qingqing, and he was full of annoyance. I can get rid of this job soon. Why did I happen to meet such a weirdo like Mr. Wang? Ouch. Would you please choose the base of the pot? The girl handed them the menu. He introduced enthusiastically, this spicy hot pot is the signature dish of our restaurant. If you like spicy food, you must try it. Need not. Before Su Qingqing could speak, Lindsay was the first to refuse. The voice unconsciously carried a hint of urgency. She can't eat spicy food, so 2 bowls of clear soup will be enough. As soon as he said this, Lindsay regretted it and thought to himself that something was wrong. Su Qingqing immediately set her gaze on him, with a hint of surprise and joy in her eyes. She couldn't help but feel a secret joy in her heart. Did he still remember that he couldn't eat spicy food? Does that mean he hadn't forgotten himself at all? Lindsay also realized that he had said the wrong thing. When eating together, remember your ex's dietary restrictions. As if someone saw through my thoughts. He hurriedly turned the conversation to Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, what flavor do you want? Mr. Wang looked at the menu in front of him and thought for a moment. I'll have something slightly spicy. Then these 3. Lindsay handed the menu back to the girl. Then he led Su Qingqing and Mr. Wang to their seats with a stiff body. Along the way, his movements seemed particularly unnatural, and his hands and feet were moving in unison, which made Su Qingqing very happy. The resentment and doubt that had made him want to escape from him gradually dissipated. The pot soon came to the surface. Lindsay, as the lowest-ranking employee among the 3, he very tactfully took out 3 goblets. He took out a bottle of beautifully packaged drink. He had a flattering smile on his face. Mr. Su, Mr. Wang, come and try guojia. As he spoke, he opened the bottle with a pop sound and slowly poured the wine into the glass. If you didn't know him, you would think he was opening some rare wine. In this high-end occasion, his actions seemed as if he was really presenting precious wine to the 2 bosses. In other stores, you can sell a glass of water for 10 yuan by adding 2 slices of lemon to it. If you change the glass and put some mint leaves in it, they will charge 30 yuan. And the corkage fee alone for the drink he prepared carefully should be worth a lot of money, right? Thinking of this, Lindsay was secretly proud. I made money from you again. Mr. Wang looked at the dark red liquid with foam in the cup. He showed great interest, swirled the glass as if tasting wine, then tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. It's not bad. Seeing this, Lindsay quickly poured another cup and introduced it enthusiastically. Of course, I specially chilled it. I'm sure you will like it. Who can resist the attack of this icy guojiao? Looking at the spicy hot pot in front of me, Lindsay picked up the chopsticks and said proudly, "Boss Wang. You can eat as much as you want today. Don't be polite to me. I will pay for the meal today, so you can enjoy it to your heart's content." His exaggerated appearance caused passers-by sitting opposite them to look at him sideways with puzzled expressions. Isn't this a bowl of spicy hot pot worth only 20 or 30 yuan at most? Why did he make it sound like he was eating at a Michelin restaurant? There's no need to be so pretentious, right? Lindsay didn't care about other people's strange looks. He raised the goblet and presented it to Mr. Wang. He said loudly, "Boss Wang, I've done it, you can do whatever you want. Brother Kobayashi is a big drinker." Mr. Wang watched Lindsay finish the drink in one gulp and couldn't help but praise him, and he also drank half a cup. "It's just the taste." Hiss. There is no smell of alcohol at all. Lindsay was still urging people to drink passionately. "Mr. Wang, have another drink. Enjoy life to the fullest." He was happily thinking in his heart, this wave of actions will definitely ruin the project, right? Mr. Wang was so excited that he started talking about the history of his business. "When I was riding a tricycle." He was completely in the drunken truth-telling mode. Su Qingqing held her forehead with her hand, finally unable to bear it any longer. "Would you like some real wine, guys?" "No, no." Lindsay waved his hands quickly. "This Lafite is good enough." He thought, what a joke, how can I act if I'm really drunk? But the promised social dinner was really just a meal. After dinner, Lindsay sent Mr. Wang to the car. At this moment, the night was getting darker and the number of pedestrians on the street was gradually decreasing, leaving only him and Su Qingqing looking at each other. Su Qingqing looked at him with a half smile and was the first to break the silence. "I didn't expect you to have done the background check on Mr. Wang so quickly, and even know exactly what he likes. I actually thought of bringing him here to eat spicy hot pot." Lindsay looked at Su Qingqing's teasing and probing eyes, with a fake smile on his face and a helpless tone. "It should be. So, work hard in the company in the future." Su Qingqing's voice was gentle but firm, and her eyes were full of a determination not to be rejected. She is no longer the poor, self-abased Su Qingqing who could only eat one vegetarian dish in the cafeteria and wore washed-out clothes. What Lindsay wants. As long as she has. She could give it to him easily. Just like what Lindsay did to her before. The smile on Lindsay's face froze for a moment. Shit. It's fine if he has to work like a slave today, but he actually wants him to work like a slave forever. Su Qingqing, you are really a piece of shit. The evening breeze blew. Lindsay stood under the streetlight, looking at Su Qingqing wearing a well-tailored black wrap dress. Under her exquisite makeup, her eyes were still as bright as he remembered, but a little more cold. Once a person escapes poverty and becomes a boss, he will automatically evolve into a capitalist. Chapter 26. Men can't hold it back. Lindsay secretly complained in his heart. Thinking of those jokes about capitalists on the internet. What is expensive? Have your wages increased over the years? Have you worked hard? He couldn't help but imagine what these words would sound like coming out of Su Qingqing's mouth, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. To hide the expression on his face. He lowered his head and responded vaguely, okay, work hard." The end of the sentence was obviously perfunctory. "But I was thinking, if I don't slack off at work, how can I be considered to have earned money from the capitalists? Since you are so capable." Su Qingqing suddenly took a half step forward, and the scent of perfume mixed with the evening breeze blew towards her face. "Please take me home later." Lindsay almost choked on his own saliva. My goodness, they are trying to use him like a donkey in the production team. He stared at Su Qingqing's profile, which was gilded by the streetlights. Suddenly I heard the system sound. The mission was successfully unlocked. The system detected that you, who have always had a crush on Su Qingqing, have secretly tried to get her, but you cannot express your true feelings nakedly. In order to prove your true feelings, you personally selected a gift for Su Qingqing. Task: carefully select a gift and give it to Su Qingqing personally. Reward: gain charm +1. Lindsay looked down and saw that the pair of high-heeled shoes that could be used as a weapon were rubbing her heels red. He pointed to the opposite side. "Would you like some water?" Su Qingqing nodded. Su Qingqing was already sitting on a chair by the roadside. "You can stay with Lindsay for a while longer." Those words that were never spoken. Those memories buried by time. Maybe everyone can be released at this moment. He looked at Lindsay gently, with a barely perceptible expectation in his eyes. However, Lindsay seemed to have not noticed her expectation at all, and just said lightly, "Wait for me a moment." What would Lindsay buy for her? Haven't figured out the answer yet. Lindsay ran back carrying a plastic bag. Su Qingqing's eyes lit up and she was about to reach out, but saw this guy took out a pair of slippers. That's it? Lindsay pointed at her ankles, with a hint of reproach in his tone. In the future, you should wear less high heels. It's like being tortured. Size 39, right? Lindsay panted and picked up the fluorescent pink slippers. Try this, it's definitely more comfortable than high heels. Look, your heels are all red. At this moment, she really felt the pain coming from her calves to the soles of her feet. Over the years, she has long been accustomed to wearing high heels in various business occasions. I am used to using a strong appearance to cover up my inner fatigue. But I didn't expect that in front of Lindsay. This habitual strength is so vulnerable. Lindsay, who once tolerated everything about her and took good care of her. Now he appeared in front of her again. It made her feel bitter and aggrieved. It really hurts. Su Qingqing's voice softened unconsciously, with a hint of coquettishness. It will be comfortable once you put it on. Su Qingqing did not answer, but said as a matter of course. Anyway, you've done a lot of this kind of thing before. These words made Lindsay's heart tremble violently, and memories came flooding back like a tide. He had to admit that Su Qingqing's feet were indeed beautiful. When he was young, he couldn't help himself a few times. Thinking of this, Lindsay's gaze fell uncontrollably on her feet. Today she was wearing black stockings that were transparent to her legs. The faintly visible skin glows with a pearly luster in the twilight, adding a bit of temptation. Lindsay took a deep breath. Kneeled down slowly on one knee. He stretched out his hand, and when his fingertips touched Su Qingqing's ankle, feel the warmth coming from under that layer of stockings. He gently held her small feet in his palms and carefully put her feet into the slippers. Wait. Su Qingqing's voice suddenly sounded. Lindsay subconsciously looked up and met her sparkling eyes. She tilted her head slightly, and the silk threads there were spreading out like a spider web. My stockings are torn, can you help me take them off? Her tone was as if she was stating something very ordinary. The ending tone has a heart-throbbing arc. His brain suddenly started to sound alarm bells. Something's wrong. Back then, Su Qingqing would blush for a long time even when wearing a short skirt. Now you are actually helping me do this in public? A terrible thought suddenly struck him. She must have discovered that I was determined to quit my job, so she used the honey trap. She wanted me to fall in love with her so that she could take revenge on me. Where is the morality? Where is the bottom line? Lindsay roared in his heart. Looking at Su Qingqing's pretending to be innocent, he felt creepy. At this moment, Su Qingqing remained calm on the surface, but her heartbeat was so fast that it seemed to burst out of her chest. Seeing that Lindsay was still not moving, she quietly rubbed Lindsay's calf with her toes. Don't take off your stockings? She encouraged herself in her heart. But Lindsay's motionlessness made her feel embarrassed and angry. This stupid guy, does he really have to let her? In the end, Lindsay fled in Su Qingqing's resentful eyes. Late night, rental house. He was lying on the bed. Task, carefully select a gift and personally present it to Su Qingqing. Completed. Reward, gain charm +1. Lindsay looked at the virtual panel inside. There's no point in adding charm. You'll still end up dying socially. The mattress creaked under the weight of his tossing and turning. He buried his face in the pillow. The embarrassed look in front of Su Qingqing kept replaying in his mind. Was she laughing secretly? The upward curve of the corner of his mouth definitely has no good intentions. Damn it! How come after all these years, I'm still controlled by her? He hid his head in the sheets. He yelled as if to vent his anger. Suddenly, a deliberately suppressed conversation came from next door. There was a discussion next door. Oh my god! It's finally quiet. This endurance is amazing. Lindsay. Damn. I didn't expect to eat the melon and end up eating it on my own head. He actually became what others called the melon owner. But Lindsay touched his chin. He stroked his chin, and suddenly a strange sense of pride arose in his heart. Men's happiness is sometimes just so plain and simple. Simple and pure. As for Su Qingqing, is this woman determined to fight him to the end? Okay. Let us see who can't bear it first. Who is afraid of who? Come on. I'm not afraid. This sudden passionate line made him laugh out loud, and the haze in his heart disappeared. At this time, there was only a room separated by a wall. There were faint sounds, the slight creaking of the mattress, low gasps. Xiao Jiaxue heard the neighbors' discussions, the slight creaking of the mattress, and the low breathing. She was curious. Brother Lindsay, there is no girl in your family. How come such a sound came from his room? Could it be? She thought of this scene. Immediately buried her burning cheeks in the teddy bear. Brother Lindsay, how come you are so awesome? Her slender fingers grabbed the corner of the quilt, and the other hand drew a shy circle in the quilt. Chapter 27 Sick Xiao Jiaxue. At 9 o'clock in the morning, sunlight shines into the office through the glass curtain wall of the office building. Lindsay walked in with a folder. My eyes inadvertently swept across the center of the office area. The place where the large green plants were originally placed now has a neatly vacated area. A brand new desk stood there. He nudged Wang Jianping, who was sitting next to him, with his elbow. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's the situation with that table?" Wang Jianping was busy chewing a pancake. The sauce almost dripped onto the keyboard. Hearing this, he muttered without even looking up, "I left it here when I came here, and I asked around but no one knew where it was. Those people in the HR department are tight-lipped than a safe." Lindsay stroked his chin, thinking, could it be that a new colleague is coming? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. He suddenly took a breath of cold air, but this location is too shady, isn't it? The glass office facing Mr. Su behind is a 360-degree surveillance camera without blind spots. It's like sitting in an interrogation room. Even the reflection of the mobile phone screen can be seen clearly. As he was speaking, he grabbed the tissue on Wang Jianping's desk and was about to get up to free up the memory. I saw Assistant Lu walking out of the office gracefully in high heels. She raised her hands and clapped twice, and the crisp applause instantly attracted everyone's attention. "Everyone, put down your work for now," Assistant Lu said with a smile. His eyes were fixed on Lindsay in the corner. "I have good news to announce." Lindsay was watching what was happening. My heart skipped a beat and I felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. She paused for 3 seconds on purpose, whetting people's appetite, the Wang Group project that Lindsay is in charge of. Good news came this morning, the cooperation intention was officially finalized. This project is of great significance to the company. Lindsay has made an indispensable contribution to it and is a well-deserved hero. There was a burst of applause in the office, and countless eyes were focused on Lindsay. Wang Jianping patted his shoulder excitedly and said in a low voice, "You are great. You have completed such a big project in one day. When the bonus comes, I must treat you to a big dinner." Lindsay forced a smile and slowly stood up. The polite words seemed like lines that had been memorized in advance. He fluently said, "It's all thanks to the good company platform and the good guidance of the leaders. I just did my job." After saying that, he was about to leave to go to the bathroom. After saying this, he clamped his legs together and roared inwardly. There are 3 urgent things for people. Men can't hold back. Just as he was about to sit down, Assistant Lu raised his hand to stop him. "Don't worry, Lindsay, come here for a moment." In view of Lindsay's outstanding performance, Assistant Lu suddenly raised his voice, pointing to the empty desk. "I will be transferred to the position of head of Marketing Group 2 from today, and my workstation will be moved to the core area." There was a burst of exclamations all around, and colleagues' eyes were full of envy. Lindsay wanted to cry but had no tears. Looking at the envious eyes of his colleagues around him, he felt like a lamb on a grill. But Lindsay's ears were buzzing. He stared at the death seat. Suddenly noticed. There was a pot of cactus on the table, and the tips of its thorns flashed dangerously in the sunlight. Facing the blinds of General Manager Su's office that were suddenly opened. Behind the glass, Su Qingqing was sipping her coffee leisurely. Lindsay felt a chill on the back of his neck. He opened his mouth and was about to refuse, but Assistant Lu gently held his shoulder. "Do a good job," Assistant Lu said meaningfully. "Boss Su is focusing on training you, don't let him down." He sat down slowly, his back just touching the back of the chair. This feeling made him feel uncomfortable. "It's like going back to my student days. The teacher took me to the special seat next to the podium. Every move is exposed under surveillance. How can this be called a promotion? It was clearly a public execution. Is the cactus a warning? Su Qingqing, you are so cruel." Etc. Her lipstick color looks pretty good today? Lindsay scratched his hair irritably. I can't even go through this crappy class for a day. He gritted his teeth and opened the blank document. My fingers typed the 3 characters resignation letter on the keyboard. The font is deliberately bolded to 20 points. As if this could vent all the grief and anger in my heart. Suddenly, the cell phone started to vibrate and spin around on the wooden desk. The screen lit up, and a message popped up from a contact named Little Ancestor next door. Brother Lindsay, I'm horny. Puff. All the tea that Lindsay had just poured into his mouth sprayed onto the monitor. In the president's office. Su Qingqing was indeed in a good mood. She looked up from time to time, and her eyes always unconsciously fell on Lindsay not far away. Watching him clumsily organizing documents, the corners of my mouth unconsciously curled up. All of these made her unconsciously think of those youthful years. The library in memory. Su Qingqing buried herself in thick books. Fight hard for that all-important scholarship. At that time, Lindsay always liked to sit opposite her. Although he obviously couldn't sit still, he still pretended to flip through the books. After a while, he started to play with his mobile phone secretly. When he got tired, he took a nap on the table. His eyelashes cast a small shadow under his eyes. Whenever she looked up, she would always meet those sparkling eyes with undisguised admiration. You are amazing that you have been able to study for so long. The compliments at that time actually gave the boring study time a gilded edge. Looking at Lindsay's back at this moment, time seems to overlap. Su Qingqing's eyes were slightly hot and her fingers unconsciously stroked the pen. At this moment, Lindsay suddenly answered the phone and his face instantly became solemn. He hurriedly packed up his things and left the office without even having time to report to anyone. Su Qingqing's heart suddenly tightened. Where was he going? The other side. Lindsay rode his electric bike home. It didn't take long to get home. Lindsay stood in front of the door, holding a steaming takeaway in his hand, and tapped the door lightly with his knuckles. Here it comes. There was a soft response from inside the door, accompanied by the sound of slippers shuffling. The moment the door opened, a warm scent of shampoo hit me in the face. Xiao Joshua stood at the door wrapped in a thick plush nightgown, her cheeks flushed unnaturally, and a few strands of hair stuck to her sweaty forehead. Her eyes were particularly watery due to the fever, and they glowed faintly under the dim entrance light. Brother Lindsay. Her voice was hoarser than usual and had a nasal sound. But inexplicably, it has a bit more of a coquettish meaning. Lindsay unconsciously softened his expression and reached out his hand to touch her forehead naturally. The warmth from his palm made him frown slightly. It's so hot and you're still standing? Go back and lie down. The moment his fingers touched her skin, he was stunned. Chapter 28. What if Lindsay knew she bought this kind of stuff? Xiao Joshua's long eyelashes trembled slightly, but she did not dodge. Lindsay's palm was broad and carried a slightly cool night air, which felt particularly comfortable on her hot forehead. I brought some porridge. He shook the thermos in his hand and lowered his voice unconsciously. There are also antipyretic drugs. Xiao Joshua nodded obediently, turned and walked towards the bedroom, the hem of her nightgown swaying gently with her movements. Lindsay followed behind her, his eyes falling on her slender ankles. The plush slippers seemed a little too big for her, and she walked like a clumsy little animal. There was only a warm yellow bedside lamp on in the bedroom. The quilt was piled messily on the bed, with several empty packages of fever-reducing patches scattered around. Xiao Joshua crawled into the bed and wrapped herself like a silkworm, with only her rosy little face and a few strands of naughty hair showing. Lindsay sat on the edge of the bed and opened the takeaway box. The aroma of preserved egg and lean meat porridge immediately spread. He carefully skimmed off the oil on the surface. I scooped a spoonful and placed it on my lips, blowing gently to cool it down. Eat something to fill your stomach before taking the medicine. Xiao Joshua propped herself up and moved closer, her hair falling on Lindsay's arm, with a faint scent of jasmine. She sipped the porridge in small sips, occasionally looking up to steal a glance at Lindsay's focused profile. The light cast a soft shadow on his tall nose, and his eyes, which usually always showed a smile, were now full of seriousness. Is it delicious? He asked, unconsciously wiping a little porridge stain from the corner of her mouth with his thumb. Xiao Joshua nodded. Suddenly, he grabbed Lindsay's wrist for some unknown reason. The hot fingertips formed a sharp contrast with his slightly cool body temperature. Like the collision of ice and fire. Xiao Joshua raised her face. Eyelashes fluttering. The corners of my eyes, red from fever, were a little wet. Her fingertips tightened unconsciously. Bring him to your side. She pressed his palm against her burning cheek almost greedily. The moment our skin touches. She sighed with satisfaction. She rubbed his palm like a cat. Brother Lindsay's hand. She murmured, her voice soft and sick, her breath hot, so cool. Lindsay's breathing stagnated slightly. Her temperature was transmitted through the touching skin, and her cheeks were particularly hot due to fever. She looked at him with her eyes filled with moisture, her lips looked particularly red due to the high fever, and as they opened and closed slightly, her breath brushed his fingertips warmly. This is too ambiguous. Lindsay cleared his throat and gently pulled his hand away. Take the medicine first, I'll go get you some water. When he stood up, the corner of his clothes was gently pulled. Xiao Joshua's eyes were like black grapes soaked in water under the light, looking at him wetly. Don't go, stay with me for a while. The doorbell suddenly rang, shocking both of them. Lindsay stood up suddenly. I'll go open the door. Only then did Xiao Joshua realize what she had done in a daze. Bury your face in the quilt. He uttered a muffled The tips of his ears were red enough to look like blood. She just now actually. Talking in that spoiled tone. He even rubbed Lindsay's palm. Ah. Xiao Joshua now just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She buried her face deeper into the quilt. Only a pair of wet eyes were revealed. It was like a kitten drenched in rain. Its face was so hot that it was about to smoke. You don't even need to look in the mirror to know that your face must be extremely red. She bit her lower lip tightly, wailing madly in her heart. It's over, it's over. Will Brother Lindsay think that I am a frivolous girl? Will he avoid me in the future? Your delivery. The courier's loud voice outside the door sounded like a savior. After Lindsay signed for it, he came back with a small exquisite box, your express delivery. Xiao Joshua poked half of her face out from under the quilt. When she saw the palm-sized delivery box clearly, she felt like she was struck by lightning. That was the order she placed when she was confused late last night. She jumped up with a somersault. He grabbed the box in a flash. Immediately stuff it under your butt and press it down tightly. She could feel her cheeks burning even more, and her neck began to feel hot as well. Lindsay raised his eyebrows. What did you buy? Why is it so mysterious? Why don't you open it and take a look? Nothing. Just a normal little thing. Xiao Joshua stammered. The sound is getting smaller and smaller. In the end it almost turned into a mosquito hum. She prayed madly in her heart. Please, don't ask. Lindsay's eyes moved between her red face and the suspicious box. Xiao Joshua felt that her heartbeat was so loud that it could be heard throughout the room. Quick thinking. She suddenly grabbed the key from the bedside table and stuffed it into Lindsay's hand. Brother Lindsay, it's getting late now, you should go home first. Wait, you haven't finished eating. Bang! The door was shut hard. Lindsay was pushed out of the door. He looked at the closed door. Lindsay stood outside the door with a confused look on his face, holding a half-finished bowl of porridge in his hand. Why is this girl acting so weird today? Could it be that he was confused because of the fever? Xiao Joshua's legs went limp inside the door and she slid down to the ground. She took out the hot potato-like little box with trembling hands. It's over. She covered her face in despair. Now we can really leave the earth. This express box contains... She bought the cattail sex toy set at the Honey Adult Products flagship store. When my bestie sent me the link last week. Last night, she placed an order for some unknown reason. I didn't expect the express would arrive at this time. Xiao Joshua buried her face in the pillow and screamed silently. If Lindsay knew she bought this kind of stuff. Just imagining the expression he might have made her toes curl up in shame. What's even more terrifying is that. Would he think she was that kind of casual girl? The sound of rain outside the window was getting heavier. Xiao Joshua curled up on the bed and stuffed the sinful little box deep into the pillow. The dizziness brought by the fever came back, but even hotter than the body temperature was the lingering sense of shame. Half asleep and half awake. She seemed to feel the warmth of Lindsay's fingertips again. And the faint scent of cedar on him when he approached. Xiao Joshua slept very uneasily that night. Her dreams were filled with Lindsay's disappointed look after he discovered the shameful secret. She woke up several times, touched the hard box under the pillow, and immediately retracted her hand as if she had been scalded. At dawn, a ray of sunlight shone through the gauze curtains and fell on her eyelids. Xiao Joshua opened her eyes dazedly and smelled a tempting rice fragrance. She struggled to stand up and saw a familiar figure. Chapter 29. Are all primary school students so dramatic these days? Awake? He turned around with the thermometer in his hand. The morning light gave him a soft outline, making him look particularly gentle, measuring his body temperature. Xiao Joshua opened her mouth obediently, but her heart skipped a beat when his fingertips accidentally brushed against her lips. 10 minutes later, Lindsay came closer to check. 37.2, the fever is gone. He breathed a sigh of relief, and used his fingers to brush away the loose hair on her forehead. I made some yam porridge. Drink it while it's hot. Xiao Joshua held the bowl of porridge and took small sips. She stole a glance at Lindsay's wrist, which was exposed when he rolled up his sleeves, and recalled her bold touch last night, and her ears turned red. Is it delicious? Lindsay suddenly asked, gently wiping the rice grains from the corner of her mouth with his fingers. Yeah. She nodded rapidly. By the way. His breath brushed against her hot earlobe. Did you open the package I gave you last night? Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Joshua choked suddenly and was so frightened that she almost knocked over the bowl of porridge. I haven't opened that yet. Lindsay raised his eyebrows and looked at her red face, and suddenly chuckled. What on earth did you buy that you hid so well? It's just ordinary daily necessities. Xiao Joshua clutched the corner of the quilt tightly, her voice getting smaller and smaller. It's really nothing special. The clock on the wall shows 7:30. Lindsay looked at the time and rubbed her hair. Okay, I'm going to work. Remember to take your medicine. Until the door closed. I was so scared and almost got discovered by Brother Lindsay. It was not until the sound of the door closing did Xiao Joshua breathe a sigh of relief, and then she collapsed on the bed like a deflated ball. She took out the hot little box, hesitated for a long time, and finally opened the package with trembling hands. Ha! The toy in the box was not what she imagined. A brand new razor. Xiao Joshua was stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly I realized something. She hurriedly looked through the express delivery slip. The recipient was clearly written as Lindsay. This is not her express delivery, but Lindsay's express delivery. Where did her express delivery go? The phone suddenly vibrated, and a message from Lindsay popped up on the screen. I put your package of daily necessities on the shoe cabinet at the door. Remember to keep it away and don't let the children see it. Xiao Joshua's mind went blank in an instant. He really saw it? And he even put it away for her? What does that meaningful smiley face mean? Lindsay, riding an electric scooter, waits for the green light. Lindsay didn't care about such things. I just sigh that the sister in his eyes has grown up. Know how to please yourself. What adult doesn't like some color? He just didn't expect that the little girl who would never grow up in his eyes would actually buy such a thing. Tisk, you've grown up. Lindsay said to himself. When the red light turned green, he accelerated and rushed out. Lindsay rode his electric bike, parked it with a drift, and rushed to the elevator with his backpack. Check in quickly. Ding, the elevator door just opened. Oh, our young Master Lin finally came to work? Wang Jiangwo winked, holding a cup of steaming coffee in his hand. Boss Su just asked about you. Lindsay's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. Why are you asking? I clocked in, so I'm fully present. In the office, as soon as Lindsay sat down, Wang Jiangwo slid over with a swivel chair. Why are you late today? Wang Jiangwo lowered his voice but glanced in the direction of Su Qingqing's office. Lindsay sorted out the documents without looking up. My sister is sick, take care of her. Sister. Wang Jiangwo suddenly raised his voice, and the ending tone took a turn. You are my beloved sister, right? Lindsay looked at Wang Jiangwo making faces. There was silence. Lindsay slapped a folder on his head. Put away your dirty thoughts, I'm going to take care of a patient with a fever. Watch less Japanese movies, your brain will turn into mosaics. What's wrong with watching Japanese movies? Wang Jiangwo puffed out his chest in dissatisfaction. I'm going to pick up Japanese girls later. Lindsay was too lazy to pay attention to him. I was so uncomfortable after slacking off for the whole morning that I felt like I had a thorn in my back, was sitting on pins and needles, and had a lump in my throat. The glass wall of Su Qingqing's office behind is even scarier than a surveillance camera. Men can have nothing. You just can't live without freedom. Just as he was secretly reading a novel, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was a voice call request from an unfamiliar avatar. Lin Zhe was about to hang up when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the note Tao Tao, Su Qingqing's goddaughter. He was stunned. Today was a working day, and Tao Tao should be in class. Why would she suddenly call him? After hesitating for a moment, he answered the phone. Uncle Lin Zhe. Are you occupied? Tao Tao's soft voice came from the other end of the phone, with obvious flattering meaning. Lin Zhe raised his eyebrows, hearing the guilt in the little girl's tone. Tell me, have you gotten into trouble? Tao Tao was silent for 2 seconds, then whispered, Uncle, the teacher asked my parents to go to school. Can you come and help me? Her voice became lower and lower. I dare not tell my mother. Lin Zhe held his forehead inside. But I felt helplessly amused in my heart. Don't tell them, he muttered quietly. What kind of trouble did this girl get into? Did she blow up the school laboratory? Etc. Isn't this a godsend opportunity to anger Su Qingqing? If Tao Tao really caused a big mess, he accidentally exposed his identity again. Wouldn't Su Qingqing have fired him on the spot? You can also get compensation. Great. Lin Zhe slapped his thigh and almost laughed out loud. He immediately jumped up from his workstation, so fast that Wang Jiangwo next to him was startled. I'll be back soon. On the other end of the phone, the little girl was still racking her brains to come up with an excuse. I didn't expect Lin Zhe to agree so readily. Thank you, Uncle. You are such a nice person. I will definitely help you to pursue Aunt Qingqing. Lin Zhe stumbled and almost fell flat on his face at the door of the office. Stop, stop. He shook his head frantically at the phone. I'm helping you purely out of humanitarianism, don't mention me to your aunt. I took a look at the location. Experimental one? Lin Zhe blinked in shock. This clever Tao Tao is actually in elementary school? He thought she was a kindergartner. He immediately jumped up from his workstation, so fast that Wang Jiangwo, who was sitting opposite him, was startled. I'll be back soon. Su Qingqing watched Lin Zhe hurried out. What happened to him? He asked for leave yesterday and went out again today. Su Qingqing stood up and followed him out almost subconsciously. The sound of high heels hitting the ground echoed in the empty corridor. She didn't care about her image and just wanted to find out where was he going. Back to the starting point. Lin Zhe hummed a song and parked his electric scooter in front of the entrance of Experimental Room 1. As soon as I took out my cell phone, a furry little head popped out from the security room. Uncle Lin. Tao Tao looked around like a thief. No one is following you, right? Lin Zhe's mouth twitched. No. I thought, are all primary school students so dramatic these days? Chapter 30. Who taught you to recognize random fathers? Very good. Tao Tao breathed a sigh of relief. He dragged Lin Zhe towards the teaching building. If my mother comes, my butt will be bruised. Tao Tao tugged at the corner of Lin Zhe's clothes and said pitifully, so uncle, you should pretend to be my father today. Etc. Lin Zhe suddenly grasped the point. You mean us? Are you forming a group to find a ghostwriter? Wow. He actually has such a business mind. But do you still dare to accept the order with this level? I couldn't even avoid being discovered by the teacher. It seems that the ghostwriting market of experimental number 2 primary school still has to be dominated by me, Lin Zhe. He seemed to have seen a bright future for himself as the number 1 homework ghostwriter. Don't tell my mother. Tao Tao added timidly, I don't want to do that, but everyone. How could you do this? Lin Zhe suddenly frowned, scaring Tao Tao so much that she shivered. Just when she thought she was going to be scolded, Lin Zhe pulled out a gold-stamped business card like a magic trick. Do you understand that good things should be kept within the family? Remember to look for me if you have such good things in the future. Tao Tao. Her eyes widened, and her hands trembled as she took the business card. She originally thought she would be scolded. Unexpectedly, what I waited for was business expansion. Why is the plot different from what she expected? The development was beyond her understanding. When I walked into the teaching building, I saw a row of dejected elementary school students standing in the corridor. Lin Zhe looked at this scene, and the memory of being scolded by his teacher in childhood suddenly came to his mind. In the school office, Teacher Zhang, the head teacher, was heartbroken. Mr. Lin, educating children cannot rely solely on school. Lin Zhe nodded repeatedly. Yes, you are absolutely right. At the same time, he secretly poked Tao Tao, who was daydreaming. This little girl is even crazier than he was back then. She doesn't even want to pretend. She needs to write a self-criticism. Wait, review? Lindsay's eyes lit up. This is a good business. What is most lacking in school is naughty kids who have to write self-criticisms. Mr. Lin. Teacher Zhang raised his voice. Did you hear what I just said? I heard it. Lindsay nodded and bowed. I will definitely discipline her. I will make her copy the school rules when I get back. Sincere attitude can be rated as the best parent. I will definitely discipline her. The little girl responded perfunctorily, I know I was wrong. But his eyes were fixed on the birds outside the window. This nonchalant look. Teacher Zhang. This is the same perfunctory attitude. We are indeed a family. Just as Teacher Zhang was preparing to continue his education, the office door was pushed open. In the backlight, a slender figure stood at the door. Lindsay raised his head and almost slipped off the chair. Su Qingqing? You are. Teacher Zhang looked at Su Qingqing puzzledly. Su Qingqing was seen wearing a suit jacket casually on her arm, with her hair slightly messy and her chest heaving slightly. Obviously she had come here by speeding. Her eyes first swept over Lindsay, and then stayed on Tao Tao's red ears for 3 seconds. Su Qingqing's eyes swept across Lindsay, then fell on Tao Tao's red ears, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry I'm late. I am Tao Tao's parent. Su Qingqing walked into the office. The sound of high heels is particularly clear in the quiet room. We will definitely cooperate seriously with Tao Tao's education. But before that, she suddenly approached Lindsay. Her red lips almost touched his ear. Manager Lin, shouldn't you explain why you skipped work to be a parent? Lindsay's back was instantly soaked, and the blueprint of the sexy lingerie business empire that he had just imagined in his mind shattered to the ground. Busy most of the day. All for free. But it's okay. Lindsay stole a glance at Su Qingqing, who was walking in front of him, and suddenly felt ecstatic. I'm pretending to be her child's parent. How can you tolerate this? You're definitely going to fire me, right? Quick! Hit me to death with a layoff notice. At the school gate. Peach. Su Qingqing opened the car door and said, wait for me in the car. The little girl who was so naughty just now instantly turned into a good baby. She got into the car swiftly, even fastened her seatbelt on her own initiative, and blinked her big eyes in an innocent manner. The car door slammed shut. Lindsay shrank his neck and tried to reduce his presence. That. Okay, Lindsay. Su Qingqing folded her arms and sneered, the tips of her high heels tapping the ground rhythmically. When did you have such a big child? Lindsay touched his chin in a thoughtful manner. Maybe it started when you entered the office? Su Qingqing. Sudden. I don't know when. Wang Tao Tao pressed down the car window behind me. Looking at Lindsay being scolded, little Wang Tao Tao said with full of loyalty. Mom, don't blame Uncle Lindsay. It was me who said I would introduce you to Uncle Lindsay as his girlfriend, so Uncle Lindsay came to help me. It was me who instigated Uncle Lindsay first. The air suddenly became quiet. Su Qingqing froze in place. Tao Tao's words were like a bomb, exploding in Su Qingqing's heart. Could it be that after so many years, Lindsay has never really let her go? Lindsay? Depend on. I'm not, I didn't. Stop talking nonsense. Lindsay roared inwardly, little ancestor, please don't make me act like a pervert and plot against your mother, okay? I just want to be fired. Lindsay. She opened her mouth, but the words were choked by inexplicable anxiety. Those questions that are piled up in my heart. At this moment, it all turned into bitterness on the tip of the tongue. She was both looking forward to and afraid of hearing the answer. Lindsay felt a chill down his spine and suddenly felt something was wrong. It's over, it's over. Su Qingqing's expression, is she going to get mad? Little Wang Tao Tao. You've screwed me to death. Hello? The security guard suddenly appeared and reminded, this is the school gate, don't stay too long. The tense atmosphere collapsed in an instant. Lin Ziru was pardoned, and spoke as fast as a machine gun, since everything is fine, I will go back to the company first. Tao Tao immediately waved her little paws, goodbye, Dad. Plop. Damn it. Lindsay stumbled. I almost tripped over myself. Tao Tao, little ancestor. You think I'm not dying fast enough? Lindsay ran away as if he was running for his life. He didn't even bother to ride his electric scooter and ran away. Su Qingqing stared blankly at Lindsay's back as he fled in panic. Until he disappeared from sight. She turned to look at Tao Tao, who looked innocent, and deliberately put on a stern face. Who taught you to recognize random fathers? He runs so fast. Were you scared? Tao Tao suddenly took out her watch phone and said in a baby voice, Uncle Lin told me to call you. Why else would he have held a parent-teacher conference for me? He asked me if I wanted another dad. He also said that if he became my godfather, he would buy me a bunch of snacks. Chapter 31. The whole street suddenly became quiet. The little girl lowered her voice mysteriously and continued. And he also said that he had wanted to be my dad for a long time, but you were shy, so he asked me not to tell you. But, Mom, I'm definitely on your side. Su Qingqing's fair neck gradually became stained with a thin layer of red, and her frosty expression instantly melted like spring snow. He really said that? If Lindsay really thinks so, why don't you dare tell her directly? Why do you have to hide from her like you are hiding from a creditor? Of course. Tao Tao nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. While Su Qingqing wasn't paying attention, she secretly exited a web page on her phone watch. How to divert attention when you make a mistake and get caught. Success. Mommy has no time to teach her a lesson now. But Tao Tao held up her chubby little face and stared at Su Qingqing intently. My mother is usually very cold, but sometimes a gentle look appears on her pretty face, but it disappears quickly. But now, Qing's mother has changed. She was now like a hedgehog that had retracted its sharp spines, revealing its soft belly. Why did Qing's mother change? Tao Tao shook her short legs, very curious about the reason. The other side. Lindsay rushed back to the company panting. As soon as he entered the door, he ran into Wang Jianping. Wang Jianping looked him up and down. Where have you been? Your face is flushed and your forehead is shining. I'm afraid you'll have good luck with love today. Lindsay rolled his eyes in annoyance. This is not a romantic luck, it's clearly escaping from the jaws of death. Wang Jianping stamped his feet anxiously. I'm serious, don't take it lightly. Okay, you are right. Lindsay said casually. When he picked up the water cup on the table, he looked towards Su Qingqing's office unconsciously. The office was empty, and Su Qingqing, who was driving, should have arrived before him. It was as if he saw through his thoughts. Wang Jianping came over to gossip. The boss just took the key and left in a hurry. Plus you two walked one after the other, could it be that? That's bullshit. We are not even remotely related. Lindsay said firmly. Tisk, why are you pretending? You dare to say you have no thoughts about your boss? No. A liar swallows 1,000 needles. Puff. Lindsay sprayed out all the water he had just drunk, and his tongue felt hot. Hiss. Retribution comes so quickly. Wang Jianping laughed so hard that he slapped his thigh and almost slipped off his chair. Ha! Get lost. Lindsay kicked him away and scratched his hair in annoyance. Today is really a bad day. The workstation was moved to the most conspicuous place, and my slacking off was forced to be interrupted. The ghostwriting side job was also wiped out. Money. His hard-earned money. It seems that we need to develop new business quickly. But where to start? You can't go to the overpass to put up the film, right? The next morning, sunlight streamed into the office through the blinds. Lindsay yawned at the computer screen for the 108th time. His eyes were dull, as if all his energy had been sucked out. Since the workstation was transferred to under Su Qingqing's supervision, he didn't even have the chance to slack off, drink tea, or go to the toilet frequently. Not slacking off at work is like pot without spiciness, tasteless. Su Qingqing is such a cruel woman. The phone suddenly vibrated, and the screen lit up with a WeChat message from Wang Zixue. Are you off work yet? By the way, I have a batch of clothes to throw away from the clothing store that closed last month. Come and help me. When Lindsay saw the news, he immediately became excited. Lindsay instantly revived with full health. As soon as it's time to get off work, he ran faster than the delivery guy, riding his electric scooter with sparks and lightning all the way to the address given by Wang Zixue. The address Wang Zixue sent was in a high-end business district in the city center, only a 20-minute electric car ride from the company. When Lindsay saw the bag full of special equipment, his eyes widened. You don't want any of these? Wang Zishue leaned against the doorframe and ate ice cream. The other clothes were donated to the mountainous areas. These? She paused. She raised an eyebrow and looked at his red earlobe. It's not appropriate, you know. Lindsay took out a black lace bra from the bag. The thin fabric is almost transparent under the light. His cheeks felt slightly hot, and he quickly stuffed it back in. What do your parents want? Wang Zishue's parents are his landlords. They own more than a dozen buildings in the city center and make a 7-figure monthly income like a piece of cake. He would lie down and count money until his hands cramp, but he just loves to open a store. Wang Zishue replied immediately, maybe I have too much money and want to experience life? Lindsay. Hateful. Is this the happiness of rich people? Let us fight with you landlords. It's so heartbreaking. But Lindsay suddenly had an idea. How about I help you deal with it? Okay, you can take them all. Night falls and the lights come on. The night market street gradually became lively, and various stalls opened one after another. Lindsay stealthily set up a simple stall in the corner. My heart was pounding. He looked around. Ouch. So tense and exciting. He looked into the box behind him. Each piece of sexy lingerie is full of temptation. Damn his machismo. As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. Lindsay made up his mind and put the box in front of the stall. A box of sexy lingerie was moved to the front. Driven by the professional instinct of being proficient in setting up stalls, she swiftly picked out a few of the hottest ones and skillfully put them on the mannequins for display. The lady selling children's clothing nearby was stunned. My jaw almost dropped to the floor. Don't miss it if you pass by. The lowest price of sexy lingerie on the internet. Offline purchases are privacy protected and safer than online shopping. After sorting the products, Lindsay's professional instinct began to act up again. After this shout, everyone on the street turned around. The return rate is 100%. The attention of everyone around was drawn to him. I thought it was some social big shot doing something weird again. The other side. Su Qingqing just got home. The cell phone rang. She answered the phone. Half a minute later. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Setting up a stall. Send me the address. Grab your bag and go out. People on the street whispered. Is performance art so popular these days? It must be some anchor who was doing something funny, right? Are all the live streamers working so hard now? They even dare to put out this kind of stuff? Curious people take a closer look. Good stuff. Real stuff. A row of black lace fabrics were neatly hung on the model. Under the dim lights of the night market, there is an ambiguous glow. The whole street became quiet in an instant. The uncle selling grilled sausages dropped the sausage in his hand. The girl at the milk tea shop poked her face with the straw. Even the old man passing by took out his reading glasses silently. Chapter 32, If you have time to be sad, why not use this time to make more money? Lindsay completely ignored the shocked looks of the people around him. And he greeted the guests warmly. Miss, look at this one. The hollow design makes it breathable and sexy. He held up a tank top with very little fabric. He looked like an unscrupulous vendor selling health products. The girl who was spoken to instantly turned red like a tomato. After the girl reacted. Looking at the tight clothing that barely covers my 3 points. I was immediately filled with shame and anger. I'm just a college student, pervert. After saying that, he turned and ran away. The brother selling fruit nearby had eyes that were bigger than his watermelon. Brother, I thought you were just shooting a short video, but I didn't expect you were serious. After saying that, he quietly moved his stall back half a meter. The lady selling children's clothing looked horrified. He directly blocked the children's clothing sign towards Lindsay, afraid that others would think they were in the same group. Lindsay suddenly had a flash of inspiration and his acting skills instantly came into play. Miss, if this is just an ordinary piece of underwear. He held up the lace robe that barely covered his key parts with great emotion. His eyes were as sincere as if he was selling insurance. Everyone has a love for beauty, and everyone has the right to pursue beauty. Don't try to please others, just try to please yourself. Every girl deserves to be treated tenderly. $38, I won't lose anything, I won't be cheated. The young lady was stunned by the sudden chicken soup. I scanned the code and paid for something. When I react, I have a piece of artwork that is not suitable for children. I'm buying children's clothes. The young lady looked at the criminal evidence in her hand and wanted to cry but had no tears. Lindsay was already happily counting the money. Thank you for your patronage. The first enemy was born. Oh no, customer. The onlookers suddenly felt. It seems, not so shameful? Lindsay immediately started the pyramid selling mode. Auntie. If you put this on, your husband will definitely crawl back from the mahjong table overnight. Brother. Buy this and it will definitely warm up the relationship between husband and wife. This young lady. Confident girls are the most beautiful. Just when he was making great success, suddenly I caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Su Qingqing was standing in front of the stall with a smile on her face. Time seemed to stand still for 3 seconds. The air froze instantly. The hair on his body stood on end. He is numb. Why? Why? This can happen to Su Qingqing. Bad luck. Lindsay was startled and wanted to run away. But he was caught red-handed. Hey, you changed your career to become a sex toy salesman? What happened? Lindsay stiffened his neck. This is called grasping market demand. Su Qingqing raised her eyebrows and glanced at the stall. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he suddenly reached out and picked up the cat ear underwear. He rubbed the fabric lightly with his fingertips. Good quality. I'll take care of all of this. Lindsay? How can you not make money when you have the chance? Lindsay immediately took out the Alipay QR code. See that the transfer was successful. Lindsay packed all the clothes neatly. Suddenly I heard a system sound. Task unlocked successfully. The system detected your thoughts. You just met Su Qingqing and you began to covet her body. Through the back door of the classroom, you secretly observed Su Qingqing sitting on the desk. At this time, Su Qingqing was chatting and laughing with the classmate next to her. Her pink lips opened and closed, and she used her little hands to cover her mouth to prevent her teeth from showing. It was very cute. You let out a perverted roar. So cute. I really miss her. Faced with the lovely and pure Su Qingqing, you are afraid that your dirty thoughts will scare her, so you decide to be a gentleman today and send Su Qingqing home. Mission: send Su Qingqing home in person. Reward: charm +1. Lindsay moved all these things into Su Qingqing's trunk. Su Qingqing looked at Lindsay, who was standing there. Throw him the keys. Let's go. Take me home. After saying that, Su Qingqing opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Lindsay took the key. Sit in the driver's seat and fasten your seatbelt. He said, Boss Su, let's go to that house. Lin's residence. Home. Could it be that Su Qingqing bought his house? This made the sneaky Lindsay shudder suddenly, and he didn't know where to look for a while. Looking at the flustered Lindsay in the rearview mirror, Su Qingqing couldn't help but curl her lips. Don't you know I recently bought this house? Hee hee, how would I know that? Lindsay smiled awkwardly. In fact, he really knew it. Last week, Su Qingqing spent a huge amount of money to buy a courtyard house in the city center. And that quadrangle. It used to be the ancestral home of the Lin family. But what Lindsay didn't understand was, Su Qingqing. Why buy this house? Lindsay's Adam's apple rolled. He was definitely not naive enough to think that this was proof of his unforgettable old love. This woman's obsession with revenge is so deep. Lindsay felt cold sweat on his back and his fingertips trembled. She was using this method to remind herself how she was humiliated by him in the past. This woman never forgets to take revenge. So he endured hardships and humiliated himself. Su Qingqing is too scary? Lindsay felt that the future was bleak. He exported the navigation tremblingly, entered the destination, and clicked OK. Then let's set off. Lindsay held the steering wheel in his hands, his body stiff and his eyes fixed straight ahead. The car started slowly. When the car stopped at the gate of the community, the back of Lindsay's shirt was already wet. Move the clothes in. Su Qingqing pushed open the car door. Standing in front of the familiar porch, Lindsay vaguely saw himself slamming the door and leaving 5 years ago. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. "Boss Sue, where are the clothes?" "Come in, put it in the living room." Her voice came from inside the house, with an unyielding coldness. Lindsay put the cardboard box at the entrance. "It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone." "Leave the clothes here, I'll leave first." The footsteps hurriedly faded away. Su Qingqing stood at the entrance, looking at Lindsay's hurriedly leaving back. She slowly closed the door, leaned her back against the cold door, and slid down to the ground. There was no light in the room. She slowly curled up her legs, buried her face in her arms, and her shoulders trembled silently. Why has my relationship with Lindsay not made any progress after being together for so long? The other side. Lindsay breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the community. The system voice sounded in my ears. Task: send Su Qingqing home in person. Completed. Reward: charm +1. He put on his yellow vest and started delivering takeout. Are you sad about something? It's sad to have free time, so you might as well take advantage of this time to complete more orders. Isn't it great to make money? Chapter 33, pure on the outside, but so dirty on the inside. Weekend mornings. The sunlight shines into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Lindsay was still sleeping soundly in bed. A rapid knock on the door interrupted his sweet dream. "Who is it?" Lindsay said in a hoarse voice and went to open the door with sleepy eyes. As the door opened, the morning sun poured in. Outline show Joshua's slender profile. She is wearing a white sailor dress today. The skirt fluttered in the wind, revealing half of her snow-white calves. It is dazzlingly white in the sunlight. "Brother Lindsay, the sun is shining on your butt." Joshua tilted her head. Without waiting for Lindsay to react, she nimbly got in, her hair brushing against his cheek. Leaves behind a light shampoo scent. The room is a bit messy. There was a pile of taken-away clothes on the sofa. Joshua's gaze swept around the room and finally stopped on Lindsay's quilt, which still had body temperature. "You sit down first." Lindsay scratched his hair in embarrassment and saw that the sofa was a little messy. "Sit on my bed." Joshua's eyes lit up instantly. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. She walked briskly to the bed and sat down. His fingers unconsciously stroked the wrinkles in the sheets, feeling the remaining warmth. "I'll go get you a cup of tea." Lindsay turned and walked towards the kitchen. Joshua's eyes followed his back. After his figure disappeared, she quietly moved to the middle of the bed, buried her face in Lindsay's pillow, took a deep breath, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Blushing face. The taste of Lindsay brother. Lindsay was looking for tea leaves in the kitchen, and the kettle made a gurgling sound. He rubbed his still swollen temple. "I wondered why this girl came here so early in the morning." "Joshua, would you like black tea or green tea?" he asked towards the bedroom, but got no response. Confused, he returned to the room with 2 cups of tea. The scene before him froze him in his place. Joshua was hugging his pillow, curled up in his quilt, with only half of her head exposed. The sunlight shone on her eyelashes, casting tiny shadows on her cheeks. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lindsay's voice unconsciously softened. Joshua opened her watery eyes. She said in a nasal and coquettish voice, "Brother Lindsay's bed is so comfortable. I just want to lie down for a while." As she spoke, she buried her face in the pillow again, but her fingertips quietly clenched the corner of the quilt, as if she was afraid of being driven away. Lindsay felt helpless. Suddenly, a system voice came to his ears. Task unlocked successfully. The cement floor outside the teaching building was instantly soaked by the rain, and the raindrops hit the ground with a continuous clattering sound. The young girl Joshua stood alone under the eaves of the teaching building, standing on tiptoe from time to time, looking in the direction of the school gate, then lowering her head in disappointment, as if she was hesitating about something in her heart. Joshua seems to have forgotten to bring an umbrella. Seeing Joshua rushing into the rain recklessly, you look down at the only umbrella in your hand. At this moment, you will face 2 choices. Give your umbrella to Joshua to gain her favor. Another option is to satisfy your perverted desires, watching the beautiful Joshua rush into the rain, the cold rain hitting her body, the hair on her forehead sticking to her face, soaking her clothes, the white shirt becomes transparent, and you can vaguely see the pink clothes inside. The rain flowed down the girl's collarbone, and the water drops from the soaked pleated skirt flowed down her fair thighs, making people salivate. Task: hand your umbrella to Chio Joshua. Reward: strength attribute point +1. Hidden task: it's uncomfortable to wear wet clothes, right? Help Chio Joshua take off her wet clothes. Reward: basic attribute points +2. Lindsay quickly retracted his gaze and calmly changed the subject. Chio Joshua, do you have an umbrella? Umbrella. Chio Joshua was thoughtful. After a few seconds, her face turned red with shame at a speed visible to the naked eye. She had seen it online before. In order to avoid embarrassment, some people simply changed the name of Duris to Umbrella. Why did Brother Lindsay ask himself if he brought an umbrella? Could it be that? Chio Joshua's eyes were somewhat evasive, and she nodded with a blushing face and answered delicately. Brother Lindsay, I have never bought that kind of stuff. Can I use yours? If it doesn't work, I don't have to. His voice became softer and softer, the last sentence almost became a whisper. His fingers twisted the corner of his clothes unconsciously, the tips of his ears were so red that they seemed to be dripping with blood, and even his neck was faintly pink. I was too shy to look up at Brother Lindsay's expression. Although I have secretly fantasized about such a scene countless times, when the moment really came, my heart beat very fast and I was extremely shy. Will Brother Lindsay think she is too inexperienced? Will he dislike her for being clumsy? Should I be bolder and more proactive? Or should I just cooperate and hand over the leadership to Brother Lindsay? Chio Joshua was lost in thought. Lindsay said seriously, that's what I meant, so use mine. Chio Joshua was lying on the bed, rubbing her two little feet wrapped in black stockings restlessly, her toes slightly bent, and her breathing short. Not only her little face was flushed, but even her ears turned red. A noisy sound came into her blushing ears. Brother Lindsay seemed to be rummaging through boxes and cabinets looking for something. Do we need to add some more props? This thought just flashed through my mind. The noisy sound stopped. Lindsay held the umbrella he had just found from the corner, looked at Chio Joshua lying on the bed in confusion, and handed it to her. I see the weather outside, it's likely to rain, you can use this umbrella first. I have to go out first. The sound of a door closing. The girl took the umbrella and lay on her side on the bed, holding the umbrella in her arms, her lips pursed, her pupils gradually dilated, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and her expression had an indescribable embarrassment. What's going on in her mind? Fortunately, Brother Lindsay didn't notice what she meant. Otherwise, Brother Lindsay would definitely look at her with disdain and taunt her unceremoniously. I didn't expect that you appear pure on the outside but are so dirty on the inside. Chio Joshua whimpered and held the umbrella tightly in her arms. The system voice came from Lindsay's mind. Task: hand your umbrella to Chio Joshua. Completed. Reward: strength attribute point +1. Lindsay went downstairs and left the community. It took half an hour to take the bus. Next stop is City Hospital Station. Please get off first and get on later. Please board the bus in an orderly manner and avoid crowding. We have arrived. Lindsay got up and got out of the car and went directly to the inpatient department. As soon as you enter the building, you are hit by the pungent smell of disinfectant. Chapter 34, Winking Desperately, Don't Tell Anyone. Lindsay walked out of the gate of the community. The bus drove slowly for half an hour. Until the station announcement sounded. Next stop is City Hospital Station. Please get off first and get on later. Please board the bus in an orderly manner and avoid crowding. Lindsay got up and got out of the car, walking straight to the inpatient department. The moment I pushed open the glass door, the pungent smell of disinfectant hit me in the face. He quickened his pace and walked towards the VIP area. Standing at the door of the room, I heard a burst of laughter coming from inside. Sister, your son is really filial. He comes to see you every day. Oh, this child is just too sensible. I feel sorry for him because of his sensibility. Although Mother Lin said this, wrinkles appeared at the corners of her eyes as she smiled. It was obvious that she was very pleased with the compliment. My little brat only knows how to play games and rarely makes phone calls. Boys are all like this. They become sensible when they grow up. I hope so. By the way, big sister, does Lindsay have a girlfriend? Mother Lin's smile froze slightly, and her fingertips unconsciously pinched the corner of the quilt. Just then, Lindsay walked into the ward carrying some fruit. Mom, I'm here. Hello, Aunt Chang. I bought some strawberries. I heard they are very sweet, so I brought a box for you as well. Oh, this kid is really thoughtful. But I have to go back and cook for your uncle. Let's talk another day. After sending Aunt Zhang to the elevator, Lindsay returned to the ward, opened the curtains halfway, turned around and said with a smile, Aunt Zhang is so nice, she always comes to talk to you. The sunlight shone in obliquely, adding a bit of warmth to the pale ward. He turned on the faucet and washed the strawberries skillfully. Under the water, his slender fingers looked particularly beautiful against the bright red strawberries. Try this. The boss said it was just picked today. Lindsay wiped off the water droplets, picked the reddest one and handed it to Jiang Wantong's mouth. So sweet. As soon as Jiang Wantong bit through the peel, the juice burst out between her lips. Of course. It took me a long time to choose. Lindsay tilted his head and blinked proudly. Jiang Wantong couldn't help laughing when she saw her son's expression as if he was seeking credit. Lindsay watched his mother finish eating the fruit. Lindsay casually asked, Mom, why did you give the key to the house to Chiu Jiaxue? Jiang Wantong paused, then smiled slyly. I think that girl likes you very much. She narrowed her eyes mischievously. So, how far have you two progressed? Mom, you think too much. I am not interested in this right now. Besides, we grew up together. The voice stopped abruptly, and those ambiguous scenes caused by accidents flashed before his eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Wantong smiled even more ambiguously. Oh, why don't you continue? Our Zay Zay actually blushed? She counted on her fingers. That girl looked at me. Every time she talked about you, her eyes lit up like stars. Lindsay immediately changed the subject. The sun is shining brightly outside, let me push you downstairs for a walk. I want to drink the taro milk tea from the shop opposite the hospital. Okay, beautiful lady. Lindsay pushed the wheelchair through the corridor, and the sunlight cast long shadows on the tiles. There was a long line in front of the milk tea shop. Lin Zigong took out his phone to scan the code and place an order. Suddenly I realized that my mother in the wheelchair was missing. Turning around, I saw that she had already slid to the counter without me noticing. She was holding onto the counter with both hands, staring at the price list with shining eyes. I want a large cup of taro brown sugar bubble milk tea, full sugar and double pearls. The doctor said last week that my blood sugar was high, half sugar. Lindsay interrupted firmly. Full sugar. Half sugar. Jiang Wantong suddenly took out a handkerchief and pressed the corners of his eyes. When you had a high fever, your mother carried you to 3 hospitals, now I have to look at my son's face before I can drink full sugar milk tea. Her sobbing attracted the attention of the customers around her. Stop. Lindsay stepped forward and covered her mouth. You are blackmailing me. Finally, I lost 3 parts of sugar, no more. A few minutes later, Jiang Wantong stared at the obviously pale milk tea in her son's hand. He was so angry that he stomped on his wheelchair. Rebellious son. He snatched the cup away, and the plastic film rustled as the straw pierced it. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Ouch. There's a pretty girl over there looking at us. Could it be that he is attracted to her son? This is not because she is blindly confident. Her son's face was no joke. Lindsay, who was 1.85 meters tall, stood there. The white shirt outlines the broad shoulders and narrow waist. Completely inherited 100% of her beauty. Very handsome. Don't be too normal when someone strikes up a conversation with you. Pity. Jiang Wantong looked at his son who was addicted to his phone with great sorrow. How will a straight man like you find a girlfriend in the future? Lin Yuan shrugged, not caring at all. What is a girlfriend? Is there anyone who still believes in something as illusory as love? He deliberately dragged out his tone. No way. Jiang Wantong looked at the woman opposite him. He's been staring at us for 5 minutes. She immediately lowered her voice. Son. Tell me the truth, did you owe someone a debt of love and have them come to your door? She glanced suspiciously at her son who was playing with his phone. Are you secretly dating someone behind my back, and now they're coming to your house to accuse you? Mom, don't guess blindly. Lindsay was amused by his mother's outrageous guess. He is an innocent boy, how could there be any love troubles? Look, it's right under our noses. Jiang Wantong discovered that the beautiful woman opposite was actually walking towards them. She pursed her lips and motioned for him to look to the right. Confused, Lindsay looked in the direction she pointed. Lindsay's gaze suddenly froze. Wait until you can see the other person clearly. The pupils suddenly contracted. Oh my god. How did I run into Su Qingqing again? What is she here for? Come here specifically to drink milk tea opposite the hospital? Is she sick? What's wrong with her? Why doesn't a big boss like her go to see a family doctor and go to the hospital in person? Many questions flashed through Lindsay's mind. When he came to his senses, Su Qingqing was already standing in front of him. Lindsay. Su Qingqing was wearing high heels and looking at Lindsay in front of her. She came out to buy milk tea. I saw a figure that looked like Lindsay. Unexpectedly, it was really him. Lindsay found that there was nowhere to hide. He could only bite the bullet and force out an awkward smile. Su, President Su. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you even when buying a milk tea. But I was complaining in my heart, does this woman have a GPS? How come I can run into her everywhere? Su Qingqing's eyes swept across the face of the woman sitting in the wheelchair. Finally, it fell on Lindsay again and frowned. What are you doing here? This. Lindsay stole a glance at his mother and made up a story. This is my client. Lindsay held down his mother's hand. I'm working as, a part-time caregiver. Jiang Wantong's eyes widened, and the pearls that he had sucked to his lips fell back into the cup with a pop. Just as I was about to speak, I suddenly received a distress signal from my son, blinking frantically. Mom! Don't tell anyone. Chapter 35. Are you really my mother? I don't know why. Lindsay just didn't want Su Qingqing to know the true situation of Jiang Wantong. What if Su Qingqing causes trouble for him? In a flash of lightning, Jiang Wantong gathered her shawl gracefully, nodded with a smile, and said something veiled in her words. That's right. Lindsay is very considerate. Su Qingqing saw the entire interaction between the two. They looked so intimate, it didn't look like an ordinary client and caregiver relationship at all. She was suspicious. Jiang Wantong looked at Lindsay and then at Su Qingqing. Lindsay is tall and handsome, while Su Qingqing is cool, bright, and charming. If they stand side by side, they will definitely be a perfect match. Jiang Wantong was moved and asked with a smile. Why are you here? What are you busy with? Tao Tao is sick. Su Qingqing spoke calmly, thinking that Jiang Wantong didn't know who Tao Tao was, and added, she is my goddaughter. Her mother had something urgent to do today. The words fell. Su Qingqing was also stunned. She didn't understand why she had to explain to Jiang Wantong. I see. Jiang Wantong suddenly realized and pushed Lindsay, who was standing next to him. Jiang Wantong said enthusiastically. It's so hard for you to raise a child alone. Let Lindsay accompany you and run some errands for you. He is very familiar with this hospital. Lindsay's pupils trembled. Winking at his mother like crazy. You are sending your own son into a pile of ice. How can you treat your child like this? Jiang Wantong pretended not to see it. Instead, he became even more aggressive. Just send me back to the ward later, and you can order him around. If you don't give such a beautiful and elegant girl a push, you will miss it. On the other hand, her son has no idea how popular good girls are and doesn't care at all. She couldn't help but urge. Go quickly. Before Lindsay could speak, Su Qingqing spoke directly. Need not. It's almost done. Auntie, you have to go back to the ward later. It's too troublesome. The girl is thoughtful. Jiang Wantong's eyes softened instantly when he looked at Su Qingqing. This girl was quite gentle and thoughtful. Buzz. Su Qingqing's cell phone vibrated in her palm. She glanced at the caller ID, turned to Jiang Wantong and gave her an apologetic smile. Auntie, the child called, I have to leave first. If you need anything, feel free to contact Xiaoza. Jiang Wantong waved enthusiastically, he's on call 24 hours a day. Lindsay. Am I a DD driver? Still on call 24 hours a day? But thinking of Su Qingqing taking her child to see the doctor alone. He added, she's right. Good. Su Qingqing paused when she heard this, and the corners of her lips unconsciously raised. That smile was like a frozen lake that suddenly melted. Very beautiful. Lindsay was so frightened that his heart skipped a beat. Tsk tisk tisk. Jiang Wantong grabbed his son, his eyes shining like searchlights. There's something wrong with you. Is this the girl you had a crush on in college? Lindsay's heart was filled with alarm bells. No. You're overthinking it. Don't give me that. John Wantong rolled his eyes. I gave birth to you. As soon as you stick your butt out, I know what kind of fart you're going to let out. Lindsay held his forehead with his hand. Mom, you were once a noble lady after all. What's wrong with the lady? Don't the ladies poop or fart? John Wantong was confident and righteous. What era is this? Why are you still holding on to feudal ideas? Lindsay. All right. Mom, I admit it. What else can we do? Watching Su Qingqing's back as she walked away. John Wantong smacked his lips in satisfaction. This girl is so pretty. Her legs are 2 centimeters longer than mine were back then. She touched her face unconsciously and said, alas, beauties like us are easy to be noticed. Lindsay. This narcissism is definitely in our DNA. Oh, yes, John Wantong suddenly realized. Then his eyes lit up. She tapped her chin with her fingertips. Come to think of it, the last time you got drunk and hugged the toilet and yelled at Qingqing not to leave. She couldn't be that Su Qingqing. Lindsay's heart was filled with alarm bells. No. You're overthinking it. Don't try that on me. John Wantong rolled her eyes elegantly. When you were 3, you wet your bed and said it was a flood. When you were 5, you stole chocolate and blamed it on mice. I know what you were going to fart when you stick your butt out. How could I not know you? Mom, can you please stop talking about the past? What's wrong? Can I say a few words to the son I gave birth to? So, John Wantong suddenly leaned closer mysteriously. What's going on with you guys now? Are you guys in love again? Or nothing, really. Ordinary superior-subordinate relationship. Her eyes slowly moved down, and she suddenly took a breath. Son, you are not, okay? Mom. Lindsay bounced 3 meters away as if he had been electrocuted, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. I'm just worried about your lifelong event. John Wantong explained, when your father was pursuing me. Don't mention my dad. Lindsay said with a look of grief and indignation. If you, the military advisor, hadn't given me such bad advice, would I have done such a stupid thing as hitting someone with a black card? When this was brought up, John Wantong became even more angry. I told you to give in to their preferences, but who told you to invest directly in RMB? Su Qingqing's family was in financial difficulty at the time, and she was working part-time to support herself with her studies. Aren't you using money to humiliate her? So? Lindsay spread his hands in despair. You still want me to take you home? Aren't you afraid that if she finds out you're my mother, she'll dig up our ancestral grave overnight? Even clay figures have tempers. What's more, Su Qingqing is currently the heir to hundreds of billions of assets. If she really wanted revenge, many people would go through fire and water for her. There is nothing you can't buy with money these days. John Wantong suddenly wilted. Thinking about it carefully, what Lindsay said does make sense. She murmured guiltily, then, you can call me sister in public. Lindsay? This is truly my mother. Oh, I was just kidding. John Wantong smiled and patted Lindsay's shoulder. Mom is an experienced person. The way she looked at you just now. Absolutely lingering feelings. I think you two still have love. The drama of the cold and beautiful female boss's intimate little husband that I was following a few days ago is like this. The female boss appears to be cold but is actually lovable to the male lead. John Wantong rubbed his hands excitedly. The kiss between the hero and heroine at the end was so sweet that it raised my blood sugar. Mom, please stop talking nonsense. Our times are different from your times. Love without money is like a shoddy project. It looks glamorous, but it will break at the slightest touch. Will there be a follow-up to chapter 36, Wrong Start? The point is that she is now a self-made female CEO. Lindsay became more and more excited as he spoke. You don't even know how she tortured me in the company, unlike a second-generation person like me who just eats and waits for death. Speaking of this, Lindsay suddenly became excited. He recounted his experiences of the past few days in a lavish manner, adding more details to the story. Finally, he slapped his thigh and said angrily, I have to quit this class. But... He rolled his eyes and suddenly lowered his voice. I don't think she will fire me for a while. A few days ago, I was given a job transfer and a raise. Isn't this just a slap in the face followed by a sweet date? I might as well take advantage of their trick. Lindsay rubbed his hands. Let's get as much wool as possible first. When she feels bored and wants to fire me, she has to give me severance pay. This is a huge profit. This abacus is good at calculating. Jiang Wanang glanced at his son and said bluntly, I see, you don't want to leave at all, right? I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Zhe instantly got furious and denied it 3 times in a row. Seeing my son's attitude of trying to cover up his guilt, Jiang Wantan knew what was going on. My silly son has been doomed since the day he came home from college with a red face and asked how to chase girls. All these years have passed, and I'm still stuck in the same pit. Ah, yes, Jiang Wanang imitated his tone. You said you wanted to resign, but your eyes were glued to CEO Su? This decisive blow was a direct KO. Lin Zhe stumbled back, holding his chest. Are you really my biological mother? Jiang Wanang suddenly pulled out a book called Self-Help Guide for Chasing Wife in Crematorium like a magic trick. Son, listen to my advice. She said earnestly, if you keep your mouth shut now, you'll be the one dancing in the crematorium in the future. Do you have to wait until someone holds someone else's hand to send you an invitation? You only regret it now? He took 3 steps back, holding his chest, looking hurt. Jiang Wanang smiled and said, okay, stop making such a fuss. Lin Zhe whispered, her current identity. No matter what her current status is, it won't affect your liking for her. Jiang Wanang felt both relieved and distressed when looking at her son. This is the baby she has held in her hands since childhood. Now I have to shoulder so much alone. But now, I clearly like someone, but I don't even have the courage to get close to him. Jiang Wanang felt heartbroken, but there was nothing she could do. Does her status matter? Jiang Wanang gently ruffled his hair. Your father and I started from scratch. Although we are bankrupt now, we never feel inferior to others. Why do you feel inferior to others? Unless. Jiang Wanting suddenly looked at his son suspiciously. You are not our biological child, are you? At this time, an exaggerated boy interrupted. I said this kid doesn't look like me. I was an entrepreneurial genius back then. As a result, this kid only knows how to work all day long. Lin Minghui came over with a thermos bucket and glanced at Lin Zhe with disdain. How about a paternity test? Where can I get the money? Jiang Wanting sighed, I'll just have to make do with it. This tone. This look. It's like discussing whether to adopt a stray cat. Lin Zhe felt terrible. Did I really pick it up? He was in such deep self-doubt that he didn't even notice when his parents pushed the wheelchair away. Lin Minghui stroked his chin and muttered, this kid won't really believe it, will he? Jiang Wanang smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescents, maybe. It's too easy to fool people. Lin Minghui said with disgust, don't even think about it. Who can be so handsome and look so similar to us? Lin Zhe. Depend on. I've been fooled by this pair of funny parents again. On the other side, in the children's infusion room. Mom, what are you looking at? Wang Taotao tilted her head and tried to follow Su Qingqing's line of sight. Unfortunately, the infusion tube restricted her movements. She saw nothing. Nothing. Su Qingqing retracted her gaze and reached out to touch Taotao's forehead. The fever has subsided and the little face is not as red as before. Mom, are you thinking about Dad, Lin Zhe? Wang Taotao rubbed against Su Qingqing's arms. Mom always smelled good, like cotton candy in the sun, warm and soft. He's not your godfather. Su Qingqing corrected with a stern face, at least not now. Then it will be in the future? The little guy's eyes lit up, since it will be called sooner or later, what's wrong with me calling it in advance? You are so clever. Su Qingqing scratched her nose helplessly. Wang Taotao raised her little face proudly. Su Qingqing's thoughts drifted back to the past. When he first got together with Lin Zhe, he said he would take her to meet his parents. But she always felt that the gap between them was too big, so she finally refused. Who knew that Lin Zhe suddenly dropped out of school and disappeared? Not even a word of farewell. She missed the opportunity to meet her parents. Now think about it. The elegant lady in the wheelchair. It should be Lin Zhe's mother. Those same peach blossom eyes. They are simply carved from the same mold. But Lin Zhe foolishly thought that she knew nothing. Poorly concealed. Thinking of Jiang Wantan's cooperation in the performance, Su Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. But this speculation still needs to be verified. As for how to verify, she was going to think about it carefully. Just then, Lindsay appeared at the door of the infusion room. Seeing Su Qingqing's curved eyebrows, Lindsay held his breath instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing Su Qingqing's curved eyebrows, Lindsay held his breath instantly. Boom, boom, boom. My heartbeat was so loud it seemed like it was going to burst through my chest. Admit it, Lindsay, you just can't let her go. From the moment we met again, you never want to lose again. Even if she hates you and targets you, you enjoy it too. But love makes people timid. He stood at the door. My feet seemed to have taken root. I dare not get any closer. Uncle Lindsay. Wang Taotao's clear voice broke the silence. Su Qingqing looked up when she heard the voice. Lindsay saw Su Qingqing's clear eyes. Lindsay stepped back subconsciously. He is not worthy of her. As if this could hide his humble love. He is like a trapped animal hiding in the shadows, watching her greedily, and afraid of being discovered. Between them, it was wrong from the beginning. A wrong start will never lead to any follow-up. Wang Taotao tilted her head and asked innocently, "Is Uncle Lindsay here to see me?" Chapter 37. Mr. Su, your man is about to be conquered by the land of tenderness. Ah. I didn't come here to get the medicine, I just happened to run into you. He responded guiltily. He shook the medicine bag in his hand as he spoke, trying to increase his credibility. Strange, Su Qingqing said, half smiled, your client just said you were very familiar with the hospital. And, she added slowly, shouldn't hospitalized patients have to come to the pediatric infusion room to get their own medications? Lindsay. Good fellow. It's hard to explain. He simply played dumb, I just came here to get medicine anyway. Su Qingqing stretched out her voice, with a mischievous smile in her eyes, what medicine do I need to get from the children's infusion room? Lindsay stood there, feeling like he was stripped naked and put on display. My palms are sweaty and my back is cold. Depend on. I shouldn't have come. Then I'll go first. After he said that, he immediately ran away in a hurry, his back looking embarrassed. The weekend is over in a blink of an eye. It's another damn Monday. DD. A message popped up on the phone. Wang Zishue, the leftovers from the new opening today are piled up again. Remember to get 2 servings after get off work. Wang Zishue, picture. Lindsay looked at the neatly arranged and shiny braised pork rice in the photo. Lindsay. Damn. Let us fight with you landlords. It's so heartbreaking. But Lindsay suddenly had an idea. He typed quickly, I'll help you sell it, will you give me a commission? We'll split the money in half. Wang Zishue was not short of money at all, she went to work just to kill time, she added. By the way, I'm quitting the spicy food restaurant. Stupid boss actually deducted employees' wages. I will open a new restaurant directly with my employees. Lindsay was not surprised at all when he saw the news. I even saw my past self. It's great to have money. If you are unhappy with your boss, just fire him. Unlike him, he has to do something stupid if he wants to be fired. Well. Lindsay sighed and shook his head. An idea suddenly occurred to him. He thought of a new way to make money. I typed and asked, if I sell it to you, will I get a commission? Okay, 50-50. Wang Zishue opened the store just to get a sense of participation and to make his life more regular. My sister is so cool. Wait, I promised to buy your braised pork rice today. After sending the message, Lindsay stretched and loosened his stiff neck. Glancing around the office. Those who are not working overtime have already started packing up and preparing for the final sprint. Those who are working overtime are still taking their time and slacking off. Lindsay rubbed his hands and clicked on the company group. Lindsay, the braised pork rice I had last time was spicy and tasty, absolutely amazing. Lindsay, at Wang Jiangwo, do you want one? I'll order one for you. Wang Jiangwo was confused when he saw the group message and quickly sent a private message. Did you send this to the wrong group? When did I say I wanted to eat? Lindsay didn't even bother to raise his eyelids and had no intention of going back to Wang Jiangwo at all. Nonsense. Of course he knew where he was. Continue to fan the flames in the company group. The boss said that there is a promotion now, 10% off for 2 people, 20% off for 5 people, and 30% off for more than 10 people. Can you ask any colleagues if they can do it quickly? Wang Jiangwo? His question mark had just been sent out. Lin Zhe immediately made up for it. Oops, sent to the wrong group. Since I sent it to the wrong person. Why don't you just ask? Anyone want to eat spicy, flavorful, steaming hot, plate-licking delicious braised pork rice? The tea has a nice aroma. But the tea has to be just right. Wang Jiangwo scratched his head until he was almost bald. Before he could react, Lin Zhe threw out another trump card. Many of us work overtime. There is a 30% discount for 10 people. 30% off. Although it's not bad for this little money. But if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you'd be a coward. Wang Jiangwo instantly turned into a real fragrance freak. I immediately typed and sent it to the group. Anyone else want to join? Lan Miao Miao, I want a copy and send it to the planning department. Seeing someone taking the bait, Lin Zhe quickly added fuel to the fire. After get off work, I have to cook, buy groceries, wash the pots and dishes, and it's tiring after a day's work. Why don't you work overtime and eat before leaving? The effect is immediate. Lin Zhe saw with his own eyes that several colleagues who were already picking up their bags suddenly stopped. I sat back at my desk with my bag. Then the group message exploded. Suli, +1. Hu Lan Lan, take me with you. Weekend, count me in. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 20 people. Bai Weiwei looked at Lin Zhe and thought. Can Lin Zhe be so kind? The company's overtime record holder 0 times. Suddenly promoting overtime? Did you accidentally send it to the wrong group? Only a fool would believe that. Bai Weiwei, who had seen through everything, smiled like an auntie and decisively assisted. Give me one too. No way. Who made him the future boss husband? Must give full support. The first rule of workplace survival. Pretend not to know the boss's gossip. The boss's man should be supported as much as possible. The other side. Lin Zhe counted the orders happily. So happy that I am about to take off. If I had known that working like a slave would be so easy to earn. He should have developed this business a long time ago. Big loss. Blood and numbness loss. But it doesn't matter. This will be his new career. Send the order to Wang Zeshue. Speed. Wang Zeshue? Wang Zeshue, so many. Lin Zhe raised the corner of his mouth proudly. Basic operation. Have you prepared enough food? Wang Zeshue was silent for a few seconds. Not enough. Oh shit. Isn't it going to fail right after it starts? Lin Zhe was worried. The other party sent another message. But don't worry. I bought all the braised pork rice from the braised pork shop next door. Lin Zhe. Oh shit. I hate rich people. Is this a business? This is clearly charity. Oh my god. Please give me some charity too. Half an hour later. The glass door of the office was gently pushed open. Wang Zeshue walked in slowly wearing high heels. Her black dress outlined her elegant curves, and her slightly curly hair fell on her shoulders, making her skin look as white as snow. Following behind him were 2 shop assistants wearing pink aprons, carrying several large bags full of fragrant pork trotter rice. She raised her hand to signal the waiter behind her to put down the lunchbox. Her movements were calm and dignified, as if she was attending a business lunch rather than delivering takeout. Seeing Lin Zhe, the corners of her lips curled up slightly, her smile was light but gentle. She took out an exquisite lunchbox from the paper bag and handed it to him. Here, there's no extra charge for this extra portion. Today's orders have exploded. They were so happy that they dug out all the Maotai and are now dancing with joy at home. I had no choice but to send an errand boy like me to deliver food. Lin Zhe. Is this starting to drift? The happiness of rich people is indeed so plain and simple that it is shocking. Wang Zishue's dress is not ostentatious, and can even be described as restrained. She didn't deliberately exude any air of wealth, but her every move exuded a sense of calm nobility. A solid-colored long dress with no exaggerated decorations. But the bracelet on the wrist, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, shows low-key luxury. Unlike other rent collectors, Wang Zishue never shows off her wealth. Aside. Bai Weiwei held the lunchbox, her eyes flashing wildly. Mr. Su. If you don't come soon, the man you like will be conquered by the land of tenderness. Chapter 38. The earlier you raise the flag, the faster you will be slapped in the face. The appearance of Wang Zishue made Bai Weiwei feel like she was facing a formidable enemy. This lady personally delivers the food. Even smiled at Lin Zhe? If this wasn't interesting, Bai Weiwei would have eaten up all the braised pork rice. Although, in her opinion, Wang Zishue and Su Qingqing are not on the same track at all. But the problem is, how can a man resist such a gentle lady? Speak softly. The eyes have their own invisible killing power. When you get to that station, even the air becomes soft. And Su Qingqing. Beauty is breathtaking. But that aura is so cold that it can make people automatically retreat away. Any normal man would know who to choose, right? Think about it this way. Mr. Su. Danger. No. President Su is her golden thigh. Bai Weiwei rolled her eyes and pretended to fix her hair, but in fact, the camera of her mobile phone was aimed precisely at the two people who were talking in a low voice. Snap. The photo was sent to Su Qingqing immediately. Then type and edit. Boss Su, the braised pork rice that everyone in the group bought tastes good. Do you want me to order you a sample? Sent successfully. She is such a dedicated employee. 45 minutes later. When Su Qingqing clicked on the message, exactly 45 minutes had passed since Bai Weiwei sent the photo. She swiped her slender finger across the screen, and the photo instantly filled the entire phone screen. With 2 taps of the fingertips, the 2 figures in the center of the screen were continuously enlarged. In the photo, Lin Zhe tilted his head slightly and was talking to the woman standing in front of the desk. The woman leaned forward slightly, her hair falling on her shoulders, her eyes filled with a gentle smile. Although I couldn't see Lin Zhe's expression clearly, but Su Qingqing could imagine his relaxed expression at the moment. Wait, this woman. Su Qingqing narrowed her eyes and continued to enlarge the photo until the pixels began to blur. When you see clearly the exquisite hair accessory on the other person's ear. Her pupils shrank slightly. Isn't this the front desk of that spicy hot pot restaurant? Is it an old acquaintance? Still. Su Qingqing pursed her lips, exited the photo, and quickly slid her fingertips across the group chat history. The messages scrolled up one by one, until the slip invitation to group purchase at the top. She remembered that Lin Zhe usually delivered express parcels and took out food. On weekends, I also set up a stall in the children's park to sell balloons. Setting up a stall to sell clothes. Life is so tight these days. No wonder we have to gather everyone in the group to get a discount. After all. Or it's because she, as a boss, didn't provide adequate employee welfare. They have to budget their meals carefully. Otherwise, how could it be the woman in the picture's turn to deliver food? Think of this. Su Qingqing sent Bai Weiwei a new notification. From now on, all overtime workers enjoy meals provided by the company. The meal price is set at 80 yuan per person. $80. There are both meat and vegetarian dishes, which is good. Bai Weiwei, who was checking the report, raised her eyebrows when she saw the news. Did you see the circle of friends or not? She deliberately filmed the scene of the woman feeding Lin Zhe like a close-up in an idol drama. President Su didn't even mention a word? While I was thinking about it, I received additional terms. Give priority to light meal sets, and don't consider dishes such as braised meat and spicy hot pot. Bai Weiwei chuckled. Sure enough, I saw it. This is a weird feeling of being jealous in a roundabout way. Really interesting. It turns out that other people's love scenes are the best. She quickly replied, understood. He immediately drafted an administrative notice with bold and red text. There were exclamations in the office. The company provides dinner? Not only do they get paid for overtime work, but they also provide meals? This benefit is incredible. After the new boss comes, our salary will triple. Lin Zhe, who was fishing secretly with his Bluetooth headset on, suddenly felt a chill on his back. Click on the crazy jumping group message. It's all over. The company now provides meals. How does he make money as a middleman? Where are the sweatshops and the black-hearted bosses that were promised? What capitalist would take the initiative to provide benefits to their employees? At Cheng Xiaoyun's house in the evening. Ching ching? Chang Xiaoyun watched her best friend abuse the purple cabbage in her salad with a fork. Is the company in trouble? There weren't many things that could distract a workaholic like her while she was eating. Fine. Su Qingqing stuffed her phone into her bag, picked up a piece of salmon dipped in mustard sauce and put it into her mouth. The next second, his whole face wrinkled into a bun. Vomit. Tears choked by mustard welled up in my eyes. Drink some juice to calm down. Chang Xiaoyun pushed the cup over and said, a 25-year-old can still choke while eating. Su Qingqing drank half a glass of water before she could suppress the spicy ginger taste on her tongue. Nana, who was sitting in the children's chair, swung her little feet and suddenly said something shocking. Tao Tao, who was sitting next to him, spoke out the truth in one sentence, and shouted crisply. Mother Qing must be distracted because she is thinking about her godfather. Godfather? Chang Xiaoyun immediately became interested, her eyes gleaming with gossip. Which boy? Tao Tao blinked her big eyes. It's Uncle Lin Zhe that you've met, Mom. You've changed your name to Daddy? It's only been a few days and the child has even changed his name. Chang Xiaoyun glanced at her sister with interest and asked, how far have you progressed? What you said is nothing, it's all just blind guessing. Su Qingqing pursed her lips irritably. She was confused at the moment, and the scene in the evening kept appearing in her mind. Lin Zhe and the strange woman stood side by side, with smiles in the corners of their eyes and eyebrows. The last time he attended a parent-teacher meeting for Tao Tao, he clearly said that he wanted to be Tao Tao's godfather. Doesn't this mean that you still like her? How come, in the blink of an eye, he can chat and laugh with another woman so easily? Maybe, just ordinary friends? Su Qingqing's fingers hovered above the phone keyboard for a long time. Only then did I realize that I was in no position to question. Who is she? Former lover? Or your current boss? Maybe in Lin Zhe's eyes. That past was nothing more than an equal exchange. She urgently needs cash flow. He happened to have the resources. That's why there was that entanglement. Once a relationship is tainted with the smell of money, can it still be considered pure? Is this why he avoids talking about reconciliation? Su Qingqing felt her temples throbbing, and her usually smart mind was now a mess, becoming more and more tangled the more she tried to sort it out. My chest felt like it was filled with lemons, so sour that even breathing was painful. If you don't really love your child, why make such a promise to him? The feeling of falling from the top of the cloud to the bottom of the valley is probably just like this. Qingqing. Chang Xiaoyun reached out and gently pressed her hand on Su Qingqing's shoulder, the warmth of her palm bringing soothing feeling. As Qingqing's best friend, she knew very well the changes that Qingqing had gone through over the years. Since returning from college, the innocent girl seemed to be wrapped in cold armor overnight. She understood that in the fiercely competitive workplace, a young and beautiful woman would have to swallow many grievances and make many unknown efforts if she wanted to gain a foothold. This disguise that keeps people away is nothing more than a shield to protect oneself. Chang Xiaoyun watched Su Qingqing stirring the coffee absent-mindedly. I couldn't help but tap the rim of her cup with my fork. Hey, you're melting the ice. Are you still thinking about Lin Zhe? Chapter 39, So Good. Su Qingqing finally came back to her senses. Chang Xiaoyun held her chin with her hands, her eyes gleaming with gossip. I've noticed that you've been staring at your phone more times these past 2 days than I've been working overtime this month. Who misses him? Su Qingqing took a sip of coffee. But because of absent-mindedness, the tip of his tongue was burned. So, Chang Xiaoyun suddenly slammed the table. What are you thinking about? Why don't you just go and ask him? What do you want to ask? Su Qingqing turned her head away. Ask him why he smiles so happily at other girls? Ask him why. Ask him if he likes you. Chang Xiaoyun poked her forehead in frustration. Where is Mr. Su, who is usually so decisive at the negotiation table? She turned to look at the window. She was silent for a long time before she whispered, what if the answer is no? That's a good time to give up. Chang Xiaoyun held her cold hand and said, it's hard to find a 3-legged frog, but aren't 2-legged men everywhere? My cousin just came back from Wall Street, and he looks like Tony Leung Chiu when he was young. But they are not Lin Zhe. Su Qingqing blurted out. Chang Xiaoyun was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed out loud. It's over, our President Su is in trouble. She leaned closer to look at her friend's slightly red ears. I couldn't help but ask her, is he so good? I remember you said he was stubborn, petty, and... It's not that good actually. Su Qingqing thought for a moment and answered seriously, From what I remember, he is a bit chauvinistic, strong-willed, occasionally childish, and particularly calculating. He is not mature and stable at all. With all these shortcomings, you still like him? Su Qingqing's face was full of disbelief. Could it be that her best friend only cared about the other person's appearance? This is not like her character. Su Qingqing just smiled slightly. The TV in the living room, which was not turned off, happened to be playing an old song. Later. I finally learned it. How to love. Unfortunately, you've gone away. Disappear in the crowd. Finally, I understood in tears. Some people, once missed, will never come back. In the silence where the song flows, Su Qingqing was the first to sigh. In that case, let my sister help you. Isn't it just pursuing a sweetheart? Your brother-in-law was so difficult to deal with back then, but I still won him over. Listen to me, I promise it will be fine. Su Qingqing's drooping eyelashes suddenly raised up, and she looked at her bestie with burning eyes. Is it really possible? Of course. It was the first time that Su Qingqing looked at him with such trusting eyes. I suddenly felt that I had become taller. She raised her chin confidently and said with confidence. First, tell me, what stage have you reached now? It's just an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship. It seems there is no progress at all. Wrong. Su Qingqing keenly noticed something unusual, then why does Tao Tao call him godfather? Well. Su Qingqing hesitated, we went to Tao Tao's school together once. Su Qingqing immediately understood the trick. What about going together? It's obvious that Wang Tao Tao is being clever. Everyone has learned to find temporary parents to fill in the gaps. If the young tree is not pruned and grows straight, the child will eventually fly to the sky. Su Qingqing shouted angrily. Wang Tao Tao. The little girl over there saw that the situation was not good and quickly hid back in her room. The next day. Early in the morning. Bai Weiwei dropped a bomb in the work group. The company is organizing a delegation to inspect the newly acquired retirement resort. Located at the foot of the National 5A-level scenic spot, it is only a 30-minute drive from the city center and has very convenient transportation. There are famous attractions nearby, such as the 1,000-year-old temple, the 100-acre lavender sea, and the cherry blossom valley. It has 38 special hot spring pools and a group of 5-star hotels. 3 days and 2 nights luxury package. Restriction, bring elders. As soon as the news came out, the whole office went wild. The sound of typing on the keyboard is louder than the firecrackers during the Chinese New Year. Message notification sounds from various small groups came one after another. Fuck. Mr. Su is going to take over the happiness of 3 generations of my family. It's a good opportunity for my parents to experience what high-end elderly care is like. Since I changed my boss, my benefits have skyrocketed. I am willing to die for President Su. I will work overtime until the end of time. Plus 10,086. Lin Zhe glanced at the group message and sneered. Do these naive workers really think they are going there just for fun? Isn't this just market research in disguise? What is the difference between this and asking primary school students to write a diary after coming back from a spring outing? Go to hell. It's delaying my ability to make money. He clicked on Bai Weiwei's dialog box, and just as his fingers touched the keyboard, as if the other party had foreseen his actions, they preemptively sent him 3 messages. No leave allowed. This activity is directly linked to the year-end bonus. You have to crawl there even if you have to. Lin Zhe. Okay. You have to go, right? Then don't blame him for using his ultimate move. Let President Su see what the higher the virtue, the higher the evil means. Lin Zhe opened the group of scalpers who usually snatch tickets. In WeChat group. Good news, families, 3 days and 2 nights luxury package. Selling at a low price. The original price is $10.99 and the current price is $299 per person. The number of places is limited. Heart. I sent a few more high-resolution photos of the resort. The blue hot spring pool. A large bed covered with rose petals. Fine dining at a Michelin-starred restaurant. Tong who can't sleep late at night, there is actually such a benefit. I'll be the first to sign up. Violent Lowly, count me in. This wave is a huge profit. In just a few minutes, Lin Zhe's private message notification sound kept ringing like a popcorn machine. He held the hot phone in his hand. The resort project under Su Qingqing was so popular. After some screening, 5 buyers were finally finalized. The account balance instantly increased by 3,000 yuan. Huge profit. It's such a great win. This feeling. It's more refreshing than drinking ice-cold Coke in the dog days of summer. When Lin Zhe whistled the lock screen, what is a business genius? This is a living textbook. At the same time, Su Qingqing, who was doing SPA, received an urgent call from her assistant. Mr. Lin brought 7 elders. Her hand shook and she knocked over the essential oil bottle. 7 people? Su Qingqing stood up suddenly, and the scraping board in the beautician's hand fell to the ground with a clang. Meeting the parents. An inexplicable tension suddenly arose in my heart. 5 people. Could it be that Lin Zhe guessed what he was thinking? Doesn't that mean Lin Zhe has brought all his immediate relatives here? The first meeting with Lin Zhe's family is very important. Su Qingqing takes this very seriously. She hastily fastened the belt of her bathrobe. Walking barefoot on the cold ground. Start thinking quickly about countermeasures. Which outfit should I wear? What gift to bring? Chapter 40 is the one wearing JK your mother? The next day, at the company gate. Not far away. Lin Zhe's dog was hiding in front of the supermarket opposite the company. Lin Zhe wore a fluorescent green fisherman's hat, a bright orange vest with the words Sunset Red Travel Group printed on it, a buzzing loudspeaker on his waist, and a small yellow flag in his hand. Looking at the 4 people in front of him who looked to be in their early 20s, he instructed, "Have you memorized your lines? Don't worry, I'm your real mother." The girl with twin ponytails wearing a JK uniform made a yeah gesture. The other 3 people also nodded. Okay. Follow me closely. Following behind him were 4 youthful young men, walking towards the main group with a step that showed no regard for their relatives. Su Qingqing looked at this group of elders who were obviously college students, and her temples were throbbing. Who are these people? Lin Zhe straightened his back. My father, my mother, my grandfather, and my grandmother. Is this your mother? Su Qingqing pointed at the cute girl with twin ponytails and a cartoon backpack, her voice floating. The girl also had cartoon stickers on her face, looking like a star-chasing girl. The colleagues around me were collectively petrified. Isn't this operation too awesome? Yes. Lin Zhe didn't blush, and even put his arm around his mother's shoulders. The girl with the twin ponytails immediately became dramatic. Oh my Lin Zhe is so filial. As she said that, she took out a lollipop and stuffed it into Lin Zhe's pocket. Good boy, this is a reward from mom. Su Qingqing's eyes twitched, and she turned to the fashionable man with colorful hair and lip piercings next to her. Who is this? My dad. Lin Zhe said confidently, my dad was a shamat aristocrat when he was young, but now he has a nostalgic style. The young man with colorful hair immediately cooperated by posing in a melancholy pose. Time is a butcher's knife. The most amazing thing is the grandfather wearing reading glasses and leaning on a trekking pole. Upon closer inspection, you will find that the trekking pole is made from a selfie stick. Su Qingqing took a deep breath and pointed at the last grandma wearing an exquisite Lolita dress. This one should. My grandma is so trendy. Lin Zhe answered quickly, president of the Senior Cosplay Association. The Lolita grandma immediately turned around, her skirt flying. I'm always 18 years old. All colleagues? Absolutely amazing. This is not like bringing elders, it's clearly like bringing a group of acting geniuses to ruin the show. Su Qingqing was so angry that her teeth were itching. She just knew it. How could such a troublemaker like Lin Zhe surrender so easily? What is bringing elders to inspect? It's obvious that he brought his stupid teammates to mess things up. Mr. Su. Lin Zhe came forward and smiled like a cat that had stolen some fish. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Su Qingqing took a deep breath, and a dangerous arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Since you are so filial, I have no objection. After receiving the nod, Lin Zhe immediately raised the small yellow flag and shouted with great emotion. Dear family. This red luxury 3-day tour is now departing. Let us live a carefree life in this world of mortals. This exaggerated performance is just like a wild tour guide of a black-hearted tour group. No matter what others think. Lin Zhe was already overjoyed. This wave of operations is simply a bloody profit. Not only can you get the friendly price of extras, but you can also save yourself the trouble of being deducted money for taking leave. Even the inspection report was outsourced to family members. TSK. He got so much benefits from this wave of wool that he even wanted to give himself the Best Business Genius Award. Brother, are you crazy? On the bus, colleague Lee Daming came over and whispered, "Are you going to make CEO Su so angry that he will fire you on the spot?" Anyone with a discerning eye can see how unreliable those four elders are. But President Su actually endured it. Is he planning some big move? What nonsense! Lindsay said righteously, "These are obviously my real family members. The wealthy men who spend money like water. A god of wealth who spends money without blinking an eye. Perfect logic." Lee Daming gave a thumbs up. "When it comes to being thick-skinned, I have to admit that you are the one who can stand up to me." Lindsay accepted this praise with peace of mind. Can you eat face? Since he couldn't make any money during these 3 days, shouldn't Mr. Su give him some compensation for mental damage? This is called reasonable rights protection. No problem. Seeing Lindsay lazily reclining his chair, putting on his sunglasses and taking a nap, Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but curl his lips. This guy looks heartless on the surface, but it seems that there is an invisible glass cover separating him from everyone. Every time someone wants to get close to him, he will quietly retreat to a safe distance like a vigilant cat. But then again, if Lindsay was really fired by President Su, Wang Jiangwo would be the first one to disagree. After all, a funny colleague like this who can take advantage of the whole team is simply a coy in the workplace. He stole a glance at Lindsay again. With the sunglasses on, he instantly changed from a silly young man to a cool male god. Wang Jiangwo looked at himself through the car window, wondering why Lindsay was getting more and more handsome recently. Sour mumbling. Fuck. It's not a big deal that he's handsome. After saying that, he closed his eyes angrily and completely missed the reflection in the car window. Su Qingqing, who was only separated by an aisle, was staring at Lindsay's profile. Only at this time could she look at him so unscrupulously. How ironic. Everyone said that Lindsay would regret seeing her now and would cling to her shamelessly. But the reality is just the opposite. He is always on the run. Escape from her arrangements, avoid her sight, as if avoiding some terrible beast. She is obviously the boss, but she plans team-building activities again and again and seems to be in control. But Su Qingqing knew clearly. That's not the case at all. Lindsay, who always had an expression of being forced to work, was just cooperating with her and performing one farce after another. If he really wants to go, Su Qingqing knows better than anyone else. She had no position or reason to keep Lindsay. Just like that time when we left without saying goodbye. But it doesn't matter. As long as he is willing to cooperate with this play, there is still a chance to turn the tables. This time, the one who will do whatever it takes will be her. The resort town is closer than you think. After a 2-hour drive, the view suddenly opened up. The shuttle bus passed through the tree-lined avenue. The log cabins are scattered around. Each cottage maintains a perfect distance, which is private but not lonely. Fuck, this design is amazing. Lindsay's old father took out his phone and took a lot of photos. This wave of blood profit. The staff member smiled and introduced, "Currently the prices are divided into 3 levels, 2,800, 5,800, and 8,800. Wait. Lindsay suddenly widened his eyes. It's calculated by night? He counted on his fingers, and suddenly his eyes went dark. Big loss. I should have charged 10 times the performance fee. The staff member smiled and responded, "You are VIPs. Your company thought that they had paid in advance, so you don't have to pay." The grandparents were already jumping up and down in the little house excitedly, like monkeys in the peach garden. Lindsay chose the room in the corner downstairs and decided to turn on otaku mode. But plans can't keep up with changes. Chapter 41. The feeling was just as good as she imagined. Lindsay carried his luggage and went into the bedroom in the corner of the first floor. "I decided to stay in my room for the next 3 days and isolate myself from the world." Perfect. He threw himself into the soft big bed. Rough. This bed is so soft. He took out his cell phone and prepared to play. After 3 days of closed-door training, the plan to reach the top of the canyon is launched. As soon as the screen lit up, the doorbell rang. Is it food delivery? Really good. It is indeed a 5-star hotel. Meals delivered directly to your door. Lindsay immediately turned over and got out of bed. Lindsay opened the door. Next second, the person standing outside the door was not a waiter. But it was Su Qingqing, who was wearing a dress. Lin Zhe's pupils trembled instantly, and his brain froze on the spot. But if your fingers are 10 times faster than your brain, you have to close the door. Su Qingqing reflexively put her hand against the doorframe. Lin Zhe was so scared that he rushed forward and grabbed her wrist. You are stupid. What if your hand is pinched? He anxiously looked over the white hand, and the touch from his fingertips suddenly made him stunned. This feels not right. In my memory, Su Qingqing had thick finger joints and her palms were covered with calluses because she had been working part-time for many years. When she got frostbite in the winter, he would always scold her for not wearing gloves while carefully applying hand cream to her. And now the hand in my palm is as delicate as silk, with the nails trimmed round and exquisitely. Su Qingqing looked up at him and saw that he looked anxious and concerned. It was as if I saw Lin Zhe from his college days again. Her eyes became hot, her nose felt sore, and she almost couldn't hold back her tears. She took a deep breath and tried to steady her voice. Fine. Su Qingqing's voice brought Lin Zhe back to reality. Lin Zhe raised his head and met her slightly red eyes. His heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Damn it! What is he doing? Lin Zhe let go of his hand as if he was burned. As a result, because the action was too violent, I hit my elbow on the doorframe. He gasped in pain. He thought quickly. I'm reading poems. Yes, I've learned a little about palmistry recently. Su Qingqing raised her eyebrows. What did you see? You can see. Lin Zhe stared at her hand which she had not yet taken back, his mind going blank. Su Qingqing reacted quickly and took the initiative. She raised her hand and waved it in front of his eyes, then spoke slowly. You touched my hand. Lin Zhe. Please, give me some way out. Don't force me to kowtow to you on the spot. The two of them just remained in a stalemate, with an eerie silence filling the air, with only the sound of each other's breathing clearly audible. In the end, Lin Zhe was defeated. Lin Zhe broke the jar and threw it away. Just raise your hand. He shook it with a playful smile. What's the matter? Not convinced? Then just touch it back. He deliberately spread his palm, opening and closing his 5 fingers exaggeratedly. Su Qingqing stared at him with her dark eyes, the corners of her lips slightly raised, and her tone was light. That's what you said. What did I say, huh? Lin Zhe watched as Su Qingqing really reached out and held his hand. The fingertips gently brushed the edge of his nails. All the way down, the fingertips lightly rubbed his joints. Then slowly slid into his palm. Ouch! Lin Zhe's whole body stiffened, and he felt an electric current running from his coccyx to the top of his head. My throat tightened and I couldn't help but hold my breath. What is going on? What was even more outrageous was that Su Qingqing's fingers actually squeezed into his fingers little by little, and they were about to interlock their fingers. This posture is too ambiguous. Lin Zhe could clearly feel his heart beating as fast as a drum, blood rushing to his face frantically, and his whole body felt hot as if he was being roasted on a fire. Oh shit! Where did Su Qingqing learn this from? Didn't she blush when teased before? Why is it like this now? Something is wrong. This is definitely a scam. Wait. Lin Zhe was wildly sounding the alarm in his heart. This posture was too ambiguous. Just as his brain was frantically sounding the alarm. Boss Su. Bai Weiwei's voice came from downstairs, instantly breaking the weird and ambiguous atmosphere. Savior. Lin Zhe immediately pulled his hand back, as fast as if he was burned, and in his heart he gave Bai Weiwei a thumbs up crazily. Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei. From today on, you are my half-sister. I will never call you the boss's lackey behind your back again. Su Qingqing's hand was still suspended in the air, her fingertips curled slightly, and a hint of regret flashed in her eyes. TSK, we were just 1 centimeter away from interlocking our fingers. She withdrew her hand and turned to look at Bai Weiwei who was standing at the bottom of the stairs. Her expression instantly turned cold. What's the matter? Bai Weiwei felt her scalp tingle at her cold gaze, and she gritted her teeth and handed over the phone. It's Assistant Lu calling, it's urgent. It's over. Did I stumble across something I shouldn't be seeing? The boss's expression, will I be sent to the African branch tomorrow? Su Qingqing took the phone. Just as he was about to call back, he caught a glimpse of Lin Zhe retreating stealthily, with a look of relief that he had survived a disaster. She narrowed her eyes and suddenly spoke. You must attend the afternoon activities. Lindsay, can I not go? Su Qingqing smiled slightly. If you don't participate. She paused, and originally wanted to threaten by deducting salary, but then she changed her mind. This guy even dares to confront her as her boss. Deducting his salary will probably only make him act worse. Su Qingqing paused for 2 seconds. If you don't go, I will let those people you brought sleep on the streets tonight. Lindsay. Good job. Good guy. Just pinch his weak spot. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 words, "You're so cruel." Seeing his reluctant and frustrated look, Su Qingqing was in a good mood. She reached out and rubbed Lindsay's frizzy hair. So good. The feel was just as good as she had imagined. Lindsay froze in place as if struck by lightning, shock written all over his hair. When Su Qingqing's figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs, he jumped up as if awakened from a dream. Blushing, he frantically pulled at the hair that had been touched. Muttering quietly, "What is this woman doing? She doesn't know that you can't touch a man's head." He punched the air twice. Good boy. Bang. The door slammed loudly. Bai Weiwei, who was standing in the corridor, shivered with fear and wailed in her heart, wanting to cry but unable to. What a sin! What sin have I committed to catch my boss flirting? Now I am like a civet walking in a melon field. I clearly didn't want to eat the melon but was forced to stuff my mouth full. Chapter 42. He jumped off the boat to save someone. He didn't think it was me who fell into the water. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, by the resort's artificial lake. The dense shade of the trees completely blocks the scorching sun. The wind blowing from the lake is cool. It is in stark contrast to the steaming weather in the city. There is a barbecue grill on the shore, and the aroma of sizzling meat skewers fills the air. Staff members shuttle between them, ready to hand out iced drinks to guests at any time. Lin Zimao curled up under the parasol in the corner like a peaceful quail. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. Help! Help! Wang Jiangwo rushed over and dragged him towards the dock. Let me go. I want to spend my old age here. Lindsay clung to the armrest of the recliner so hard that his knuckles turned white. Brother, my chances of getting a promotion and a raise depend on this. Wang Jiangwo forced the life jacket over his head, his eyes shining like searchlights. I heard that winning the championship will directly bring you into the leadership site. Then you can become the general manager, marry a beautiful, wealthy woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. Lindsay interrupted expressionlessly, I have a faster way. What? Now go to the lake and look at yourself. Wang Jiangwo covered his chest and took 3 steps back, suddenly twisting his body into a knot. Hate it, I'm still a virgin. Lindsay's stomach churned. Oh my God. If I am guilty, let the law punish me. Instead of sending people to torture me. Everyone, take your positions, the host's voice sounded on the shore. Wang Jiangwo dragged Lindsay towards the starting point. Go, go, go. My path to promotion depends on this wave. Lindsay was dragged and staggered, but his eyes unconsciously drifted towards the shore. A touch of denim blue comes into view. Su Qingqing changed her clothes. A loose denim jacket over a white t-shirt. Her long seaweed-like hair was gently swayed by the lake breeze. She was drinking water from a glass, her slender fingers dazzlingly white in the sunlight. Lindsay suddenly felt his throat tighten. Those hands were still. Hey! What are you daydreaming about? Wang Jiangwo slapped him on the back. If you don't get on the boat, the race will start soon. Got it. Lindsay hastily looked away, but his heartbeat was a little jittery. Under a parasol not far away, Su Qingqing squinted her eyes and looked towards the pier, a determined smile appearing at the corner of her lips. Little quail. Let us see where you can hide this time. The boat was floating on the lake. Lindsay shuddered suddenly, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. This familiar feeling of being stared at. He turned his head sharply and looked towards the shore. In the huge crowd, Su Qingqing was facing away from the lake, her long hair blown by the wind into a beautiful curve. Turn around. Turn around quickly. As if she had heard his thoughts, Su Qingqing suddenly turned around. Just as their eyes were about to meet, Wang Jiangwo's big face suddenly appeared in front of him. Brother, something's wrong with you. Lindsay was frightened and asked, Are you sick? You've been looking at the shore since we gathered. Wang Jiangwo winked, Could it be that you've taken a fancy to a girl? Lindsay picked up the oar expressionlessly. The race is about to begin. Don't change the subject. Wang Jiangwo's gossipy spirit was burning. Tell me who it is. I'll help you chase it. Lindsay turned his face away silently. Concentrate on the game. Stop it. Wang Jiangwo grabbed his arm desperately. Brother, my gossip radar is going off. There is definitely something wrong with you today. He scratched his ears and cheeks, just like a badger that had just discovered a melon field. Lindsay's temples were throbbing. If you keep on talking, I'll kick you into the lake right now. Wang Jiangwo suddenly became a dramatic actor, covering his chest with his hands, pretending to be Shizi holding her heart. You have such a cruel heart. Lindsay. What have I done to deserve such a dramatic colleague? Fortunately, the host came to the rescue in time. Ready, go. As the starting signal sounded, more than a dozen small boats rushed out at the same time. The shore was immediately in an uproar, with cheers coming one after another. Go ahead, son. Husband, row hard. Overtake them. Infected by this passionate atmosphere, Lindsay also unconsciously became serious. He hadn't touched the oars for a long time, but the muscle memory was still there. Back then, he was the drifting little prince. I also took Su Qingqing to go whitewater rafting. At that time, she was so scared that her fingers were shaking, but she insisted that she was not afraid. After the trip was over, he thought he would have a girlfriend who would throw herself into his arms with tears in her eyes, but in the end. Can we do it again? He still remembers those amazingly bright eyes clearly. Fuck, that's awesome. Wang Jiangwo's exclamation brought him back to reality. Their boat was already far ahead. Just about to cross the finish line. Plop. Help. Someone fell into the water. Fuck. Isn't that Director Su's Chanel jacket? Could it be that Director Su is in trouble? The already noisy shore suddenly exploded. See the limited edition denim jacket floating on the water. It was clearly the one Su Qingqing was wearing today. Lindsay's breath choked and he felt like his heart was stuck in his throat. Damn it! This lady is a famous land creature. Although I am not afraid of water when taking a bath. But once you enter deep water, you will instantly become a weight. In a flash. Lindsay didn't even want the championship trophy he had won. He dived into the water and doggy paddled towards the point where he would fall into the water. Hey, hey! The referee Lao Wang hasn't reacted yet. Then I saw that the boy had already run away for a long distance. The most outrageous thing is, they were clearly 8 feet away from the place where the person fell into the water, but this guy swam with the momentum of an Olympic champion and rushed to the side of the person who fell into the water ahead of all the rescuers. The unfortunate guy who fell into the water was obviously frightened. Throwing myself wildly in the water like a convulsion. The water splashed 3 meters high. The more they struggled, the further they drifted from shore. His hair and face were all messy, making him look like a water ghost. Until Lindsay grabbed his arm. It immediately transformed into a human-shaped pendant and clung to me tightly. Although at this moment the girl's look is comparable to that of the ring. But Lindsay recognized it with his sharp eyes. It's not his Director Su. My heart, hanging in the air, fell back into my stomach. The lifeguard who arrived later quickly dragged the man ashore. After the adrenaline wears off, Lindsay felt as if his whole body was falling apart. Just like Goyu, he collapsed on the shore. His eyes scanned the crowd like a radar. Sure enough, I saw Su Qingqing standing there in a slim knitted skirt. God knows how her coat ended up on someone else. He is looking for me. Su Qingqing was inexplicably confident. The moment he jumped off the boat. You didn't think it was me who fell into the water, did you? Chapter 43. The aroma of roasted mosquito legs is really fragrant. At this time. Although this girl looks like Sadako possessed, but Lindsay's eyes are as bright as Sun Wukong's. Recognize it at a glance. It's not the walking iceberg beauty, Miss Su, in his family. My heart, hanging in the air, fell back into my stomach. The lifeguard who arrived later quickly dragged the man ashore. After the adrenaline wears off, Lindsay felt as if his whole body was falling apart. Just like Goyu, he collapsed on the shore. His eyes scanned the crowd like radar. Sure enough, I saw Su Qingqing standing there in a slim knitted skirt. God knows how her coat ended up on someone else. He thought the person who fell into the water was her. He is looking for me. Su Qingqing was inexplicably confident. the moment he jumped off the boat. I thought it was me who fell into the water. This thought exploded in my mind like fireworks. My heart was pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of my chest. She resisted the urge to pounce. Su Qingqing pretended to be calm and approached. Lindsay. Don't bother with those fake things. Just transfer the money. Lindsay was panting heavily, talking to the rescued female colleague, but his eyes were fixed on Su Qingqing. Hey! This operation is perfect. Hero saves beauty. Or save people right under the nose of the real owner. Shouldn't this be accompanied by some compensation for mental damage? The hint is obvious enough. Su Qingqing suddenly stopped in her tracks. Damn! Is she being too sentimental again? The throbbing sensation brought by the burning gaze just now had not yet subsided, but in the blink of an eye, the remarks made by this money-seeking person chilled my heart to the bone. I felt like I was thrown into an ice cellar, and even my fingertips were numb from the cold. Is your heart made of QR codes? If you don't scan the code, other content won't be displayed, right? Boss Su, you are here. Lindsay looked at Su Qingqing eagerly. His eyes were so intense that they could burn a hole through a person. Wasn't what he was hinting at obvious enough? This is almost like engraving the word "want money" on your forehead. Su Qingqing. You evil capitalist, don't play dumb. An employee of the company fell into the water while inspecting a project. If there is something serious, as the president, you will probably have to pay a lot of money. I helped you solve such a big mess. Even if I don't get any credit, I've definitely contributed some effort, right? Nowadays, even helping an old lady cross the road can make the news. How could his act of saving lives be worth tens of thousands? Certificates and banners are all empty. Real money and gold are what matters. Money. Only the smell of banknote ink can soothe my wounded heart. Su Qingqing finally came back to her senses. The person in charge rushed forward. He directed the staff to carry the female colleague who fell into the water to the infirmary. He turned around and bowed 90 degrees to Su Qingqing. Boss Su. It was all because of my subordinate's poor supervision that this incident happened today. I will organize a safety inspection right now to ensure that not even a mosquito can fly into the danger zone. Considering that my colleagues were frightened, I specially arranged a seafood buffet tonight to calm their nerves. You admit your mistakes really quickly. An old fox in the workplace. Lindsay curled his lips in his heart. Su Qingqing said with a cold face. I want to see the accident report before I go to work tomorrow. Make sure to complete the mission. The person in charge wiped his sweat as if he had just finished a marathon. It's clearly not his fault, but now he feels more wrong than Doi. After all, some people still get food stuck in their teeth even when drinking cold water. It's normal for accidents to happen in such a large water park. That's all for today. Su Qingqing needs some quiet time. She's in a mess now. The person in charge nodded and watched her leave. Su Qingqing just took 2 steps. Suddenly the high heels stopped. Then turned around and went back. Walking towards Lindsay. Lindsay's eyes lit up as he looked at Su Qingqing, who was getting closer and closer to him. Are they going to give out red envelopes on the spot? I smell the smell of RMB. Su Qingqing stood in front of him. Suddenly he bent down. From this fatal angle, Lindsay was forced to appreciate Su Qingqing's cleavage. Good job. It is true that girls change a lot when they grow up. But we are serious people, we just look and don't touch. Lindsay was silently saying, I am a gentleman, not a pervert. He smelled the scent of gardenia wafting from Su Qingqing's body, so sweet that he secretly took a few more breaths. The two were so close that they could count their eyelashes. If you get any closer, you can hear the other person's heartbeat. His wet palms were burning, and he didn't know if it was from the lake water or the sweat from nervousness. Too close. So close that he could see his own reflection in her pupils. Lindsay's Adam's apple rolled violently. Then, Su Qingqing bent down and picked up the item that was fished out by some enthusiastic citizen. A denim jacket thrown beside him. This coat. She shook off the water droplets. His tone was as calm as if he was discussing today's weather. It's mine. After saying that, he picked up his coat and turned around and left. Lindsay instantly collapsed to the ground like a punctured balloon. Depend on. He had just thought about how to spend the money. So this woman just came to get her coat? Who the hell put that coat next to me? Thank you so much to your whole family. Half an hour later, in a cabin. I was so scared. Mother Lee patted her chest, thanks to that boy named Lindsay who swam fast. Mr. Lee suddenly had an idea. Shinshin, is this colleague interested in you? How is that possible? Lee Shinshin almost choked on the water. Then why is he struggling like he's in a hurry to be reborn? Father Lee turned into a famous detective. I didn't try so hard to pursue your mother back then. Mother Lee suddenly lowered her voice. Could it be? He just wanted to save people. Lee Shinshin bit the straw and suddenly remembered the moment of surprise when Lindsay saw her face clearly. That look clearly said, "Why is it you?" Mother Lee handed over her coat. It's cold in the mountains, put it on quickly. Coat. Lee Shinshin suddenly had an epiphany, and the milk teacup in her hand was squeezed out of shape. Case solved. The person Lindsay wanted to save was actually Boss Sue? She screamed and jumped up. Break open the door of the wooden house next door at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. By Weiwei. I know why Lindsay. Sue, Mr. Sue? The air suddenly became quiet. Su Qingqing slowly raised her head, her eyes bright as if she had discovered a new world. What do you think it is? At this moment, Lindsay was lying on the rocking chair on the balcony, hiding his achievements and fame. It turns out that being a salted fish is the most comfortable. He squinted his eyes to admire the bonfire party in the distance, and was suddenly bitten by a mosquito. You're looking for death, huh? 3 minutes later, Lindsay was holding up an electric mosquito swatter and killing mosquitoes everywhere. The air was filled with the aroma of roasted mosquito legs. There is a sense of accomplishment in swatting mosquitoes. This wave is a barbecue buffet. Chapter 44, Why did this melon suddenly change its taste? Damn! The mosquitoes in this place are really rampant. He scratched the mosquito bites on his buttocks with his backhand. As expected, one cannot be too alone. Even mosquitoes can be targeted. Pick on him alone. Wang Jiangwo. Dad is here to seek refuge with you. Lindsay was about to rush to the bonfire party in flip-flops. As soon as the door opened. Oh shit! A familiar figure stood under the moonlight, his white shirt fluttering in the evening breeze, like someone in an art film. Lindsay's survival radar instantly sounded the alarm. Level 1 combat readiness. Retreat. Retreat immediately. But when he saw Su Qingqing's expression clearly, his raised right foot suddenly stopped moving. Mr. Su, who is usually so cold and aloof that he can freeze people to death, now looks vulnerable. The two looked at each other from a distance. Silently, you can hear the buzzing of mosquitoes flying by. Su Qingqing suddenly looked up and saw the swarm of moths flying towards the light source under the street lamp. It's like some people know they will get hurt. But still a fool who couldn't help but get close. Lindsay. She spoke softly, her voice as light as a feather, but it made Lindsay straighten his back instantly. Damn it! How did the atmosphere suddenly become like an idol drama? Is it too late for him to run now? Wang Jiangwo watched his colleagues singing and dancing at the bonfire party. Suddenly he slapped his thigh and said, "Oh no! I forgot about that lonely old man Lindsay." Although Lindsay never acknowledged their brotherhood. But who is Wang Jiangwo? He is a good young man of today who values friendship and loyalty. It's definitely not because I want to gossip. Can what happens between good brothers be called gossip? Wang Jiangwo walked towards Lindsay's cabin, while rehearsing the opening line in my head. As soon as I turned the corner, I saw. Holy shit! Big news! Under the moonlight, Lindsay was blocked at the door by a slim woman. Wang Jiangwo immediately smiled like an auntie and tiptoed forward. Etc. Why does this back look so familiar? When he saw the profile clearly, Wang Jiangwo almost bit off his tongue. Sue, Mr. Sue? Mom, I've made it. I got the real deal. Wang Jiangwo was so excited that he was shaking all over, as if he had Parkinson's disease. On one hand, there is the excitement of eating melon, and on the other hand, there is the desperate struggle of rationality to save one's life. It's still not too late to run now. But people can't control their curiosity. It's like knowing it's a bad movie, but still can't help but want to see how bad it can be. And they didn't seem to notice him? Wang Jiangwo hid behind a tree at lightning speed. He had no idea that the tree trunk could not block his 200-pound body. Lindsay. Brother, you are hiding from the loneliness. Su Qingqing misunderstood Lindsay. She had just learned the truth from Li Xinxin, and her mind was full of that ridiculous guess. She mustered up the courage to look for him. But when I saw him avoiding it, my heart hurts like being pricked by a needle. But she is Su Qingqing. Even if I have to die, I want to die knowingly. She suddenly stepped forward and pushed Lindsay against the door. Behind the tree, Wang Jiangwo pinched Rinzhong frantically. Help! This is so exciting. Lindsay's back was pressed against the door, and cold sweat was pouring down his face. He thought quickly, Mr. Su, you. Lindsay. Su Qingqing interrupted directly, her eyes burning through him, don't you have anything to say to me? The air suddenly became quiet. Wang Jiangwo was trying to hold back his laughter behind a tree and almost cried like a goose. He tried hard to cover his mouth with his hands. At this moment, Lindsay hoped that he was really a mosquito. At least it can be easily sent away with an electric mosquito swatter. Instead of being nailed to the cross of social death and whipped repeatedly like now. Lindsay's situation at the moment is quite bad. Say what? Should I say, Mr. Su, is there a guy behind you taking pictures with a cell phone? He wanted to slap himself until he fainted. Now there is a female CEO pressing forward. The 8 trigram spirit was watching from behind. It's a human tragedy. Boss Su, I suddenly remembered that contract with Boss Wang. Lindsay tried to change the subject, but his voice sounded hollow. I'm not here to listen to you talking about this. Su Qingqing interrupted directly. Her eyes were so hot that they could burn a hole through him. Lindsay saw from the corner of his eye that Wang Jiangwo had already taken out his phone and started recording behind the tree. He screamed madly in his heart. Wang Jiangwo is a bad guy who eats all kinds of melons. Isn't he afraid of dying from eating too much? How about we talk some other time? Look behind you. Lindsay hinted wildly. His eyes were almost cramped. Ancestors. Please look back. The 200-pound Wang Jiangwo is live streaming with his mobile phone. Su Qingqing misunderstood his evasion and asked with a barely perceptible tremor in her voice, why do you keep running away? God knows how long she had been waiting for this moment. From the moment I saw Lindsay jump into the water to save people without hesitation. Her heart was never at peace again. Wait, Lindsay struggled desperately. For Wang Jiangwo's future promotion, salary increase, and marriage to a beautiful, wealthy woman, and also for his own innocence, he must stop this social death scene. Wang Jiangwo, you bastard. I'm so worried about you. No, wait. Su Qingqing said firmly. She looked determined, I want it now. Su Qingqing's expression was terribly serious, her beautiful eyes were full of persistence, and if you looked closely, you could see a hint of grievance. I have been looking for you for 2 whole years since you left college without saying goodbye. Lindsay's body trembled. I asked all my classmates and looked through the alumni directory. Lindsay began to sweat coldly on his back. Su Qingqing approached Lindsay and said, now it's so hard to find you. I just want to do to you what you did to me. It's over. It's over. The villain in Lindsay's heart was already kneeling on the ground crying. Sure enough, he wants to take revenge on me. This is a direct declaration of war. I'm sorry. Lindsay bowed 90 degrees, his voice so loud that it could shake Wang Jiangwo down from the tree. As soon as these 3 words came out, it was like opening the floodgates. I was ignorant back then. Although my intention is not to bully you. But he did do a lot of things that were too extreme. I accept your revenge. Lindsay felt more and more sad as he spoke. It was as if he had already seen the tragic future of himself being forced to write a self-criticism by Su Qingqing on the desk. Wang Jiangwo behind the tree. This melon. Why did it suddenly change? Ha! Su Qingqing was completely confused. She could clearly hear every word, but why could she not understand anything when they were put together? I know it's too late to say anything now, and you will never forgive me. Lindsay was still talking to himself, completely ignoring Wang Jiangwo, who was jumping up and down next to him as if he had been electrocuted. His mind was now filled with only one thought: he must apologize to Su Qingqing. Chapter 45. People really laugh out loud when they are speechless. Wait a minute. Su Qingqing finally came to her senses. Hate you? Take revenge on you? Just because of what you did in school before? Why does she want to take revenge on him because of school? She was clearly imitating the way Lindsay pursued her back then. Why does it become retaliation when it comes to Lindsay? Su Qingqing felt a little confused. According to this logic, Lindsay never liked her at all? Then why did he spend 200,000 yuan to make her his girlfriend? Because of sympathy? Because you have too much money to burn? Lindsay was also dumbfounded. He vaguely felt that something was not right. What went wrong? Help! My head hurts so much, I feel like water is filling my brain. Wrong, it's my fault. Why didn't I tell you when we were in love? At this embarrassing moment, I was digging my toes into the ground. A very earthy cell phone ringtone suddenly rang out from behind the tree. It was like a thunderbolt in broad daylight, giving the two people who were brainstorming a fright. Two death rays shot towards the source of the sound. Wang Jiangwo's legs suddenly went weak. Suddenly I felt that even the arc of their frowned eyebrows seemed to be carved from the same mold. Lindsay has the shadow of Su Qingqing, and Su Qingqing has the scent of Lindsay. He swallowed his saliva and forced himself to smile. What a coincidence. It's quite windy tonight? Wang Jiangwo gritted his teeth and looked up at the sky, only to see a pitch-black sky without even a crescent moon in sight, and dark clouds overhead that made it look like a rainstorm was about to occur. An old saying suddenly popped into his mind. It was a dark and windy night when killing to silence someone. Oh my god, my son may have to go first. It's all because of this pair of enemies. Su Qingqing glanced at Lindsay, who looked calm, and understood instantly. You discovered him a long time ago. I wanted to remind you. As a result, I was interrupted 3 times by you. 3 times in total. Do you know how many times you can have 3 chances in life? Su Qingqing, what are you going to use to pay back this debt? Su Qingqing. That. Su Qingqing cleared her throat. Trying to break the suffocating silence, how about we? I understand. Lindsay suddenly shuddered. It was like grabbing a life-saving straw. I'll go grab Wang Jiangwo's phone right now. No. Su Qingqing was about to explain. Lindsay rushed behind the tree in one step. Wang Jiangwo, who was behind the tree, was horrified when he saw this. Fuck. Lindsay, what are you doing? I didn't take any pictures. Really? Lindsay grabbed Wang Jiangwo. Stop talking nonsense. He reached out to grab the phone. Delete the video. Wait. Su Qingqing stepped forward hurriedly. That's not what I meant. The 3 of them suddenly got into a fight. With a click, the phone fell to the ground and the screen lit up. It was actually the lock screen and it was not recording at all. The air froze again. TSK. Even more embarrassing. Even the crickets in the grass kept their mouths shut. No. We have to break this situation quickly. Lindsay really couldn't stand this weird atmosphere anymore. Besides, Wang Jiangwo kept tilting his neck, and if he continued like this, he would definitely get a stiff neck. Lindsay suddenly had a sense of drama and spoke in a clear and melodious voice, even with a reverberation effect. Why is it suddenly pitch black in front of my eyes? Blind. Su Qingqing. Wang Jiangwo. At once. Are you performing a play here? Are you okay? Lindsay. Very good. Damn Wang Jiangwo. I can never coexist with you. Right now. Under 2 death gazes. Lindsay just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I quit. This retreat. It's a lifetime. Bang. Lindsay forgot that there was a door panel behind him, and didn't want to bump into Su Qingqing, so he ended up bumping into her hard. Okay. This is something I will never forget for the rest of my life. 10 minutes later. Brother. I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. Wang Jiangwo tightly grasped his hand, as if Fanwei was possessed. Lindsay pulled out with all his strength. Wang Jiangwo held on tightly. Pull it out, grab it, pull it out, grab it, pull it out. Is this ever going to end? Lindsay stared at the hand that was held. I saved you though. But. Don't even think about relying on me. Wang Jiangwo blinked her big, Caroline eyes and looked at him pitifully, but refused to let go. Lindsay couldn't stand it any longer. No need to stand it any longer. All right. I do know Su Qingqing. He knew this bastard too well. If you don't give an explanation, I will definitely be annoyed to death in the future. And I've kept it in my heart for so many years. You really need a tree hole. Otherwise, how would Su Qingqing have had the chance to interrupt him 3 times just now? Look. That's just the kind of person he is. Even an apology requires some calculation. Etc. Just as Lin Zhe was about to speak, Wang Jiangwo rushed into the kitchen, made some noise, and then rushed back. Okay, please start your performance. Lin Zhe looked at him in disbelief. Forget about the Coke, but when did you hide this popcorn? So you think this place is a movie theater, right? Besides, where's my share? Just this bucket. Who will eat enough? Oh. Wang Jiangwo ran back to the kitchen again, and there was another burst of crackling, and he ran back again. Bring it on. Let me curl up in the soft sofa and listen to Lin Zhe telling stories from the past. Lin Zhe. People really do laugh out loud when they are extremely speechless. But in Wang Jiangwo's eyes. But he turned into Lin Zhe, a pervert with a face full of love and lost in memories. He thought secretly. This is definitely an earth-shaking love legend. Lin Zhe said slowly, I pursued her vigorously in college, and then we got together, and then we broke up. Wang Jiangwo? This story is really well-told nonsense literature. Listening to your words is like listening to a conversation. What's the fucking difference between this and not saying anything? You are really good at water time. Lin Zhe looked at Wang Jiangwo's face, which was twisted into an emoticon, and added. As you can see, we met again half a month ago. She became my boss and I became a humble worker. She is now finding ways to take revenge on me, torture me, and humiliate me. Never miss a single opportunity. Wang Jiangwo felt numb all over. This was not as exciting as the peak just now. Listening to you talk for so long is such a waste of his time. Give me your money back. Wang Jiangwo looked out the window at the dark sky. He wiped his face and said, I suddenly remembered that I haven't had breakfast yet, so I'll leave first. Why? Lin Zhe grabbed him and asked, why are you so impatient? Chapter 46. There is a way to make Lin Zhe chase you again. Wang Jiangwo rolled his eyes. Hurry up and get to the point. Lin Zhe's face was filled with indignation, as if he had suffered a great injustice. She called me to a luxury store and bought me things in front of everyone. Do you know the way the clerk looked at me? It was obvious that he was looking at a kept gigolo. Wang Jiangwo. Shit. How could there be such an ungrateful bastard? Wang Jiangwo stared at Lin Zhe's face, which was good enough to debut in the center position of a talent show, and his back teeth were about to break. So you accepted it? Lin Zhe, I'm selling it second hand. Wang Jiangwo, how much is it? Lin Zhe said confidently, it was not sold. Wang Jiangwo? He felt that Lin Zhe had something wrong with his brain. Maybe this is the difference in cognition between people. But why is it that no rich woman is attracted to him? He also wanted to be humiliated like this. As long as the rich woman is happy. It doesn't matter how you humiliate me. Wang Jiangwo was ready to go. I wish I could make a name for myself in this field of living off others right away. Until the next second. He looked at himself in the mirror. Woo. It's okay. Maybe the rich woman just has poor eyesight? After all, it's the same with the lights off, right? Well, etc. The size is still different. Why? Wang Jiangwo was suddenly awakened from the realization that he would never be able to have a freeloader in his life. He is not here to listen to Lin Zhe's Versailles. Come back to your senses. Wang Jiangwo looked at Lin Zhe with a gossipy look on his face. Then why did you say that Mr. Su wanted to take revenge on you? Lin Zhe said in a sad tone, this starts with a very long story. Wang Jiangwo watched his performance expressionlessly. Speak human language. Pause. He added. But it can't be too brief. It should be the same kind of nonsense literature as before. He is going to get mad. Lin Zhe lowered his eyes. The emotions that have been suppressed for so long are like a flood that has broken through the dam. It poured out the moment the gate opened. Lin Zhe began to recall the past. At first I didn't realize I liked her, I just thought she was pretty and wanted to get closer to her. Su Qingqing is low-key and quiet on campus, even a little self-abased. After all, when other students are enjoying their wonderful college life, she could only eat cold steamed buns and drink the free tomato and egg soup in the cafeteria without any egg drops. Her clothes were washed white. But even so, she is still the focus of the whole school. She is so dazzling. Like a white lotus blooming in the mud. The poverty and hardship, on the contrary, gave her a mysterious halo. When others go shopping, have dinner together, or even go to the library in groups of 3 or 5, Su Qingqing always goes to work after school. The beginning of loving someone often starts with feeling sorry for that person. As for why he noticed Su Qingqing, Lin Zhe said confidently. Have you ever seen someone who eats vegetable buns every day for a month in your life? The key is, she is still alive. Lin Zhe's eyes were surprisingly bright, as if he was telling of some earth-shattering discovery. Woman. You succeeded in getting my attention. Wait, you mean? Wang Jiangwo took a deep breath, because this reason was too outrageous. Just because she ate vegetable buns for a month, you fell in love with her? What is this? Of course not. Lin Zhe's voice suddenly softened. It was raining heavily that day, and I saw her squatting at the back door of the cafeteria feeding stray cats. She ate the vegetable buns herself, but bought sausages for the cats. The heartbeat at that moment was unexpected. But the way that 20-year-old Lin Zhe expressed his love was shockingly childish. Wang Jiangwo reminded. But you haven't told me what you did to make Mr. Su bear a grudge against you for so many years and to take revenge on you. Speaking of this, Lin Zhe covered his face in pain. I threw away the buns she was eating, poured out the soup she was drinking, and asked the cafeteria aunt not to sell her rice. Wang Jiangwo was shocked. The cafeteria aunt listened to you? Yes. Why didn't she go to another cafeteria window? Wang Jiangwo couldn't understand, with so many windows in the cafeteria, how could they all be blocked? Lin Zhe gave an expression that said you are still too young. Because the canteen is contracted by my family, they are all under my control. Wang Jiangwo? Brother. You acted a little too suddenly. Lin Zhe frowned. Tell me, can she not hate me? Wang Jiangwo took a deep breath and said, are you bullying me at school? This is not just a matter of eating. It is blatant targeting. For a simple college student, Lin Zhe's behavior is no different from school bullying. If Wang Jiangwo had been treated like this, he would definitely take revenge now that he has become rich. I thought that this would make her notice me. I later learned that she survived a week on instant noodles given by her roommate. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiangwo immediately issued a death notice to Lin Zhe. You're screwed. It's hopeless. Prepare for your funeral. Lin Zhe. Look. I told you. The other side. Bai Weiwei was curled up on the sofa, browsing the recruitment software. I'm worried that I might be fired at any time, so I have to find the next job in advance. When the door was suddenly pushed open, Bai Weiwei looked at Su Qingqing, who had returned. She immediately sat up from the sofa and sat upright. Su Qingqing floated into the room like an exquisite zombie. She didn't expect to be caught by Wang Jiangwo. But being seen is no big deal. Even if he has the title of President Su. It's not illegal to like someone. It's normal to be trapped in love. She is also a human being with emotions and desires. But what bothers her most now is Lin Zhe clearly discovered Wang Jiangwo. Several interruptions didn't really stop her. So the question: does Lin Zhe mind Wang Jiangwo knowing about their relationship? Or does he want to use Wang Jiangwo's identity as an employee of his company to force her to leave by spreading rumors? Another form of rejection? Mr. Su? Are you okay? Bai Weiwei was a little panicked. Su Qingqing's expression changed so quickly. She was really afraid that her boss CPU would burn out. This time she had no idea what Mr. Su was thinking. Is she going to be laid off just because she discovered her boss's affair? Su Qingqing frowned and spoke in a heavy tone. You say. Bai Weiwei held her breath unconsciously. Nerves were tense and sweat was pouring down. I was afraid that I would hear the layoff notice in the next second. Does he still like me? Or does he not like me anymore? Bai Weiwei, After all this time, it's just this little bit of love. Depend on. I thought I was going to lose my job. It's so scary. Chapter 47. If I said, there is a way to make Lindsay chase me again. But why hasn't she ever been so love-minded? Maybe it's because people whose monthly salary is less than 10,000 yuan always have financial disputes, not emotional disputes. I only worry about food and daily necessities every day and have no right to indulge in romance. This world. Rich people are love-brained. Bai Weiwei looked at Su Qingqing's tense profile and suddenly grinned. President Su is an iceberg CEO. Being able to say these two words to her today really cuts into her heart. Be good. Ancestors above. I, Bai Weiwei, am going to be very successful. You can immediately be promoted to director, buy a luxury house, date a young wolf dog. Drinking champagne in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on a large flat in the city center. But we have to solve this hot potato first. Well, based on the analysis of the plot of The Overbearing President Falls in Love with Me, Bai Weiwei blurted out that she wanted to bite off her tongue. I mean, from my perspective. She glanced at the boss and found that Su Qingqing was actually waiting for her to continue. This moment, Bai Weiwei suddenly realized. No matter how powerful a female boss is, when she encounters love, she will become a worried and anxious little girl. Bai Weiwei suddenly had an idea and said, "You think? If I really hated you, I would have resigned and run away long ago." Su Qingqing's eyes lit up for a moment, then quickly dimmed. Then why doesn't he? Bai rubbed his fingers together, deliberately dragging out his voice, and pretending to be a shrewd person. Boss Su, how about you elaborate on it? Let's analyze the specific issues in detail. Su Qingqing's eyelashes trembled. Lindsay and I, etc. Are all bosses so honest nowadays? Where is the industry jargon of I have a friend? No cover-up? Su Qingqing didn't notice Bai Weiwei's distorted expression at all. Her mind was full of the boy in her memory. Lindsay. That bad guy. I don't want to buy him brand name clothes, and I don't want to transfer money to him. I want to quit every day. Su Qingqing lowered her voice. She unconsciously stroked the phone case with her fingertips. I just want to return the kindness he showed me back then. He just apologized for the university thing. University? Well, he brought me breakfast, gave me hand warmers, and even took the blame for me in class. Lindsay is a typical playboy. The night before freshman registration, he asked in the grade group, "Where is the indoor swimming pool?" Someone immediately said sarcastically, "I suggest you build one yourself." As a result, on the opening day of the school, 3 trailers rumbled into the campus. Lindsay specifically found the classmate who gave him the idea and thanked him. The renovation project of the entire indoor stadium was contracted on the spot. With the construction team, the sound of the electric drill was so loud that the glass in the principal's office was shaking. Su Qingqing truly remembers Lindsay. It started when that guy snatched half of the vegetable bun from her hand. Bai Weiwei's eyes widened, and he was filled with indignation. Is he still a human being? I actually stole your buns. This is simply bullying. This is blatant bullying. Su Qingqing nodded and continued, he snatched my buns, ate them himself, and then he gave me his meal in exchange. He is actually a nice guy. But I didn't feel like asking for it. Bai Weiwei. Mr. Su, could you please stop panting when you speak? But on second thought, this is clearly the fault of that bastard Lindsay. How can you chase a girl like this? But Bai Weiwei's thoughts suddenly drifted back to her college days. She thought of Su Qingqing, who had just entered school at that time. The thin girl was standing downstairs of the dormitory with a suitcase half the height of a person. I went to a strange city to study alone. She would be flattered if the cafeteria aunt gave her half a spoonful of food. There is no wealthy family to support me. Even when the seasons change and I catch a cold, I only dare to buy the cheapest powder. I must be filled with anxiety and confusion. As a result, his buns were snatched away in public by a spoiled rich second-generation guy. Think of this. Bai Weiwei felt a little sorry for Su Qingqing. So when you first met Lindsay, you must have hated him, right? Su Qingqing looked at her in confusion. I don't hate it. Why should I hate him? Bai Weiwei. Did he steal your buns? The voice suddenly rose octaves. But didn't he pay me back for my meal? Su Qingqing tilted her head. He's a stranger. Bai Weiwei was going crazy. My tuition was funded by strangers. Su Qingqing's eyes suddenly softened. He. Bai Weiwei was stuck and held her breath for a long time. She suddenly found that Su Qingqing's logic was impeccable. What the hell? What is this? Give a slap and then a candy? Su Qingqing saw that her cheeks were puffed up with anger, and couldn't help but chuckle. Do you think I've been PUA'd? Or is it Stockholm Syndrome? There was a rare hint of mischief in his tone. I opened his mouth slightly, then closed it again. She just felt. Su Qingqing is obviously the type of person who would rather break than bend. Just like the stubborn and cold heroines in The President's Runaway Sweetheart and Boss, Please Love Me Gently. You should be as cold as ice when facing the male protagonist. The kind that deserves a slap in the face when being pushed against a wall. Then a sadomasochistic love scene is enacted in which he chases her and she escapes. This is worthy of President Su. Result? The result was completely off track. Su Qingqing held her cheek, with gentle ripples in her eyes. I was confused, too. She looked out the window. Later I realized that this was Lin Zhe's way of expressing his concern. Like an elementary school student pulling the braids of a girl he likes, strong and childish. Like a little boy who doesn't know how to show kindness. Or the husky kind. But she didn't mind. Everyone expresses love in different ways. More importantly, she could truly feel Lin Zhe's ardent gaze in full sincerity. Even if she has dark circles under her eyes after staying up late. Or when you have allergies, you get a rash. He would always smile and pinch her face and say it was cute. She also deeply loves Lin Zhe. So after the reunion, she learned to love him in Lin Zhe's way. I believe he can understand her mind. Bai Weiwei. Okay. The case is solved. She finally knew what the problem was. These two love idiots are just playing the game of you draw, I guess. Then they couldn't figure out each other at all. Bai Weiwei took a deep breath and said word by word. Mr. Su. You haven't ever been in love before? Su Qingqing's porcelain white skin instantly turned rosy, and her wet eyes widened slightly. How do you know? Lin Zhe is my first love. Bai Weiwei held his forehead inside. Is there any need to guess? With your kindergarten-level love model. Anyone with a discerning eye can understand it, okay? She. White Weiwei. Chimo annual fee VIP, read all the articles in Jinjiang Haitang Papa, the favorites are all about chasing wife crematorium, the master of love theory. She suddenly leaned closer and lowered her voice. Mr. Su. If I say there is a way to make Lin Zhe chase you again. Su Qingqing hesitated. Su Qingqing's heart was moved. Chapter 48, like a stalker, but unexpectedly cute. Su Qingqing muttered softly. Real? Certainly. Bai Weiwei took a step forward and grasped her CEO's slender wrist. Eyes are scary bright. But first. Can you give me a year-end bonus first? Su Qingqing. Are you rebelling? The other side. Do you like Su Qingqing? Lin Zhe wasn't sure. He only knew. Every time I see her, my heart feels like it's been hit by a tiny electric current. Numb and hot. Even breathing became cautious. Her smile, her frown, the hair that falls when she bows her head. He followed her silently like a shadow. Watching her walk through the corridor with her textbooks. Seeing her sitting in the corner of the library writing. Look at her rushing to work part-time to make a living. The thin figure disappeared into the twilight. Like a pervert. Spy on her. Lin Zhe scratched his hair irritably. But he just couldn't control it. Until that day. He saw someone stopping Su Qingqing downstairs of the dormitory building. The boy handed over a love letter with a red face and stammered, I have noticed you for a long time. At that moment, a strange emotion exploded in Lin Zhe's chest. It was as if someone was trying to steal his treasured possession. That's mine. He almost rushed over to pull the boy away. Keep Su Qingqing firmly behind you. Declare sovereignty to the world. But the next second. Reason was like a basin of ice water pouring down upon me. Why should he? He didn't even have the courage to look her in the eye. How can she stop others from approaching her? This realization made him flee. For 2 whole days, he was in a daze. Until one moment, it suddenly dawned on me. So, this is what love is. Not curious. It's not accidental attention. It's every uncontrolled beat of the heart. It is the eyes that follow involuntarily every time. The moment I understood. He couldn't sit still any longer. In the cafeteria, he walked straight up to her, pulled out a chair and sat down. The distance between them was so close that he could smell the faint scent of shampoo in her hair. He tensed up. Sweat seeps from my palms. My throat was so tense that I couldn't make any sound. I had rehearsed the opening speech countless times in my mind. But when I really looked into her clear eyes, he was like a robot that suddenly crashed. I even forgot the rhythm of breathing. She was the first to speak and asked softly, "You?" She talked to him. Lindsay's mood instantly boiled over. He was afraid that he might scare her by being too eager. But I was afraid of appearing too cold and being misunderstood by her. But he was also afraid that she didn't care about him at all. Before Lindsay could react, his hands had already moved. He snatched the bun from Su Qingqing's hand and took a big bite fiercely. "It's mine now." Su Qingqing. She blinked blankly. Are there still people snatching the vegetable buns from the cafeteria these days? And that? She reminded quietly, "I just took a bite of this vegetable bun." Cough. Lindsay was almost choked by these words. No wonder these vegetable buns seemed so sweet. He chewed while pretending to be calm, but the tips of his ears turned red. Indirect kiss. This realization made his heartbeat completely out of control. The numbing feeling spread from the fingertips to the spine. He took a big bite of the bun in a panic, trying to hide his panic. But because he was too nervous, he choked in his throat. His whole face turned red. Hold. It's so embarrassing. His whole face turned red, and just when he was about to roll his eyes, a slender hand pushed a bowl of seaweed soup with egg drops floating in it in front of him. Lindsay grabbed the bowl and gulped down a few mouthfuls before he caught his breath. He secretly glanced at Su Qingqing. I found that she was looking at me worriedly. His reflection was reflected in those clear eyes. His heart skipped a beat. How come she looks so good even when she's worried? Are you okay? Su Qingqing looked at him worriedly. Only then did Lindsay realize how stupid he had done. Grab her buns. I almost choked myself to death. Now he was drinking her soup like a starving ghost. It's over. It's over. The image is totally ruined. Is it too late to call a pause and start over? Obviously it's too late. Lindsay could only stiffen his neck and say, "Very good. Since I ate your food, you must eat mine." To remedy the situation, he hurriedly took out an exquisite lunchbox from his backpack. He forcefully stuffed it into Su Qingqing's arms. "Since I ate your food, you must eat mine." After saying that, he felt that his tone was too harsh, and quickly added, "I don't like it anyway, so if you don't like it, just throw it away." Don't throw it away. This is the meal he specially asked the chef at home to prepare. He stared at Su Qingqing's reaction nervously. I was afraid to see a hint of disgust on her face. But before she could speak, he's already scared. Simply turned around and ran. Run 2 steps. Regret again. No, I can't just run away like this. He turned back suddenly and said sternly, "You have been banned from the cafeteria. You are not allowed to eat here anymore." After a pause, the voice suddenly became 8 degrees quieter. "Eat with me later." After he finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash like a cat whose tail was stepped on. I even forgot to say his name. Damn, that's so embarrassing. Will she think I'm a psycho? Lindsay ran all the way until he turned the corner and stopped, gasping for breath. He scratched his hair in annoyance, wishing he could turn back time and start over again. Tomorrow. I must behave better tomorrow. Su Qingqing held the heavy lunchbox. She looked at the boy's back as he fled in panic. The corners of his mouth unconsciously raised a small arc. She gently opened the lunchbox, and the aroma instantly hit her face. Sweet and sour spare ribs are bright red in color. The fried shrimps are crystal clear. Oyster sauce lettuce is juicy green. There is also a small bowl of glutinous rice balls and wine next to it. The round glutinous rice balls floating in the sweet soup look particularly tempting. So rich. Su Qingqing blinked, and a warm feeling rose in her heart. The corners of her mouth unconsciously raised a small arc. Qingqing? Why are you standing there like an idiot? My roommate came back with a plate of food. I noticed at a glance the black lunchbox in her hand, which was obviously not her style. The lunchbox is exquisitely crafted, with low-key dark patterns engraved on the edge, and it is obvious at first glance that it is very expensive. The roommate came closer and asked in a low voice. "Huh? Who gave this to you? Could it be that rich second-generation guy who peeks at you every day?" Su Qingqing gently stroked the edge of the lunchbox with her fingertips, her eyebrows curved. This month, she discovered that there was a boy always following her secretly. The library, the cafeteria, the teaching building, no matter where she went, she could always feel that gaze. At first she thought the other party had bad intentions. But gradually, she found that there was no malice in his eyes. There is only clumsy nervousness and unconcealable love. Like a stalker. But unexpectedly cute. Chapter 49, The Idiot Who Ignored His Own Comfort. Su Qingqing didn't expect that the blunderous confession that day would become a catalyst. Lin Zhe, who was originally thought to be a coward. He actually took the initiative to attack. Oh. The roommate stretched out the tone. I automatically imagined that it was given to me by someone who likes Su Qingqing. A pursuer again. But it's about to hit the iceberg again. After all, in everyone's eyes, Su Qingqing is a well-known cold-blooded student. From doctoral students to school idols, I have rejected them all. How could you be interested in worldly love? But the roommate looked at the lunchbox. I couldn't help but complain, this is the first time I've seen someone give a girl a lunchbox when courting her. My roommate laughed out loud. Does he think you can't afford to eat? That's too silly. Su Qingqing is indeed not rich. She barely makes ends meet with scholarships and part-time jobs. Life is very tight. But even so, she wouldn't have to go hungry. It's quite silly. She thought of Lin Zhe's ears, which were red despite trying to be calm. And the wet look in his eyes when he puffed up his cheeks and ate the buns. Just like the little puppy she saw in the countryside when she was a child. Obviously, I am terribly afraid of life. But he still had the courage to rub her trouser legs, wagging his tail quickly. His eyes were filled with the words "touch me now." So cute that it makes people's heart ache. I really want to take it home and raise it. But not yet. As soon as this thought came up, Su Qingqing broke it immediately. Now she can hardly support herself. How can I have the energy to take care of others? She looked down at her washed-out canvas shoes. The soles of the shoes have been worn a little thin. You have to work harder. At least save enough money to buy a new pair of shoes. In the shade of the trees in the distance, Lin Zhe hid behind the tree trunk, looking at Su Qingqing holding the lunchbox in a daze. My heart started beating uncontrollably again. Will she eat it? Will the food be to her taste? Will it feel too greasy? He clenched his fists nervously. Until I saw her carefully pick up a piece of pork ribs. Hey! Have eaten. The corners of Lin Zhe's mouth rose wildly. And hurriedly suppressed it. The result was a twisted, silly smile. Tomorrow, I will continue to bring her delicious food tomorrow. She is too thin. Be sure to let her eat more. Do you want to go to the library? Su Qingqing asked softly after packing up her lunchbox. No. The roommate waved his hand decisively. There were still grains of rice stuck to her greasy lips. Studying right after a meal will cause gastroptosis. As he said this, he rubbed his non-existent belly in an exaggerated manner. At that moment. You're not going for a while, my roommate wailed exaggeratedly. You're already in college, why are you working harder than you did in high school? Will you die if you relax on the weekends? Su Qingqing pursed her lips and sighed regretfully. Looks like I have to go to the library alone again today. Lin Zhe's memories came flooding back. He suddenly sat up straight and argued unconvincedly. I'm not just a troublemaker. Wang Jiangwo raised his eyebrows and showed a playful expression. Oh? What good things has Master Lin done? Lin Zhe raised his chin, with a hint of pride in his tone. I see she always goes to the library alone. I went there specially to accompany her. Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but look him up and down. Lin Zhe's carefree look. What good things can you do in the library? Feeling the other party's suspicious gaze, Lindsay slammed the table and said, "What's that look on your face? I can't enter the library?" "Yes," Wang Jiangwo drank his tea slowly, "the problem is. You go to the library, do you really read books?" At that time. In the university library? Su Qingqing is reviewing attentively. Suddenly, the chair opposite was roughly pulled away. Make a harsh sound. A tall figure sat down in a loud voice. Lindsay placed a pile of brand new textbooks heavily on the table. There was a dong sound. Su Qingqing looked up and saw the advanced mathematics book spread out in front of him. I blinked in confusion and saw that the advanced mathematics was spread out in front of him without even removing the plastic cover. You study. Lindsay tore open the package confidently. The papers rustled. He said seriously, "I am here to learn, too." "No way. I'm here to see you." The other side. "You didn't affect her studies, did you?" Lindsay's eyes were wandering. Wang Jiangwo understood something instantly and the corners of his mouth twitched. He patted Lindsay on the shoulder and said, "If it's just these two things, President Su shouldn't make it too difficult for you. At most, he'll just take a small revenge. Besides, didn't you already apologize?" Lindsay lowered his head, his ears slightly red, and he stammered. "Actually, I did more than that." "Wang Jiangwo?" He suddenly had a bad feeling. "Really?" Lindsay scratched his hair in annoyance and continued to confess. "She refused to accept the clothes I gave her, so I asked my roommate to donate all the clothes in her closet to poor mountainous areas. This way she can wear the clothes I buy. When she was working at the milk tea shop, I found someone to buy the shop and shut it down, causing her to lose her job. How dare that bastard touch her hand? I gave the scholarship she was supposed to receive for her sophomore year to another classmate whose house had a fire. I will support her anyway. Later, I was too impatient when teaching her how to drive, and she crashed the car into a wall, which delayed her final exam and made her lose the qualification to continue her studies. How could I know she had such a bad sense of direction? And I forced her to pay 200,000. Wang Jiangwo was stunned and muttered to himself. I now feel that President Su is truly kind-hearted for allowing you to live until now. Brother, she absolutely hates you. If it were me, I would have run away to the ends of the earth long ago. Lindsay looked annoyed. Who says it's not? She won't let me quit now. This is clearly a way to slowly torture me. The most poisonous thing is the heart of a beautiful woman. This method of boiling a frog in warm water. It's more tormenting than just giving him a quick death. Wang Jiangwo looked at him with eyes full of pity. Su Qingqing must hate him to the core. In that case. Meanwhile, on the other side. Su Qingqing's lips curled up in a sweet arc unconsciously as she recalled the past. We were in love at the time, and he knew I didn't want to accept his clothes, so he contacted my roommate and donated my old clothes to people who needed them more. I met a pervert when I was working in a milk tea shop, and he was the first to find and protect me. In my sophomore year, a classmate's home caught fire and his father was severely burned. He took the initiative to help contact the hospital and quietly paid the medical expenses. My advisor wanted me to stay in graduate school during my junior year, but I was too embarrassed to refuse. As a result, a minor accident occurred when he took me to practice driving, so I missed the opportunity to apply for graduate school. She recalled Lindsay's panic that day. He frantically checked her for injuries, ignoring the blood on his forehead. What a fool. Chapter 50, Pray to God for help. Lindsay lends a helping hand. And the 200,000 yuan was actually the life-saving money he forced on me after he knew my grandfather was sick. Ai Weiwei looked at the soft light in Su Qingqing's eyes when she talked about the past. She couldn't help but hug the pillow tighter in her arms. Whether a person loves another person can be seen from her expression when she mentions the other person. Those eyes couldn't hide the thoughts, and even the smile on the corners of the mouth was sweet. Su Qingqing definitely loves him. In this case. On the other side, a completely different scene is playing out. Wang Jiangwo slammed the table and stood up. He declared with great righteousness, "Brother, although you really deserved a beating in the past, since you are my brother, I will definitely help you out of your predicament." Ai Weiwei slowly picked up the teacup, blew away the tea foam, and said calmly, "Lindsay was so good to you. Feelings are something that can't be erased by time." Wang Jiangwo stared at Lindsay with sharp eyes, while Ai Weiwei looked at Su Qingqing with a smile. The two people were in different spaces, but they said in unison, Leave it to me. Wang Jiangwo, I promise to make sure you get rid of President Su completely. Bai Weiwei, I promise to help you capture Lin Zhe again. At the same time. Lin Zhe Su Qingqing, then I'll leave it to you. Wang Jiangwo looked at Lin Zhe's trusting eyes and raised a finger confidently. As the old saying goes, of the 36 strategies, running away is the best. The key is just one word: avoid. Bai Weiwei tapped her chin with her fingertips and smiled at Su Qingqing. As the old saying goes, a good man is afraid of a clinging woman. The key is just one word: sticky. Lin Zhe Su Qingqing nodded thoughtfully. I've always done this. That's because you haven't done enough. Wang Jiangwo Bai Weiwei gave a decisive conclusion, and then said in unison, you have been in love after all, you should know what to do. Wang Jiangwo, pick things she hates to do and make her completely annoyed with you. Remember, never be alone. Bai Weiwei, do things that he likes and make him fall in love with you again. Remember, you must create opportunities for him to be alone. Lin Zhe Su Qingqing suddenly realized, I understand. The two military advisors smiled at each other with satisfaction and assured confidently. Don't worry. It will work this time. I understand. Absolute success. It's me as expected. Wang Jiangwo left Lin Zhe's cabin humming a contented tune. At the same time, Bai Weiwei also sent Su Qingqing back to her room, and the two waved goodbye. She turned around and prepared to go upstairs to her room. I happened to see Wang Jiangwo humming an off-tune song and skipping over from under the shadow of the tree. She narrowed her eyes and looked carefully at the figure coming towards her. Isn't this Wang Jiangwo from the marketing department who was often arm in arm with Lin Zhe? It seems. This is an excellent source of intelligence. Mr. Su, just smile secretly when you have a subordinate like me who cares about you so much. Bai Weiwei quickly adjusted her expression, put on a professional smile and greeted him, Wang Jiangwo? What a coincidence. Wang Jiangwo was humming a little tune when he suddenly noticed Bai Weiwei standing in front of him and froze in place. Oh no, someone actually saw me acting so carelessly? Or it's Mr. Su's latest celebrity Bai Weiwei. Wait, isn't this a good opportunity to spy on the enemy? Lin Zhe, you should be happy to have a brother like me who will stick by you through thick and thin. They both smiled professionally at the same time. Bai Weiwei. Wang Jiangwo? Both of them have their own ulterior motives. At this time, Su Qingqing had no idea. The military advisor he hired at a high salary is planning diligently and conscientiously. Her slender fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes looking forward firmly. Some things must be concluded. Only in this way can she focus on winning back that important person. Amid the roar of the engine, the headlights cut through the night, illuminating the road ahead. It also illuminates her future direction. I don't know how long I drove when the navigation prompt sounded. You have arrived at your destination. End of this navigation. In the darkness of the night, Su Qingqing stared at the brightly lit hospital building in front of her. She took a deep breath, opened the car door, and the cold wind blew towards her. Su Qingqing's phone screen suddenly lit up in the darkness. She lowered her eyes to look at the message sent by Assistant Lu. Bed 03, Room 306, Floor 6, Area B, Inpatient Department. Su Qingqing stood in the center of the hospital square. Memories come flooding back. She remembered the night when the rain was pouring down. She knelt on the cold stone slabs of the temple. The rain mixed with tears slid down. Pray to God to save my seriously ill grandfather. The response was not a miracle. It was the hand that Lin Zhe extended. Warm, powerful, and with an irresistible firmness. Now, it was her turn to respond. Fortunately, she now has this ability. Su Qingqing gently clenched the bag in her hand. She didn't have much, but enough to cover any medical expenses. If this is the bargaining chip that can keep Lin Zhe by my side, she would bet it all without hesitation. After all, the young master who had been living in luxury since childhood. How is it possible to really get used to an ordinary life? As long as we give him a step, he will definitely take it, right? Her nails unknowingly dug into her palms, and Su Qingqing squinted her eyes in the night breeze. Even if he compromised for Lin Zhe's mother. As long as you can get him, Lin Zhe's heart will be hers sooner or later. She will wait. It can take as long as you want. Su Qingqing's eyes became deeper in the night. Obsession grows wildly in my heart like a vine. Little girl? You are Su Qingqing, right? When Lin Minghui passed the inpatient department entrance for the third time, he finally couldn't help but speak. This figure has been standing there for too long. The night wind blew through the treetops, making a rustling sound. The lights in the inpatient department cast mottled shadows on her. It casts a hazy halo on her. Her curly black hair fell on her shoulders. The porcelain white skin glows like pearls under the light. Her delicate facial features exude a captivating beauty even when expressionless. Lin Minghui thought. No wonder that boy can't forget it. Su Qingqing turned her head slightly. Do you know me? I don't know you, but I've heard of your name for a long time. Lin Minghui smiled kindly. These days, Jiang Wantan's wife kept repeating this name in his ear. He couldn't help but search on the internet. Su Qingqing is a dazzling girl. Smart, rich, beautiful. The more I watched, the more puzzled I became. How could that rascal of mine deserve to be remembered by a girl like this? How about coming upstairs and sitting down? Lin Dongjian invited tentatively, pointing to the inpatient building. If my wife knew that I brought the person she always talked about with me. I wonder what expression it will be. Chapter 51. Why do you live like an abandoned young wife? Okay. Su Qingqing nodded simply. Walk straight to the inpatient department lobby. After taking a few steps, I found that Lin Minghui had not followed me. She stopped and asked, "You're not going?" Lin Dongjian felt that this girl was too trusting. He subconsciously touched his stubbled chin. Anyone who sees a middle-aged man flirting with a young girl would be wary, right? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Why don't you ask who I am? You are Lin Zai's father." Su Qingqing's tone was firm. Although the man in front of me looked much older than those high-spirited photos on the internet. But she recognized at a glance this legendary figure who had risen from scratch to become a leader in the business world. After this man went bankrupt, he owed tens of millions of dollars. Did not flee abroad directly. Instead, he sold all the assets under his name and paid off all the debts he could. Now his eyes are still bright and there is no sign of decadence at all. This was beyond Su Qingqing's expectations. She thought she would see a middle-aged man who was overwhelmed by life, but she didn't expect. On second thought, the storms this business legend experienced. I'm afraid it's something ordinary people will never encounter in their lifetime. Such calmness must be the result of going through many vicissitudes of life. A true strong person is not what he looks like when he is at the top, but what he looks like when he falls to the bottom. I came to the hospital just to see you, she said bluntly. As soon as I said this, I felt a little regretful. Is it too stiff? Meet us? Lin Minghui pondered in his heart. Could it be that the brat is messing with the girl again? Yes, for Lin Zai. Lin Minghui secretly smacked his lips. Who is this kid following? His ability to seduce girls is so amazing that even his father would feel ashamed of himself. 5 minutes later. Jiang Wantong in the ward looked much more energetic than expected. Although his face was pale and his cheeks were thin, his eyes were exceptionally bright and lively, as if they could penetrate people's hearts. Su Qingqing suddenly thought of Lin Zai's eyes the same amber color. She looked at Su Qingqing, as if she had expected it. Su Qingqing saw too many patients while taking care of her grandfather in the hospital. People who are hospitalized for a long time often have gradually dim eyesight. Illness wears away will, treatment consumes hope. The pain and suffering day after day can drain a person's energy and vitality, becoming numb, irritable, and even twisted. But Jiang Wantong is different. She lay quietly on the hospital bed, looking as if she just had a cold and could recover at any time. That kind of calmness and vitality are rare in chronic patients. Qingqing, we meet again. Jiang Wantong called softly with a warm smile on his face. Su Qingqing nodded gently. Are you waiting for me? She asked bluntly. Jiang Wantong was obviously stunned for a moment. She then smiled and said, I know you will come, I just don't know when. Jiang Wantong tilted his head and thought for a moment, maybe it's a woman's sixth sense? A very accurate sixth sense. Su Qingqing praised sincerely. She then went straight to the point, then you also know why I came to see you. Certainly. Jiang Wantong looked at the seemingly indifferent man in front of him. But the girl who unconsciously pursed her lips after each sentence. A gentle smile appeared in his eyes. No wonder her son can't forget her, she is so adorable. She patted the chair by the window. Come and sit down? Let's chat. In this 3-person ward, one bed is vacant. Another patient is in the emergency room. Jiang Wanting gave her husband a look, and Lin Minghui understood and left the room. Now, there are only 2 of them left in the huge ward. Su Qingqing unconsciously touched the bank card in her bag, and a hint of persistence flashed in her eyes. So, can you help me? Help me get your son. This crazy thought was running rampant in my chest. She never thought that one day she would become like a paranoid. In order to chase a man, he ran to the hospital to see his mother. The other side. The bonfire party at the resort was in full swing, with a whole roasted lamb sizzling on the iron rack. Lin Zhe, however, kept looking around. He found that Su Qingqing was missing. Lin Zhe originally thought she was having breakfast in her room. But the front desk said there was no record of the food being delivered. At first he thought she had simply overslept. But it's already dark now. That familiar figure still didn't appear. Do you have a nail on your butt? If you can't sit still, just jump up and down. Wang Jiangluo's rough voice mixed with the sound of peanut shells breaking rang out. He threw a peanut into his mouth and glanced at the restless Lin Zhe with a puzzled look on his face. Lin Zhe. Vulgar. He was about to retort. Ha! Why don't I see President Su? Suddenly, a deliberately raised voice rang out from the crowd. Lin Zhe pricked up his ears instantly. Even Wang Jiangluo followed the sound and looked over. Could it be that he was too embarrassed to show up today because he ran into him and Lin Zhe last night? Bai Weiwei coughed lightly, shook her champagne glass, and raised her red lips meaningfully. Are you asking Mr. Su? She had something urgent to do last night, so she drove away without even calling the driver. 1,000 waves were stirred in Lin Zhe's heart. How dare this woman drive alone in the middle of the night? It's too dangerous. The bonfire crackled. Wang Jiangluo poked Lin Zhe in the ribs with his elbow. He smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed. Did you hear that? Mr. Su left yesterday. You can have fun now. He didn't notice Lin Zhe's suddenly gloomy face. Still immersed in the joy of brother finally got rid of the female devil. Sparks drifted in the wind, reflecting Lin Zhe's taut jawline. How ridiculous. He was worried like a fool all day long, but the other person had already left in a carefree manner. What a beautiful thing. Wang Jiangluo opened another can of beer. The foam overflowed and covered my hands. Why is Lin Zhe unhappy? He looked at Lin Zhe's gloomy expression in confusion. It's like someone owes me 8 million. Wang Jiangluo slowly realized something was wrong. What's going on? It's okay. Lin Zhe forced a smile that was uglier than crying. He himself couldn't explain it. I just feel particularly bored. He himself couldn't tell why. It just feels like my chest is stuffed with a ball of water-soaked cotton. Heavy falling. Bai Dan was frightened for most of the day. It seems that the person had already slipped away. Not even a hello. They are. What is the relationship? This sudden question made him even more irritated. Pooh. And he's still the boss. They just run away without any sense of teamwork. He thought viciously in his heart. What will the people below think? Wang Jiangluo scratched the back of his head. It's obviously a good thing that the person is gone. Why do you act like an abandoned wife? Could this be the legendary man's heart, as deep as the sea? Chapter 52 Brother Lin Zhe, why don't you come and live at my house? The aroma of barbecue fills the air. Never mind. Wang Jiangluo shook his head and walked to Bai Weiwei. Although he deliberately approached Bai Weiwei yesterday. But this girl is really good, she drinks readily and speaks in a friendly way. Especially those eyes that can speak. Her smile looks like a crescent moon. Bai Weiwei. Wang Jiangluo sat down next to her. He lowered his voice and asked, do you know why Mr. Su left early? Is it because he caught them doing that, or is there another hidden story? I'm telling you, don't tell anyone. A cunning light flashed across Bai Weiwei's eyes. He glanced at the depressed man not far away. Wang Jiangluo smelled the scent of gossip and nodded hurriedly. It must be. Mr. Su is actually going to meet someone. Talking about business? Is there a new project coming to the company? Wang Jiangluo guessed. Su Qingqing's usual vigorous and resolute appearance flashed through my mind. President Su is indeed capable of signing a contract while on vacation. Where? Bai Weiwei shook his head. She kept winking and hinting. But I found that Wang Jiangwo didn't catch the joke at all. She immediately said angrily, "At this age, who can you meet?" Wang Jiangwo's pupils trembled. Could it be because of my lover? His rough voice suddenly rose, then quickly lowered. You said that, not me. Bai Weiwei had a meaningful smile on her face and immediately distanced herself from the matter. This ambiguous answer is more thought-provoking than a direct admission. She is awesome. I understand. I understand everything. Wang Jiangwo had an expression as if he understood everything. The subtext of denial is admission. He quickly passed this explosive news to Lin Zhe. Click. The plastic cup in Lin Zhe's hand deformed instantly. The cold drink flowed down through his fingers, leaving a sticky stain on the ground. It was just like his messy mood at the moment. Very good. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between teeth. This cup is of such poor quality. Wang Jiangwo raised his intact cup uprightly. All milk teacups are like this, don't use so much force. He even demonstrated by squeezing his cup, and the plastic made a healthy elastic sound. Lin Zhe. His temple was throbbing. I felt angry for no reason. I was angry at myself for taking my anger out on me for no reason. What made Su Qingqing even more angry was that after touching his hand, she patted her butt and ran away. He hasn't run away yet. She ran away first. I'd better take a taxi at night to meet the wild man. Wang Jiangwo narrowed his eyes. Why do you seem unhappy? Isn't that great? Lin Zhe chewed over this sentence in his heart. Yes. How nice. Now that Su Qingqing has a new love, she won't bother him anymore. He should set off firecrackers to celebrate. Must celebrate. Lin Zhe pulled a ferocious fake smile from the corner of his mouth and said through gritted teeth, You are dazzled. I am very happy. I'm so happy I'm about to set off fireworks. Wang Jiangwo shuddered violently, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. Damn it, could it be that Lin Zhe has become ill from being tortured by President Su? Fortunately, I stopped the loss in time. Otherwise, such a talented young man would be driven crazy. Well. Wang Jiangwo looked at Lin Zhe's receding back, shook his head and sighed. What a sin. Love is more terrible than a bomb. At this time, Bai Weiwei came over quietly and looked in the direction he was looking. Yu said, my favorite writer said so. People who really want to die won't talk about death all the time. Those who shout that they want to die every day. Actually, it's the desire to be loved. Wang Jiangwo suddenly realized, so if you want to woo a girl, you should say I want to die? Bai Weiwei was almost choked to death by this bizarre train of thought. Where did the steel straight man come from? Get out of here. There is not much to chat about today. She was afraid that if she continued talking, she would not be able to control herself and take action. Anyone with eyes can see that. Lin Zhe's constant talk of resigning is just bluffing. It's obvious that he doesn't want to leave. The jealous look just now. I'm just short of tattooing I care about Su Qingqing on my forehead. This man definitely still cares about Su Qingqing. Wang Jiangwo continued to ask, Bai Weiwei, why are you silent? Wang Jiangwo has an ordinary appearance, with a pair of small eyes on his square face, and a silly look. He was extremely burly, and just standing there he was like a wall, casting Bai Weiwei's entire body in shadow. You wouldn't. Bai Weiwei glanced at him up and down. You've never been in love before, right? The simple and honest dark-skinned man's ears turned red. The red spread from the ears to the neck at a speed visible to the naked eye. He stammered, How did you know? Bai raised his eyebrows slightly. I can still tell that you are a virgin. I'm going to die. The big fool covered his face in panic. He looked around like a thief. How can I yell about such an embarrassing thing? The voice was very low, but it was more eye-catching because of the nervousness. Bai Weiwei. Good job. She actually guessed it right. This 30-year-old man is as innocent as a junior high school boy? Nowadays, there are still such pure and innocent men who are like living fossils. Interesting. The inspection of the retirement resort is completed. Lin Zhe got off the bus with his suitcase. The wheels of the suitcase made a dull sound on the cobblestone road. Come home soon. He was packing his luggage. The cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Zhe pressed the answer button. Mom, what's wrong? Son, Mom has good news to tell you. The mother's voice came through the radio waves, with unconcealable excitement. "What good news makes you so happy?" He responded casually, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. "My friend Aunt Zhang and her daughter are going abroad, and the house they have in China is urgently needed for rent. The price is very reasonable, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, right in the city center." Lin Zhe frowned slightly. "Mom, I've already rented a house and I live pretty well. But your Aunt Zhang said is closer to your company. The contract has been signed and the money has been paid. Hurry up and pack your things. Your dad has ordered a truck for you. The driver will be here in half an hour." He sighed. "The money has been given. What can I do? Only compromise can be made." After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhe rubbed his temples. "I resigned myself to my fate and continued packing." He stuffed the clothes in the closet into his suitcase at random, and the books on the bookshelf were piled up in a haphazard manner. Just as he bent down to pick up the last carton, the door of the unit next door creaked open. "Brother Lin Zhe?" A face with a facial mask poked its head out. Xiao Jiaxue was wearing a white facial mask, and her slender ankles were revealed under her loose home clothes. She tilted her head like a curious cat, with water droplets dripping from the ends of her hair. "Are you moving?" There was obvious surprise in her voice. "Yeah," he replied briefly, moving his packed luggage to the door. Then, she bit her lower lip, tugged at the corner of her clothes with her fingers, and the tips of her ears turned slightly red. "Would you like to stay at my house? There happens to be an empty guest room." Chapter 53. This is simply an elaborate trap. Lin Zhe was stunned. It's not good to be alone. What's more, the various unexpected ambiguities between the two of them before. Lin Zhe shook his head. "No, I've already rented a house." The cell phone vibrated at the right moment, signaling the arrival of a taxi. "The car is here, I'm leaving first," he said hurriedly, dragging his suitcase and walking away quickly. Xiao Jiaxue bit her lower lip and watched Lin Zhe's back disappear around the corner. Her carefully manicured nails dug deep into her palms. Xiao Jiaxue stomped her feet and angrily slammed the door, causing the voice-controlled lights in the hallway to flicker. He immediately took out his phone and said, "Hey, help me find Lin Zhe's moving address right away." At this time, Lin Zhe suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his itchy nose, looking at the destination getting closer and closer on the navigation. His pace slowed down involuntarily. Looking at the building in front of him, Lin Zhe shed tears of poverty. What is the greatest tragedy in life? He is a second-generation rich man who has not yet ruined his family. The family went bankrupt first. Miserable. So miserable. Lin Zhe wiped away the tears that didn't exist at all. "I walked around the moving truck downstairs and headed to the 3rd floor first, thinking that my future roommate might be at home. He knocked on the door first as per the rules. I knocked for a long time but there was no response. He had no choice but to take out his keys. But I found that the door was not locked at all. Is anyone there? The moment I opened the door, the afterglow of the setting sun is shining through the swaying shadows of the trees outside the window. Mottled spots of light danced on the floor, like scattered gold all over the ground. The fatigue from the long journey. Suddenly I was cured. It's a good place." Lin Zhe stepped into the house. His eyes scanned every corner. Clean, warm. There's also an eerie familiarity to it. It was very similar to what Su Qingqing had described back then. Her dream home. It doesn't need to be big. But there must be a sofa as soft as a cloud. Because he loves playing games and she loves reading. The kitchen should be spacious. Cooking by yourself adds a touch of homely flavor, especially when you watch your loved one eat it all. The balcony doesn't have to be big, but it should be filled with flowers and plants. You can see the sunrise in the morning and the sunset in the evening. If you wish, you can also keep a furry puppy. Certainly. It would be perfect if we could have another child. Lin Zhe felt a tightness in his chest. The decoration and layout of the room. Could his roommate be Su Qingqing? Oh my gosh. Suddenly, a voice exploded from behind. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Lin Zhe turned around suddenly and saw a strange square-faced man. "Who are you? Why isn't it Su Qingqing?" The strong man did not answer, but asked, Are you the new tenant the landlord mentioned? Lindsay's Adam's apple rolled. My roommate, is it you? Could he have misunderstood? 2. Su Qingqing ran to meet her lover overnight. I don't have the time to bother my ex. Damn. The analysis is very clear and logical. As a result, everything went astray. Lindsay stared at his future roommate. The stone hanging in my heart fell heavily. But it splashed a sour taste. What roommate? The sturdy man looked confused and suddenly put the cardboard box on the ground. Smooth out the wrinkled army green overalls. I'm from a moving company. Moving? Lindsay was stunned. Only then did he notice the bright logo on the other party's vest. Exactly the same as the one in the truck downstairs. So, is his roommate someone else? His eyes once again swept across the warmth in the room. Rustle. Among the swaying shadows of the trees. A corner of the white gauze curtain was lifted by the wind. His heart, which had just sank, began to waver again. A secret expectation. Secretly sprouting new shoots. He strangled it again. Lindsay clenched his fist and asked, "The person who hired you, is his surname Sue?" The strong man scratched his head and said, "I don't know about that. We move whenever the customer asks us to, without asking any questions." But it was a man who watched us move it. Male? Lindsay's eyelashes trembled, and he suddenly thought of Taotao's father. He quickly took out his phone, pulled up the photo album and pointed it at the other person. Is this the person? Yes, that's him. The mover recognized him at a glance and couldn't help muttering, "This guy is weird. He has a big mansion but insists on moving to a small house." Finished. It really was directed at him. Confirmed my guess. Lindsay suddenly felt mixed emotions. So what? Is it really that serious? The calculation is so clear. You must torture him to death, right? His back teeth were almost broken. In front of the hospital. Su Qingqing was walking in front. Assistant Lu followed behind her in high heels and couldn't help but lower her voice. You are too impatient. Mr. Lin may have guessed that it was your work. The night is so thick that it cannot be dissolved. Su Qingqing walked into the shadows where the streetlights could not reach. She seemed to be swallowed up by the darkness, with only her cold voice remaining. I didn't intend to hide it from him. She had been planning this for so long. Isn't it just to make him crash into the net? Bai Weiwei said. Surprises are fun only when you peel them off layer by layer, like opening a blind box. Just like in school days. A vacation that is suddenly announced is always more exciting than one that is expected in advance. But Jiang Wantan was more right. Lindsay is now like an alert rabbit. The tighter you push, the faster it shrinks. The phone suddenly vibrated in my palm. Jiang Wantan's message popped up. I just used that guy's card to pay for medical expenses. Now he has only 1,369.72 left in his pocket. Don't worry, your boyfriend won't run away. Su Qingqing's eyes sparkled with light, and she tapped the screen with her fingertips. Thank you, Auntie. The other party replied immediately. Still calling me Auntie? Su Qingqing was speechless. Finally, I know who Lindsay inherited his greedy character from. Assistant Shin, who was sitting in the driver's seat, glanced at the rearview mirror. Under the warm yellow car lights, the usually cold boss actually curled his lips. Damn it. I hope she won't miss seeing the sun tomorrow because of witnessing this scene. Then I thought of the weather forecast. It will rain heavily tomorrow. Have to. The sun is nowhere to be seen. Lindsay's two major hobbies in life are eating and sleeping. Now even this last bit of peace is being taken away. We really want to live together. Isn't that living under surveillance 24 hours a day? From now on, you have to sleep with one eye open. Otherwise, I would be assassinated by that woman in the middle of the night. I could have taken a breath at home. That's good. Delivered directly to your door as prey. In order to torture him, Su Qingqing. He doesn't even care about his own quality of life. Beast. It's worse than beasts. This is simply an elaborately designed trap. It's so scary. This woman is simply the reincarnation of the devil. Absolutely not allowed to live here. In order to preserve the last bit of freedom of sleep. Must move out immediately. Lin Zhe took a deep breath. I picked up my phone and called my mother. Even if the deposit is not refunded. He couldn't stay in this damn place for even a minute. Lin Zhe took out his cell phone and took a look. Text message reminder, bank card balance reminder, my back teeth are sore from biting them. The deduction record of 20,000 yuan was glaring at the eyes. Balance, 1,369.72. Very good. This is to cut off his retreat. Chapter 54, the two things he hates most, being poor, and the people who make him poor. How can he rent a new house without money? The rents listed on the agency apps are ridiculously expensive. I really don't dare to touch the small advertisements in the urban villages. I opened WeChat on my phone and scrolled through the contacts, but I didn't know who to contact. There are two things he hates most in his life. Poor, and the people who make him poor. Memories of 2 years ago came flooding back like a tide. When the Lin family went bankrupt, they sold everything they could. Antique calligraphy and paintings, a century-old ancestral home, and even his mother's treasured jade jewelry were all sold at a low price. But debt is like a bottomless pit, it can never be filled. The worst thing is that Jiang Wanting suddenly fell into a coma. He was standing in the hospital corridor holding his cell phone, hesitating whether to notify Lin Dongjian, when the police called first. Mr. Lin, your father was in a car accident. He rushed downstairs just as the ambulance stopped. On the stretcher bed, Lin Dongjian was covered in blood, with blood dripping from his fingertips, leaving a glaring red mark on the emergency passage. Lin Zhe never knew that one person could bleed so much. With both parents in the ICU, the medical bills snowballed. He sold all his valuables, but was still far from enough. When he was at his wit's end, he gritted his teeth and went to find those friends who called him brother. What's the result? Don't answer the phone, don't reply to WeChat. I finally got through one. The other party laughed and said, I'm short of money recently, why don't you find someone else to help you with the money first? Lin Zhe pulled the corner of his mouth, his eyes cold. There is no such thing as timely help in this world. Not adding insult to injury is already the most that can be done. From then on he realized that he could only rely on himself. What others give you can be taken back at any time, or even stab you in the back. Hey, Lin, huff, Lin Zhe, huff, what do you want from me? Lin Zhe only then realized that he had accidentally dialed Wang Jiangwo's number due to his shaking hands. But that strange sound. When Lin Zhe heard the rapid breathing from the other side, he instantly lost his composure. You, what are you doing? I, huff, exercise. Oh. He interrupted. I didn't expect Wang Jiangwo to be so extravagant in private. Call me when you're done. He has no hobby of listening to such sounds. It doesn't matter. Tell me what you want to say. Wang Jiangwo said quickly. Lin Zhe was shocked. Damn, so perverted. No, you should focus on exercising with the girl first. Lin Zhe has no special hobbies. How did you know I was exercising? Lin Zhe, what the hell? It's really a sport. Wang Jiangwo picked up the fascia gun and began to relax his muscles. There was a familiar buzzing sound from the other end of the phone. I'm awesome. What did I hear? Is this how you play? Otherwise, you'd better hang up the phone first. Lin Zhe felt that his ears were dirty. Wang Jiangwo heard no sound on the other end of the phone and asked curiously, hello, why is there no sound? Dang. Place the barbell under the bed. Lin Zhe came back to his senses instantly. Why are you breathing so loudly just lifting a dumbbell? Isn't your strength training tiring? By the way, how come you have time to call me when you are not busy with your part-time job at this time? Moving today. How's the new house? Not bad, it's close to the company, but it's annoying to share a room. Not bad. Wang Jiangwo whistled exaggeratedly and winked. Is the new roommate a man or a woman? Female. Wang Jiangwo's eyes instantly lit up, like a hungry wolf seeing meat. Damn. You're so lucky, brother. What does he look like? Do you have a photo? Lin Zhe said expressionlessly, Su Qingqing. Wang Jiangwo. As if struck by lightning. Wang Jiangwo was silent for 3 seconds, then suddenly started typing on the keyboard in a panic. What are you doing? Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Let me show you a coffin. Wang Jiangwo said solemnly, A good one costs 120,000 yuan, and an ordinary one costs 50,000 yuan.
Which one do you want?
Lin Zhe. Damn it, even death has become a luxury these days.
I can't even afford to die.
Forget it, I'm under Su Qingqing's control anyway, so I might as well just lie down. Wang Jiangwo suddenly slapped his thigh. Got it. He rubbed his hands and laughed. I don't have the ability to make a woman of President Su's level fall in love with you.
But I'm really good at making her hate you.
Lin Zhe raised his eyebrows. Can you elaborate? Wang Jiangwo lowered his voice mysteriously. First, a series of fatal calls 24 hours a day. Second, save your socks and underwear for a week before washing them. Third, play heavy metal at 3 a.m. Lin Zhe's mouth twitched when he heard this. Are you sure this is annoying, not calling the police?
Wang Jiangwo patted his chest and vowed, believe me.
That's how I successfully stayed single until now.
Lin Zhe.
He suddenly felt that it might be easier to go directly to see the king of hell. Wang Jiangwo took a deep breath and suddenly roared at the screen. The most important thing is,
you are fucking living with a beauty like Miss Su. You are making a lot of money.
Lin Zhe's eyes twitched. How about you come?
Wang Jiangwo's eyes lit up instantly. Is it really possible?
Get lost. Lin Zhe hung up the video call decisively.
Looking at the screen that suddenly went black, Wang Jiangwo was confused. Throw it away after use?
Scumbag. He curled his lips and opened his moments, just in time to see the 9-square grid that Bai Weiwei had just posted. The fingertips zoom in on the photo uncontrollably. The smile on the screen made his heart skip a beat.
She still looks better.
Wang Jiangwo muttered softly. I hesitated for a long time with my finger hovering over the like button, and finally just secretly saved the photo into my album.
Buzz. The phone suddenly vibrates. Could it be a message sent to her by Bai Weiwei?
Fuck.
Wang Jiangwo locked the screen in a panic.
Wait until you see clearly that it is a push notification from a shopping app.
I was immediately furious. Even you tease me? Delete it. Uninstall the software.
He stared at the computer screen in a daze. The photo of the coffin suddenly reminded him of.
It wouldn't be nice if I could lie in there with Weiwei, right?
This weird thought just popped up. He was startled by himself. No, I have to find a legitimate reason. Wang Jiangwo's eyes lit up, and he suddenly slammed the table. Oh, right.
Help Lin Zhe get some information. He happily opened Bai Weiwei's chat box. Are you busy?
The other party replied immediately, what's up? He was delighted by the other party's reply in seconds.
Wang Jiangwo's fingers flew. I want to ask you a question about emotions. I have a friend who is really just a friend.
His ex-girlfriend is now trying to get revenge on him and is deliberately living with him.
What do you think this woman wants to do? As we all know, when a person says I have a friend, in all likelihood, it was him.
But Bai Weiwei looked at the phone screen with a meaningful smile on her face.
This time, Wang Jiangwo was not creating friends out of thin air. Interesting.
She jumped up from the bed, holding her phone, and began to analyze it carefully.
The slender fingers tapped on the screen. Maybe the ex-girlfriend wants to get back together? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
They had a terrible fight at first.
That woman definitely wanted to kill my friend.
Bai raised his eyebrows slightly.
How come this version doesn't match what Su Qingqing said at all? Chapter 55. How can this be considered helping?
This is clearly a plan to cause trouble.
Bai Weiwei typed carefully. If we really want revenge, living together is too weird, right?
Wang Jiangwo said solemnly. If a beautiful woman suddenly treats a man with all her heart, then she must want to stun the man and treat him with all her heart.
Not to mention she's my ex-girlfriend. This is horrible. I'm worried. I don't know what kind of inhumane experience Lin Zhe will suffer. Bai Weiwei. The scene was so beautiful that she couldn't even imagine it. How could such an elegant person like Mr. Su do such a thing? She is a goddess after all. She couldn't help but defend Su Qingqing. Wang Jiangwo suddenly became alert. Why? How do you know it's the goddess? And why do you keep speaking for her?
Bai Weiwei felt a chill on her back, and her fingers hovered over the keyboard as she was about to explain. The other party sent another message, but you are right, that woman is really good looking.
It was a false alarm. Bai Weiwei let out a long sigh of relief, but then felt inexplicably unhappy. Why? Are you interested? Wang Jiangwo replied immediately, of course. Who doesn't like beautiful women? Bai rolled his eyes slightly. Haha, man. It's a pity that people don't like you. Wang Jiangwo sent a heartbroken emoji. This hurts my heart, my friend. This world is a game of looks. Looking at the other party wailing, Bai Weiwei was in a good mood and took out an iced cola from the refrigerator. Should the sound of bubbles surging is particularly pleasant. She squinted her eyes and took a sip, the sweet taste exploding on her tongue. Etc. She suddenly shuddered. I was responsible for gathering military intelligence for General Su. How did I get so excited chatting with this idiot? So what's your friend going to do? She quickly brought the subject back. I don't know. Bai Weiwei almost spit out her coke. Why are you talking to me for so long? Don't worry. Wang Jiangwo sent a voice message. He proudly showed off the brilliant idea he had given to Lin Zhe. Finally, he asked as if to take credit, how about it? Absolutely not? After hearing this, Bai Weiwei felt terrible. She replied with shaking hands, are you sure this is annoying, not murderous? Wang Jiangwo was full of confidence, don't worry. This trick of mine works every time. Bai Weiwei seemed to see the dangerous curve at the corner of the Ice Beauty's lips. She couldn't help but light a candle for Lin Zhe. How could Wang Jiangwo be helping? It's clearly handing the book of life and death to the king of hell. Bai Weiwei silently took a screenshot and sent it to Su Qingqing, with a note, Boss Su, someone is trying to cause trouble. At 6:45 in the evening, the floor-to-ceiling windows of Jinjiang Huading were dyed the color of orange soda by the setting sun. Lin Zhe sat cross-legged on the wool carpet in the living room. He was like a villain planning a shocking conspiracy, his eyes scanning the entire space like a radar. He held the socks he had just taken off in his hand. A pair of pure cotton black socks that have been worn intensively for 3 days are now emitting a biochemical scent that is enough to keep mosquitoes away. He raised his socks, gathered strength in his arms, and aimed in a direction. Curtain? No, this thing flutters in the wind every day. What if the wind that blows in from now on carries his masculinity? Wouldn't that be digging his own grave? Dining table? Even worse, if Su Qingqing suddenly smelled the scent of sweat from the feet of an aged seller while eating, she would probably call the police on the spot and accuse him of poisoning. Sofa? Depend on. Lin Zhe slapped himself on the forehead. Lin Zhe, what are you hesitating about? People who achieve great things don't care about small details. The stinky socks tactic must be implemented. Just when he was ready to throw everything to the wind and throw the can down the drain. Click. The sound of the door lock turning was like a thunderbolt striking his forehead. Lin Zhe's pupils suddenly contracted, and all the hairs on his body stood up in salute. The moving company had left long ago. The organizer also finished packing and left. Now, the one who can open this door. Not his new roommate. That is Su Qingqing. The handle of the second door was slowly pressed down. Lin Zhe's survival instinct instantly erupted. He jumped up from the ground at a speed that was almost instantaneous. He rushed to his room barefoot. Like a cat with its tail stepped on. Bang! The loud bang of the door slamming echoed in the living room. At the same time, Su Qingqing pushed the door open and walked in. Her eyes immediately locked onto the door that was still shaking slightly. The Shiba Inu doll hanging on the door handle was shaking wildly. Su Qingqing raised the corners of her lips slightly, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Stress response? She whispered to herself. It's okay. It takes a few days to adjust to a new home. She looked around. There was only a warm yellow floor lamp on in the living room. The light gently spreads on the sofa. It's like leaving a light on for people who come home late. Su Qingqing stared at the lamp, her eyes darkening. No hurry. She chuckled, one day, this light will be left for me. Lin Zhe leaned against the door, his heart pounding. Outside the door, the sound of high heels approached. Finally stopped in front of his door. Then, there was no movement. Lin Zhe swallowed his saliva, and 100 classic horror movie scenes flashed through his mind. If this were a horror movie, he would be huddled in the corner trembling, while Su Qingqing would be carrying an axe, chopping the door while saying in a sinister voice, "Open the door." Puff. He was amused by his own imagination. But he quickly covered his mouth, fearing that his laughter would reveal his location. He clenched his fists and consoled himself. As long as I don't go out, I can pretend that I don't know she's back. Yes, that's it. But the next second, he gritted his teeth and overturned his cowardice. No. I can't just sit there and wait for death. I still have Wang Jiangwo's ultimate battle plan. He rushed to the desk, opened his diary, and wrote down the latest battle situation in a flamboyant manner. June 5th, stinky socks must be thrown away tomorrow. Pending. June 6th, Lin Zhe. You've fallen. Where's the stinky attack? June 7th, no matter what. I have to throw it away today. Now. Right now. Lin Zhe stared at the date on the lower right corner of the computer. June 7th. Suddenly, I jumped up as if I was electrocuted. The number June 7th flashed wildly before his eyes. Suddenly, I jumped up as if I was electrocuted. 3 days have passed. He hasn't finished his plan yet. The diary seemed to be laughing at me. What kind of diary is this? Lin Zhe shoved the notebook into the drawer. The big words operation plan of stinky socks are silently accusing him of procrastination. The green plants by the window trembled slightly, as if sighing for the poor man. Chapter 56. Could it be that he misunderstood that he really wanted her to come back soon? The next day. In the office. Lin Zhe's pen fell to the ground and he bent down to pick it up. As a result, his forehead hit the corner of the table with a bang. When Wang Jiangwo rushed over, what he saw was the magical scene of Lin Zhe banging his head on the table. Brother! Calm down. Wang Jiangwo grabbed his shoulders and shook him madly. Yelling, even if Miss Su forces you to massage her soles every day, even if Miss Su forces you to pee while sitting, even if Miss Su forces you to lick her feet. Shut up. Really, what a bunch of crap your head has. Lin Zhe was so shaken that he saw stars in front of his eyes. If you keep shaking me, I will have to go see my grandmother early. Wang Jiangwo let go awkwardly. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a cold gaze shooting towards him from the gap in the blinds of the director's office. He immediately lowered his voice and asked, "What stage has the plan reached?" Lin Zhe touched his nose guiltily. It didn't work. Be strategic. Wang Jiangwo's eyes suddenly lit up. His eyes were fixed on Bai Weiwei, who was working on the copy machine. Wait a minute, I'll go find out the enemy situation. 3 minutes later. He slid back with an expression as if he had mastered a key secret. Great news. President Su will be working overtime tonight. Lin Zhe's fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. Through the glass curtain wall, he could see Su Qingqing reviewing documents. Her cold white skin looked like a jade sculpture under the light. Don't worry. Secretary Bai has absolutely no idea. Wang Jiangwo patted his chest to assure, not noticing that Bai Weiwei was typing frantically on her phone. Reporting to President Su, Wang Jiangwo has inquired about your schedule and has replied to work overtime as you instructed. President's office. The phone vibrates. Bai Weiwei, Lin Zhe asked if you were working overtime. Bai Weiwei, I have been informed that I will work overtime tonight as planned. Bai Weiwei, he looks like he's about to cry. Su Qingqing stroked the edge of her phone and replied slowly, prepare the car and leave at 6 o'clock. The floor-to-ceiling window reflected the corners of her slightly raised mouth. Since you were going to do something small, why don't you go home and check the results? At 17:59, the office clock just jumped to the end of get-off-work time. Lin Zhe jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He grabbed his backpack and rushed out of his workstation without even waiting for the computer shutdown animation to finish. It feels like there is an evil ghost chasing me. The moment the elevator door closed, he seemed to see the blinds in Su Qingqing's office move. The electric scooter can move flexibly in the traffic during the evening rush hour. Lin Zhe turned the accelerator to the bottom, and his eyes under the helmet were surprisingly bright. Today is the day. He wants to let that female devil see what a man's counterattack means. Su Qingqing's phone kept vibrating. 18:03 Lin Zhe has rushed out of the building. 18:07 he got on the elevator before you. 18:15 the surveillance showed that he rode his electric donkey towards Jinjiang Huading. Su Qingqing looked at the message and tapped her fingertips on the desk. The French window reflected the corners of her lips that were slightly raised. Like a hunter who finds his prey and walks into the trap. Lin Zhe slammed the door and began his artistic creation.
The pair of limited edition socks that had been treasured for 3 days was solemnly hung on Su Qingqing's door handle, like a flag declaring war.
You forced me to get up early. You took my bathroom, he muttered as he threw his t-shirt onto the TV.
When the last plaid shirt fell precisely in the center of the coffee table, Lindsay took 2 steps back to admire his masterpiece. The originally tidy living room now looks messy as if it had been messed up by him.
Perfect.
He took out his cell phone, took a picture and sent it to Wang Jiangwo.
Caption: Look. This is resistance. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang.
On the surveillance screen, Su Qingqing was carrying 2 bags of takeout, her red lips slightly curled. She was wearing a beige windbreaker today, and the pearl earrings faintly visible in her hair were emitting a warm glow under the corridor lights.
I know you're home. She waved the takeout bag in her hand at the camera. I brought you crawfish. Lindsay's stomach growled uncomfortably.
He stared at the bag of steaming crayfish on the screen, his mind torn between his conscience and his desires.
Principles? Or spicy lobster?
In the end, the foodie instinct overcame his dignity.
As he hesitated to open the door, Su Qingqing's eyes swept over the battle flag hanging on the door handle. She didn't even raise an eyebrow. Good taste in socks. She calmly stepped over the artwork on the ground.
Put the takeaway on the only clean table. Come and eat. I ordered it extra spicy especially for you.
Lindsay. This is different from the plot he imagined.
Lindsay stared at the bright red crayfish on the dining table, the scent going straight into his nose. He swallowed and turned his face away stubbornly. I'm not hungry. As soon as I finished speaking, my stomach made a loud protest. Su Qingqing slowly put on disposable gloves, pinched the shrimp tail with her fingertips and twisted it gently. The moment when the plump shrimp meat pops out.
Lindsay's eyes rolled uncontrollably.
I heard that this store.
She deliberately slowed down her movements. I dipped the shrimp into the soup. Limited to 100 servings per day.
Lindsay's toes curled up in his slippers.
That internet-famous lobster restaurant.
He queued up 3 times but still couldn't get a meal.
It's getting cold.
Su Qingqing handed the peeled shrimp meat to his mouth, with bright red oil beads still hanging from the shrimp tail. The mind is sounding the alarm frantically, but the body is honestly leaning forward. Just when he was about to bite it, Su Qingqing suddenly withdrew her hand and put the shrimp into her mouth.
Su Qingqing. Lindsay jumped up in anger. What did you call me?
She narrowed her eyes, her fingertips still stained with red paint.
Mr. Su.
Lindsay instantly wilted, like a cat with its neck pinched. Su Qingqing suddenly stood up and moved closer, trapping him between the dining table and her chest.
Want to eat?
She shook the freshly peeled shrimp.
Lindsay nodded with red eyes.
Su Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud.
She stuffed the shrimp into Lindsay's mouth. Is it delicious?
Lindsay said stubbornly, it's just so-so. Su Qingqing raised her red lips slightly, and a ripple-like smile spread across her eyes, like the tiny ripples on the surface of a lake in spring caused by the wind.
Okay.
She said in a clear voice, her fingertips lightly brushing the edge of the folder on the desk. I have a meeting.
I have to go to the meeting.
She knows when to stop. Lindsay, who would never bow to her no matter how much money he needed. Thinking of this, Su Qingqing suddenly felt a pang of pain in her chest. She took a deep breath without leaving a trace, and her eyes carefully traced Lindsay's outline.
He is becoming more and more handsome, with a sharper jawline.
His eyes were still as clear as before, like amber tempered by starlight.
Wait for me to come back.
Her voice suddenly lowered a few degrees. These 3 words lingered on my lips and teeth for too long, carrying with them an indescribable sense of cherishment. Lindsay's mouth twitched. He stared at the pair of high heels on Su Qingqing's feet that could be used as a weapon.
Wait for you?
If I just stood still. The sun will definitely rise from the west tomorrow. But in reality he still maintains a standard standing posture.
Okay, Mr. Su, come back soon.
He forced a professional smile, but in his heart he was roaring.
Is this woman a tortoise?
It took almost 2 minutes to walk from the living room to the entrance. Lindsay had to admit that this outfit really made her waist look thin and her legs look long, especially the curves that were faintly visible under the hip skirt. Su Qingqing suddenly stopped and turned around.
Chapter 57. That was a torture.
Su Qingqing suddenly stopped and turned around.
Okay, I'll be back early.
she said suddenly, her eyelashes fluttering and casting fan-shaped shadows under her eyes.
Lindsay looked confused. What did he just say? Oh, it seems to be a polite come back soon. Could this woman think that? The misunderstanding was that he really hoped she would come back soon.
Before he could sort out his thoughts, Su Qingqing left gracefully in her high heels. Lindsay followed to the door as if possessed by some mysterious force. He stared blankly at Su Qingqing's receding back until the graceful figure completely blended into the shadows of the corridor. Damn, this outfit is so figure-flattering. Foul. Downstairs, Su Qingqing forced herself to maintain a cold expression as she walked out of the apartment door. Bai Weiwei, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed forward in one swift step. Boss Su, is my information worthy of a 5-star rating? Thinking of the messy clothes and the pile of fermenting socks in the room, Su Qingqing's lips twitched slightly. She never expected that Lindsay would really believe Wang Jiangwo's stupid idea and actually. Silly bubbling. How about giving Wang Jiangwo a raise so that he can just sell Lindsay to himself? Sis, you're done. They were caught as black carp without even realizing it. Bai Weiwei looked at the uncontrollable curve at the corner of Su Qingqing's lips, and complained wildly in her heart if this wasn't true love, she should have slapped that bastard in the face when she saw the room full of stinky socks. Anyway, if it were Bai Weiwei, she would definitely not be able to tolerate such a sloppy person. Even though I know it's an act. What should I do next? Thinking of the seductive tricks that Bai Weiwei had taught her before, Su Qingqing now obeyed her orders. What's next? Bai Weiwei's eyes rolled around, and he suddenly leaned close to her ear and said, "You are like this." After listening to this, Su Qingqing glanced at her suspiciously. That's it? The truth is simple, don't you understand? Trust me, you won't go wrong. Bai Weiwei patted his chest to assure her, the soft and elastic touch swaying with the movement. The next day, weekend. The statutory lying down day for cattle and horses has finally arrived. Lindsay got up early in the morning and immediately rode his beloved electric scooter. He rode his beloved electric donkey to the battlefield at the speed of light. That's right, today is the starting day of his new part-time job. Lindsay's electric bike was parked in front of a club. This is a massage parlor. Lin Zixin found a part-time job. The female manager who interviewed me yesterday said he was handsome. Agreed immediately. 350 yuan a day. What a huge sum of money. It's much more than what he earns as a delivery man. If I don't work for Su Qingqing anymore, this job would be great. It's just a technical job. These days, technical jobs are in high demand. The female manager took him into a small dark room in the store. Lindsay followed the manager, feeling very nervous. Holy shit. Could this place be some kind of illegal place? I'm a serious guy, unless they charge more. But on second thought, that's not right. Only 350 is given for an irregular thing? This is a shady shop. That's too much. He wants to call the police. Unless you give more. Change into your work clothes. The female manager said this and left gracefully. That's it. Take him to the innermost small room and simply change into work clothes. Lindsay was the only one left. Knock, knock, knock. The foreman's knock on the door sounded like a death warrant. Shaolin, the guest from room 308 has arrived. He hurriedly put on his uniform. I'll be right there. The moment I pushed open the door of box 308. Brother Lindsay? Xiao Joshua was lying on her side on the massage bed, her long seaweed-like hair scattered on the white sheets. Her eyes were wide open, and the collar of her loose bathrobe slipped down as she stood up, revealing half of her snow-white shoulders. It seems that the private detective's news is true and he really works here. Well, I work part-time here. The system voice came out of Lindsay's ears. Task unlocked successfully. A girl participated in the 600-meter race at the school sports meet, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. A drop of sweat dripped down the girl's pretty cheek, and her white sportswear was soaked by sweat, revealing the girl's pink innerwear. When you see the scene, you can't help but think. One by one, he stripped her of her clothes, and gently placed his palm on her face, helping her wipe the sweat off her cheeks, while admiring her blushing face. Task: excessive exercise can cause muscle soreness. Help Xiao Joshua relieve her muscle pain by giving her a back massage. Reward: physical strength +1. Lie down, I'll give you a massage. Lindsay, who just received training yesterday and started work today. My understanding of SPA is limited to the surface. Pour essential oil on the palm of your hand, apply it evenly on the customer's back and massage it. But giving a SPA to the girl next door who you grew up with? This realization made his temples throb. I lost my sense of proportion from the very beginning. When pouring essential oil, tilt the bottle mouth. Too much essential oil slipped through your fingers. A few drops of ice suddenly fell on the hollow of Chio Joshua's waist. The sudden cold feeling made Chio Joshua gasp in surprise. Ah. Lindsay looked at the essential oil in his hand and took a deep breath. I'm going to start. Chio Joshua buried her face in the ventilation hole of the massage bed and groaned muffledly. Lindsay felt that the conversation between the two was prone to misunderstanding. But he just treated it as an ordinary massage. Professionalism must be ensured in the profession. When the palm of my hand touched the creamy skin, the whole palm pressed down. Lindsay immediately noticed the unusual stiffness in his shoulders and neck. He adjusted his breathing and placed his entire palm firmly on it. There's a serious strain here. He frowned. Is the strength appropriate? His voice was filled with professional concern. Chio Joshua snorted lightly, pouting her lips in dissatisfaction. Brother Lindsay, didn't you have dinner? Try harder. Men are most afraid of women saying no. This sentence instantly ignited a certain desire to win in men. Just now he was afraid that if he used too much force, she would feel pain. Be gentle and kind to women. It seems that he has done too much. In this case, he can only show his true strength. The fingers that had been so cautious just now for fear of hurting her suddenly tightened, and the joints sank into the creamy texture. Chio Joshua sighed comfortably. Not bad. Before she could finish her words, the sudden intensification of pain made her change her tone. Wait a minute, where is it not necessary? Brother Lindsay, don't use too much force. Her fingertips created messy wrinkles on the bed sheets. Lindsay, who was completely immersed in work mode, blocked out all pleas for mercy. Lindsay reduced his strength by a third. Bear with it, the lump will dissolve and it will be fine. Chapter 58. The game of cat and mouse has just begun. In his eyes, Chio Joshua was now a patient. His voice was calm and almost cruel. Hold on a little longer. It will be over soon. Chio Joshua tried to reach out to stop it, but a new round of numbness and soreness made her fingertips tremble. It was a strange torture, like the pleasure of having all your strength drained away, and also like the pain of extreme pleasure. Chio Joshua's expression was complicated. Her brows were tightly furrowed, her teeth unconsciously bit her lower lip, her knuckles clutching the bedsheet turned white, and even her curled toes were faintly pink. Chio Joshua originally thought that the immediate end mentioned by Lindsay would take at most 3 minutes. But Lindsay finished the massage after half an hour and didn't stop in the middle. When it's all over, Chio Joshua could no longer hold on and collapsed on the bed. With a look of despair on his face, she stared at Lindsay with red eyes. She pursed her slightly swollen lips and glared at Lindsay resentfully. I had a half-hour massage. Lindsay shook his sore wrist and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was over. This job is a physical job. I was just about to ask someone to give me a good review later. But he was pinned to the spot by the eldest lady's resentful gaze. I was just focusing on the massage and didn't ask Chio Joshua how the experience was. I'll give a good review on the app later. When Lindsay turned his gaze towards the young lady's expression, he felt that the young lady's expression was a little strange and resentful. Just then, a cell phone rang urgently. Chio Joshua glanced at the name jumping on the screen, hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed the answer button. Joshua, an elegant female voice came from the other end of the phone, with a gentleness that could not be refused. The banquet has already started for 20 minutes. Chio Joshua looked at Lindsay with regret, and stood up with her weak body. Let's stop here for today. When the box door closed gently, Lindsay realized that he had been holding his breath. When he changed the bed sheets, he found a small water stain on them. It's probably sweat. After Lindsay left the room, the female manager smiled and said, You can leave work early. The lady just now has bought all your time slots for today. Lindsay, I didn't realize you were so amazing. Lindsay heard the misunderstanding in the female manager's words. Smiled awkwardly. He went to the employee fitting room to change his clothes. The system voice came to my ears. Task: excessive exercise can cause muscle soreness. Help Chio Joshua relieve her muscle pain by giving her a back massage. Completed.
Reward, physical strength +1. He changed into his own clothes, got on his electric scooter and headed home. After returning home, looking at the 350 yuan in my hand. Get through this month and wait for next month's salary. I'll just pick up the bucket and run away.
Lin Zhe was immediately filled with strength. After making up his mind, Lin Zhe hummed a little tune while taking a shower and deliberately threw his socks on the sink, throwing dirty clothes around. When he walked into the living room, he suddenly felt playful and stepped on the shiny floor in his slippers, leaving a series of footprints. Finally, he made up his mind and jumped onto the leather sofa. Damn, this is so comfortable. It was like falling into a pile of cotton. Sure enough, the only disadvantage of expensive things is that they are expensive. Late at night, Lin Zhe curled up in the quilt, listening to the clanging noises outside the door, and almost laughed out loud with excitement. Can't stand it anymore? You can't stand it anymore. I am a walking biological weapon. Get me out of here right now. He imagined the scene of Su Qingqing jumping into a rage, and he fell into a sweet dream. The next day, he woke up with a refreshed look on his face. I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well lie down and wait for death. Anyway, it's Su Qingqing who should be panicking. He was wearing an old man's vest and shorts, with a messy haircut, and he arrogantly pushed open the door, with a smirk on his face. Then he was petrified instantly. The expected scene of Su Qingqing smashing pots and pans to chase him away did not appear at all. In the morning light, a woman in an apron was standing in front of the cooking table. Her long, slightly curly hair was casually tied behind her head, but a few unruly strands of hair fell on the sides of her porcelain white neck. When I heard the noise and turned around, there was a strand of hair on my lips. Awake? Lin Zhe froze in place. The collar of his vest was askew, revealing half of his collarbone, and the tuft of silly hair on top of his head moved up and down with his breathing. I'm used to seeing his lazy and sloppy appearance, but now he looked sleepy and confused. It's actually so damn silly and cute. It was exactly like how she secretly imagined them getting married, and how Lin Zhe looked when he woke up in the morning. Su Qingqing's eyes moved around him imperceptibly. It stayed on a part wrapped in gray cloth for a second longer. Breakfast is ready. She put the golden fried bacon and eggs on the table, her voice as soft as if she was coaxing a kindergarten child. Go wash up and come eat. The aroma of the food made Lin Zhe's Adam's apple move, and when he reacted, he was already standing in front of the sink. The moment the cold water hit his face, he shuddered suddenly. Fell into a trap. Not only did this woman not go berserk after being attacked by stinky socks, she even cooked the meal virtuously? This is definitely a trick. Isn't this our last breakfast? Even if Lin Zhe was starving to death today and jumped off the balcony, he would never touch this Hongmen banquet. 5 minutes later, Lin Zhe, who had washed and changed his clothes, crouched down and slipped towards the entrance. When he was reaching for the shoe cabinet, he suddenly froze. Where are my socks? Where are my biochemical weapons that have been used in battles so well? The drawer was completely empty, not even a thread was left for him. Looking around, the living room that he had turned into a mess last night was now tidy again. What are you looking for if you don't want to eat? The voice behind him made the hair on the back of Lin Zhe's neck stand up. Turning around and looking into Su Qingqing's smiling eyes, he suddenly realized. This woman's level is too high. Where are my socks? Where did you put it? Didn't you ask me to wash it for you? Su Qingqing blinked, her eyelashes fluttering in the morning light. Did I misunderstand? Who asked you to wash my socks? Lin Zhe felt a little sour in his heart, an indescribable feeling. He wore those socks for 3 days, and even he found the smell stinky. The arrogant female CEO washes his stinky socks. Oh my god. Just thinking about the scene makes me feel shocked. Su Qingqing brought the steaming food to the table and said in a cheerful tone. I've also washed the clothes you put in the living room yesterday, and they're all drying on the balcony. Lin Zhe glanced at the balcony. His t-shirt, jeans, and even the ripped underwear were fluttering neatly in the wind, sparkling in the sun. Su Qingqing is so virtuous. Trying to trick me? No way. Su Qingqing suddenly smiled brightly. The seafood porridge in the casserole was bubbling with the aroma of crab roe. Just as I was about to speak, I saw that person rushing to the entrance. I'm going to work first. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best. When the door slammed loudly, Su Qingqing paused in scooping porridge. Chapter 59. Show a sly smile, then he can't run away. Runs fast. But
Su Qingqing smiled gently at the empty bowl. The game of cat and mouse has just begun.
In the company's fire escape, Wang Jiangwo was sticking his butt out and sneaking through the crack of the door. Cuckoo! A hand suddenly stretched out from the shadows and frightened him so much that he almost threw the pancake away. Hero! Breakfast is here.
With eggs? Double eggs. I even gave you some sausage.
Wang Jiangwo stole a glance at Lin Zhe, who was emitting a low pressure. Boss Su hasn't kicked you out yet?
Not only did you not blast me.
Lin Zhe bit off half of a crispy dough stick viciously, as if he was biting his enemy's neck. You even washed my clothes.
Isn't this a good thing?
What a bullshit.
Lin Zhe squeezed out the words from between his teeth. He went to work barefoot today.
Wang Jiangwo slapped his thigh fiercely. What a mistake.
The enemy is so scheming.
The two were looking at each other in worry, and Lin Zhe caught a glimpse of the search bar on Wang Jiangwo's phone.
How to make your brother's ex-girlfriend give up on you. Should I applaud my brother when he is harassed by his ex?
Secretly helping my brother research breakup strategies in the middle of the night. What to do if your ex is too beautiful to kill?
I'm being hunted by my ex-girlfriend, and you're just standing here watching the show?
Lin Zhe slowly raised his head and stared at Wang Jiangwo with a death gaze. Is this your deep brotherly love?
Oh my.
Wang Jiangwo snatched the phone back and argued without blushing. I'm just gathering ideas from all sides.
You are talking about the underworld, right?
Wang Jiangwo was confident.
What do you know?
3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge. I am mobilizing the wisdom of the entire network to help you overcome the disaster.
Lin Zhe.
Lin Zhe was so angry that he laughed. Then do you know what it means that the zombies in Train to Busan can't run faster than humans?
What?
Explanation. Lin Zhe said expressionlessly, 1 section is better than 6 sections. I want Zizalong for the jelly.
Wang Jiangwo?
He reached out and touched Lin Zhe's forehead. You don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense?
Suddenly he realized, it's over.
The child has been driven crazy by Mr. Su.
He grabbed Lin Zhe's hand and cried, Zhe. You have to cheer up.
The revolution has not yet succeeded.
Lin Zhe shook him off.
Success. With you as an undercover military advisor, Su Qingqing will win without any effort.
But
Lin Zhe suddenly narrowed his eyes.
Maybe we can learn from those weird breakup cases on the internet? Give me your cell phone.
What the hell?
Wang Jiangwo handed over the phone obediently and leaned forward. What are you researching?
Research and scientific research?
Research. Lin Zhe sneered as he opened the search bar. How could Su Qingqing run away with her luggage overnight?
Wang Jiangwo moved closer to Lin Zhe, their heads almost touching. Lin Zhe slid his fingertips across the search bar, and suddenly,
bang!
His finger clicked exactly on the one that said, Mom is not at home, I'm secretly watching this at home.
Wang Jiangwo.
The screen instantly jumped to the video page, and a young lady in cool clothes was winking at the camera. Brother, come and play.
The air froze.
Lin Zhe slowly turned his head. You're so annoying. Wang Jiangwo suddenly twisted his body into a dough twist, punching Lin Zhe's chest with his fist as big as a clay pot. You discovered my little secret.
Lin Zhe.
Lin Zhe silently wiped his hand on his shoulder. Go to work.
Not continuing the research? It's 9-1.
Wang Jiangwo looked down at his phone and immediately screamed like a boiling kettle, my perfect attendance award.
Ah!
At the same time, Bai Weiwei in the office suddenly covered her ears and asked, where is the air raid alarm coming from?
De.
Su Qingqing walked over in high heels, her black patent leather heels tapping out a neat rhythm on the ground. She wore a simple white shirt tucked into high-waisted wide leg pants, and she looked like a supermodel on the catwalk.
Come in.
Bai Weiwei trotted into the office, thinking crazily in her mind, if this girl were to go and discuss business, she could make the other party sign the contract and even pay 2 points in a minute. Until he would rather starve than eat the breakfast I made for him. Su Qingqing buried her face in her hands, her voice muffled.
Well, it's another little drama about love brain.
Bai Weiwei wondered whether she was getting paid as an employee or as emotional counseling fee. She resisted the urge to roll her eyes. The point is not whether he ate or not, but the way he ran away. There are only 2 situations in which a normal person will run away from their ex.
Either you do too many bad things,
or... She suddenly moved closer to Su Qingqing. My heart is so moved that I dare not look directly into your eyes.
Su Qingqing's eyelashes trembled slightly. Why would you run away if you like me?
Of course it's because Bai Weiwei slammed the table.
Why do you want to run away if you like me? Because I'm shy. Su Qingqing tilted her head in confusion. Why are you shy? Because I like it. Does it mean I should be shy if I like someone?
Su Qingqing tilted her head in confusion. Bai Weiwei looked at the clock hand on the wall that turned 3 times, her head buzzing.
10 minutes.
They are actually playing the philosophical debate of which came first, the chicken or the egg.
Boss Su.
Bai Weiwei felt that her brain cells were going on strike.
She raised her hand weakly. How about we fast forward to the practical part?
Okay. Su Qingqing closed her notebook without hesitation, and a barrage of words seemed to float above her head. Although I didn't understand, Lin Zhe likes me.
Bai Weiwei.
Suddenly I felt like an AI robot that taught mothers and babies how to fall in love solo.
Then how can we stop him from running away?
Su Qingqing's eyes were as bright as searchlights.
This matter cannot be rushed.
Bai Weiwei suddenly caught a glimpse of Wang Jiangwo clocking in with a sad face outside the window, and an idea suddenly occurred to her. Unless I use this.
She quickly wrote the 16-character mantra on the whiteboard.
When the enemy advances, I retreat when the enemy stays, I harass when the enemy is tired, I attack when the enemy retreats, I pursue.
Are these 4 words?
Su Qingqing counted on her fingers carefully.
Bai Weiwei. The key you grab is even crooked than that of a claw machine.
Bai Weiwei suddenly snapped her fingers, her eyes bright as if she had discovered a new world. Boss Su, do you know what men can't stand the most?
Su Qingqing tilted her head slightly, her hair falling from her shoulders. The most important thing is your appearance.
Bai Weiwei slammed the table. If you were a man with your looks, he would have barked at you long ago. It's a pity that I ran into Lin Zhe, this wooden stake. Su Qingqing said aggrievedly, but he ran very fast. Bai narrowed his eyes slightly and showed a sly smile. Then he can't run away.
Chapter 60. You like me? Wait. This reaction is wrong. The next day. Office tea room. Brother, this trick is absolutely reliable. Wang Jiangwo slapped the table, and the liquid in the coffee cup almost spilled out. His eyes behind the lenses flashed with confidence. Big data won't lie.
Lin Zhe pinched his brows and began to regret looking for this guy to discuss things. Wang Jiangwo's train of thought was just like the company's Wi-Fi, sometimes working and sometimes not. But on second thought, Su Qingqing had gone to so much trouble to arrange for him to live in her home, so he could easily escape.
Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well give it a try. Greasy male behavior, absolutely deadly. Wang Jiangwo gave a thumbs up. I guarantee she'll kick you out overnight. Seems to make some sense? Which girl can tolerate being taken advantage of by her enemy? This is not some melodramatic domineering boss story.
He shouted I hate you and then turned around and kissed the wall.
In real life, I would definitely be treated as a pervert and reported to the police, right?
Lin Zhe suddenly remembered that when he was in college, he accidentally touched Su Qingqing's wrist, and she didn't dare to look up at him throughout the class. Even though she has evolved into a cool and aloof female CEO, her conservative nature should still be there.
Great, Lao Wang.
Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. Your brain is finally not in vain.
Of course. Wang Jiangwo proudly shook his non-existent bangs.
With the solution, Lin Zhe no longer had back pain or leg pain, and even slacking off felt justified. But just 2 hours before the end of get off work, Su Qingqing suddenly left early with Bai Weiwei.
Shit. Is he on a business trip? The phone vibrated, and a message from Wang Jiangwo popped up. I've asked Bai Weiwei, President Su will be home on time tonight. This efficiency.
Lin Zhe looked up at the suddenly active office area.
Sure enough, Bai Weiwei, the god of working people.
At the same time, a high-end styling studio. The makeup artist put down the last eyeliner, and the whole room suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of inhalation coming from time to time. Su Qingqing in the mirror, her cool and elegant makeup made her eyes look aggressive, with a hint of dark red at the end of her eyes, and every time she blinked she seemed to be emitting electricity.
It's time to change into battle uniforms.
Bai Weiwei held the deep V-striped skirt that she had prepared long ago, smiling like a cat ready to play a mischievous trick. The moment the locker room curtain was drawn, everyone's breath was held.
The tight blue skirt seemed like a weapon tailor-made for her.
Under the light, the silky luster outlines breathtaking curves.
This is not revenge.
Bai Weiwei covered her chest and gritted her teeth. This is clearly murder. Click, click. The crisp sound was particularly obvious in the quiet dressing room.
Su Qingqing tilted her head in confusion. What's making that noise?
Everyone turned their heads at the sound. Bai Weiwei covered her cheeks with her hands, her eyes wide open. It's the sound of me being so jealous that my teeth are itching. She stared at Su Qingqing's curvy figure, wailing in her heart, this figure.
This proportion. Why did God give me a girl's body? Su Qingqing pulled at her collar uncomfortably. Is this V-neck too deep? What do you mean by deep?
Bai Weiwei swallowed. With your qualifications, you can even walk in the Victoria's Secret show wearing a sack. Normally it's not noticeable because she is wrapped in a professional suit, but now that she has put on her battle suit, my goodness, this waist-to-hip ratio is simply fatal. Su Qingqing's ears felt hot because of her burning gaze, but when she thought of the plan for tonight, she straightened her back. Bai Weiwei glanced at his watch and lowered his voice. Remember, it is most deadly to be almost invisible.
She demonstrated, like biting your lower lip like this. Su Qingqing followed suit unconsciously. Amazing. Bai Weiwei slapped her thigh excitedly. Just this expression.
If Lin Zhe can hold on, I will live stream washing my hair upside down.
Wang Jiangwo straightened Lin Zhe's collar like an old mother. Have you memorized all the tactical essentials?
Greasy but not vulgar, proactive but not crossing the line.
Lin Zhe made an okay gesture. Very good. Wang Jiangwo suddenly became a dramatic figure and said affectionately, stand here and don't move. Lin Zhe interrupted with a sneer, believe it or not, I'll let you call me grandpa right now?
Wang Jiangwo, whose plan failed, smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. Keep up this form, and we will win tonight. He made a charging gesture. Go Pikachu, I'll be waiting for your good news here.
The Maybach slowly drove into the community.
In the car, Bai Weiwei was still giving Su Qingqing emergency training. Remember the 3 elements: hair twisting, lip biting, and eye contact. It should be like the moonlight that is so close yet so far away, making him feel itchy. Su Qingqing's fingertips felt cold from nervousness, and she bit her rosy lips unconsciously.
Perfect. Bai Weiwei stamped her feet in excitement. Just this expression. If Lin Zhe can last for 5 minutes, I will write my name backwards.
Bai Weiwei suddenly caught a glimpse of Wang Jiangwo, who was sneaking around, and her eyes turned.
Hey! Do you want to go eat some melons together? No, have a midnight snack?
The 2 spectators smiled at each other and took out their mobile phones tacitly, ready to receive the live broadcast of the battle at any time. At this moment, Su Qingqing in the elevator was adjusting her collar in front of the mirror. And Lin Zhe in the corridor was repeating to himself, greasy but not vulgar.
The door of fate is about to open. Who will win this carefully planned revenge?
Lin Zhe sat upright on the sofa, seemingly as calm as an old dog, but in his heart he had already performed 800 small dramas. His knuckles tapped unconsciously on his knees and his eyes glanced at the clock on the wall for the nth time.
Click.
The sound of the door lock turning startled Lin Zhe. He grabbed the rose on the coffee table reflexively, rushed to the entrance, and posed in what he thought was the greasy pose.
Hey, baby.
The voice stopped abruptly. The rose fell to the ground with a pop, and the petals scattered. The woman in front of me was wrapped in a haze blue dress, and the clavicle faintly visible between her seaweed-like long hair made people dizzy. The evening breeze passed through the balcony, lifting the strands of hair on her temples. Su Qingqing casually tucked her hair behind her ears, and this casual action made the lines of her swan neck visible at a glance.
Waiting for me?
She curled her red lips slightly, and the teardrop mole at the end of her eye looked particularly charming under the light.
Lin Zhe's Adam's apple rolled, and his CPU almost burned out. Is this revenge? This is clearly a bombing of beauty. We must seize the initiative.
Seeing that the ambiguous atmosphere was about to dissipate, Lin Zhe was quick-witted. He suddenly lowered his voice and used a bubbling sound that seemed to be caught by the door to make up for it. If you haven't eaten, he raised her chin frivolously with his fingers. See if brother is your type? The air suddenly became quiet.
Lin Zhe was roaring crazily in his heart. So greasy and disgusting.
But seeing Su Qingqing's suddenly widened eyes.
Seems, it worked? You. Su Qingqing's eyelashes trembled, and her fingertips unconsciously grabbed the corner of her clothes. You have always liked me? Wait. This is not the right reaction. Chapter 61. What a weird idea.
The script clearly had to be about door slamming and furious scenes, but how did it turn into a blushing, heart-pounding idol drama? Lin Zhe gritted his teeth and continued his performance, grabbing her soft hands and rubbing them repeatedly. His hands were so tender. He almost forgot his lines and quickly said, I love hands like this.
Cooking is pleasing to the eyes. I was touching it and suddenly woke up. Damn, this feels so addictive.
He was possessed by some unknown force and rubbed it a few more times. He raised his eyes and met Su Qingqing's red ears.
Lin Zai suddenly woke up. This wave seems to have gone too far?
What's even more terrifying is, Su Qingqing suddenly took over the initiative and gently scratched his palm with her slender fingers.
Then they interlocked their fingers. Pulled him into the kitchen.
"What do you want to eat?" she asked, her voice as soft as a feather scratching your eardrum.
Lin Zai. The development is outrageous. Something is wrong. This is wrong.
According to the plan, Su Qingqing should be furious now and should have picked up a frying pan and kicked him out of the house.
Why are you still holding his hand and studying the recipe?
Sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried potatoes with green peppers, and seafood soup. Su Qingqing decided on the menu on her own and took out the ingredients from the refrigerator.
Lin Zai froze in place, watching her put on the apron.
The apron straps tightened her slender waist, making her curves even more breathtaking.
"What are you standing there for?"
Su Qingqing turned around, her lips slightly raised. "Come and help me."
Lin Zai. No, why is the plot getting weirder and weirder?
He walked over reluctantly, and was about to use his greasy trick again, but Su Qingqing stuffed a handful of garlic into his hand and said, "Peel it."
Lin Zai.
He looked down at the garlic in his hand, then looked up at Su Qingqing. She was cutting vegetables with her back to him, her long hair hanging down, revealing a section of her snow-white neck, which swayed slightly as she cut the vegetables.
Lin Zai's throat felt inexplicably dry.
Lin Zai peeled the garlic mechanically, his brain working frantically.
What should I do now? Continue to be greasy?
But Su Qingqing doesn't buy it at all. He secretly glanced at Su Qingqing and found that she was pursing her lips and laughing.
Lin Zai. Damn it, it seems like he has been tricked.
Su Qingqing suddenly turned around, leaned close to his ear, and asked with warm breath, "Have you peeled the garlic?" Lin Zai's hand shook and the garlic cloves fell to the ground.
Su Qingqing chuckled and bent down to pick it up.
Her hair brushed across his arm, causing a slight shudder.
Lin Zai. Help! This is not revenge at all. This is a beauty trap. This wave is a crushing victory in the high-end game. Well, I'm going to the bathroom.
Lin Zai found an excuse to hide in the toilet.
Cold water drops slid down his jawline. Lin Zai leaned against the sink and stared at himself in the mirror. Who was the man who couldn't even lower the corners of his mouth?
My fingertips touched my chest, and my heart was beating wildly at the speed of a 100-meter sprint.
Shit!
He muttered to himself. Memories flashed back like a revolving lantern. Every scene looks like a carefully designed trap.
Pa!
Lin Zai suddenly slapped himself.
Wake up! This is clearly a honey trap. Wait until you fall.
After being played with harshly, they were then ruthlessly thrown away. Su Qingqing would definitely turn around and leave without mercy, just like she did when she left.
Aha! He couldn't stay in this shabby rental house for even a second. Must run away.
He turned the gurgling faucet and pressed his back against the frosted glass door of the bathroom to capture Su Qingqing's movements.
This damn apartment. The terrible thing is, if you want to escape from the door, you have to cross the entire living room. The living room is connected to the open kitchen.
In the open kitchen, the kitchen knife in Su Qingqing's hand was flashing with a cold light.
This means, just pass through that death zone.
He could be arrested on the spot at any time by Su Qingqing, who was cooking.
So, 3 points must be achieved. Footsteps lighter than a cat. Faster than a thief. The movement is more stylish than that of esports players.
Lin Zai turned the door handle like he was defusing a bomb. He opened the door a fingernail's width, squinted his eyes and began to investigate. Su Qingqing was still busy at the kitchen counter.
Right now.
He started to move forward as fast as he could, sticking close to the wall.
At the same time,
Su Qingqing in the kitchen suddenly put the back of her hand against her cheek.
Cool down.
Fortunately, I used a long-lasting foundation today.
Otherwise, my face would look like a ripe tomato now.
Her cheeks must be as red as the sunset at this moment.
This body is born to be overly sensitive.
When he was in college, Lin Zai only needed to gently hold her fingers.
The blush will begin to spread from the touching fingertips, and finally even the earlobes will be dyed red.
Lin Zai was holding his breath as he pushed open the shower door. He walked forward on tiptoe, his slippers making a crackling sound as they rubbed against the wooden floor. 10 steps away, in front of the cooking table, Lin Zhe's hand was already on the door handle. He tiptoed towards the door. But his eyes couldn't help but stick to Su Qingqing's slender back. In order to make it easier to cook, she casually tied her hair into a loose bun, with a few strands of hair hanging on the back of her porcelain white neck. The waist, tied with a plaid apron, was so thin that it could be held in one hand, and it swayed slightly as she cut vegetables. Lin Zhe was mesmerized by what he saw. They have the same facial features, so why does Su Qingqing look so good to him? The moment his fingers touched the door handle, he couldn't help but look back. The warm yellow light gives the original wood floor a honey color, the fluffy fabric sofa looks like cotton candy, and the breeze makes the gauze curtains by the window dance. The rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. It's so warm that it makes your heart tremble. Lin Zhe gritted his teeth and pressed the door handle. What happened? Why can't it be opened? Director. I have finished my inner drama, it's time to let me go. This plot isn't going in the right direction. Lin Zhe was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't care about anything else and just shook the door handle hard. What are you doing? Su Qingqing was holding a kitchen knife and stood behind him without him noticing. Damn it! When Lin Zhe turned around, he saw Su Qingqing looking at him with her head tilted. If it weren't for that shiny kitchen knife, the picture would be quite beautiful. Lin Zhe shuddered and pretended to wipe the entrance cabinet. Let me check the hygiene. It's quite clean. Su Qingqing suddenly smiled, her eyes curved into crescents. I thought someone was going to run away again. How is that possible? Lin Zhe stiffened his neck. I agreed to help out. That's perfect. Su Qingqing stuffed the kitchen knife into his hand and said, I'll leave the potatoes to you. I'm going to the bathroom. No problem. Lin Zhe took the knife and took out his cell phone quickly when she turned around. Wang Jiangwo. What a weird idea you came up with. I'm going to find 10 strong men to beat you up. At the same time. Swan Lake Park. Wang Jiangwo stared at the Lin Zhe call on the mobile phone screen, his finger hanging in the air, and he didn't dare to answer it. Chapter 62. His taste remains the same. Bai Weiwei, who was sitting opposite, was lowering her head to reply to messages, with the corners of her mouth curled up from time to time, and her fingers tapping on the screen rapidly, as if she was conspiring something with someone. Wang Jiangwo swallowed. He had just casually agreed to go out for dinner with Bai Weiwei, but who knew that she would bring him directly to Zhao Senlalai after dinner? Talk about losing weight. But he was surrounded by affectionate young couples, and the lighting was so ambiguous that it could blind his titanium dog eyes. What's even more terrifying is that Bai Weiwei was walking in front of him and looking at her phone the whole time, occasionally looking up at him with a strange excitement in her eyes. Something's wrong. This is so wrong. The phone was still vibrating. Wang Jiangwo pressed the answer button and heard Lin Zhe's low voice. Wang Jiangwo. What a lousy idea you came up with. She's looking at me like meat on a chopping board. Wang Jiangwo. He raised his eyes cautiously and met Bai Weiwei's sparkling eyes. How's your friend? She asked excitedly. Wang Jiangwo laughed dryly. He said, his ex-girlfriend seemed even more excited. Bai Weiwei slapped the table and said, that's right. It means he's almost successful. Let him continue to follow the plan. Wang Jiangwo. Lin Zhe on the other end of the phone? Do you want me to die? Lin Zhe. Su Qingqing's drawn-out voice came from the kitchen, with a dangerous sweetness. How long are you going to stay in the bathroom? Here it comes. Lin Zhe hurriedly put the Bluetooth headset into his ears and lowered his voice to give Wang Jiangwo an ultimatum on the other end of the phone. Hold on. If you hear anything wrong, call the police. After saying that, he rushed towards the battlefield with a kitchen knife in hand, ready to die. Lin Zhe's posture when he stepped into the kitchen. Like a knight going to a fatal appointment. The steamer suddenly made a long, sharp sound. Ah! Su Qingqing's scream was still stuck in her throat. Lin Zhe rushed forward in one step. Crash! When Lin Zhe pulled her wrist and pressed her into the water. He could clearly see the water drops hanging on her eyelashes, trembling like morning dew. Is it badly burned? His voice was extremely hoarse, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. His eyes were fixed on the reddened skin, as if the wound was branded on his heart. But Su Qingqing suddenly smiled. Her wet fingertips gently hooked onto his sleeves, like a kitten scratching someone. when Lindsay pulled her wrist and pressed her into the water. See the little drops of water hanging on her eyelashes. The burns are severe. His voice was very hoarse.
Staring at the red skin, Su Qingqing suddenly laughed.
Her wet fingertips gently hooked onto his sleeves.
You care about me so much. But now, the way you frown. Making me feel like getting hurt is a big deal? Inside the earphones. Bai Weiwei, ha! Who said Su Qingqing doesn't know how to use tactics?
Listen carefully. If she were a man, he would have opened his arms and held her tightly in his arms to comfort her.
Wang Jiangwo's voice came immediately. Who? This woman is so cruel. Even the self-torture trick is so good. No wonder she can be a CEO, and I can only be a worker. If someone can do this to himself, what else can't he handle?
The faucet was still running. Lindsay tried his best to keep his face calm, as if he had not heard what she just said.
Does it still hurt? Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt. Su Qingqing shook her head, a bright smile in her dark eyes. She suddenly realized the secret taught by Bai Weiwei. Pressing forward step by step. Hearing Wang Jiangwo's instigation in the headphones, Lindsay's eyes darkened.
He took a deep breath and turned off the tap. Under Su Qingqing's astonished gaze, he held her hand to his lips. His fingertips were still slightly red. He lowered his head. Warm lips gently touched that skin. Little fool. You don't feel any pain anymore, but my heart hurts a lot. Staring at her intently. Your hands smell so good. Wang Jiangwo's wailing suddenly rang out in the earphones.
Oh my god. It's so disgusting.
I'm afraid we need to use oil when cooking at home from now on.
What a bad idea Wang Jiangwo came up with.
Su Qingqing's breath became short again, and her eyes, which were covered with water vapor, became more moist. She suppressed the embarrassment in her heart. Remember Bai Weiwei's advice.
Backhand. She placed his palm against her burning cheek.
The slender tip of her thumb lightly brushed across her soft lips.
Red lips opening and closing time. There are more fragrant places on me. Would you like to smell it carefully? Buzz.
Lindsay's mind went blank for a moment.
Even Wang Jiangwo's screams could no longer be heard in the headphones. The skin under my palms was terribly hot.
And the two bright red lips in front of me was destroying his last bit of sanity bit by bit. Real. Su Qingqing's eyes were clear and bright.
Don't you want to try? Lindsay's thinking has completely froze. Who once said that eye contact is a spiritual kiss without lust?
When their eyes were fixed, nothing else could be seen.
Just like now.
Only he was reflected in Su Qingqing's pupils. And in his world, there is only her. The ambiguous atmosphere fermented silently in the air, so thick that it could not be dissolved. Plur. The soup pot suddenly boiled. The surging steam violently lifted the lid of the pot, and in the originally stagnant silence, an abrupt and harsh sound broke out.
Lindsay shuddered, and his mind was forcibly pulled back to reality. He finally caught Wang Jiangwo's noisy voice clearly again in his headphones.
Kiss her. I don't believe she really dares to let you kiss her.
Lindsay. Lindsay's hand holding the spoon froze slightly. Ancestors. You better shut up.
He cursed in his heart. The soup is ready. Su Qingqing sighed in her heart. This pot of soup was cooked at a really bad time. Her originally planned rhythm was completely disrupted.
But it doesn't matter.
She looked down at her watch and saw that the hands had just passed 7 o'clock. They still had a long night to while away. Su Qingqing's mouth corners slightly raised.
Showing a seemingly innocent smile, it's time to eat. Got it.
Lindsay replied without raising his head, but his hands kept moving. When the seafood soup was served, he scooped himself a large spoonful without hesitation. But he was holding back an inexplicable anger in his heart. If it weren't for this damn seafood soup,
Su Qingqing's hands could be burned. Can all the messy things that happen later happen? Ah. It's all your fault. Lindsay thought viciously.
I scooped another big spoonful and put it into my mouth.
The delicious seafood soup made him even more irritable. It was as if he wanted to vent all his resentment on this dish.
Su Qingqing, who was sitting opposite, watched Lindsay devour the food in a vengeful manner.
There was a flash of understanding in his eyes. Sure enough, his taste remains the same.
Lindsay has a special liking for seafood, and he particularly likes to eat abalone. Wang Jiangwo's voice suddenly rang out in the headset. Don't just focus on eating. What's the matter with you smacking your lips and finishing all the food? Or you can disgust her by feeding her your leftovers. Chapter 63. Can you help me blow out the bubbles in my eyes? At the same time, Su Qingqing heard Bai Weiwei's instructions through her headphones. Don't just focus on eating yourself, feed him too. It's best to use the chopsticks you've used before, so you can quickly get closer to each other. Lindsay and Su Qingqing lowered their eyelids at the same time. The restaurant fell into an eerie silence, with only the faint sound of the air conditioner running. The next second, they both raised their eyes at the same time, and their gazes met in the air. Almost at the same moment, both hands reached for the seafood soup. Lindsay and Su Qingqing were both stunned for a moment. Then they picked up the spoon in tacit understanding, quickly scooped a spoonful and handed it to the other's lips. I'll feed you. Lindsay's voice was a little lower than usual. I'll feed you. Su Qingqing's tone was softer than usual. Lindsay stared at the spoonful of soup in front of him, feeling that something was wrong. Su Qingqing looked at the spoon handed to her by Lindsay, and felt a sweet feeling in her heart. He really cares about me. Under each other's burning gazes, the two slowly opened their mouths and accepted each other's feeding. Spoon after spoon, they moved from their original position facing each other to the same side of the square dining table, facing the empty wall. Lindsay felt uncomfortable. Too close. He instinctively wanted to distance himself. But Su Qingqing obviously didn't have such concerns. She moved her body lightly, climbing up like a soft vine, with half of her body leaning on Lindsay. Her neck revealed a patch of snow-white skin and the faint curve of her collarbone. It's more convenient to feed you this way, Su Qingqing said, blinking her big innocent eyes, her voice so sweet that honey could drip out. Lindsay's gaze moved down uncontrollably. Su Qingqing's fascinating career line. The faint scent of her perfume mixed with the aroma of the food formed a unique scent that made Lindsay's breathing unconsciously speed up. It's really annoying. Lindsay cursed in his heart. This is a naked test, right? Okay, in that case, I'll go for it. He put down the spoon, picked up a piece of pork ribs with his hands, and handed it to Su Qingqing. Try this, it's very delicious. Su Qingqing widened her eyes slightly. She didn't expect Lindsay to suddenly change his strategy. But she reacted quickly, gently holding the ribs in her mouth, and her tongue tip accidentally brushed against Lindsay's fingertips. At that moment, Lindsay felt like he was hit by an electric current and his entire arm was numb. It's really delicious. Su Qingqing licked her lips, a sly light flashing in her eyes, but I think the one in your bowl looks even better. Without waiting for Lindsay to respond, she leaned over and took a bite from his spoon. She ate the spoon he had just eaten from. Lindsay felt that his sanity was collapsing bit by bit. You know what? Su Qingqing suddenly leaned close to his ear, her warm breath spraying on Lindsay's earlobe. I like watching you cook the most. You are so focused, and it makes me hungry when I see you cooking. Lindsay's Adam's apple rolled up and down. He turned his head and found Su Qingqing's face close at hand. Her eyelashes almost brushed his cheek. At this distance, he could clearly see his reflection in her eyes, and the smile that she couldn't hide. You are playing with fire. Lindsay warned in a low voice, but found that he could not look away. Su Qingqing smiled even more brightly, and she bit her lip gently. Then do you want to put out the fire? Lindsay staggered to his feet from the dining table, the legs of his chair scraping harshly on the floor. I'm done. He almost gritted his teeth to squeeze out these words, his Adam's apple rolling up and down unconsciously. You are using this to test the cadres, right? Okay. Then it's okay for me to leave. The bathroom door slammed loudly. Lindsay slapped his burning cheeks with cold water. His red ears and flickering eyes were reflected in the mirror. This girl has been going too far recently, he muttered as he stared at the swirling water in the sink. When he returned to the living room pretending to be calm, Su Qingqing was standing in front of the sink. Su Qingqing's slender fingers gently stirred the foam in the sink. Water droplets splashed on her snow-white arms, reflecting tiny rays of light under the light. She deliberately slowed down her movements so that Lindsay could clearly see how the foam slipped between her fingers. Lindsay couldn't take his eyes off Su Qingqing. The water drops slid down her wrist and dripped onto the floor, making a slight sound, but it was like a drumbeat hitting his heart. Su Qingqing suddenly accidentally knocked over a glass, and the water splashed on her collar. The thin fabric immediately became transparent, and the outline of the lace inside was vaguely visible.
Oh, she cried out in a panic, but did not wipe it immediately. It's all wet.
Lindsay stood up suddenly, and the chair made a harsh sound on the floor. His ears were red enough to bleed, and his eyes stayed on Su Qingqing for a second before moving away in a hurry.
I'll get you a towel, he stammered, nearly tripping over his own feet as he turned around.
Su Qingqing looked at Lindsay's fleeing back, a triumphant smile on her lips. She gently shook the water droplets on her hands, and the bubbles drew a beautiful arc in the air. When Lindsay came back with a towel, he saw the scene. Su Qingqing was leaning against the kitchen counter, her wet shirt half open, her slender fingers unbuttoning the top button. The sunlight shone through the window onto her, outlining her breathtaking curves.
Towel.
Lindsay's voice was hoarse and his hand handing over the towel was shaking slightly.
Su Qingqing didn't take it immediately, but looked at him with wet eyes. There is foam on my hands, can you help me wipe it off?
Lindsay felt that all the blood in his body was rushing to one place. He took a step forward stiffly, with the towel hanging in the air, but he didn't dare to let it fall. Seeing this, Su Qingqing sighed softly, "Let me do it myself." She pretended to get the towel, but accidentally slipped the moment she touched Lindsay's fingers, and fell forward. Lindsay reached out to catch her reflexively. The next second, he was filled with warmth and tenderness. The girl's soft body pressed against him tightly, and her hair brushed his chin, causing him to shudder. He could clearly feel her accelerated heartbeat through the thin fabric. Lindsay wanted to let go in panic. But the girl in his arms raised her blushing face.
The foam got into my eyes.
"Can you help me blow it?" she asked in a nasal voice, and his embarrassed reflection was reflected in her moist pupils.
Chapter 64, a rich second-generation villain who exploits weak girls.
She couldn't help but imagine if she could take off the shirt that was in the way and watch him sweating profusely under a certain light.
I accidentally got my clothes wet.
Lindsay turned off the faucet, turned to face Su Qingqing, his tone filled with deliberate helplessness. Su Qingqing abruptly looked away as if she was scalded, and the tips of her ears instantly turned red as if bleeding. In everyone's heart, she is the cold, holy, and inviolable goddess. But only she herself knew that whenever she faced Lindsay, those shameful thoughts in her heart would grow wildly. She had wanted to do this since college, to hug him, kiss him, and even leave deep teeth marks on his shoulder. She wanted everyone to know that this clean and fresh man was hers. Especially now, with wet hair sticking to Lindsay's forehead, she vaguely saw the boy who made her fall in love at first sight on the basketball court.
Ahem.
Su Qingqing swallowed unconsciously, clenched her hands hanging at her sides into fists, and dug her nails deep into her palms. She had to use the pain to resist the urge to pounce. Lindsay took in her reaction and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Ha ha ha. You can't stand it.
He was cheering in his heart.
I knew you would do this.
Lindsay looked at her swallowing her saliva in anger, and he was sure that he had successfully turned the tables.
You little brat, you want to fight with me?
Lindsay was feeling proud in his heart.
I still have a firm grasp on you.
He deliberately took a few steps closer, and the wet shirt stuck to his body as he moved, with the watermarks spreading deeper marks on the fabric.
Can you get me a towel? He blinked and pretended to be innocent.
Su Qingqing stood up suddenly, and her movement was so violent that she almost knocked over the chair.
I'll get it for you.
She stammered and rushed to the bathroom as if escaping, her back as stiff as a board.
Lindsay looked at her back as she fled in panic and couldn't help laughing out loud. He will definitely win this battle. Little did they know.
In the bathroom, Su Qingqing was taking a deep breath in front of the mirror, her eyes flashing with the gleam of a hunter.
This is so unfair.
She muttered to herself in the mirror, gently stroking her hot cheeks with her fingers. The woman in the mirror had red eyes and her lips tightened and loosened unconsciously. Su Qingqing took out a towel from the cabinet, but stopped just before stepping out of the bathroom. She looked down at the white towel in her hand and suddenly gave a meaningful smile.
Since we want to play,
she said softly, let's play bigger. When she returned to the kitchen, the panic on her face had long disappeared, replaced by a dangerous calm. Lindsay was still standing there, water droplets dripping from the ends of his hair, forming a small puddle on the tile floor.
Ha 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 ha. Can't bear it anymore. I knew you couldn't bear it.
Lindsay suddenly let go of the hands that were washing dishes. The faucet was still running, but he walked towards Su Qingqing step by step regardless.
Drops of water dripped down his arms onto the floor, leaving a trail of wet footprints. Try it.
He pulled Su Qingqing's slender wrist and guided her palm to his soaked shirt.
This water is really cold. The air froze instantly.
Lindsay looked at Su Qingqing confidently, with a gleam of success in his eyes.
It has come to this. He wanted to see how long this conservative could last. However, Su Qingqing's reaction completely overturned his expectations. Instead of pulling her hand back in panic, she slightly raised the corners of her lips. At this moment, she was absolutely sure that Assistant Lu's investigation was true. During these years of separation, Lindsay not only has never had a relationship, but he probably has not even held a girl's hand many times. Otherwise, how could I naively think that she was still the little girl who would tremble even when kissed? Memories flashed back to their college days, when the two were in love the most. Su Qingqing even suspected that Lindsay had some hidden illness. I can clearly feel his physiological reaction every time we have close contact, but this man manages to suppress it. Over time, she began to wonder if she wasn't charming enough. It seems that you haven't made any progress in these years. Su Qingqing chuckled in her heart. At this moment, Su Qingqing not only did not retreat, but her whole body turned a faint pink due to excitement. She took the initiative to move the hand that was held by Lindsay, and slowly moved it down from his chest, her fingertips faintly gliding over the outline of each muscle. Just as she was about to continue exploring downwards, her palm was suddenly pressed firmly against her abdominal muscles. Okay. Su Qingqing was not discouraged. Instead, he traced the lines of the muscles under his palm with his fingertips with great interest. In my ears, Lindsay's suppressed breathing became heavier and heavier. Damn it! This. Red card. Lindsay's inner alarm bells were ringing. He never expected Su Qingqing to be so bold. It almost ruined his reputation in his later years. But the more times like this come, the more we cannot admit defeat. Is the water cold? He pretended to be calm, but his voice was a little hoarse than usual. It's hot. Su Qingqing raised her eyes and looked at him, sparks of provocation dancing in her eyes. Indeed, the shirt, which was cold at first, has now been warmed by the body temperature of both of them. Lindsay was speechless for a moment and could only ask dryly, really? He slapped himself hard in his heart. Why are you asking? Isn't this just asking for trouble? The two were so close that they could count each other's eyelashes. Lindsay's eyes fell on Su Qingqing's lips uncontrollably. That bright red color seemed to have magical power, attracting him to get closer. He could see the fine hairs on her face and smell the faint scent of gardenia on her body. Su Qingqing's eyelashes trembled violently, and Lindsay's warm breath brushed her cheek. It caused a slight shudder. The anticipation made her heart beat so fast that it hurt, as if it would jump out of her chest at any second. She knew very well her desire for Lindsay, it was an instinctive attraction. At this moment, the desire she was familiar with surged in Lindsay's deep eyes, but he still turned his head away at the last moment. Lindsay never denied his fantasy about Su Qingqing. From the moment they first met, she perfectly matched all his imaginations of love. At this moment, the unfinished kiss was more abrasive than the real contact. Su Qingqing could feel Lindsay's muscles tensing up. She suddenly chuckled, and her warm breath sprayed on his ears. After all these years, you're still so cute. This sentence was like a heavy hammer, shattering Lindsay's last line of defense. He turned around abruptly, but when he saw the cunning light in Su Qingqing's eyes, he realized that he had been tricked again. He lost miserably in this battle. Lindsay's first love was pure love. When facing Su Qingqing, he was always at a loss. Later, the 300,000 yuan life-saving money made him feel even worse. Every time he saw Su Qingqing, who was in love with him, Lindsay felt like a rich second-generation villain who exploited weak girls. Chapter 65. The thread of rationality in my mind is breaking. He secretly observed Su Qingqing's profile and suddenly noticed the hair scattered around her ears. He originally thought it was a hairstyle, but now he realized it was to cover the wireless headphones in her ears. In a flash, Lindsay figured it out: someone was giving Su Qingqing advice behind her back. No wonder every time Su Qingqing clenched her fists and wanted to hit him, she restrained herself in the end. It turned out that someone was chanting the Great Compassion mantra in her headphones. Lindsay's mouth curled up into a knowing smile. Since the atmosphere has become so intense, why run away? He is the one who is taking advantage anyway. Su Qingqing in his arms had a flash of disappointment in her eyes, thinking it was just another ordinary hug. But the next second, Lindsay's warm palm was on her back, and with a little force, he pressed her whole body into his wet embrace. Ah! Su Qingqing cried out softly, but her eyes lit up. Qingqing! Lindsay murmured softly, deliberately blowing his breath on her sensitive neck, causing a slight tremor. Lindsay. Su Qingqing's legs went weak, and her fingers unconsciously clenched the fabric on his chest, as if she wanted to push him away.
Lindsay loosened his arms as she wished, looked at Su Qingqing with blushing cheeks, and chuckled, "Your clothes are wet too."
He paused, and said in a low voice, "Let's go to the room and change together?"
Su Qingqing's eyelashes trembled quickly, and her lips were pursed into a line nervously. In the headphones, Bai Weiwei's excited voice almost pierced her eardrums, "Go ahead.
Take him down tonight.
And remember to take off his headphones." Lindsay noticed that Su Qingqing's eyes fell on his ears, and immediately took off the headphones and put them on the coffee table.
He took Su Qingqing's slightly cold hand and led her to the bedroom.
The sound of rain grew louder, and the rhythm of the rain hitting the glass was like the accelerated heartbeats of the two people. The lights in the corridor were dim, stretching and overlapping their shadows. Su Qingqing fell half a step behind, her eyes falling on the back of Lindsay's neck, which was wet by the rain, and there were tiny water droplets hanging on the ends of his hair.
"Are you cold?"
Lindsay suddenly turned around and found Su Qingqing staring at him. Su Qingqing hurriedly shook her head, a strand of wet hair stuck to her cheek. Lindsay reached out and gently pushed the strand of hair away, his fingertips accidentally brushing against her hot earlobe.
This simple action made Su Qingqing's breathing stagnate.
Lindsay stopped in front of the door. He turned to face Su Qingqing and found that her shoulders were shaking slightly, not sure if it was because of the cold or nervousness. He raised his hand to smooth out the wrinkles on her clothes, but felt her obvious trembling the moment he touched her.
"Don't be afraid."
Lindsay's voice was lower than usual, with the dampness that is unique to rainy nights.
"If you don't want to." "I think so."
Su Qingqing interrupted him, her voice soft but firm. She looked up and looked directly into Lindsay's eyes, and her eyes, which were always as calm as a lake, were now rippled. Lindsay was stunned for a moment, and then a smile spread from the bottom of his eyes. He raised his hand and touched Su Qingqing's cheek, and his thumb gently stroked the small teardrop mole under her eye. This little detail that he secretly liked for a long time was particularly clear under the warm light. "You have water here," Lindsay whispered, sliding his fingertips from the teardrop mole to the corner of her lips, wiping away a drop of water that didn't exist. Su Qingqing held her breath and looked at Lindsay's face approaching. Just as their lips were about to touch, a flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, followed by a deafening thunder. Su Qingqing subconsciously shrank her neck, and Lindsay took the opportunity to hug her tighter. "It seems that God can't wait any longer." He chuckled in her ear, and his hot and moist breath penetrated her earlobe, causing a tingling sensation. Su Qingqing's ears were red, but she didn't dodge. She quietly grasped the corner of Lindsay's clothes, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. This subtle movement did not escape Lindsay's eyes. His heart was warmed, and he lowered his head to kiss her smooth forehead. "Let's go in." Lindsay's voice was a little hoarse. "If we continue like this, we're really going to catch a cold." He turned the door handle and moved aside to let Su Qingqing go in first. There was only one bedside lamp on in the bedroom, and the warm yellow light softened all outlines. The rain outside the window was still falling, but in this small space, only the sound of the two people's intertwined breathing could be clearly heard. Su Qingqing is breathtakingly beautiful. The bed was too spacious. So fluffy that it feels like falling into a cloud. Rolling around must be extremely pleasant. Lindsay bumped into Su Qingqing's clear and cold eyes. There was no trace of disgust or fear in those eyes, and there was even a hint of brightness and excitement that made him feel dizzy. Damn it! No way? Not showing any fear at all? In this case, use stillness to overcome breaking. Lindsay's knuckles were stretched white, his arm muscles bulged, and he forcibly kept a safe distance from Su Qingqing under him. A posture that looks like an entanglement. In fact, even the corners of their clothes did not touch. Glancing at the taut lines of his shoulders and arms, Lindsay secretly smacked his lips, thanks to the constant exercise every morning and evening, otherwise I would have collapsed long ago. You're strong again, man. He raised his eyebrows smugly. Su Qingqing's crow feather-like long hair fell on the pillow. The charming scenes in the books and comics flashed through her mind like a kaleidoscope, and a secret thirst arose in her throat. The moment Lindsay's shadow loomed over them, she could clearly feel the heat radiating from that body. But only a moment. Su Qingqing felt like she was burning in her bones. The unfamiliar heat forced her to clutch the bedsheet beneath her, and the snow-white fabric formed messy wrinkles between her fingers. Bring it on. Quickly. How can I imprison you forever? Just leave you. Su Qingqing took a deep breath and stared at him with paranoid sparks in her pupils. Her fingertips suddenly touched his cheek, like touching a fragile dream.
DD. The showdown begins. The enemy activates the tender touch skill. Lin Zhe sneered in his heart. Come on. Touch as long as you like. If I blink, it would be considered as my lack of Taoism.
He deliberately buried half of his face in her palm, and his breath burned the beating blood vessels in her wrist. The temperature almost melted Su Qingqing's nerves. The skin on the palm of my hand suddenly stiffened.
Oh. That's it? Still want to fight with me?
Really? Without those military advisors giving advice, Su Qingqing would be completely vulnerable.
Are you thrown into disarray by just a few mixed breathings? The winner is already clear.
Lin Zhe seemed to see the goddess of victory smiling.
He looked at her.
Suddenly, he relaxed as if the force had been lifted off his shoulders.
Let's stop here. Their final chapter should have been written 5 years ago. Lin Zhe knew that he was cowardly.
Those words that others spoke easily were chewed up and swallowed back by him even in his dreams.
Life is not a game copy.
There is no such thing as picking up rewards just by killing the boss. Life is a hesitant bill, the rice that is repeatedly weighed, and the cold sweat on the back when you wake up in the middle of the night. After all, you have been writing your resignation letter for 3 years and haven't submitted it yet. Just as he was waiting to be pushed away out of shame and anger,
Su Qingqing's fingertips moved along his jaw. Chapter 66, The First Rule of Male Ethics.
Su Qingqing's gaze entangled him like a spider's thread. The fingertips slid down from the brow arch, passed over the ridge like nose bridge, and paused for a moment at the slightly trembling lips.
Lin Zhe trembled as if he had received an electric shock. This is fried steak?
Okay, let us try this, right? He suddenly grabbed that slender waist and lifted it up, and Su Qingqing's whole body was suspended in the air and pressed against him.
Shit, I've reached my limit. If you continue to tolerate it, you are not a man.
Lin Zhe's eyes were sore.
Naked seduction is still resistible, but it is this kind of ambiguous touch that.
It felt like a feather scratching my heart, causing both reason and instinct to collapse.
Wang Jiangwo, I fuck your uncle. Come up and rescue me quickly.
The timed text message for help before entering the door was his last trump card. At this moment he prayed madly that the brothers waiting downstairs would break in through the door. For Su Qingqing, there are very few things in life that truly belong to her. My sister's old clothes, the shoes that rubbed her feet, and the broken school bag she picked up from the trash can.
Only Lin Zhe. From the moment we first met, it belonged to her completely.
But she forgot that the human heart is not something that can be locked in a drawer.
Love needs a container. And Lin Zhe is her container.
The familiar scent of a man came over. The moment the fingertips left his Adam's apple, Lin Zhe had just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly 2 arms wrapped around his neck.
All these years? Su Qingqing's voice is like melted honey. You're finally back. Lin Zhe's breathing stagnated.
Her expression at this moment was like a frozen lake.
Only by diving under the ice could one see the undercurrent.
The corners of her red eyes were wet, and the proud peacock finally revealed its soft belly.
Fortunately, I won the bet.
Lin Zhe couldn't tell whether she was referring to the bell ringing for the listing or the intertwined breaths at this moment. The most fatal thing is never the wailing, but the moonlight falling into the mud. Lin Zhe had never seen Su Qingqing's tears. But at this moment, she was crying. No sobs, no sounds. But it burned through his heart like lava.
It shouldn't be like this.
There was a taste of rust in his throat.
I should have let you go long ago.
I admit my meanness, my jealousy, and my obsession, but it is precisely because I love you that I want to loosen the chains.
You are not a nightingale in a golden cage. The entire sky should be your stage. Look. You really flew higher than I thought.
The night you got the angel round, I drank a whole bottle of whiskey while listening to the news. The first time you appeared in a financial magazine, I ran to newsstands all over the city.
My phone album is full of your silhouette. Deleting and restoring, like a drug that I can't quit. But you shouldn't be like this.
You should be standing on the clouds and looking down upon all living beings. You should stab my heart with the sharpest knife.
Instead of. Kiss me.
Su Qingqing tightened her arms around Lin Zhe, feeling his defenses completely collapse.
The two bodies finally fit together perfectly.
She rubbed his nose fondly.
Just for a moment. Okay? Like a siren singing on the rocks. Lindsay felt that the anchor chain of his sanity was breaking. He longed to return home, yet he also yearned for the abyss. How ridiculous. There are people in this world who fall willingly. It was as if I was drifting alone on a sea filled with thick fog. The darkness swallowed up all the starlight, and only the dull sound of waves hitting unknown objects tortured my nerves. Just before collapse, the figure of Siren emerged on the reef. Knowing that the next step will lead to eternal damnation. But I still want to jump into the abyss. At this moment, reality no longer matters. All I could hear was the roar of blood surging in my veins. Break free from all worldly shackles. I just want you to be mine completely for this second. Lindsay surrendered completely. The moment their lips touched was as light as touching morning dew. As awkward as a first kiss. It's just the simplest friction. Su Qingqing's tears suddenly burst out. How? Lindsay held her face and was about to deepen the kiss, but his hands felt wet. The more you rub, the more it gets, and the hotter it gets. Is she resisting? Or am I mistaken after all? My heart was suddenly grasped by an invisible hand. It turns out that when she said think of me when you can't hold on any longer, she meant that since I'm not dead yet, how could she not live like a human being and take revenge on me? Lindsay curled the corners of his mouth in self-mockery. You have grown up, Lindsay. You took advantage of your boss by pretending to be sympathetic. Now you'll end up in jail. It's not bad to go to jail. You can learn auto repair and find a job again. His eyes were burning, but he still grinned. If the sky falls, it will be a perfect duvet. No. Su Qingqing herself couldn't explain it. Her whole body was trembling with joy when her long-cherished wish came true, but her tears were like a broken faucet. She hurriedly grabbed Lindsay's collar, but saw raindrops falling from the ceiling. I opened my eyes and met a pair of scarlet eyes. Her breath hitched. You? Lindsay turned his head away abruptly, afraid that she would see the embarrassment in his eyes. All those childish injuries and the frosted knife were inflicted by him personally. He turned over and sat up, his voice hoarse. From now on, no matter how you do it, I will never hide. Su Qingqing suddenly remembered the flickering look in his eyes when he apologized. There seemed to be a layer of frosted glass between them, and at this moment, a ray of light was finally emitted by the warm yellow wall lamp. But before finding the answer. No running away, no disappearing. She grabbed his wrist, her wet eyes bright and surprising. What happened just now? Can you continue? Lindsay's temple was throbbing. Is this woman's train of thought caused by snail noodles? Although, it is true. Damn it, Su Qingqing must have poisoned someone. Oh. Reading the answer from his stiff silence, Su Qingqing pursed her lips in disappointment. Lindsay? The look in your eyes probably means you're regretting that the merger wasn't successful. Bang. 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 The sound of banging on the door was so loud that the voice-controlled lights in the entire building came to life, and the alarms of the electric cars downstairs went off. Lindsay! Dad is here to get you. The way Wang Jiangwo kicked the door looked like he was defusing a bomb. He feels guilty towards his brothers. I had clearly agreed to be on standby downstairs, but ended up being dragged by Weiwei to drink and eat barbecue. It was only when I received the SOS text message that I remembered that there was another unlucky guy who was about to be eaten alive. But the roasted lamb loin there is absolutely amazing. Wang Jiangwo raised his hand and patted his face. Brothers are like siblings, women are like, wait. You can survive without hands and feet, but you will go to jail if you don't wear clothes. The logic is perfect. He continued to swing his arms and bang on the door. Open the door. You have the ability to steal men, but you don't have the ability to open the door. Bai Weiwei, who had just got off a taxi downstairs, sprained her foot. This idiot. She shouldn't have been soft-hearted and let the man go. She should have just drunk 2 kilograms of ergotu. Catching an adulterer in the middle of the night? Sounds like the kid was locked out. The old man holding Teddy came over and asked, "Who are you looking for, girl?" Bai Weiwei smiled kindly. Do you know how my great-grandmother lived to be 99? Ah. Because she never meddles in other people's business. The dog in the old man's arms shrank its neck. Inside the house. Su Qingqing hooked her arm around Lindsay's neck and refused to let go. Let him knock. Lindsay thought to himself, you don't know about the blood oath we made. Sure enough, Wang Jiangwo's clear and melodious voice could be heard from outside the door. The first rule of male virtue. Chapter 67. I don't believe that a female CEO would miss a man for so many years.
Su Qingqing stepped forward without saying a word, holding Lin Zhe's face with both hands, pretending to continue the intimate contact just now.
Never mind. We will. Click. The tightly closed door lock suddenly turned.
Wang Jiangwo screamed like a pig being slaughtered.
Lin Zhe! I'm here to save you. Damn it.
After shouting for a long time, he finally remembered that Lin Zhe had already stuffed the spare key into his hand.
Just to save his life at a time like this. That's my ex-girlfriend. Damn ex-girlfriend. Su Qingqing's mind was a tangled mess emotionally, but in other aspects she was as precise as a precision instrument. She stared at Lin Zhe. Are you so defensive against me? Even the keys were handed over to Wang Jiangwo? Are you determined not to let her succeed today? Lin Zhe was silent. Lin Zhe was embarrassed. Lin Zhe, yeah. The facts are before us, who would have expected it to turn out like this? Yes, it's true.
Su Qingqing was so angry that her teeth were itching.
Is her charm so worthless? Lin Zhe. Wang Jiangwo's footsteps were approaching the door. We'll settle this account another day. Su Qingqing glared at Lin Zhe fiercely, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. She quickly stood on tiptoe and pecked him lightly on the lips. He whispered quickly into his ear. Remember the night before graduation when I said I had something to tell you? This sentence instantly dragged Lin Zhe back to that summer night. Of course he remembers. That was the eve of his life turning upside down, and the last day of his peaceful life. It was also the last time he sent Su Qingqing back to the dormitory. The moonlight is like water. The silver light sprinkled on the girl's slender back. He watched her walk into the corridor as usual, but she suddenly turned back. I wonder if the galaxy was hidden secretly.
Her eyes were particularly bright that night.
She said. Tomorrow, I have something to tell you. He said yes.
But I didn't know that this tomorrow would be so many years late. Lin Zhe didn't have time to ask further questions.
Su Qingqing couldn't wait to reveal the answer. I like you.
From the past to the present. When a huge surprise happens, people are first suspicious, then fearful, and finally dare to confirm.
And Lin Zhe didn't even have time to confirm.
Because Su Qingqing in front of him had already stepped away, leaving him with only a fleeting blush.
She. Like me. Lin Zhe stood there in a daze.
All the haze was instantly dispelled by the sunshine.
The sky is clear. Now. Su Qingqing finally understood what Bai Wei said. I blush when I see my sweetheart turn out to be. She actually blushes.
I would be too shy to even look at his reaction when I confessed my feelings. Your heart will feel sweet and the corners of your mouth will unconsciously rise.
I will pretend to be busy to hide my throbbing. How amazing.
I have hidden it in my heart for many years. The word like made her feel like a young girl who had just fallen in love.
In the living room. Bai Weiwei. Let go. I'm going to save my brother. Brother.
Wang Jiangwo was grabbed by the arm by Bai Wei, who came rushing over, but he still struggled to rush to the bedroom like a dehydrated fish. The alcohol by the lake gradually took over his head, and at this moment he felt like a lone hero who saved the misguided young people. Especially with Bai Wei's obstruction. It makes him look even more brave and fearless.
Upright and awe-inspiring. Su Qingqing. Give my brother back his innocence.
Seeing Su Qingqing running away from the bedroom with blushing cheeks, Wang Jiangwo beat his chest and stamped his feet.
Brother. I'm sorry, I couldn't keep you clean, Fed up.
Bai Wei covered his mouth with her hand.
Looking at the two people twisting together in the living room, Su Qingqing's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the air pressure around her instantly dropped to freezing point. That's enough. What are you fussing about? Finished. President Su is showing off his power.
Bai Wei subconsciously released the hand that was holding Wang Jiangwo.
Only then did I realize. This guy didn't even struggle. As obedient as a quail. Bai Wei. So you were playing me just now?
I didn't expect that Wang Jiangwo looks honest, but he is actually quite dramatic.
Wang Jiangwo was almost sobered up by Su Qingqing. Only then did I realize what I had done. It's all over. Will I be fired tomorrow for breathing too loudly? Wrong. The company is still very formal.
At most, you will be fired because your left foot stepped through the door first.
QAQ. Lindsay. What do you owe me?
Wang Jiangwo's heart was filled with tears.
I'll take care of it.
Lindsay finally arrived late.
He took the opportunity to change into dry clothes.
After the change, I suddenly realized that.
This is Su Qingqing's bedroom.
Why are there his clothes?
It's still the old style from a few years ago.
The brand he wore most often in college. Lindsay shook his head, temporarily putting aside this question, and walked over to help Wang Jiangwo up.
I know his address. Looks like he's drunk.
I'll take him home first.
Seeing that Lindsay was giving him a way out, Wang Jiangwo quickly cooperated. Ouch ouch. I feel dizzy. Where is this? I want to go home.
This is poor acting. Lindsay's eyes twitched, and he looked at Bai Wei again.
You.
Bai Wei immediately raised his hands in surrender.
I am sober and I am walking on my own. Lindsay nodded and carried Wang Jiangwo downstairs.
The two walked out of the community in silence. Suddenly they spoke at the same time. Lindsay, she likes me.
Wang Jiangwo, I'm dead.
The two people who were originally walking side by side stopped at the same time and their eyes met in the air.
Wang Jiangwo?
Brother, what you said is a bit outrageous. I just received the text message for help half an hour late.
Have you guys progressed to confessing your feelings? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
The two of them must be playing a psychological game to see who will give in first. Wang Jiangwo quickly brainwashed himself, patted Lindsay on the shoulder and analyzed.
Was it President Su who confessed first?
This shows that our tactics are working. If you can make an iceberg goddess say that she likes you, it proves that she has run out of tricks.
You can't show your weakness at a time like this. By the way, you didn't show your fear, did you? Looking at Wang Jiangwo talking incessantly.
Lindsay couldn't find a chance to interrupt. When he finally stopped to catch his breath, Lindsay actually found this twisted logic inexplicably convincing and almost forgot what he was going to say.
Only Wang Jiangwo always adheres to one truth without wavering. Etc. How did you get led astray again? Lindsay coughed lightly. Is it possible that it's my face that she can't forget? Wang Jiangwo looked Lindsay up and down.
His eyes were full of suspicion.
Lindsay continued.
And she said she liked me, was she serious?
Wang Jiangwo's expression instantly fell, and he said firmly. No way. That's Su Qingqing.
Hey Mr. Su. He would rather believe that Su Qingqing was a vengeful ex-girlfriend than to believe that this beautiful businesswoman would have been thinking about a man for so many years.
Just think about it. That man is actually his brother. Rumor. It must be a rumor.
I will definitely be fired tomorrow for stepping into the company with my left foot first.
Yes, that's it. Lindsay? No? How can you be more certain than the person involved that Su Qingqing can't possibly like me? Are you the worm in my stomach? Are you so sure? Chapter 68. What is going on between you two? All right. Lindsay crossed his hands behind his head and looked up at the dark night sky.
The neon lights of the city were too dazzling, eclipsing the starlight that had traveled through tens of millions of years. But even so, they still flicker stubbornly.
Lindsay said softly. Actually, I feel like I'm dreaming, too. He had many dreams. But this one alone is incredibly beautiful.
If it was a dream, he would rather never wake up. Let him indulge himself a little longer, just a little longer.
The two fell into an eerie silence. Only the sound of footsteps echoed in the night.
They continued walking along the dimly lit street.
Under the streetlight, a young couple in blue and white school uniforms were chasing and playing.
The boy was jumping in front like a happy puppy, and the girl was chasing after him breathlessly, her cheeks flushed from running. Stop right there, the girl said coquettishly, with a smile that could not be hidden in her voice. If I catch you, you're dead. The boy suddenly turned around and ran backwards, the corners of his school uniform fluttering in the night wind. Come on, if you catch me, you can do whatever you want to me. The girl suddenly accelerated and jumped onto the boy's back. The boy pretended to stumble a few steps and shouted exaggeratedly, Ouch, lady, spare me.
I know I was wrong.
Lin Zhe was so absorbed in watching that the corners of his mouth lifted unconsciously. This was not impossible to catch, it was clearly a sweet trap that was heading both ways.
Are you so excited?
Wang Jiangluo's eerie voice suddenly exploded in his ears, frightening Lin Zhe so much that he shivered.
What a wonderful youth. Lin Zhe sighed, his eyes still following the young couple. Love on campus is always the purest and most touching.
Perhaps it is the only comfort in the heavy schoolwork, or perhaps it is the purest throbbing when love first blossoms. At that age, a glance from the person you like can make your heart beat faster, unlike now, when they can already make all kinds of dirty jokes without changing their expressions. The young couple pretended to walk side by side for a while, and when no one was around, they secretly held hands. The girl's fingertips gently scratched the boy's palm, causing his ears to turn red.
Click. The sudden shutter sound broke the silence of the night. Wang Jiangluo was holding up his cell phone, the cold light from the screen reflecting his distorted face. Ha! How dare you show affection in front of me? The photos have been uploaded to the school forum. Wait for a talk with your homeroom teacher tomorrow. A 10,000-word review starts.
As they walked under the shadow of the sycamore tree, Wang Jiangluo's expression became more and more ferocious in the backlight of his phone. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Premature love harms others and oneself, it must be nipped in the bud." Lin Zhe silently took a half step back, his resentful look making him look like a perverted stalker.
Lin Zhe said after careful consideration, "Why don't you go to bed early?"
Being single for a long time can easily lead to mental distortion.
You should pay attention to your mental health.
Wang Jiangluo's lips moved and he uttered a curse word silently.
Oops. Lin Zhe pretended not to understand and continued to add fuel to the fire. You are so angry that you are talking nonsense? It seems that you are seriously ill. Get lost.
Wang Jiangluo kicked him, "You rebellious son. I have raised you for nothing." Lin Zhe dodged flexibly and said with a playful smile, "My dear grandson, stop making trouble.
Grandpa will take you to eat candy."
The night wind blew by, and the laughter of the young couple gradually faded away.
Wang Jiangluo looked at the direction where they disappeared, and suddenly sighed, "Actually, I also want a sweet love."
Lin Zhe was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and patted his friend's shoulder. "Let's go.
I'll buy you a drink."
The street lights stretched their shadows very long, and they gradually moved away on the quiet street. Between the swaying shadows of the trees, their bickering could be vaguely heard. "I want the most expensive drink."
Okay, I'll give you a 1982 Coke." "Lin Zhe, you are done."
Under the streetlight, Wang Jiangluo suddenly stopped and pressed Lin Zhe's shoulder seriously. "What you just said, is it true?"
Lin Zhe looked confused. "What?"
"Boss Su likes you for this."
Wang Jiangluo stamped his feet anxiously. "Don't play dumb with me, kid."
Oh, Lin Zhe dragged out the tone, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised, and his eyes flashed with tiny lights.
Then I'm safe, right?"
Wang Jiangluo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he excitedly grabbed Lin Zhe's arm. "As your good brother, I, Wang Jiangluo, will soon be promoted and get a raise, become a department director, marry a beautiful, rich woman, and reach the pinnacle of my life." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. His dancing and gesticulating frightened a passing mother and daughter, who quickly made a detour.
The little girl timidly asked, "Mom, is that uncle sick?"
"Lin Zhe.
He is indeed seriously ill."
"I didn't start the company," Lin Zhe mercilessly punctured his fantasy. "You're just dreaming. I suggest you go to bed early tonight."
"You can dream about anything."
"No." Wang Jiangluo rubbed his hands and moved closer. "If you say a few more nice words to Mr. Su, then our good days will come, right?" Lin Zhe rolled his eyes, but his heart skipped a beat.
Su Qingqing is the president.
He is just a clerk.
This relationship is seen by others. Wang Jiangluo keenly sensed that the atmosphere was not right.
He quickly pointed to a roadside barbecue stall to smooth things over. "Hey,
you're no longer single, shouldn't you treat your friends to a good meal? And by the way, tell us the details of your relationship.
I want to hear the full, uncut version." Lin Zhe looked towards the barbecue stall, and couldn't help but look back towards the direction of the community.
TSK, Wang Jiangluo pouted sourly. "Now even my words are useless, right? When have you ever been effective in speaking?" Lin Zhe raised his eyebrows.
Wang Jiangluo strode towards the barbecue stall angrily and suddenly raised his voice. "A man who values women over friendship.
I'll eat by myself."
"Go back."
Go back to that woman's arms. I wish you happiness. This shout attracted the attention of everyone on the whole street. Lin Zhe's temples were throbbing, and he grabbed Wang Jiangwo by the back of his collar. Can you shut the fuck up? I won't. Wang Jiangwo continued to howl, let loneliness consume me. Let me be alone in this cold night.
Lin Zhe couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at the barbecue stall.
Boss.
First, 20 skewers of mutton, and then a plate of peanuts for this psychopath to keep him quiet.
Wang Jiangwo immediately put away his sad face and came over with a smile. 2 more bottles of beer?
Lin Zhe shook his head helplessly, but the moment he turned around, the corner of his mouth raised an arc that he didn't even notice.
The night breeze blows, carrying the aroma of barbecue.
2 grown men sat on plastic stools, and the sound of clinking glasses was crisp and pleasant. At this moment, all the troubles seemed to be temporarily gone.
Honestly, Wang Jiangwo asked vaguely while chewing on a skewer of lamb, what's going on between you two? Chapter 69. Such a pure and beautiful feeling. Wang Jiangwo seemed to have finally sorted out the messy thoughts in his mind, and suddenly stared at Lin Zhe seriously. Is what you just said true? Lin Zhe didn't react for a moment, and said blankly, what's true or false? Boss Su likes this about you. Wang Jiangwo blared at him in disapproval, cursing in his heart, this kid is acting stupid right after showing off? Ah. Lin Zhe suddenly realized, and a sweet expression of shyness and pride appeared on his face. Well. Then I won't be fired. Wang Jiangwo's eyes lit up instantly, and he excitedly grabbed Lin Zhe's shoulders. As your right-hand man, I, Wang Jiangwo, will soon be promoted and get a raise, become the general manager, become the CEO, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the pinnacle of my life. Thinking of the bright future, Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but let out a silly laugh, which frightened passers-by and made them quickly avoid him. Lin Zhe even heard a child's voice floating in the wind. Mom, there's a pervert here. Lin Zhe. Really? This child has gone crazy. Lin Zhe mercilessly punctured his fantasy. The company is not mine, so you should save this beautiful dream for when you go to bed at night. Don't say that. Wang Jiangwo rubbed his hands excitedly. As long as you exert your subjective initiative and whisper in President Su's ear, we 2 brothers will definitely be able to make great successes. He seemed to have seen a bright future beckoning to him. Lin Zhe rolled his eyes. I didn't expect that Wang Jiangwo was such an excellent daydreamer. However, these words did remind Lin Zhe. Su Qingqing was the high-ranking CEO, and he was just an ordinary employee. In the eyes of others, their status was really too unequal. All the previous panic and confusion may have come from the fact that he could not bear the realistic pressure brought by this gap. I'm just saying it casually. Wang Jiangwo noticed that Lin Zhe's eyes suddenly dimmed, and realized that he might have said something wrong, so he quickly changed the subject. But you kid. President Su has confessed to you, shouldn't you treat me to a big meal? By the way, tell me your story in its entirety, I want to hear the uncensored version. You wish. Lin Zhe snorted. Yo, Wang Jiangwo sniffed the air exaggeratedly. It's not working well now, right? When have you ever been effective in speaking? Lin Zhe raised his eyebrows and asked back. Get lost. You bastard who values women over friendship. Wang Jiangwo turned angrily and walked towards the barbecue stall, deliberately raising his voice. I'll go eat barbecue by myself. You go back to that woman's arms. I wish you all the best, sincerely. These words immediately attracted curious glances from passers-by. Lin Zhe's forehead was bulging with veins, and he gritted his teeth and said, if you can't speak, shut up. That's right. Wang Jiangwo stiffened his neck. You dare to say you didn't want to leave me and go home just now? It would be abnormal if I didn't have this thought, right? Lin Zhe sneered. Is there any need to choose? Between the fair-skinned and beautiful Su Qingqing and the burly Wang Jiangwo, anyone with eyes would know which one to choose. Doesn't this kid have any idea? Although he said so, Lin Zhe still pulled out the plastic chair and sat in front of the barbecue stall with Wang Jiangwo. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Su Qingqing. I don't know what she is doing now. Yugue community. The living room returned to silence. Bai Weiwei's pupils suddenly shrank, and the scene before her made her breath stop. Su Qingqing's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were sparkling, and the crooked collar of her shirt revealed half of her snow-white collarbone. She suddenly hated that she was not a man. I especially remember the brilliant and gorgeous Ms. Su when she was done with makeup just now. But now she looks like a rose broken by the wind and rain. Her long seaweed-like hair is disheveled, her lip makeup is mottled, and if you look closely you can find a few ambiguous smudge marks. Gudong. It's not impossible for women. This bastard Lindsay is so lucky. Bai Weiwei was howling in her heart, but she remained calm on the surface. Boss Su, do you want to go and tidy it up?
Su Qingqing woke up as if from a dream, hurriedly covered her lips and rushed to the bathroom. The woman in the mirror had bright eyes and rosy lips. When I wiped it with a cotton pad, I suddenly realized that this might be someone's masterpiece.
TSK. Obviously it wasn't that intense. Next time.
The phone suddenly vibrated and Lindsay's message popped up. The moment their fingertips swiped across the screen, sweetness filled their hearts. They seemed to have returned to the days of passionate love. Su Qingqing responded with a well-behaved cat expression, confirmed that herself in the mirror had regained her dignity, and then leisurely returned to the living room.
Mr. Su.
Bai Weiwei's eyes swept across the other's tightly closed collar, and then she thought of the beautiful scenery just now, and her throat rolled unconsciously. If this were a different gender, there would definitely be a criminal case tonight.
Has Lindsay ever quit drugs? How can he tolerate this? Yeah.
Su Qingqing raised her chin slightly, and turned back into the beautiful girl. But what she said almost made Bai Weiwei drop the tablet. I confessed to Lindsay directly.
Straight ball attack. Use the ultimate move at the beginning? Bai Weiwei's jaw dropped in shock, then he. And then you guys barged in. Bai Weiwei. Wang Jiangwo, you deserve to die. Bai Weiwei coughed lightly, with a hint of helplessness in her voice. I didn't expect that Lindsay and Wang Jiangwo would have a backup plan. But it's okay this way.
Su Qingqing's long eyelashes trembled slightly, casting a shadow on her eyelids. What she wanted was never just Lindsay's body, but his beating heart. Although short-lived pleasure is intoxicating, the fusion of soul and body is what she seeks all her life.
The long years have passed. Why bother about this one night? More importantly, I found out that Lindsay was avoiding me before because he misunderstood me? You didn't know that?
Bai was slightly startled, and quickly told her the story of my friend that Wang Jiangwo had told her.
He thought you might be trying to get back at him. Ridiculously naive. Su Qingqing's lips unconsciously raised a helpless arc, but her heart was filled with bitterness. Just because of such an absurd misunderstanding, they missed so many reunion moments?
Bai Weiwei stared at Su Qingqing in front of him. At this moment, she seemed to be enveloped in a soft halo, and her former sharp edge was melted by the fiery emotions.
On her icy face, happiness finally emerged that was within reach.
But Bai Weiwei bit her lower lip lightly, wanting to say something but stopping herself.
Mr. Su, I think.
Su Qingqing raised her eyes and looked over. Bai Weiwei was suddenly speechless. The pair of eyes that used to be cold and clear were now filled with starlight, as if they contained the tenderness of the entire Milky Way. Being stared at like this, Bai Weiwei felt like she was about to suffocate in this ocean of deep affection.
Such a pure and beautiful emotion. Chapter 70, Every second feels like a year.
Bai Weiwei's originally prepared exhortation turned into a sigh. I think from a certain perspective, Lindsay is also quite childish. Your direct attack this time was very beautiful, and it made it impossible for Lindsay to avoid his feelings for you. The light in Su Qingqing's eyes became brighter.
Really? I thought you were going to say that the person who confesses first is at a disadvantage. Bai Weiwei really wanted to say that. But think about it.
This rule of love only applies to those who are masters of love, who are good at giving and taking.
Innocent newbies like Su Qingqing and Lindsay. Let us just forget it. Won't.
Bai Weiwei held his cheek and smiled softly. Look, the misunderstanding has been resolved now, right?
Now you can enjoy the sweetness of love. But Lindsay hasn't given me an answer yet. Su Qingqing looked a little disappointed. It's a done deal.
Bai Weiwei suggested, I will go and talk to Wang Jiangwo and ask him to remind Lindsay.
Wang Jiangwo, as a tool, is still very useful. Su Qingqing nodded and asked, should I choose a memorable place tomorrow? A theme park? A Ferris wheel? Or an aquarium?
Bai Weiwei kindly reminded, Boss Su, Lindsay has to go to work tomorrow.
It's okay. I can give him leave. Su Qingqing waved her hand indifferently.
Anyway, the company is hers, and it will belong to Lindsay sooner or later.
Bai Weiwei? I will fight you evil capitalists. I want paid vacation too. Woo woo woo.
In front of the barbecue stall,
Wang Jiangwo was rubbing his iron skewer until sparks flew everywhere. Lindsay's chatter filled his eardrums.
He took advantage of the gap between the oil droplets falling onto the tin foil to interject.
So, you two are hooking up? He raised this question at a really inopportune time.
At least you should wait until your brother rolls out sparks from the sheets before asking.
But on second thought,
it was Lin Zhe himself who asked this question. It has nothing to do with me, Wang Jiangwo.
Have you? Lin Zhe's Adam's apple moved.
There was indeed no direct line like we are together between them.
Not when I first mixed it together.
There was only a condescending judgment, I'll give you 300,000 and I'll support you. But it was precisely because of this nonsense that he scratched a hole in the bedsheet before he said it, and punched a hole in the pillow after he said it.
If I could have said we are together like a normal person.
Hold.
Lin Zhe suddenly broke the bamboo stick into two pieces and said, it doesn't count.
He had to say this seriously to the other party.
Ha! Wang Jiangwo banged his head against the back of a plastic chair. What the hell are you doing here doing sit-ups? You don't understand.
Lin Zhe suddenly stared at the flames on the grill and laughed out loud. Now he just wanted to throw this drunkard into the green belt after all, the night wind in June wouldn't suffocate anyone.
Shit. It starts again.
Wang Jiangwo felt a surge of stomach acid when he saw him smiling like a cat in heat.
He had slept with everyone. Depend on. He really hasn't slept.
Wang Jiangwo bit the iron skewer so hard that it made a crunching sound.
Brother, do you want to buy flowers?
A rose sprayed with cheap perfume suddenly appeared in front of Wang Jiangwo. Before he could retract his bared teeth, he met the little girl's horrified eyes.
The branch was clearly handed towards Lin Zhe. Wang Jiangwo.
This world is so cruel to ugly people. Lin Zhe used his oily fingertips to push aside the branches.
How much?
$10 a stick. The little girl's eyes lit up. Buy 10 and get 1 free, 11 for only 100.
Ha!
This butcher's knife is quite fast. Lin Zhe was thinking about letting his son change his career to selling roses on weekends.
Don't want.
He shook off the 11th rose that was trying to be pushed into his arms. The little girl stamped her feet anxiously. Brother, just buy it.
Wang Jiangwo took a sip of the Arctic Ocean. Buy it? President Su, shouldn't you be happy to see flowers blooming?
Lin Zhe suddenly leaned over and stared at the little girl.
Do you know why no one buys your flowers here?
The little girl clutched the wrapping paper in a daze.
Why? Because.
Lin Zhe held up the shiny lamb kidney in his hand and said, everyone who comes here is waiting to marinate it with cumin. The beer foam from the guy at the next table sprayed out just 3 meters away. If they drink like this, they are either single or have no one to take care of them at home.
Don't even expect them to bring a bouquet of flowers home. The little girl has chosen the wrong target customer.
Lin Zhe kindly pointed to the young couple who were clinging to each other in the shade of a tree not far away.
See? Go there, I guarantee you'll sell out everything. Real?
The little girl was skeptical.
You can trust me.
Lin Zhe was confident that the stalls he had set up over the years were not set up in vain. He pointed to Wang Jiangwo and said, if the products cannot be sold, he will take care of them all.
Okay.
The little girl's eyes lit up, and she rushed to the couple like a whirlwind. When they finally separated to catch their breath, she immediately approached them with a rose in her hand.
Oh no? Wang Jiangwo finally realized, what do you mean I've taken care of everything? Are you trying to trick me again? Just watch.
Lin Zhe lazily supported his chin and looked towards the distance. Although I couldn't hear what they were saying, I could clearly see the young couple taking the flowers.
Holy crap! It was really sold?
Wang Jiangwo's eyes widened.
You didn't get scolded for that?
Lin Zhe smiled but said nothing. The young couple had been sitting at the table next to them eating barbecue, feeding each other like conjoined twins. They started eating after just 2 steps after finishing their meal, clearly in the passionate love period. He let the girl go because he was sure that the man was in a good mood and would never lose face in front of his girlfriend for a few dollars. Seeing the little girl coming back skipping and jumping with only a rose left in her hand, he knew he was right.
Brother, this one is for you.
The little girl handed him the red rose she had specially saved, and said, take it back to your girlfriend.
Wang Jiangwo looked at the flower in Lin Zhe's hand and said unconvincedly, we bought it together, why didn't you leave one for me too?
The little girl blinked her big eyes and said frankly, Uncle, you don't look like someone who has a partner.
Wang Jiangwo? Can you say that again?
Lindsay laughed out loud on the spot. He shook the rose he had unexpectedly found and said to Wang Jiangwo, "You seem to be almost sober now. Take a taxi home by yourself."
"Where are you going?"
Lindsay said without even turning his head, "Looking for my future wife." Suddenly, I wanted to kiss her. I don't know if this rose can be deceived.
Wang Jiangwo. 3 seconds later. Looking at the empty seats. Bang bang bang.
Wang Jiangwo slapped himself hard on the mouth several times.
This broken mouth. Let you ask more questions. Let you ask more questions. It was originally a 10-minute journey.
Lindsay managed to shorten the time by half, but still felt like every second felt like a year.
Chapter 71. It's 12 o'clock, Sleeping Beauty.
But waited downstairs.
Lindsay couldn't help but stop again.
He gently calmed his slightly disordered breathing caused by his quick pace, as well as the unignorable, almost excited heartbeat in his chest.
1, 2, 3. Each one is filled with secret joy and hidden uneasiness.
Lindsay held the bouquet of roses tighter and slowly walked up the stairs.
Finally stopped in front of the door. Lindsay took out the key and unlocked the door.
The door hadn't been fully opened yet, but his eyes were already anxiously searching for the figure. There was only a floor lamp in the empty living room.
A warm orange glow appears in the darkness. Where are the people? Lindsay frowned in confusion. Did you rest early?
He closed the door and walked lightly towards the bedroom. The two bedroom doors face each other. A bright light leaked from under her door. A familiar clear voice came from the room. Since it violates the regulations, it will be handled according to the charter. There is no need to emphasize his identity.
My decision is based on the system.
The sound through the door still has sharp edges. Lindsay seemed to see her sitting at the conference table, tapping the documents with her fingertips. Calm, decisive, and unquestionable. He remembered her youthful social anxiety when she was in college.
Until now, I am able to handle it with ease.
Decisive and fierce. But it was only a few short years. When he was young, he met someone who made his heart palpitate. How can he let it go, and how can he be willing to let it go? Lindsay held the rose, leaned gently against the door, and listened quietly to Su Qingqing's voice in the room. I haven't seen her yet, but my thoughts are already occupied by her.
How strange. Why wasn't it like this before?
He tried to find the answer, but was defeated as soon as the thought came to his mind.
Su Qingqing's voice is so touching.
Lindsay rested his forehead against the door, eager to get closer to her.
Inside the house.
Su Qingqing stared at the camera with a cold and delicate face, her eyes constantly scanning the time in the lower right corner of the computer.
Why isn't it over yet? Why hasn't Lindsay come home yet? The reporter on the other end of the video is walking on thin ice.
Afraid of saying even a single word wrong. This young general Su acted decisively. He is tough and never cares about qualifications or background, only ability and results.
She never shows mercy even to the company's veterans. Just follow the plan.
Su Qingqing was absent-minded and just wanted to end this impromptu meeting as soon as possible. She concluded succinctly, Assistant Liu will handle the follow-up matters.
That's all for today.
After saying this, he walked out of the meeting, leaving the room full of executives looking at each other in bewilderment.
Why did you entrust such an important matter to your assistant? Su Qingqing didn't care about their thoughts.
She quickly closed the computer.
I thought, why hasn't Lindsay come back yet? Such a long delay. Could it be that he is lost? Yes, he must have gotten lost. She nodded firmly and walked quickly to the door in her slippers. Lindsay didn't expect the door to open suddenly.
The body, losing support, leaned forward involuntarily. Su Qingqing saw a figure rushing towards her, and before she could react, her arms instinctively opened to catch him. Lindsay was held firmly by her and staggered a few steps before he stood firm.
Looking down at her. Is the meeting over? Her eyes were filled with tenderness again. When did you arrive? Why didn't you come in?
I saw you were in a meeting and didn't want to disturb you. Although Lindsay was taller than her, she was hugging him completely at this moment.
Lindsay moved his tightly bound arm and reluctantly reminded, it's too tight.
Oh. Su Qingqing then loosened her grip slightly, but still refused to let go completely.
Lindsay tried to move his wrist. Still too tight. Snort.
Su Qingqing reluctantly loosened her grip a little more.
What's tight? It's obviously very loose. Once you let go, it will slip away.
Lindsay shook his head helplessly, a gentle smile spread across his eyes, and he tried to raise the rose in his hand.
Give. A little surprise for today.
Su Qingqing looked at the gorgeous rose in front of her, then raised her eyes and met Lindsay's star-like eyes.
The moment their eyes met,
Su Qingqing's heart suddenly trembled violently, hitting her chest again and again. This long-lost excitement and throbbing?
Let Su Qingqing feel the splendor of life blooming again.
It also made her greedy for more.
Will there be surprises every day from now on?
Every day. Lindsay could never say no to her.
Be willing to accept defeat. I enjoy it. Willingly. That.
Su Qingqing gently rested her chin on his shoulder and looked up at him. Can I choose today's surprise myself?
Today's surprise is not this.
Lindsay answered subconsciously, and suddenly glanced at the wall clock as if he remembered something. The second hand passed the last grid, the minute hand jumped slightly, and the hour hand pointed steadily to 12.
Together they welcomed a new day. She was already eager for the next day's surprise.
Lindsay had a bad feeling in his heart.
Should I add that surprises cannot be specified? It's too late.
Su Qingqing smiled sweetly, stood on tiptoe and leaned close to Lindsay's ear, exhaling sweetly, I want to exchange it in advance, so you have to give it to me.
The warm breath brushed over Lindsay's earlobe, and Su Qingqing's unique fragrance lingered around his nose.
Lindsay froze up and almost broke his back teeth.
Who did you learn this from? It even dyed his pure and flawless jasmine a honey color. How can he stay sane?
Lindsay wanted to cry but had no tears.
Stop testing the saint, okay? Can't I just learn it on my own?
Su Qingqing felt a little aggrieved.
Aren't some things just innate talents?
Lindsay's eyes twitched.
Are you quite proud of yourself? Without waiting for Lindsay's response, Su Qingqing snorted. Su Qingqing.
Soft couch.
All elements are complete.
All that's missing is the incarnation, Professor. Lindsay lowered his eyes and stared at her, his gaze gradually becoming deeper, and he easily untied the arms she had wrapped around his waist. He held her waist with his big hands, and with a little effort he lifted her onto the couch. Su Qingqing's breathing suddenly became rapid, and a blush quickly spread across her cheeks. Lindsay also leaned forward, slowly looming over her. The two people's eyes lingered in the air.
Su Qingqing's soft voice had a noticeable tremor in it. Are we going to start?
A sly smile flashed across Lindsay's eyes, and he deliberately lowered his voice, yes. Listening to his hoarse and alluring voice, a tingling electric shock instantly swept through Su Qingqing's body, leaving her mind blank. Only the throbbing anticipation remains. Su Qingqing held her breath and waited for Lindsay's next move. But Lindsay's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly stretched out his hand. He pulled the silk quilt beside him and wrapped her tightly.
It's 12 o'clock.
Lindsay wrapped her up so that only her little head was exposed. He couldn't help laughing when he saw her face fall instantly. It's time to start your beauty sleep, Miss Su.
Su Qingqing.
It turns out it refers to this beginning,
she thought. Su Qingqing poked his chest angrily. Don't you want to A hot kiss silenced her question without any explanation.
The tips of their noses touched, their breaths blending together. Su Qingqing opened her eyes wide in shock.
Chapter 72, So Eye-Catching.
Compared to the previous immature touch, this kiss was more passionate and lingering. At first she could still respond clumsily, but as the oxygen was robbed inch by inch, her eyes gradually blurred, her body softened like melted honey, and she could only let Lindsay take the lead. Until her lips were loosened, she heard his suppressed panting in her ears, I have a man's instinct.
But I want to cherish you more. Su Qingqing collapsed on the quilt, panting softly.
She could clearly feel his changes under the thin fabric. Her cheeks were flushed, and she didn't know whether it was due to lack of oxygen or embarrassment, but she finally believed it.
He is indeed enduring. But she didn't tell him to endure it. Su Qingqing bit her lips unwillingly.
Lindsay tidied up her messy hair and said in a hoarse voice, Go to sleep.
I won't leave until you fall asleep. Still going? Shouldn't we sleep in each other's arms? Lindsay closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Do you really have to say it so bluntly? I need a cold shower now. Actually, she muttered, it would be okay to take a hot shower in an hour. Lindsay decisively changed the subject. I have a meeting tomorrow. The company is yours, you can do whatever you want. Su Qingqing rubbed against him and acted coquettishly, as obedient as a cat. Then wouldn't I be the cause of trouble? Lindsay laughed. No. She traced his outline with her fingertips. Without you, none of this would make sense. Lindsay's heart warmed up. He put her hand back into the quilt and tapped her forehead. It's your own ability. Go to sleep, Mr. Su. Su Qingqing glanced at him regretfully. Whatever. There is ample time. She wanted to see how long this gentleman could hold out. Lindsay stood up and turned off the main light, leaving only a warm yellow night light on the bedside, casting a gentle halo. Looking down, he saw Su Qingqing still looking at him with her moist eyes open, and couldn't help but smile. He gently covered her eyelids with his warm palms. Close your eyes and go to sleep. Lindsay. Su Qingqing suddenly called him, her eyelashes trembling slightly in his palm. In the darkness, her voice was like a feather falling on the lake. If I open my eyes, will you still disappear? Like every midnight when I woke up in the past, all that was left were undried tear marks on the pillow. Lindsay's Adam's apple rolled, as if he had swallowed a ball of cotton soaked in lemon juice. He leaned over and gave her a light kiss on the center of her forehead. No. You are my financial sponsor now. He deliberately raised the last part of his voice. Even if you hide from me, I will chase you to get your salary. Su Qingqing chuckled and muttered with her eyes closed, then you better keep a close eye on me. Be careful that I don't run away with the money. Okay, Boss Su, Lindsay pinched her nose. I will definitely keep a close eye on you 24 hours a day. She suddenly felt sleepy and mumbled something. Lindsay leaned close to her lips and heard her murmur like a dream. Fortunately, now I have money. Lindsay wanted to laugh, but tears welled up in his eyes. How could there be such a person? Fady was covered in scars, but he only remembered to bring the canary cage back to find him. The nightlight cast a honey-colored hue on her sleeping face. When she was awake, Mr. Su was vigorous and resolute, but now he was as soft as a piece of melted toffee. Compared to the baby fat he had given her when they parted, she was now so thin that you could see the pale blue veins on her neck. He reached out and stroked her sunken cheek, his thumb rubbing the corner of her lips. In her sleep, Su Qingqing unconsciously held his fingertips in her mouth, her warm tongue sweeping across her agile knuckles. Lindsay's breathing stagnated, remembering the sweetness of the kiss just now. Veins popped out on the back of his hand as he supported himself on the edge of the bed. In the end, he just touched her lips very lightly. Sweet dreams. The sound was as light as the ginkgo leaves falling in the library that year. See you tomorrow. This was an unfulfilled promise from 10 years ago, and now I can finally say it to her in person. Moonlight streamed in from the window, and Lindsay saw the faint ring mark on her ring finger, the mark left by the only jewelry she had worn in all these years. He gently circled the slender finger and placed a new kiss on the old mark. When the night wind lifted the gauze curtain, Su Qingqing clutched the corner of his clothes in her dream. Lindsay looked at her slightly frowned brows and remembered the post-traumatic stress syndrome the doctor had mentioned. He patted her back slowly, like coaxing a frightened bird. The phone on the bedside table suddenly lit up, and the lock screen photo was a graduation photo from 10 years ago. The girl in the bachelor's gown secretly hooked the pinky finger of the person next to her in the crowd, while the boy was looking at the camera and grinning, not knowing that the tenderness in his eyes had already been exposed. Lindsay gently wiped away the moisture from the corners of her eyes. This time it was his turn to wait for every dawn, waiting for his girl to sleep until she woke up naturally. Su Qingqing stretched her body lazily in the morning light, and her fingertips touched the coldness of the pillow. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the rosebuds that had been in bud last night had bloomed in the morning light, and morning dew was still condensed on the petals. Not a dream. She ran barefoot to the bedroom opposite, but her heart tightened when she saw the neatly made bed. The morning breeze blew through the empty room, carrying a faint pine scent, the smell of Lindsay's usual aftershave. Want to murder your husband? A smiling voice sounded behind her. When Su Qingqing turned around, Lindsay was leaning against the doorframe, with water droplets dripping from the ends of his hair. The morning light gilded him, and even his eyelashes were adorned with tiny bits of light. You're still here. What else? Lindsay raised his eyebrows, turned into a butterfly and fly away? He strode over and picked her up horizontally. Su Qingqing subconsciously hugged his neck. Through the thin shirt, she could hear his strong heartbeat in his chest. The cedar scent of the shower gel mixed with his body temperature wrapped her up. She couldn't help but bury her face in his neck. It feels so good. Of course.
Lin Zhe proudly shook the person in his arms. I got up early to cook you a hangover soup, and also bought. Before he finished speaking, he felt a heat on his neck. Her eyelashes were trembling. As they walked through the corridor, the morning light cast two overlapping shadows on the wooden floor. Lin Zhe knelt on one knee to help her put on her shoes, but he held her feet tightly and was reluctant to let go. Su Qingqing's instep was arched in a beautiful arc, and her ankle was so slender that it could wrap around his thumb and index finger. Does it take so long to put on a pair of slippers? Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Zhe stroked the sole of her foot with his thumb. When I tied your shoelaces, didn't I? He suddenly stopped talking. The image of the girl dangling her white sneakers and waiting for him to tie her bow on the steps of the library that year suddenly came to his mind as clear as yesterday. Su Qingqing's toes curled up like a frightened bird. Lin Zhe suddenly lowered his head and gave her a feather-like kiss on the back of her foot. This sudden kiss made her tremble all over, but she saw that the tip of his ear was red and almost bleeding. Before, Lin Zhe's voice was hoarse. How come I didn't notice you were so eye-catching? The second half of the sentence was drowned in the morning light, leaving only the Adam's apple rolling restlessly. Chapter 73. Of course I have to teach you the secrets of love. Lin Zhe has already strode out of the bedroom. It's time to eat. You did it? Su Qingqing's eyes lit up and she trotted after him. Lin Zhe slowly wiped the water off his hands and said seriously, I earned this with my hard-earned money from working, so if you round it off, I can say it was made by my own hands. Su Qingqing. This logic left her speechless. Eat it while it's hot. Lin Zhe picked up a crystal-clear shrimp dumpling and put it in her bowl. Be at the company before 9 o'clock. 8:25. The two of them stood at the door of the apartment building on time. Su Qingqing opened the back seat of the moonlight blue Porsche. Get in the car. Lin Zhe glanced at her tense little face and went in obediently. Rich people's cars are just different. The seats are as soft as clouds, the air conditioning seeps into my pores, and the car's fragrance is filled with the coolness of cedar. It's nothing like the subway during rush hour. It was packed like a can of sardines, mixed with leeks and cheap perfume as biological weapons. Staying there for one more second would be torture. Damn! Which bastard swapped my destiny of luxury? But on second thought, no matter how expensive a car is, it will still be stuck in traffic, right? Lin Zhe looked at the motionless traffic in front of him and suddenly felt balanced. Until the estimated arrival time on the navigation changed from 8:55 to 9:23. It's over, perfect attendance award. He wailed and pressed his forehead against the car window. Suddenly, I felt something warm and soft on the back of my hand. Su Qingqing shook her phone. I asked the administration department to postpone the attendance time. Lin Zhe immediately clasped her fingers into his palm, but released them after 3 seconds. No, I don't want to be a relative. Seeing her frown, he suddenly tilted his head and leaned closer. What if other colleagues find out and ask me to help them submit leave slips every day? The tip of his nose almost touched her eyelashes. Boss Su, should I approve it, or approve it? Su Qingqing's ears turned red from the hot air he exhaled. She pretended to be calm and said, that depends on how someone performs tonight. Are you going to fire me for poor performance? Lin Zhe blurted out. The air suddenly became quiet. The two lines of sight collided in the morning light, creating a burst of crackling sparks. When Lin Zhe rushed into the office on time for the first time, Fatty Wang immediately came over like a hyena smelling meat. Her narrowed eyes scanned back and forth over the suspicious red mark on his collar. Lin Zhe. Childish. He suddenly turned the swivel chair 180 degrees. Use the monitor as a shield between the two of you. Fatty Wang nimbly jumped to the side of the partition. Holding up his double chin, he continued to emit bagua light waves. Just like Winnie the Pooh with his eyes on the honeypot. Lin Zhe turned around again. Wang Jiangmo slowly moved his eyes away, squinted his eyes and hummed a little tune. I'm staring at you intently. Lin Zhe. Stupid. Lin Zhe secretly complained in his heart. Finally he opened his eyelids and looked at Wang Jiangmo with an unfathomable expression. It seems that you have successfully comprehended the true meaning of survival. What the hell? Wang Jiangmo was confused. How come he didn't know what truth he had comprehended? So easy to understand? He couldn't help but ask, what is the true meaning of my existence? Lin Zhe scanned Wang Jiangmo from head to toe 3 times with his X-ray eyes. He felt a chill on the back of his neck before speaking solemnly.
We swallow colorful food and produce golden feces. Earwax is golden, eye mucus is golden, we drink clear water and eventually excrete pale yellow urine. The flames of carbon-based life are also golden. Ha! Brother, why is your thinking still drifting? Wang Jiangwo's face was full of question marks. Lin Zhe looked solemn. You haven't figured it out yet? Wang Jiangwo was even more confused.
He turned Lin Zhe's words over in his mind twice more.
Hesitantly said. The truth is that the digestive system is very busy? No. Lin Zhe shook his head, showing a regretful expression as if he was an incorrigible child. This expression made Wang Jiangwo feel uneasy. The true meaning of life that I didn't even understand was actually discovered by others. It's like a piece of junk thrown away was picked up by someone as an antique and even issued an appraisal certificate. But he couldn't tell which one was the valuable one. He was so anxious that he was turning in circles. The corners of Lin Zhe's mouth began to twitch. Suppress the smile.
Under Wang Jiangwo's anxious gaze, he spoke in a long tone.
The true meaning of your existence is to produce gold. Ha! 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 Wang Jiangwo finally reacted. Are you kidding me? Ha 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 ha. Lin Zhe was completely defeated and laughed like a goose. Wang Jiangwo raised his fist and was about to hit someone. Suddenly I felt a chill down my spine. Turn around and take a look. He was facing Su Qingqing's death stare in the office behind Lin Zhe. Wang Jiangwo switched modes instantly.
The fist turned into an orchid finger and gently poked Lin Zhe's chest.
You're so annoying, you just make fun of others. Lin Zhe.
Brother, you suddenly become so strange.
Lin Zhe got goosebumps all over his body. Could it be that he really had messed with the person? Ouch.
Wang Jiangwo smiled softly, covering his mouth with his fingers. He saw Su Qingqing looking away from the corner of his eye, and immediately bared his teeth. Fuck.
I want to find a rich woman too. Look at Wang Jiangwo, whose expression changed in seconds. Lin Zhe suddenly realized, is this the legendary fox borrowing the power of the tiger? He patted the other's shoulder lovingly. I wish you success. Although there is little hope. Wang Jiangwo. Want to die. But damn, it doesn't seem to be me. Woohoo! Everyone is single and doing well. How come you made a fortune and hooked up with a goddess? Are you proud now?
You are such a heartless person. I will never forgive you in my life.
Not in my life. It's time for dinner, let's go eat. Lin Zhe glanced at the wall clock and stretched his arms lazily. You are not with.
Wang Jiangwo looked around with a sly look in his eyes, and after making sure no one was paying attention, he lowered his voice and asked, not having lunch with Mr. Su?
What do you think? Lin Zhe glanced at him sideways. Is there any need to ask? Then we must eat together. Isn't this common sense? Wang Jiangwo felt that Lin Zhe was simply a fool.
Lin Zhe just stared at him quietly.
Isn't this guy mentally retarded?
Wang Jiangwo felt that he had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, and said earnestly, women who have just fallen in love to stick to their partners no matter how old they are.
You are not being smart. Lin Zhe continued to watch in silence.
Wang Jiangwo became more and more excited as he spoke, sharing his experience with great enthusiasm. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea, and they must be pampered in the palm of your hand, especially for trivial matters like eating, and they must feel cared for. He spoke very clearly and at first glance seemed like a veteran in the love field. Lin Zhe stroked his chin thoughtfully.
Then here comes the problem. Why are you still standing here, Mr. Lover?
Wang Jiangwo held his head high, his face full of pride. Since you have named me a love saint, of course I have to teach you the secrets of love. Who in this world cares about his brothers more than him?
Alas. That's how loyal we are. Chapter 74. She felt happy.
Lin Zhe nodded and continued to stare at him.
Wang Jiangwo nodded vigorously, looking stunned. This is the love guide he found after spending the whole night on Baidu. Specially used to guide Lin Zhe, this wooden guy. Lin Zhe smiled without saying anything and watched his performance quietly. Wang Jiangwo was frightened by the look on his face, and suddenly an inspiration struck him. Fool. Bai Weiwei appeared from behind Wang Jiangwo, holding back her laughter, and repeated like a parrot. Why are you still standing here? Being single is really worrying.
Lin Zhe sighed and shook his head, with a hint of arrogance in his words.
Wang Jiangwo Petrochemical. Wang Jiangwo was furious. Wang Jiangwo laughed dryly, haha. It turns out that the clown is me. Woohoo! How come Lin Zhe suddenly came to his senses? I'm afraid his position as love mentor will be changing hands. How can I help Lin Zhe come up with ideas like this, so that I can get promoted, become rich, become the chairman of the board, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the peak of my life? Wang Jiangwo's head drooped like a rotten vegetable leaf wilted in the sun. Bai Weiwei's mouth twitched and he patted his shoulder. Still standing there? Hurry up, get out of here. How can you be so lacking in tact? Wang Jiangwo, who was terribly rejected, left the stage sobbingly, biting his handkerchief. He didn't order takeout. Anyway, the staff cafeteria is downstairs. Bai Weiwei looked at Wang Jiangwo's receding back, turned around and made a fighting gesture to Lin Zhe, then trotted after him. Hey! Wait for me. Lin Zhe discovered with interest that Wang Jiangwo's footsteps suddenly stopped in place. It's strange, when did Wang Jiangwo become so obedient? Bai Weiwei's words were more powerful than the remote control. TSK. Finally, these two clowns were sent away. Lin Zhe turned and looked at Su Qingqing in the office. She turned her face away suddenly as if she was caught doing something bad, and stared at the computer screen with a stern face, pretending to be focused. This is... Tired of waiting? In the office. Su Qingqing's thick eyelashes fluttered quickly like butterfly wings. Although his eyes were fixed on the screen, he didn't even notice a single punctuation mark. Etc. She suddenly realized something. Want to see what happened to Lin Zhe? She is the CEO and she can't even watch it? Think of this. Su Qingqing turned around confidently and looked straight at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe. As expected, I got impatient. That pretty little face was as cold as ice, and the look in her eyes seemed to torture him to death. It's all because of Wang Jiangwo's chatterbox. Delaying important business. Lin Zhe quickly scanned the office. Many colleagues went to the cafeteria downstairs. But there are still many people who ordered takeout, and they moved away their keyboards and eat in front of their computers with headphones on. There is still a risk of exposure. But Lin Zhe did not hesitate at all. He stood up and walked straight to Su Qingqing's office. He knocked on the door and walked in with a smile in his eyes. Mr. Su. It's time for dinner. Su Qingqing didn't expect Lin Zhe to come directly to the office to invite her. Her stern face softened a little. Nodding gently, yeah. Lin Zhe stretched out his arms to hold the glass door, and didn't let go until she came out. Su Qingqing glanced at his palm, which had distinct joints and was both beautiful and comfortable to hold. But I remembered what Lin Zhe said in the car this morning. I had to suppress my impulse and continued walking towards the company gate with a cool expression. Lin Zhe deliberately fell behind by half a step. To others, he looks like the president's little follower. Lin Zhe glanced around the office seemingly unintentionally. Make sure no one is paying attention. He boldly moved closer to Su Qingqing, and the distance between them shortened from half an arm's length to a fist's length, and their arms touched each other from time to time when they walked. I was about to walk out of the company door. Lin Zhe looked straight ahead and suddenly held Su Qingqing's hand with his backhand. Small. Soft. It instantly filled his heart. You. Su Qingqing was stunned. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened slightly and she tilted her head to look at Lin Zhe in surprise. Isn't he afraid of being discovered? Lin Zhe looked back innocently. What's wrong? No. Nothing. Su Qingqing shook her head, but the corners of her mouth rose uncontrollably. She moved her held hand and interlocked her fingers with Lin Zhe's. Tightly intertwined. The restaurant was chosen by Su Qingqing. After all, with Lin Zhe's wallet being cleaner than his face, he would either have to bring his own food this month or order takeout from a group. I don't know which genius came up with this group buying function. Although he knew it might be unhygienic, Lin Zhe couldn't help but excuse it. At this price, how can I not count whether it's clean or not? Forget it this time, but don't do it again. She is simply the white lotus of the takeout industry. Even if there are problems, I will turn a blind eye. What do you want to eat? The waiter handed over the menu, but Su Qingqing took it without looking at it. She just looked at Lin Zhe beside her. Lin Zhe moved the tablet towards her, and the two of them moved closer to each other at the same time. You like shrimps, order some shrimps. Lindsay said, pointing to the menu. Su Qingqing nodded. I'll give you one portion of the pepper fried pork you like.
You and I chatted, and in 5 minutes we ordered 3 dishes, a soup, and 2 bowls of rice.
When you see the final price. Lindsay took a breath of cold air. My wallet aches. I just hope the taste is worth the price. Your dishes are here. The waiter came over with a food cart. No way. Lindsay looked at the dishes that were all served on the table in less than 10 minutes and fell into deep thought. Brother. Pre-made dishes are okay. But don't you feel guilty about selling pre-prepared meals at this price? After taking 2 bites, Lindsay was completely speechless. This level. You can't even do group ordering for takeout, right? This is too disgusting.
Lindsay felt a black screen in front of his eyes.
Look at Su Qingqing again. He continued eating without changing his expression. He couldn't help but doubt his sense of taste. Is it really my fate to be poor? Can't enjoy high-end goods?
But his ancestors were also rich. It seems that we have been living in hard times for too long.
Woo woo woo. Su Qingqing swallowed the last bite of fried meat. Ruthless complaints. It tastes terrible. Great minds think alike.
Lindsay agreed with both hands.
It was outrageous that it still tasted so bad even with the addition of new technology. I can't trust Bai Weiwei's recommendations anymore. Su Qingqing sent a WeChat message directly to Bai Weiwei.
Bai Weiwei, who was eating in the cafeteria, spat out a mouthful of rice when she saw the news.
Oh my god. Who asked you to really go out for dinner? The decoration of that store is so beautiful, it's for you to go there to talk about love. This is not a place for you to taste delicious food. These 2 unromantic guys. But then again, Bai Momo cancelled the restaurant collection. Since it tastes so bad, she doesn't bother to check in. Hey. Save another money. There.
After Su Qingqing sent the message, she looked up and found Lindsay was looking at her.
Is there something on my face? There's nothing to watch?
Lindsay gently tucked the loose hair behind her ears and smiled gently.
Su Qingqing nodded and looked back into his eyes.
Those eyes were as deep as ink and as bright as the morning star. She looked deeply into it, as if she was looking up at the stars under the night sky.
Very nice. In this big world. She felt happy. The last picture in chapter 75 is her selfie. Finished the meal. 2 people entered the company one after the other.
This time it was not Lindsay who proposed it, but Su Qingqing who took the initiative. She thought it through thoroughly.
Office romance.
Especially the relationship between female bosses and male subordinates, even if they have a clear conscience, it is always a bit ambiguous in the eyes of others. Su Qingqing is used to examining human nature with the sharpest eyes.
Because it concerns Lindsay. She didn't dare take the risk. I'm not willing to take risks either. She didn't want Lindsay to be entangled in rumors.
Fortunately, the progress at the group was smoother than she expected, and the person she had fired against all odds must be getting impatient soon.
When everything is settled, she won't have to stay here anymore.
They can also walk side by side with dignity. Lindsay looked at her slender back, his fingertips gently brushing across her lower lip that she had just bitten, with tenderness in his eyes. He has to try harder. Try to quit the company as soon as possible, make a name for yourself, and marry her home in style.
Hey, who is this? A drawn-out teasing voice floated from behind.
Lindsay turned around and met Wang Jiangwo's face that was full of "I'm jealous."
He sniffed exaggeratedly. Wang Jiangwo, do you smell something? What does it smell like? Wang Jiangwo's heart tightened and he quickly lowered his head to sniff his collar he had just eaten in the cafeteria with Bai Weiwei. Could the smell of cooking oil be on his collar? Lindsay raised his eyebrows mischievously. It tastes so sour. It's almost overwhelming. Oh my god.
Wang Jiangwo had a curse word stuck in his throat, but his heart finally settled down as long as he didn't embarrass himself in front of Bai Weiwei.
Lindsay looked at Wang Jiangwo's nervous look and thought that it would be quite entertaining to tease this guy occasionally. 1.5 hour lunch break.
Lindsay leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest for 10 minutes, then he got back to work with great energy.
People like Wang Jiangwo who lack energy can only drink coffee to stay awake. The office is filled with the rich aroma of coffee. Well, you know, these people used to ask him to buy coffee for them.
Now Su Qingqing is directly equipped with a coffee machine and beans, and his side job has completely gone down the drain.
How unpredictable this world is. Lin Zhe sighed as he typed on the keyboard.
At 3:30, my stomach suddenly protested I hadn't eaten much for lunch.
He opened the drawer and touched a box of leftover wedding candy from some unknown wedding banquet.
Just as he was about to open it, he heard Bai Weiwei call out his name and the names of several colleagues. President Su has called for a meeting.
Please gather in the conference room now.
When he heard that there was going to be a meeting, Lin Zhe stuffed the candy into his pocket, picked up his notebook and followed the team. Su Qingqing had already been sitting in the main seat in the conference room waiting. When he saw them come in, his eyes immediately fell on Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe curled his eyes at her quietly. The corners of Su Qingqing's lips slightly raised, and the frost in her eyes melted instantly. Bai Weiwei, who saw all of this, said,
"Hello? At least pay attention to the impact? So many eyes are watching. That look is so sweet that it's impossible to stop it." Bai Weiwei simply couldn't bear to look at the two people.
She quietly walked to the window and closed the curtains to make the projected slides clearer. The moment the light dimmed, the atmosphere in the conference room also became a little quieter. While everyone's attention was focused on the slides, Lin Zhe quietly took out the wedding candy from his pocket and gently touched the back of Su Qingqing's hand under the table. Su Qingqing's eyelashes trembled slightly when she noticed the movement, and she glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Lin Zhe mouthed silently, "For you." Su Qingqing moved her fingertips slightly and reached under the table calmly. Her view was blocked, and in front of her there was a room full of people waiting for her to host a meeting. She appeared calm on the surface, but her heartbeat was speeding up uncontrollably. Her fingertips groped under the table, but instead of touching the candy that Lin Zhe handed over, she accidentally pressed on his thigh.
Lin Zhe shuddered and almost blurted out,
The colleague next to him turned his head sharply and glanced at him suspiciously. Lin Zhe immediately straightened his back and looked back innocently, his eyes so clear that it seemed as if the hum just now was just an illusion. After the other party turned back, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Su Qingqing again. She pursed her lips, her ears turned slightly red, and she seemed a little annoyed. Lin Zhe smiled and urged silently, "Hurry up and take it." This time, he simply raised his hand and handed it steadily under the edge of the table in front of her. Su Qingqing lowered her eyes and glanced, then quickly grasped the candy in her palm. The touch of her fingertips brushing against his palm was as light as a feather and fleeting. Mission accomplished, Lin Zhe couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, and a sense of accomplishment inexplicably surged in his heart, as if he had just completed an important handover. As a result, when I turned around, I met the dead fish eyes of my colleague next to me. He looked shocked, as if to say, "How can you laugh so happily in a meeting?" Lin Zhe immediately restrained his expression, looked at the slides as if nothing had happened, pretending to be a serious workplace elite. Dead fish eyes nodded with satisfaction.
"That's right, who would laugh like that in a meeting?"
The meeting lasted nearly an hour and was efficient and compact without any nonsense.
Su Qingqing controlled the rhythm very well, and everyone was fully focused, afraid of missing out on key information.
Lin Zhe also put aside his distracting thoughts and focused on recording the key points.
50 minutes later, the meeting ended.
There was no sign of fatigue on everyone's faces, but instead a hint of excitement. Su Qingqing closed the folder and announced calmly, "This project was completed well, and the bonus for all employees will be increased by 5%.
Lin Zhe's eyes lit up.
The bonus was even more generous than he expected, and it brought him one step closer to his goal. Colleagues got up and left one after another, but Lin Zhe packed up his documents slowly, deliberately staying behind last. Su Qingqing also sat upright in her original position, staring at the computer screen, looking as if she was still handling official business. But Lin Zhe knew that her attention was no longer on the screen.
After the door of the conference room was closed, Lin Zhe leaned over and lowered his voice, "Are you hungry? I asked the front desk to put a piece of cake in your office, remember to eat it."
Su Qingqing nodded slightly, and the corners of her lips unconsciously raised a small arc. Seeing him turning to leave, she quickly hooked his fingertips again, and they separated in an instant. The two of them smiled at the same time. "It feels like a piece of candy has melted in my heart, so sweet that it is imperceptible yet real." Bai Weiwei stood at the corner of the corridor, watching coldly the poorly acting man and woman as they walked out of the conference room one after another. One pretended to adjust his cuffs, while the other lowered his head to flip through the documents.
Pretending it's real.
She took out her phone expressionlessly and typed frantically in the group of her besties.
"Help!
The office ceiling is about to be penetrated by these two people's pink bubbles. In front of Su Qingqing's office, Lin Zhe just sat back at his workstation when his phone started vibrating. Su Qingqing, the cake is very sweet. Su Qingqing, with strawberry filling. Su Qingqing, Photox 9. It was clearly just a palm-sized cake, but she managed to make it look like it had 3 Michelin stars. Lin Zhe laughed and shook his head, his fingertips suddenly stopped sliding. The last one is her selfie. The cream accidentally rubbed onto the corners of my lips, like a plum blossom blooming in the snow. The cream on the collar of his abstinence suit was dazzlingly white. Chapter 77. He just wanted to cherish every aspect of Su Qingqing alone. Lin Zhe took a gulp of ice water, and his Adam's apple rolled violently. This weather. It's time to make some chrysanthemum tea to cool down. Just as he pressed and held the picture to save it, the photo suddenly disappeared. The message prompt follows. Su Qingqing, wrong message. Su Qingqing, that photo wasn't taken well. Her attempt to hide her mistake was so obvious that it only made Lin Zhe certain that she did it on purpose. He turned his head and looked towards the office. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Su Qingqing was fiddling with her mobile phone with her head down, her curly hair falling on her shoulders, shining like honey in the sunlight. The phone vibrates again. Su Qingqing, this is the one. In the attached photo, she pursed her lips and smiled slightly, with a tiny light at the corners of her eyes. He was like 2 different people from before. One is an unaware beauty. One is the moonlight falling into the mortal world. Lin Zhe quickly saved the photos into an encrypted album called Collection. This exclusive folder contains all the moments he secretly photographed of her. But this one alone is the tenderness that she personally presented to him. He stroked the screen and replied, "Very beautiful." After a pause, he added, "The one I withdrew was also beautiful." The other party replied immediately, "Then I'll give you another 3 seconds." As the message pop-up window disappeared, the one that appeared again was the one that was mistakenly sent just now. Lin Zhe saved it reflexively, but saw a new message pop up. Su Qingqing, why are you in such a hurry? The original image hasn't been loaded yet. Looking at the preview picture in the album that was blurred into a mosaic, Lin Zhe's ears felt hot. Was predicted. When did this woman learn to take charge? Lin Zhe couldn't help but look back and take another peek. Su Qingqing was staring intently at the computer screen at the moment. The cold fluorescent light reflected on her face, outlining her perfect jawline. It is totally unimaginable that it was this cool and self-respecting face that typed those seductive sentences on WeChat just now. He suddenly became very curious. When did this beautiful lady learn these little tricks? It's time to get off work. For the first time ever, Lin Zhe sat firmly at his workstation, causing Wang Jiangwo to look at him sideways, his eyes so sour that they could be used to pickle kimchi. Seeing this, other colleagues began to doubt themselves. My watch is broken? Didn't we agree to leave on time? Lin Zhe is actually working overtime? Is the end of the world coming? The colleagues who were originally preparing to retreat tacitly retracted their steps, and a few who had already reached the door even pretended to tie their shoelaces and turned back. The entire office area fell eerily quiet. More than 20 people were playing with their phones in front of black screens. The scene was like a large-scale performance art exhibition. Lin Zhe poked his head out from behind the monitor, his brows twisted into a knot. When did these people love their work so much? Is working overtime with the computer turned off a new type of workplace performance art? If he continues to fleece the company like this, won't there be nothing left when it's his turn to fleece the company next time? How strange. You didn't run away? Bai Weiwei passed by with her bag, her eyes darting back and forth between Lin Zhe and the general manager's office, the corner of her mouth raised with an arc of "I understand." Lin Zhe was annoyed. Can't I wait for someone? Oh. The sound of "oh" was like a secret code, and the whole office was filled with the sound of chairs sliding. Colleagues rushed to the elevator like zombies besieging a city, and a girl in high heels even left an afterimage. Lin Zhe was stunned. Are they possessed? Bai Weiwei held her forehead with her hand. Because you didn't leave. Ha! Everyone in the company knows. Bai Weiwei lowered her voice. As long as Lin Zhe works overtime, President Su will definitely treat everyone to a midnight snack. Lin Zhe. It turns out that he is the culprit behind the bald company? Before leaving, Bai Weiwei patted Lin Zhe's shoulder meaningfully. You know what? You are now the get off work weather vane of the office. As long as you, the time-telling bird, fly away on time, others will naturally dare to leave work.
Lindsay suddenly realized.
It turns out that his existence is so significant.
Not only can they get paid, but they can also save thousands of office workers from disasters. The people in this class suddenly became noble.
After watching Bai Weiwei leave, Wang Jiangwo immediately followed her, pretending to be nonchalant.
Is it a nice day today?
Yeah,
same as yesterday. Then, tomorrow should be about the same? Underground garage.
Lindsay and Su Qingqing were like two students who had done something bad, with their backs pressed against the elevator wall, still in shock. I was almost caught by a colleague who came back to get a document. At this moment, the two of us were still keeping our hands at a distance that made things even more obvious. They walked towards the Range Rover with pretended calmness, their steps as standard as those of soldiers being reviewed. The moment the car door closed, the taut string finally relaxed. In the dim carriage, only the ceiling light casts mottled light and shadows. Su Qingqing suddenly laughed out loud, with a gleam in the corners of her eyes. We should do this.
Like having an affair?
Lindsay asked, his fingers gently stroking the steering wheel. Then we need to hurry up. He looked at his watch in a serious tone. My girlfriend gets off work at 5:30. Su Qingqing raised her eyebrows and suddenly leaned over to hook his tie. In the shadows, her red lips looked like roses in the dark night. What a coincidence, my boyfriend also gets off work at this time. Her breath carried a faint scent of cream, the lingering aroma of the cake she had that afternoon. Lindsay smiled and leaned over, tasting the sweetness of the strawberry filling in the citrus notes of the car's fragrance. Outside the car, a ceiling light suddenly flashed twice.
Like laughing stars.
Lindsay smiled knowingly. Without any hesitation, he grasped her fair wrist, and with a little force, he brought Su Qingqing into his arms. Without giving her any time to come back to her senses, he bent down and kissed her. Lindsay first turned his head and gently rubbed the corner of her mouth that was stained with cream in the photo with his lips, then he took the time to murmur contentedly against her lips. The cream smells so good.
Su Qingqing's eyelashes trembled rapidly and her cheeks turned red instantly. Lindsay definitely discovered that she did it on purpose. Lindsay was too lazy to care about her thoughts. After getting what you want, the next step is to capture cities and territories. Beep beep.
The shrill sound of the horn startled the two people who were inseparable and made them tremble all over. The two people separated in a hurry like frightened rabbits.
Lindsay glanced in the rearview mirror.
The two cars scraped the rearview mirror at the corner. The car windows were rolled down, and the sound of tit-for-tat arguments echoed throughout the underground garage. Lindsay withdrew his gaze and looked at Su Qingqing, who was leaning on the seat with sparkling eyes, flushed cheeks, and disordered breathing. He thought to himself, as long as she didn't cause trouble for them, it would be fine. I still have to be more careful in the future. Although the car windows were covered with privacy film, the front windshield was not. He didn't want to see intimate photos of himself and Su Qingqing on some forum one day. He just wanted to treasure every aspect of Su Qingqing for himself.
Chapter 78 Mysterious Easter Egg.
Lindsay's eyes were as deep as a pool, and his gaze at her seemed to be filled with thousands of stars, shining brightly.
Su Qingqing only felt her throat tighten.
The world seemed to have been paused, and even the air was frozen. The only sound in her ears was her own deafening heartbeat, which became heavier and heavier, making her almost reach out to block his burning gaze as if as long as she avoided that line of sight, the uncontrollable restlessness in her chest would subside. She unconsciously wrapped her arms around the back of his neck and met his gaze. Lindsay's outline gradually enlarged before his eyes until it occupied his entire field of vision. Only those captivating eyes remained. When their lips were about to touch, Su Qingqing suddenly felt a little dazed. Seeing that Lindsay, who had always been strong, was now letting her approach him docilely, a sense of illusion and vagueness suddenly welled up in her heart.
What to do? It still feels like a dream. An obsession that has lasted for many years. Suddenly the dust settled.
Even someone as proud as her felt uneasy at this moment, as if she was walking on clouds. Lindsay suddenly grabbed the back of her head. When the crisp scent of cedar trees enveloped her, Su Qingqing only had time to let out a half moan. His conquering kiss made her weak all over, and she could only passively endure this embrace that almost kneaded her into her bones and blood.
Until breathing becomes disordered and mental confusion occurs.
Lindsay stepped back slightly. He pecked her glistening lips lightly, and then buried his face in the crook of her neck. When his warm breath brushed against her earlobe, his hoarse voice carried an unquestionable strength.
Sonny. I am here. in the silence of the flowing moonlight. Their embraced figures cast a lingering silhouette on the floor. He pressed Su Qingqing's palm against her left breast, and she could feel her uncontrollable heartbeat through the clothes. Boom! Boom! I can't tell whose rhythm it is. At this moment, reality and illusion are intertwined. But what does it matter? As long as his temperature is real and touchable. Year after year. It's late at night. Lindsay tucked in the quilt for the sleeping Su Qingqing and closed the door gently. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the whole city is immersed in dim lights. She said it was like a dream. Isn't he the same? But it doesn't matter. There is ample time. They have plenty of time to make every morning and evening last forever. Think of this. There were gentle ripples in the man's eyes. See you tomorrow, my little girl. The next morning, Lindsay got up early as usual and prepared breakfast neatly. Thinking it was about time, he went to wake up Su Qingqing. I heard Su Qingqing's confused mumbling coming from inside the house. Lindsay gently pushed the door open. Su Qingqing hugged the pillow in a half-asleep state. A few unruly strands of hair quietly slipped down her delicate collarbone, like ink dripping on mutton fat jade. She was completely unaware and turned over, revealing her graceful figure to Lindsay without reservation. The slightly bent legs are slender and well-proportioned, as clear and translucent as the finest ivory. But Lindsay's gaze stayed on her ankles. It is small and exquisite, and can be held in one hand. The toes are as round and cute as shells. As if sensing his focused gaze, she unconsciously curled up slightly. Su Qingqing lazily raised her body, and the straps of her pajamas slid down, revealing her creamy shoulders. She tiptoed towards Lindsay and asked softly, "Would you like to touch it?" This. So exciting so early in the morning? Lindsay calmly looked away and changed the subject. Breakfast is getting cold. Get up quickly. You are not allowed to leave. Su Qingqing grabbed Lindsay's slender wrist and hung on him like a koala, with her legs wrapped around his waist. Only then can you leave. Lindsay's arms suddenly felt heavy, and his embrace was filled with warmth and softness. He instinctively held her up and carried her to the bathroom, suggesting, "Going to Ocean Park later? Don't you have to work today?" Lindsay shook his head and explained, "I plan to reduce my part-time job. The hourly wage is too low and the cost-effectiveness is not high. I was in urgent need of money before, but I can't keep doing this." Okay. Although Su Qingqing didn't understand his plan, she would support whatever Lindsay decided and would always be his most solid support. Su Qingqing jumped down from Lindsay and said excitedly, "Then let's have a great time at Ocean Park today. Have fun. Lindsay, why don't you get ready quickly?" "Right away." Su Qingqing pushed him out of the bathroom and started to wash. Looking at the closed bathroom door and thinking of Su Qingqing's bright and charming appearance, Lindsay smiled. At the dining table, Lindsay checked his phone to confirm today's itinerary and rechecked the arrangements. Not long. Click. The bathroom door lock turned. Su Qingqing walked out slowly. Lindsay's eyes suddenly lit up, staring blankly at Su Qingqing in front of him. Su Qingqing's beautiful face was slightly shy. Seeing Lindsay's dumbfounded look, she couldn't help laughing. Foolish. They were all fascinated by it. Has she really changed so much today? Su Qingqing subconsciously lowered her head and glanced at her clothes. In order to facilitate activities in the amusement park, she deliberately changed out of her usual professional suit and wore only a loose t-shirt and denim shorts, revealing her long legs. Unexpectedly, such a simple outfit would make Lindsay lose his mind. And Lindsay looked at Su Qingqing, who had a neat ponytail and was dressed casually, and he felt as if time had gone back. My memories returned to my school days. She was like this at that time, wearing a plain top and worn-out jeans. Nothing seems to have changed. Everything is still the same as it was at the beginning. Lindsay took a deep breath and exclaimed, "It's beautiful. It's fine." Su Qingqing spoke modestly, but a smile of joy appeared in the corners of her eyes. Oddly enough, Su Qingqing found that she had never set foot in an amusement park. When I was a child, I was always absent from the school's spring and autumn trips due to my poor family background. When I grew up, I was busy working and had no time to care about it. By the time I had achieved success in my career, the amusement park was no longer my dream. Looking at the colorful entrance in front of me, Su Qingqing sighed unconsciously, "So that's how it is."
Lindsay handed over the exchange ticket and tilted his head to ask.
Nothing. Su Qingqing shook her head, her eyes wandering among the dazzling array of amusement facilities. Which one should we play first?
Lindsay had a plan in place. They experienced more than a dozen projects smoothly. When she arrived at the shooting booth, Su Qingqing fell in love with the brown teddy bear doll at first sight. Unfortunately, the accuracy is poor. I tried 3 times in a row, but none of them hit the target. I had no choice but to turn to Lindsay for help. She remembered that last time at the shooting club, Lindsay's shooting skills were extremely accurate.
She called out, Lindsay.
Lindsay did not take the air gun, but hugged her from behind, his warm breath brushing against her ears.
Breathe slowly. The tingling touch made Su Qingqing's ears feel hot.
My back was pressed against his solid chest, and my thoughts became a little scattered.
The gun barrel moved under Lindsay's guidance.
Lindsay, focus on the goal.
Right now. Bang! The bullet left the chamber.
The colorful balloons burst and colorful ribbons fell like rain. Lindsay exchanged glances with the staff. The staff immediately exclaimed,
This lady is amazing.
You hit our mystery egg and will win the ultimate prize.
Chapter 79. Will you be with me?
Su Qingqing hadn't recovered from the joy of hitting the target when she heard these words and immediately pointed at the teddy bear.
Instead of the grand prize, can you give me this instead? Well. The staff member obviously did not expect this request and looked at Lindsay hesitantly.
Lindsay raised his eyebrows slightly. We just fired the Western gun, and we have 6 shots left. According to the rules, if we hit all 6 shots, we can exchange for this puppy.
How about this? He turned to the staff. I'll finish the rest and both prizes will belong to us.
The staff was relieved, of course. This way you can both comply with the rules and complete the task, which is perfect. Su Qingqing gently tugged at the corner of Lindsay's clothes. Actually, there's no need to be so troublesome.
Leave it to me.
Lindsay raised a determined smile and raised the air gun again.
Bang! 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 6 shots hit the target in a row. Now, can you give us the puppy?
Lindsay put down the gun. Of course, the staff member almost blurted out, and hurriedly handed over the doll. You are a really good shooter. By the way, the mysterious gift needs to find the matching key, and it can only be opened when the Ferris wheel reaches its highest point at 6 p.m.
Su Qingqing looked at the exquisite box with a timer and looked at the staff suspiciously. Are you still looking for the key?
Roughly, probably? The staff member glanced at Lindsay vaguely. Lindsay naturally hugged Su Qingqing and said, just go with the flow.
Don't force it. It's almost time for dinner. Shall we go eat first?
Okay. Su Qingqing's attention had long been attracted by the doll in her arms, and she didn't care about the so-called surprise at all. She held up the stuffed puppy and gestured to Lindsay's face. Look. Just now I felt that you two looked very similar. It's not about the looks, but that lazy and reliable temperament. Lindsay glanced at the doll with a crooked mouth and a silly smile. How are they similar? Su Qingqing pretended to be thoughtful. From the hair to the heels, Zhenshe was carved from the same mold. After saying that, he jumped out like a frightened rabbit. You are quite courageous. Lindsay chased after him with a smile, and the two of them chasing each other in the crowd attracted many envious glances. Young tourists unconsciously stopped to watch, as if they were watching a live version of a romantic movie.
Still running?
Lindsay finally held her in his arms, tickling her threateningly with his fingertips. Wait and see how I deal with you.
Surrender, surrender. Su Qingqing laughed so hard that she couldn't breathe.
Her flushed cheeks were pressed against Lindsay's chest, and her hair was covered with sweat. Lindsay pinched her blushing cheeks and glanced at the theme restaurant not far away. Let's go replenish our energy first? Only then did Su Qingqing realize that she was starving.
In the restaurant.
Lindsay held his chin and watched Su Qingqing eat with relish. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail today, and the ends of her hair swayed gently as she chewed, like a sated kitten. How does it taste? He asked softly. Su Qingqing narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, with a little cream on the corner of her mouth. Super delicious. As she spoke, she suddenly noticed that the plate in front of Lindsay was almost untouched. She wrinkled her nose, scooped up a spoonful of tiramisu and handed it to him. You try it too. Lindsay obediently moved closer and took a sip from the spoon she handed him. The sweet cream melted on his tongue, but it was not as sweet as the sweetness in his heart at the moment. Well, it's really delicious. he said meaningfully, looking at her with burning eyes. When checking out, a uniformed waiter suddenly appeared holding a gift box and said, "Congratulations, you too. You are the 520th lucky customer of our store today. You can enjoy a special discount of 10% off." Before they could react, the waiter took out an exquisite brass key from his pocket like a magician. "This is the lucky key that comes with the mysterious gift box. It is recommended to open it at 6 o'clock when the Ferris wheel reaches its highest point. There will be unexpected surprises." Su Qingqing took the key and her fingertips touched the cold metal surface. She turned her head to look at the carved wooden box on the table, then looked at the key in her hand, and suddenly understood something. A smile of understanding bloomed on her lips, and her eyes curved into crescents. Lindsay pretended not to notice her cunning look and just glanced at his watch nonchalantly. "It's almost time, we should go ride the Ferris wheel." The moment they walked out of the restaurant, a carefully planned rose rain quietly descended. Every few steps, a staff member handed over a gorgeous red rose. When they reached the foot of the Ferris wheel, Su Qingqing already had 20 blooming roses in her arms. Each one represented the love that Lindsay had never expressed over the years. "Come on, Shudge," the staff suddenly shouted as they helped them close the hatch, "we must succeed." Lindsay held his forehead helplessly, but his ears turned red. Through the glass window, he could see a group of staff members who were watching the fun and making faces. As the Ferris wheel slowly rises, the hustle and bustle of the city gradually fades away. In this isolated transparent space, the rose in Su Qingqing's arms exudes a rich fragrance. She looks at the scenery outside the window that is gradually getting smaller, and suddenly whispers, "Today is really special." There's only one last step left. Lindsay took out the carved wooden box. The small clock on the lid showed that there was only 1 minute left until 6 o'clock. He took a deep breath and held the box in front of her solemnly. "Do you want to open it and take a look?" Su Qingqing's fingers trembled a little, and the brass key made a crisp click sound when it turned in the lock. In an instant, countless shining sequins fell from the top of the cabin, reflecting colorful light in the afterglow of the sunset. In the box, 2 diamond rings sparkled on the velvet cushion. Su Qingqing. Lindsay knelt on one knee, his voice trembling slightly due to nervousness, but firm and unquestionable. "I owe you this question for many years." At this moment, the Ferris wheel reached its highest point. The last ray of sunlight sank into the horizon, and the lights of the entire amusement park suddenly lit up. Thousands of neon lights poured down like a galaxy, illuminating the night sky as bright as day. In this dazzling scene, their figures were frozen in time for eternity. As the lights of the entire amusement park bloomed for them, Lindsay's voice pierced through all the noise. "Su Qingqing, are you willing to be with me?" Not now, but back to that summer 7 years ago when the cicadas were chirping. At that age when they should have loved each other, this sentence came too late. Lindsay's eyes were blazing and focused, his knuckles slightly whitening from exerting too much force. He was waiting for an answer that would transcend time, not for the favor of 300,000, but simply for him, Lindsay. Su Qingqing's eyes were filled with tears. She blinked gently and said in a soft but firm voice, "I do. I always do." Lindsay's tense expression melted instantly, and he hurriedly took out the ring and put it on her ring finger, as if he was afraid that she would suddenly disappear. The silver ring shone with a gentle luster under the light, and it fit her knuckles perfectly. "When was this prepared?" Su Qingqing asked curiously, turning the ring. "A long time ago." Lindsay answered without hesitation, "I bought it when I was in college." Chapter 80. Who is the owner of this number? Then why don't you give it to me? Su Qingqing leaned against his chest and asked with her face raised. Lindsay rubbed the tip of his nose, his voice as soft as a feather brushing past. "Didn't I transfer 300,000 yuan to you when we were in college? I used money to hit you for this behavior." At once, Su Qingqing straightened up suddenly, her eyelashes fluttering in confusion. "Just what? Didn't we start dating in our sophomore year? Didn't you give me that money temporarily in the name of your lover?" "Huh?" Lindsay suddenly felt like the pause button was pressed. Incredible question. When did we date? Wasn't it him who was pursuing her relentlessly? Why is this plot going completely wrong? Did he miss any episode? Su Qingqing's pupils trembled, and her voice rose 8 octaves. "If we weren't together, how could I eat the breakfast you brought me every day, accept the gifts you gave me, and allow you to accompany me to the study room and even travel? Weren't those opportunities obtained by me pestering for them? I also insisted on going on the trip." Lindsay was completely confused. "Su Qingqing? Lindsay? Good job.
Your script and my script are not the same? In a flash, they both said in unison. Are you Lindsay? You are Su Qingqing, right? The moment their eyes met. And nodded at the same time. Certainly. Lindsay. Su Qingqing. Quiet. Deathly quiet. They are probably the only two people in the universe who can turn a mutual crush into a suspense drama. The two of them stared at each other. Laugh. I don't know who broke down first, but both of them suddenly laughed so hard that they fell over, with tears in the corners of their eyes. The night outside the window is as dark as ink and the neon lights are brilliant. After going through so much twists and turns, it turns out that they had already held each other's hands at the beginning of the story. Su Qingqing raised her clasped hands with Lindsay, snapped a photo of the starry sky, and quickly updated her moments. Less than 3 seconds. The entire circle of friends exploded on the spot. Su Qingqing was so frightened by the flood of comments that she simply closed the notification reminder. Certainly. Before leaving, she did not forget to post this photo in Du Haofeng's alumni group, with the following message. We're fine. Then leave the group as quickly as possible before the message alert sound is heard. Su Qingqing's actions. Lindsay's cell phone instantly turned into a vibrator. Even the kindergarten classmate who hadn't contacted him for 800 years came back to send a congratulatory message. Lindsay stared at the screen and smacked his lips. Does this count as a sudden peak in my life? Not even close. Su Qingqing shook her head, her eyes curved into crescents. It will be a real blessing when our marriage certificate is released. Lindsay imagined the expressions of those people when they saw the red book, and nodded solemnly. Really? The various student groups have exploded into fireworks. Everyone was discussing what kind of witchcraft he used to make the cold goddess announce her relationship. Lindsay took a few glances and also simply quit all group chats. Boring. After deleting the alumni group, the company group started to flood the screen with messages again. 886, image. Oh my god. President Su has made the official announcement. Who is it? Who is it? Tu Ming. Anyway, it wasn't me. I'm still lying dead at home. Crayon Shinchan, why not me? Why not me? Pounding the table. Fat tiger, I hate that I'm not a man. Otherwise, Mr. Su would have been mine long ago. Girl, I'm a man, and Mr. Su didn't choose me. Lights a cigarette. Sui Sui Pinyin, come on, the man who is worthy of Mr. Su must be tall, rich and handsome, so you useless people should stop dreaming. Oh. Who is the salted fish? Lindsay stared at the screen and couldn't help typing. Why, I don't deserve it. Peace and happiness every year, you are the most unworthy. Lindsay? Why is he the least worthy? May you be safe forever, you are the fastest person in the company to leave work, the most stingy when it comes to treating others, and the most ruthless in dealing with others. Don't you know what's going on? Lindsay. He gets off work quickly because he is efficient. He is stingy because he is thrifty. The reason why he is so sharp-tongued is because he reacts quickly. Snort. He threw away his phone, turned around and buried his head in Su Qingqing's arms. At this time, Bai Weiwei, who knew the truth, said, I can testify. It's true. Pity. She can't say. QAQ. It's so painful to have such a shocking news but no one to share it with. It's so painful. Etc. She also has Wang Jiangwo. Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up, and she immediately took out her cell phone and poked Wang Jiangwo frantically. Good morning. The sun was shining brightly. Lindsay looked down at Su Qingqing, who had just woken up in his arms, and gently kissed her on the forehead. Su Qingqing raised the corners of her lips slightly, her voice still soft and glutinous as if she had just woken up. Morning. When he arrived at the company, Wang Jiangwo stared at Lindsay, who was beaming with joy, and stroked his chin thoughtfully. You are not right today. What's wrong? Lindsay glanced at him lazily, and suddenly his cell phone dinged and a text message came in. He glanced at it casually, thinking it was spam, and was about to delete it, but his eyes suddenly froze when he saw the content clearly. Let's meet. I will always wait for you. Lindsay narrowed his eyes, staring at the unfamiliar number, his eyes darkening. The owner of this number. What the hell? Wang Jiangwo suddenly came closer, and after seeing the content of the text message, his pupils trembled instantly, and he turned his head sharply to look at Lindsay. No way, bro? You still have romantic debts outside? Hurry up and clean it up. If President Su finds out, you're dead. Bai Weiwei, who happened to be passing by, immediately pricked up her ears and approached suspiciously. What's dead? Who's dead? Holy shit. You walk without making any sound?
Wang Jiangwo was so frightened that he shuddered, holding his chest and breathing frantically.
What were you talking about? She heard the words Mr. Su. Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up. Now President Su was the golden thigh that determined her promotion, salary increase, becoming a CEO, marrying a rich and handsome man, and reaching the peak of her life. Bai Weiwei must have first-hand information on any clues related to President Su. It's really nothing.
Wang Jiangwo's eyes were wandering, and his guilty look was even more exaggerated than that of a husband caught cheating, just like a thief caught on the spot. Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, and scanned him from head to toe with a sharp gaze like an X-ray, slamming the table in grief.
Wang Jiangwo. You've learned to lie now? How did you know that?
Wang Jiangwo was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He had practiced how to control his facial expressions when facing interrogation countless times, so how could he still be seen through at a glance? Even a blind person can see the guilty look on your face. Chapter 81. Where is Lin Zhe? There is something fishy. Bai Weiwei crossed her arms across her chest, trying not to smile and keeping a straight face. Confess and be treated leniently, resist and be treated severely. Tell the truth now. All right. Wang Jiangwo took a deep breath, looked at Lin Zhe tragically, and suddenly straightened his back. Even if you beat Lin Zhe to pieces, I won't reveal a single word. Bai Weiwei subconsciously replied. Okay, then I'll call. Etc. This script is wrong. Lin Zhe looked incredulous. Where's the brotherhood you promised me? You're acting so brave, but I'm the one getting beaten? Hey. Wang Jiangwo took 2 steps back with a wry smile, and suddenly slapped his forehead under the burning gazes of the 2 men. Oops. I suddenly remembered that I have an emergency meeting. You guys chat slowly, I'm leaving first. Slip away. Whoever wants to wade into this muddy water may do so. Wang Jiangwo. Bai Weiwei was so angry that she stamped her feet and gnashed her teeth at the figure who was fleeing. Just wait for me. Don't ever fall into my hands again. What else? Lin Zhe raised his eyebrows with interest. When did these 2 become so familiar with each other? How come he didn't know? Last time, Bai Weiwei came to the house to stop the drunk Wang Jiangwo. Wait, they wouldn't. Bai Weiwei felt uncomfortable under his probing gaze. What are you looking at? Want to know? I won't tell you. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned around and said to Lin Zhe. Snort. Lin Zhe? What did he do? Are all young people nowadays so weird? But what concerned him more at the moment was. The phone vibrated again. Waiting for your reply. Shit. Who is this? Lin Zhe stared at the screen of his mobile phone, his brows furrowed so tightly that they could kill a fly. Text messages come one after another, without even a signature, and just start with waiting for your reply, making it seem like some mysterious meeting. Are you crazy? The most outrageous thing is who still sends text messages these days? 1 text message costs 1 cent, 3 messages costs 30 cents. 30 cents can buy half a bag of spicy noodles. Spendthrift. Who doesn't use WeChat these days? It's either a sales pitch, a scam, or a perverted stalker. Lin Zhe sneered and tapped on the screen. My wife is very strict at home, no appointment. After sending the message, he blocked the message and threw the phone on the table. Work. Work is like a wife you can't get rid of, no feelings, but you can't fucking divorce her. Pain. Lin Zhe looked up to the sky and sighed, looking like he had lost all hope in life. There is indeed a problem. In the corner, Bai Weiwei poked out half of his head, his eyes shining like a paparazzi who had discovered a shocking piece of news. Mr. Su. I will protect your love. At the same time, Su Qingqing in the office suddenly shuddered. She looked up at the air conditioner in confusion. 26. Comfort mode. Strange, why do I suddenly feel a chill on my back? Su Qingqing has a dinner party at noon. At 11 o'clock, she walked out of the office in high heels. When she passed by Lin Zhe's workstation, her fingertips brushed the back of his hand inadvertently. The tingling sensation ran through my body like an electric current. Lindsay froze and stared at this audacious woman with wide eyes.
There is a colleague sitting next to me.
Su Qingqing, however, walked away without looking back, as if nothing had happened.
Buzz. The phone vibrates and a message pops up on WeChat. I'm going to socialize. Remember to eat on time.
I'll check. Lindsay shook his head helplessly, but the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably.
What should I eat? 3 major problems in life. What do you want for breakfast? What are you having for lunch? What are you having for dinner?
He propped his chin up, lost in thought.
Rice bowl? Ramen? Or? Buzz. The phone vibrated again.
Lindsay thought it was Su Qingqing and clicked it excitedly.
Incoming call from unknown number. He hesitated for 2 seconds and swiped to answer the call. Hello?
There was a gnashing voice on the other end of the phone, like a resentful husband who had been abandoned by his wife.
Lindsay. Why didn't you reply to my message? Lindsay was confused. Who are you? I'm Assistant Lou. The other person's voice was shaking with anger. I sent my number to the company group on my first day of work, and you didn't save it?
Oh. Lindsay spoke in a long tone, lying without blushing or beating his heart.
I save it, but I read fewer text messages. Fart.
Assistant Lou exposed it on the spot. You had blocked my number as a nuisance call.
Okay, I'll lay my cards on the table.
Lindsay picked at his nails and said confidently.
It doesn't exist.
There was a startling sound of deep breathing coming from the other end of the line.
Lindsay was shocked. With this kind of mental quality, can he be the president's assistant? I'm afraid he took the back door. Let's get down to business. Lindsay said lazily. Why are you looking for me? You're not here to give me warmth, are you? Assistant Lou sneered.
I saw the circle of friends that Mr. Su posted. She hasn't been this happy in a long time. So, I need to see you.
Lindsay almost laughed out loud. Why does this line sound like the domineering CEO's literature line, the young master hasn't laughed in 10 years? He asked slowly. Assistant Lou. You are at headquarters and I am at the branch. We are not related at all. In what capacity do you request to see me?
There was dead silence on the other end of the line. After a full minute, Assistant Lou managed to utter.
You're so smart, you can't guess it? No idea. Lindsay was decisive. Guessing riddles is so tiring, it's better to just do some fishing instead. Assistant Lou was so angry that the first pass broke the defense. Okay.
Today at 12 noon, Wanyue restaurant.
The one who doesn't come is the dog. Beep.
The phone was hung up harshly. Lindsay stared at his phone and slowly typed a question mark.
This person, is he suffering from a serious illness?
Lindsay stared at the hung-up phone, his eyebrows raised high.
What kind of threat is that? Am I, Lindsay, the kind of person who would be threatened by not being a dog? Well, it really is. After all, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a fool. Can Lindsay be a fool? Of course not. What is backbone? Can it be eaten?
Lindsay quickly glanced at the time 11:40 and checked the location of Wanyue restaurant 15 minutes walk.
Perfect. But there is still a small problem. It's not time to get off work yet. But can this be called a problem?
Lindsay stood up without changing his expression and said to his colleague next to him. The client has a last-minute appointment, so I'm going out on a field trip.
Help me with anything. My colleague made an okay gesture without even looking up. Have a look. What is workplace wisdom? What is social etiquette? Skipping work is as natural as breathing.
Lindsay walked away in a cool manner, without caring about his relatives.
Little did they know.
As soon as he stepped out of the company gate, Ai Weiwei appeared beside his workstation.
Ha! Where's Lin Ziren? She asked in a mock nonchalant manner, her acting worthy of an Oscar-winning actress. He's out on a field trip.
The colleague said without even raising his head. Ai Weiwei frowned and found that things were not simple.
Does Lindsay need any field work recently? There is something fishy.
Chapter 82. How can such a piece of mud be worthy of being held in the palm of the hand by the eldest lady?
The high heels clicked and turned towards Wang Jianghuo's workstation. Building a country. The call is so sweet that it seems like honey could drip out. Wang Jiangwo. She called me Jiangwo. I instantly felt dizzy, my heartbeat accelerated, and my CPU was directly overloaded. Lin Zhe went to Wanyue restaurant to meet Assistant Lu. In less than 3 seconds, everything was revealed. Watching by Weiwei leave contentedly, Wang Jiangwo was still immersed in a happy dizziness. She called me Jiangwo. She has me in her heart. I can still work overtime for another 500 years. Dining room. Lin Zhe parked his electric scooter crookedly beside the flower bed at the door, and deliberately raised his eyebrows at the receptionist when he parked the car. It's stable. The face-slapping scene was not activated. The other party 1T suddenly pull out a black card and slap it in my face. While the waiter looked at him as if he was crazy, Lin Zhe said casually, I have an appointment with someone at Ting Tao Xian. Come with me. After passing through 3 carved moon doors, the waiter suddenly stopped. Lin Zhe braked suddenly and almost hit it. He stuck half of his head out from behind the waiter's shoulder and confirmed that there was only that familiar elite figure in the box. Then he moved in sideways like a crab. The weasel wishes the chicken a happy new year. Stay alert. Assistant Lu. Silently recite the heart purification mantra. Don't get angry. Life is like a play, we are together because of destiny. He twitched his mouth and said, please sit down. Oh. Lin Zhe collapsed directly into the Wanwali armchair nearest to the door. The turntable is big enough to run horses on. I guess all the 18 bronze men of Shaolin can sit down and hold a meeting. Lin Zhe really couldn't understand why the two of them just glared at each other and insisted on doing this, but by the time the dish was turned to them, it was already fucking cold. What? You capitalists, eating cold cuts can help you live longer? Although Assistant Lu couldn't hear Lin Zhe's complaints, the expression on his face that said your brain is stuck in the door was too vivid. He wisely skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. I heard that you went to deliver takeout to Mr. Su again recently? It started. The classic scene is late but it's here. Should I give him a check to get me to leave, Missy? But given the current inflation, should I add a 0? Lin Zhe was amused by the scene in his mind and threw a pre-meal peanut into his mouth. Yes, the girl at the front desk of your company even asked me to buy milk tea for her. Can this abalone be packed? The stray cats downstairs have become thinner recently. High in protein, very nutritious. Please do as you please. Assistant Lu stared at Lin Zhe's stubborn face, trying to find any flaws in his pretense, but found that he was really studying the material of the packing box carefully. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. Boss Su is planning to get married. Click. Lin Zhe bit off half a peanut. Good job. Don't play by the rules. Where's the 5 million breakup fee? How come the first connection is fast-forwarded to a wealthy marriage? He took a sip of tea to calm himself down. Are you the groom? Absurd. Assistant Lu was instantly defeated and slammed his pen on the contract. I have been an outstanding employee of Su Group for 10 years. I have received straight A's in performance appraisals for 3 consecutive years. So? Lin Zhe scratched his head. Are you here to send out invitations? The air suddenly froze. The sound of Assistant Lu's deep breathing was as heavy as pulling a bellows. Listen. He loosened his tie. The other party is Zhou's only son, graduated from Cambridge, and has. Wait a minute, Lin Zhe suddenly raised his hand. Are you secretly in love with Mr. Zhou? Lin Zhe. The elite persona completely collapsed, and Assistant Lu's forehead was bulging with blue veins. I'm talking to you about serious business. President Su will be. Goo. Lin Zhe's stomach suddenly made a long growl. They both looked down at the turntable, which was not moving at all. Assistant Lu's CPU was also burned out. He stared with his eyes wide open, his expression gradually distorted, as if he had been pressed to the ground and rubbed 3 times by Lin Zhe's logic. No. Wait a minute. He raised his hand to interrupt Lin Zhe, his brows furrowed so tightly that they could kill a fly. Are you seriously ill? Lin Zhe looked innocent. I'm here to persuade you to face reality. I'm not here to debate with you about President Su's personal charm. Assistant Lu gritted his teeth, his knuckles cracking. Can you grasp the key point? Lin Zhe blinked and suddenly realized, oh. Assistant Lu just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his next sentence. So you really don't like Su Qingqing?
Assistant Lou took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, as if silently repeating murder is against the law, murder is against the law, murder is against the law. When he opened his eyes again, he gave up the roundabout tactics and threw out the trump card.
Okay, let me tell you first, the Su family will not accept you.
Mr. Su's marriage partner will return to China next week, and you are not even as good as a hair of his. After hearing this, Lindsay not only did not break down, but instead showed an expression of as expected, and even looked at Assistant Lou with a bit of pity.
Assistant Lou. He sighed, his tone sincere. Are you secretly in love with Mr. Zhou? Assistant Lou's blood pressure skyrocketed.
He slammed the table and stood up, causing the dishes on the table to clang and spill tea all over the table.
Lin Zay. He gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. Are you listening to what am I saying?
Looking at him shaking with anger, Lindsay finally stopped joking and slowly leaned back, but his eyes turned cold.
Listen, why not? He pulled the corner of his mouth. Don't you just want me to give up when I encounter difficulties? But the problem is, he tilted his head, his eyes sharp. Why do you make decisions for Amelia Su? Assistant Lou paused.
Who she chooses is her business. Lindsay's tone was calm, but every word was as sharp as a knife, and you are just an assistant.
You are not qualified to make decisions for her. Assistant Lou's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly.
The air in the box seemed to freeze. The two looked at each other, and no one spoke. After a while, Lindsay suddenly smiled and reached out to press the service bell.
Waiter, he said loudly, pack it up. Assistant Lou. He was totally defeated.
It took Lindsay a long time to figure it out.
The question is never why does she love me, but do I dare to believe that I deserve to be loved? Couldn't he really understand Su Qingqing's blatant preference for him after they met again? He is just pretending to be ignorant even though he knows the truth. He even dragged Wang Jiwen into being an accomplice and acted out this self-deceiving drama together.
After the Chun family fell, he lived like a wandering ghost, and it took all his strength just to breathe.
How can such a piece of mud be worthy of being held in the palm of the young lady's hand?
But she insisted on praising it. Su Qingqing took 99 steps and threw her whole heart in front of him.
Now he took his first shaky step.
From now on, the mountains and seas can be leveled.
Chapter 83, Watch the sea when you are happy, and go to the sea when you are short of money.
Thinking of this, Lindsay suddenly laughed out loud, with a gleam of light in his eyes. She has been chasing me for half my life, and I have been hiding from her for half my life.
Now she's got me. I love her, so. Stop. Assistant Lou suddenly interrupted, rubbing his arms. Why are you suddenly going the literary route? I got goosebumps. Lindsay. Grass. The affectionate confession that I had been planning for half a day was wasted.
What the hell is this conversation? The air suddenly became quiet. The two of them turned their faces away tacitly and reached out their chopsticks to the cooled squirrel fish at the same time.
30 minutes later.
Belch. Lindsay slumped in the chair and rubbed his stomach.
Assistant Lou opposite secretly loosened 2 buttons of his suit. It's all because of this bastard who spins the dishes like a casino roulette wheel. I'm leaving now since I have nothing to do. Lindsay stood up with a toothpick in his mouth. Lunch break time is very precious for workers. He glanced sourly at the other person's haute couture suit. Evil capitalists.
Assistant Lou instantly switched back to elite mode and threw out a brown paper bag from his briefcase. The scraps of information from the Lindsay family bankruptcy case.
It's up to you whether you want to or not. Lindsay's pupils suddenly shrank.
As soon as his fingertips touched the paper bag, he suddenly withdrew it.
What do you want? It's just a year-end bonus.
Assistant Lou's hand was shaking as he pushed up his glasses.
Boss Su said he'll triple my money if I find the key clue. Lindsay suddenly came closer. Are you sure you are not secretly in love with Su Qingqing? Assistant Lou's glasses almost slipped to the tip of his nose. What a weird train of thought. Is this some cliché drama being played at 8 o'clock now? At this moment. Bang!
The door of the box was pushed open violently. Su Qingqing stood at the doorway against the light, her high heels leaving deep dents on the carpet. The crystal chandelier above her head cast a sharp shadow on her, and she looked like a tang sword drawn from its sheath.
The air instantly froze into ice.
The elevator door slowly closed, and Lindsay's tense jawline was reflected on the metal surface. It was not until the numbers started to jump that Su Qingqing turned around and opened the door, and the leather seat made a slight groan.
3 minutes is like a stretched rubber band.
The fire door of the emergency passage suddenly popped open, and Assistant Lou's loose tie was still crooked at his collarbone.
Mr. Sue.
Half of an ice sculpture-like profile was revealed in the lowered car window, and the eyelashes cast sharp shadows under the eyes.
Explain.
The two short words were like bullets loaded into a chamber.
Assistant Lou adjusted his glasses and said, "You are my professional role model."
The eyes behind the lenses were unflinching, so I told Lindsay the truth in every word. The little theater in his mind was swiping the screen like crazy. Top investment banking goddess.
Forbes elite.
How could she be seduced by a food delivery guy?
Is this reasonable? Is this scientific?
The leather surface of the steering wheel was scratched by fingernails.
Are you not afraid that I will ask you to leave tomorrow?
Mr. Lin will stop them.
Assistant Lou answered confidently. Are you kidding? That person is the reincarnation of the Virgin Mary who even tries to stop a fight between stray cats. Su Qingqing suddenly choked. Her knuckles unconsciously rubbed the Porsche logo on the car keys. She was actually outmaneuvered by her own assistant?
We'll leave next week after the overseas branch is handed over. She turned the car key sharply, and the engine roared. Assistant Lou set off electronic fireworks in his heart. I can finally escape from the sour and smelly scene of love.
From now on, my first workplace rule is no office romance. That information.
Mr. Lin probably wants to handle it personally. A white light flashed across the lens. The tail sound was lost in the sudden burst of engine noise.
In the rearview mirror, Assistant Lou watched the sports car drive away.
The air in the elevator seemed to freeze. Lindsay stared at the yellow document in his hand, his knuckles turning white from exerting too much force. Those numbers and signatures were like sharp knives, cutting open the old stories in front of him.
What a coincidence. It's so coincidental that it's creepy.
Suppliers collectively delayed payment, the media simultaneously reported a broken capital chain, short-selling institutions made precise attacks. All of this was like a well-written script, and the Chen family was just a puppet on the stage.
Gentlemen?
The waiter's call brought him back to reality. Lindsay then realized that he had been standing in the elevator for a full 15 minutes.
Fine.
His voice was hoarse as if it had been rubbed by sandpaper. The file bag groaned in his hands under the weight, and the papers seemed to have temperature, burning his palms.
The phone screen lit up and then went out.
After sending the message to Su Qingqing, a strange calm enveloped him. It was like the calm before the storm, or the relief of a death row inmate walking to the execution ground.
The taxi driver is a kind-hearted person. Don't worry too much, young man. Medical technology is very advanced now.
Lindsay looked at the scenery passing by outside the window and suddenly chuckled. Yes, the sea is really a good thing. When you are happy, you can watch the sea. When you are short of money, you can go to the sea. And when you are desperate, you can jump into the sea. The driver's hands on the steering wheel shook violently.
In the rearview mirror, the young man's pale face and the words XX Hospital on the file bag instantly made him imagine 80 episodes of a melodrama.
Forget about the car and the fare. When we arrived at the destination, the driver stepped on the accelerator as if he was escaping. You must be strong. Lindsay stood there, looking at the taxi going away, and slowly raised his eyebrows.
Nowadays, can you pay by facial recognition when taking a bus?
Lindsay's fingers tightened slightly around the file bag, his knuckles turning pale. Through the glass window on the ward door, the sunlight illuminated every particle of dust in the air, like a secret suspended in time.
In front of the bed, Li Dongmei's figure was stretched long by the sunlight.
He was stuffing a brown paper envelope into Mother Lin's hand. This little gift is just a token of my gratitude.
Uncle Yi.
Lindsay pushed the door open and interrupted the other person in a neither light nor heavy voice. What a coincidence, I think I saw you at the financial center yesterday.
Li Dongmei's hand shook violently, and the envelope fell onto the bedsheet. He forced a smile and said, "Nephew, you must have seen it wrong? My flight just landed this morning."
Lindsay picked up the envelope slowly, rubbing his fingertips over the gold-plated bank logo. Really?
Maybe I made a mistake.
He suddenly raised his eyes, but Uncle Li's Rolex is very special. The scratch on the dial is exactly the same as the one I saw yesterday. The air in the ward suddenly froze. Mother Lin's eyes moved back and forth between the two of them, and the liquid in the infusion tube suddenly dripped rapidly.
Li Dongmei's Adam's apple rolled, and traces of sweat were faintly visible on the collar of her suit. Speaking of which,
Lindsay put the file bag on the bedside table with a soft dong sound.
before Uncle Lee went abroad, did he handle the overseas business of the Chun Group? The sunlight was suddenly blocked by clouds, and the ward fell into a brief darkness. When the light came back on, the smile on Lee Dongmei's face had become as stiff as if she was wearing a mask. Chapter 84, in her son's mind, her image is so terrible? Maybe I saw it wrongly? I was still abroad half a month ago. There are so many people who look alike in this world. Maybe you are dazzled and have mistaken them. Lindsay looked at his obviously tense appearance, with a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. Probably. Uncle, are you planning to go back abroad this time? Seeing that Lindsay seemed to accept his excuse, Lee Dongmei's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I still have some things to do in China, so I won't be back for the time being. I see. Lindsay nodded. What's the matter? Can I help you? No need. Lee Dongmei waved her hands repeatedly, thinking to herself, it's been years since I last saw him. Lindsay has become so unpredictable. Did he really know? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lindsay? Just him? He is a hopeless person. I can't do anything. Number one spender. He is just a useless dandy. Waste. He brainwashed himself crazily. They sat there for a while in a dull manner. The atmosphere was so awkward that it could have been carved out of a 3-bedroom apartment. Lee Dongmei felt like the sofa under his but had thorns on it. He leaned forward and said, Wantang is still weak and needs to rest. I won't bother you anymore. Then I won't let you down. Jiang Wantang nodded slightly and poked the back of Lindsay's hand. Go, quickly send your Uncle Lee off. Don't bother, just let Lindsay take care of you. Lee Dongmei waved her hands hurriedly and slipped away almost at the speed of wind. Lindsay was still sitting on the chair as steady as a rock, unmoved by anything. He even crossed his legs leisurely, without moving an inch. Jiang Wantang saw the man leave. She gave him an unpleasant look. Go ahead. Why are you so aggressive towards Lee Dongmei? He owes you money? Lindsay's eyelashes fluttered, and he wanted to play dumb. You see? How can I not see? Jiang Wantang raised her hand and pinched her son's cheek, pulling him closer. With your limited skills, you're going to act in front of your mother? Lindsay leaned over obediently and muttered incoherently. I just think he's not a good person. I don't like him. I think so. Jiang Wantang let go of his hand. His haggard face was filled with doubts. He left the country 3 days before our funding chain completely collapsed. After that, he disappeared without a trace and there was no news at all. These days are not like the past when communications were so developed. Unless you deliberately hide, you can always contact your relatives and friends in China. But Lee Dongmei just lost contact. Lindsay was shocked when he heard this. My mother is indeed worthy of her reputation. After just a few words with Lee Dongmei, so many strange things were uncovered. Lindsay, who was originally worried about upsetting his mother, immediately handed the folder over. Mom, look at this. Lee Dongmei asked the auction house to sell many of the items that our family sold at a low price back then. Most importantly, look here. Jiang Wantang's eyes were as fast as lightning, sweeping across quickly. Finally, her eyes were fixed on Lee Dongmei's financial flow every year. He would receive a dividend from Xinjiang Group. And Sheng Chang was the giant crocodile that swallowed up most of the Lin family's industries at a very low cost after the fall of the Lin family. In an instant, all doubts were frozen. Jiang Wantang is by no means a naive woman who is ignorant of the ways of the world. On the contrary, having accompanied Lin Minghui in the ups and downs of the business world over the years, and having experienced several great ups and downs, she has long been accustomed to the ups and downs of life. Even though he was seriously ill at the moment, he never stopped acquiring new knowledge. If not, how could he have accurately smelled the unusual atmosphere from a few years ago just by exchanging a few words with Lee Dongmei? After reading the document, Jiang Wantang snorted coldly. I see. Jiang Wantang and Lin Minghui later pondered the matter over and over again. In the business world, ups and downs are common. Especially when the business is too big, a decision made with just a gesture can lead to the flow of billions of funds. When there is sufficient capital, things can go smoothly, but once the circulation is blocked, the entire empire will collapse. However, they did try to seek help from banks to tide over the difficulties temporarily. What really dealt them a fatal blow was the bet agreement with their subsidiary. A 1,000-mile-long dike can be destroyed by a single ant hole. Then, Jiang Wanton was hospitalized due to a serious illness. Lin Minghui couldn't bear the blow and got into a car accident. The huge group suddenly lost its helmsman.
Only Lin Zhe was left, helpless and alone facing the mess. Lin Zhe has been pampered since he was young. Lin Minghui and Jiang Wanton have no high expectations of him. They just hope that he can live a peaceful, happy, and free life. As for the family business, he originally planned to hire a capable manager in the future, who would be able to ensure his wealth and prosperity. But who could have expected that the building would collapse so quickly? And in the end, it was he himself who supported this shaky family. Jiang Wanning carefully gathered the documents and put them back into the file bag, and looked at her son with a warm gaze. It had been only half a month since they last met, and Lin Zhe's hair had grown a little longer, but the lingering cloud of sadness between his brows had faded visibly. It seems that he has been living a more relaxed life than before these days. I guess it's all thanks to Su Qingqing. Jiang Wanting felt relieved. You can say she is selfish or despicable. As long as her son can be safe and sound, she has nothing else to ask for. Think about this. Jiang Wanting's eyes became softer as she looked at her son. Although he is a little stupid and dull, and did not inherit any of his and her husband's talent for business, he has combined the best qualities of both of them, and he met a girl who was completely devoted to him. It's actually this kid's own good fortune. What's going on? Why did the atmosphere suddenly become wrong? Weren't they just analyzing Li Dongmei's conspiracy? Lin Zhe was a step late in noticing his mother's gaze that was so gentle that it could drip water. He suddenly felt uneasy and began to quickly recall whether he had inadvertently touched his mother's reverse scale in the past few days. That doesn't make sense. Is he just busy talking about love and affection? Sit down. Seeing Lin Zhe's uneasy and swaying appearance, Jiang Wanting angrily scolded, "Is there a nail on the chair, or is it hitting your butt?" That fierce tone. With a familiar scolding. It is the long-lost taste of mother's taste. Lin Zhe let out a long sigh of relief and couldn't help muttering, "Mom, the look in your eyes just now was so scary. I almost thought I wouldn't live to see tomorrow morning." Jiang Wanting? What's that look in her eyes? How could her loving gaze be misinterpreted by her son like this? Is her image so bad in her son's mind? Never mind, it hurts. Chapter 85. Can you scrape some money to smear on my face? Jiang Wanning raised his hand and patted his arm lightly, saying angrily, "Do you believe me? I can make you unable to see the moon tonight?" Believe it. I believe it. Lin Zhe immediately shrank his neck and raised his hands to beg for mercy. In this family, Jiang Wanting is undoubtedly the absolute authority. Then it was Lin Minghui's turn. As for him, his position in this family can only be third. Etc. If Su Qingqing was included, he would probably be ranked fourth now. I don't know when I can truly be promoted to fourth place. Lin Zhe quietly felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. Obviously, Jiang Wanting is also looking forward to it even more. She looked at her son, who had an inexplicable smile on his face and a spring breeze in his eyes and eyebrows, and said, "I understand. You and that girl from before are getting back together again? How do you know?" Apart from Wang Jiwen, Lin Zhe didn't reveal a word to anyone else. When his mother looked at him like that, he blurted out the words subconsciously. "What can you hide from me?" Jiang Wanning acted as if it was a matter of course, and calmly tucked the lit cell phone on the bed under the pillow. She must not let this silly boy see the chat history between her and her future daughter-in-law. She winked at Lin Zhe mischievously and continued to tease him. "You were so serious about calling him President Su before, have you changed your tune now?" "Mom." Lin Zhe was so embarrassed by her that his ears turned red. Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Seeing that her son was shy, Jiang Wanning narrowed her eyes, smiled evilly and continued to ask, "Should I call you darling? Baby? Sweetheart?" This day was completely boring. Lin Zhe pretended to stand up and leave. "If you keep doing this, I will really leave." Let's go. Jiang Wanning pretended to sigh and said with a grumble, "You haven't even married your wife yet, and you're already turning your back on her. It really breaks my heart." Looking at my mother's expression, she was holding her heart with her hands and pretending to be sad. Lin Zhe was both angry and amused. "I'm really leaving." Okay, I won't bother you anymore." Jiang Wanton waved her hand, motioning Lin Zhe to sit back beside the bed. When Lin Zhe had no choice but to sit down, she raised her hand and gently stroked her son's cheek, saying softly, "Mama's really happy to know that you are with her again."
I am happy from the bottom of my heart. Lindsay looked at his mother's gratified expression with a complex and indescribable look in his eyes. Jiang Wantang stared at his son and said earnestly, Mom understands that if you choose to be with Qingwan again, you will inevitably endure a lot jealousy, envy, confusion, or even resentment. The disparity in wealth and status between the two of you means that those overt and covert discussions will never stop. So Mom only hopes that you will never let the noise of the outside world drown out the voice of your heart and miss out on someone who loves you deeply and whom you also love deeply. Son, the gossip of others is of no consequence. As Jiang Wantang spoke, he slowly placed his palm against Lindsay's heart. Bang! Bang! It's important that you listen to your heart. Listening to his mother's worried words, a sudden bitterness welled up in Lindsay's eyes. He grinned to hide his smile, quickly blinked away the mist in his eyes, and shook his head complacently. Of course I understand. Those people are just sour grapes because they can't eat them. Besides, Mom, you don't know how good it feels to be a gigolo. Looking at their looks, it's hard to even have the blessing of eating them. Between self-confidence and self-reliance, Lindsay decisively chose to be conceited. Jiang Wanning looked at the innocent smile on her son's face, and her heart eased a little. She stretched out her finger and gently touched the tip of his nose. My son is not a freeloader. He is clearly the most diligent, independent, and fearless man in the world. That's natural. Lindsay chuckled and gently leaned his head on Jiang Wantong's thin shoulders. She was too thin, and he was tall, and at this moment he looked like a large dog acting coquettishly, mumbling beside her neck. I am the son of the tenacious and brave Ms. Jiang Wantong. Mom, it's great to have you here. Lindsay rubbed his head against his mother's shoulder. Even though she was sick, she still exuded a kind of tolerance, warmth, and softness, as if no matter what you said or did, even if you raised a sharp knife to her, she would eventually reach out to you and accept everything. Like a boat that has been drifting for years, it finally returns to a quiet harbor. There is a mother. That's great. Lindsay sniffed and snuggled quietly in Jiang Wantong's arms. The heavy depression that had been lingering in his heart for a long time finally dissipated at this moment. He is actually quite narrow-minded. No matter how carefree you appear to be on the surface or how open-minded you are in your heart, you still don't want to hear words like "I'm not worthy of the person you love." He longs for understanding and even more for blessings. There was a long silence. Lindsay asked in a nasal voice, Mom, how do we deal with Li Dongmei's matter? Leave it to your father. Jiang Wanang gently patted her son's back, enjoying the intimacy and coquettishness she had not seen for many years, her eyebrows and eyes relaxed like crescent moons. Don't worry about it. Your father knows more about these twists and turns than you do. Your father survived a great disaster, and he was waiting for this scene today. Don't take his job away from him. Lindsay was a little worried, but Dad's health. Jiang Wantang interrupted him, he's very strong. Don't mess around. Lindsay. Real mother? Is there anyone who treats her own man like this and also despises her own son like this? How can a man from our Lin family be suppressed by a woman with the surname Song? Lindsay raised his head in protest. I gave you this document. Did you find this out yourself? A blow to Jiang Wantong's soul. Lindsay. Woo. Mom, love me again. Lindsay completely wilted, his whole face buried deeply in Jiang Wantong's shoulder. Jiang Wanting stroked his head, a smile on her lips, and consoled him, you are not completely useless. At least you can bring back an excellent daughter-in-law for Mom after you get married. Thank you. This comfort is really hard to describe in words. Jiang Wantong pressed on, have you figured out when to hold the wedding? Marry? Who? Lindsay was stunned. Did he miss something important? This topic has gone too far. What? Who else do you want to marry? Jiang Wantang stepped back slightly and stared at his face with sharp eyes. Lindsay blinked and answered honestly. If species are not a consideration, can I marry my bed? Jiang Wantang suppressed her anger and smiled warmly, don't force me to give you a slap in the face when my motherly love is overflowing. Lindsay. Woo. It was obviously you who started it. Step out. Hospital. A cool breeze blew by, bringing a hint of autumn. Lindsay looked up at the clear blue sky. It was late summer and early autumn, and the wind started to pick up, blowing the dead leaves away in a spiral. The wind is really strong. Lindsay couldn't help but have a wild idea. With such a strong wind, could you blow some money onto my face? Better scrape more. If you shave enough, you will have enough money to marry a wife. Chapter 86. The more you try to stop her, the more she'll mess up. Click. Su Qingqing turned the door lock. As soon as the door opened a narrow crack, the tempting aroma of food wafted into the air. Lin Zhe is back. Su Qingqing put on slippers and tiptoed behind Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe didn't seem to notice her approaching. He kept his eyelids lowered and focused on preparing the ingredients on the chopping board. The old saying is true. A focused man is the most charming. Does it look good? Lin Zhe turned his head slightly and looked at her with a smile. Do you have eyes on the back of your head? Her movements were clearly very light. Lin Zhe shook his head and pretended to be silent. Maybe my heart starts beating like a drum when it senses you approaching? I just knew you were back. It sounds like nonsense to deceive people. Su Qingqing was not fooled, but the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. Actually, me too. Lin Zhe met her gaze and smiled. Very good. Su Qingqing was led astray by him. On the dining table. Seeing Su Qingqing's hesitation, Lin Zhe spoke first. I have already given my parents the information that Assistant Lu gave me. Su Qingqing knew she couldn't hide it from him. I'm always available to help if you need me. If you want to take back those objects that carry memories, money is not a problem. She didn't want him to lose those marks of the past. There is one thing I want to redeem. Lin Zhe bit the tip of his chopsticks, his eyes sparkling. Among a batch of items being auctioned off by the court, there were things that belonged to him. Although it is unknown why it has been delayed for so long, the progress of bankruptcy liquidation is not fast. Due to factors such as the company's size, debt disputes, etc., it is not impossible that it will take 2 years or even longer. Do you need me to send someone to contact the auction house? Su Qingqing subconsciously reached for the phone. No need. Lin Zhe waved his hand, opened the judicial auction platform on his phone, and waved it in front of Su Qingqing. Just use this. From luxury villas and mining rights to a water margin card in plastic Ultraman, it covers everything. There is nothing they dare not put up for auction, except what you can't think of. Su Qingqing? Your auction and my auction seem to be in different dimensions. Su Qingqing couldn't help but gave him a thumbs up. What do you want to shoot? This. Lin Zhe clicked on the picture and turned his phone towards her. At that time, everything except the old house was sealed off. This watch was left in the apartment and I didn't have time to take it away. This is... Looking at the style in front of me, that is both strange and familiar. Su Qingqing instantly remembered that this was the first birthday present she gave to Lin Zhe. She thought he had thrown it away long ago. Su Qingqing was not in financial difficulty when she was a sophomore. But it is by no means ample. Su Qingqing suddenly remembered that this was the first birthday gift she gave to Lin Zhe. She thought he had thrown it away long ago. That was the first birthday gift she gave to Lin Zhe when she was a sophomore, an ordinary Seiko watch. She thought he had thrown it away long ago. After all, it was too cheap for him. She saved money for 3 months before buying this watch. I remember when I gave it to him, he opened it on the spot, which caused laughter from people around him. How dare you give me such a cheap item? Any watch owned by Master Lin is 10 times more expensive than this. She never saw him wear that watch again. Shouldn't it have been lost long ago? Su Qingqing asked softly. How is that possible? Lin Zhe frowned. This is the first time you've given me a gift. Then why don't you wear it? Lin Zhe's ears blushed. Because you gave it to me, and I can't bear to wear it. Really? Su Qingqing narrowed her eyes. Su Qingqing intuitively felt that there was something else going on. It's true that I'm reluctant. But it's not the only reason. Aha! Lin Zhe touched the tip of his nose and changed the subject abruptly. The meal is over, but the dishes haven't been washed yet. No more chatting, I have to wash the dishes. Seeing Lin Zhe picking up the dishes and heading for the kitchen, Su Qingqing narrowed her eyes dangerously and said assertively. Frank. What did you do with this pocket watch? I can't hear it. I can't hear it. Lin Zhe first transformed into a deaf mute. Burying his head in the pool like an ostrich. Lin Zhe. Su Qingqing walked to his side and stared at him with burning eyes. Lin Zhe silently turned sideways, leaving his back to her. Su Qingqing circled again and stared again. Lin Zhe turned around again and dodged again. This happens 3 times. It was originally just an insignificant matter,
but Su Qingqing's stubborn temper made it worse.
Aren't you trying to avoid me?
I'm going to make sure you have nowhere to escape. Su Qingqing suddenly opened her arms, put her arms around Lin Zai's neck from behind, tiptoed lightly, and hung her whole body on his back.
Hello.
The sudden weight almost caused the plate in Lin Zai's hand to fall out of his hand. Su Qingqing took the opportunity to intensify her attack, wrapping her legs around his waist like vines and crossing her ankles and locking them tightly around his abdomen.
It was like a koala clinging to his back.
Lin Zai didn't even bother to wipe the water stains on his hands, and hurriedly supported her with his back hand. There was helplessness in his tone.
Stop it. Say it or not.
Su Qingqing's chin was resting on his shoulder, and her warm breath brushed directly over Lin Zai's ear when she spoke. The warmth made his back tense involuntarily.
Su Qingqing noticed it keenly.
He deliberately moved closer and asked in a low voice.
Really not?
Lin Zai's breathing was obviously disordered. Su Qingqing seemed to have discovered a new toy and began to blow gently on his earlobe.
Lin Zai. Lin Zai. A name is the most gentle poison. Especially when the call comes from your loved one. Lin Zai was completely defeated. You come down first.
I'll tell you. Su Qingqing buried her face in his neck and wrapped her legs around him tighter. It's too late. Now I not only want to hear your explanation, but also want to know what happened to the shoes you gave me.
What do you mean, what happened to the shoes I gave you?
It made it seem like I had done something shameful to my shoes. Lin Zai couldn't stand it anymore, so he raised his hand and patted her on the butt.
The force is not strong.
But Su Qingqing on his back suddenly tightened her legs and subconsciously jumped up. Lin Zai only felt the warmth and softness on his back rubbing up.
Lin Zai. Lin Zai was petrified instantly. Fortunately, she didn't let go.
But Su Qingqing's voice came to my ears.
It's hurting me. Lin Zai.
The tips of your ears are as red as agate.
Lin Zai. Even my neck is pink. Lin Zai. I can't see it under my clothes. Lin Zai.
You'd better be talking about just the part covered by the collar. Although she could only see Lin Zai's profile, the close distance allowed Su Qingqing to clearly see his trembling eyelashes and his warm breath against her cheek. She deliberately tightened her arms around Lin Zai and slowly moved her palms to his heart.
Really?
My heart is beating like a drum.
Stop it.
Lin Zai wanted to stop her from making trouble, but was afraid that if he let go she would fall, so he could only protest verbally in frustration.
Pity. Su Qingqing never buys into this.
The more Lin Zai tried to stop her, the more trouble she made.
Chapter 87. The night is long and it has just begun.
A sly smile appeared on Su Qingqing's lips.
How about it? What can you do to me? Lin Zai's rationality was completely broken.
He suddenly released his hand that was supporting her and instead held her thigh. Su Qingqing, who lost her support, slid down instantly, but Lin Zai turned her around and placed her on the shiny dining table. Before she could react, Lin Zai had already separated her entangled legs and turned around to face her.
Su Qingqing's pupils trembled slightly.
In the blink of an eye, I went from looking at him at eye level to being overshadowed by him. Lin Zai still held her knee, his voice hoarse.
What can I do to you? Lin Zai tightened his jaw.
The look in his eyes as he gazed at her was like the sea before a storm, with dangerous undercurrents surging beneath the calm, as if it would swallow her up in the next second. Su Qingqing raised her face to meet his gaze, her throat rolling gently, and her usually cold eyes and brows actually revealed a bit of eagerness to try.
It is better to do it today than to wait for a day.
We must take him down completely today.
She suddenly thought of Lin Zai's empty desk.
Just like this house, he had so few belongings that he seemed ready to leave at any time. This feeling of disappearing at any time made Su Qingqing's heart tremble. She would rather Lin Zai spend all her money than see him so carefree. At this moment, Su Qingqing's skirt had already piled up at her legs. The originally elegant satin long skirt was wrinkled into waves, revealing the creamy skin underneath, as translucent and shiny as the flesh of a peeled lychee. Lin Zai's palm fell on his leg.
5 fingers slightly sank into the soft flesh.
His breathing suddenly became heavier and his Adam's apple rolled violently.
Lin Zai?
Su Qingqing tilted her head and called him, her plump lips opening and closing in front of her eyes, her lips a natural bright red, like rose petals covered in morning dew.
Honey?
This name made both of them freeze.
Su Qingqing wrinkled her nose first, revealing an expression of being embarrassed.
Lin Zai almost laughed out loud, but when he saw her red ears, his eyes darkened.
Elder brother?
Lin Zhe's breathing stagnated and his heart pounded against his ribs. Hiss. Su Qingqing gently pinched the back of his hand with her fingertips, and her eyes turned red. Be gentle. Lin Zhe's knuckles suddenly tightened, leaving light pink finger marks on her porcelain white skin. Or. She suddenly leaned closer, her breath carrying the scent of peaches. You would rather hear me call you hubby? This title reminded Lin Zhe of Jiang Wantong's words, when are you getting married, in the hospital corridor. His throat rolled. The desire surging in his eyes almost solidified into substance. Now I want to rub the person in my arms into the household registration book and lock her up with the most tacky red book.
Are you so obedient suddenly? He deliberately rubbed the tender flesh on the inside of her leg with his thumb. The love tutorial that Bai Weiwei said. Su Qingqing grabbed his collar and reviewed it carefully. Men all fall for it.
She suddenly frowned, but the data sample is biased. Your reaction does not match the video prediction.
As serious as if analyzing quarterly financial reports.
Lin Zhe suddenly laughed out loud, and his nose brushed against her earlobe. The tutorial missed the point.
Actually, I prefer.
He lowered his voice, being called daddy. Su Qingqing suddenly grabbed his tie and forced him to lower his head. The distance between the two people suddenly shortened.
Breathing interlaced.
There was a sly look in her eyes. That depends on you.
She tapped his chest lightly with her finger. How you perform next.
Lin Zhe's eyes darkened slightly, and his fingertips slid across her palm faintly, causing Su Qingqing's ears to turn red.
Are you sure? He asked in a low voice with a faint smile. Su Qingqing raised her face and pretended to be calm. What? You don't dare to accept it?
Lin Zhe suddenly took a step forward, trapping her between the dining table and himself. He raised his hand to tuck her scattered hair behind her ear, his fingertips brushing her earlobe faintly.
Don't regret it later.
Before he finished speaking, he suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her closer. Su Qingqing was caught off guard and fell into his arms, and the fresh scent of cedar surrounded her instantly. Lin Zhe, she exclaimed softly, but was silenced by his look. His thumb gently stroked the inside of her wrist, causing a slight shudder. Su Qingqing felt her heartbeat quicken, and she bit her lower lip unconsciously.
Ding dong.
The doorbell rang suddenly.
The two of them froze at the same time. Su Qingqing pushed him away, panting, with tears in her eyes. Who?
Lin Zhe rested his forehead against hers, closed his eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, I don't know. The doorbell kept ringing, as if it would not stop until the door was opened. Su Qingqing bit her lower lip, and suddenly reached out to hook his tie and pulled him closer again. Don't worry about it. Lin Zhe's Adam's apple rolled, and he stared at the red corners of her eyes for 2 seconds, then suddenly picked her up from the dining table.
No. He said hoarsely, go back to the room.
Su Qingqing was picked up by him, her skirt swung in an arc in the air. She hugged his neck and leaned over to his ear and bit it gently. Okay. Lin Zhe paused, looked down at her, his eyes were shockingly dark.
Don't beg for mercy later.
Lin Zhe held Su Qingqing in his arms and strode towards the bedroom. She was completely buried in his arms, her skirt swaying gently with her steps, revealing a section of her fair calves.
The doorbell was still ringing, but no one answered it.
The moment Su Qingqing was put on the bed by him, she immediately reached out and grabbed his tie, forcing him to lean over. She raised her face with a provocative smile in her eyes. It's not certain who will beg for mercy. Lin Zhe chuckled and untied his tie with one hand.
Throw it aside casually.
Then he leaned down and pressed her down, trapping her under him.
His fingertips slid slowly along her collarbone, and his voice was low. Try?
Just as Su Qingqing was about to speak, his kiss had already landed on her. It was more ferocious and urgent than before, with an irresistible aggressiveness. His hands clasped her waist, caressing it gently with his fingertips. Her breathing became completely disordered, and her fingertips unconsciously gripped the bed sheets, but he grabbed her wrists and pressed them above her head.
Don't be distracted.
He whispered against her lips, his other hand already reaching into her skirt. Su Qingqing shuddered all over and a soft groan escaped from her throat.
Lin Zhe's eyes darkened, and his voice became hoarse. Weren't you very arrogant just now?
She bit her lip and glared at him, but her red eyes and rapid breathing had already betrayed her. Lin Zhe chuckled, leaned over and nibbled her ear. This is just the beginning.
Chapter 88. I am content with you now.
The house was ransacked. Wang Zixue never thought that he only went abroad for a few days and came back to find that his adopted son Lin Zhe had disappeared. An inexplicable sense of loss surged into her heart, as if something important was slipping away quietly through her fingers. This vague panic was like a dark cloud hanging over her heart, lingering. Especially when she saw Lindsay sneaking out of the office building with a bright and beautiful woman, the uneasiness instantly turned into pain.
Lindsay!
Her voice cut through the tranquility of the evening, and the couple holding hands suddenly separated like frightened rabbits. Wang Zishue bit her lower lip and approached Lindsay step by step. Seeing her, Lindsay was stunned at first, then he smiled awkwardly.
Wang Zishue? You're back from your trip.
Well, when I came back I found you were gone. Her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, and her heart was filled with regret. If she had known this earlier, she would not have gone abroad.
Are you used to living here now? Do you want to move back?
I have another house with a vacant room. She raised her head, hope glittering in her eyes. If I had heard these words half a month ago, Lindsay would definitely follow her without hesitation. Unfortunately, now, we don't plan to move for the time being. If Su Qingqing doesn't express her opinion, her position will be replaced by someone else. Yes. Lindsay held Su Qingqing's slender fingers again and smiled apologetically at Wang Zishue. We have no plans to move at the moment.
What about next?
Looking at their interlocked hands, Wang Zishue suddenly felt like a ridiculous clown. She bit her trembling lips tightly and turned around in embarrassment under Su Qingqing's indifferent gaze that seemed to penetrate her soul.
As for Lindsay's reaction,
she didn't have the courage to look.
Hello.
Looking at Wang Zishue's panicked back, Lindsay shouted subconsciously.
That's a road with constant traffic. But reality is not a soap opera after all.
The slowly moving vehicle was still some distance away from her when she disappeared around the corner. Staring at the 10-centimeter high heels on her feet, Lindsay couldn't help but exclaim.
Can it run so fast?
He is truly a god.
Su Qingqing.
This focus. Very chic. However, Lindsay's performance was unexpectedly satisfactory. The corners of Su Qingqing's lips rose slightly.
Inside the car,
melodious piano music flows in the small space. The sunset glow in the sky has long lost its last bit of splendor, replaced by bright city lights, illuminating the way for the weary returnees. Su Qingqing leaned on the passenger seat, her eyes occasionally glancing at Lindsay, who was concentrating on driving. Her fingers unconsciously drew circles on the leather seat, sometimes adjusting the hem of her skirt, sometimes fiddling with the ends of her hair, like a restless kitten.
That look of wanting to say something but hesitating. So cute that it makes people's heart ache.
Lindsay had to break the silence first.
Want to ask about Wang Zishue?
No.
Su Qingqing blurted out.
Then he bit his lower lip in annoyance at his own duplicity. She does care. From the girl serving dishes whom he first met in the revolving restaurant, to the girl who later delivered pork trotter rice rain or shine, to now the girl who was willing to set up a pancake stall with him at 3 a.m. If we were just ordinary friends, it would be a bit too heartfelt.
I'm actually still considering how to start the conversation.
Lindsay turned on the turn signal and slowly parked the car on the side of the road.
The tires made a crunching sound as they rolled over the fallen leaves.
As he turned to the co-pilot,
he met Su Qingqing's flickering gaze. After all, he tapped the steering wheel with his fingertips. Some misunderstandings are better left alone. The corners of Su Qingqing's lips suddenly relaxed,
like the tender buds quietly stretching out on the branches in early spring. The ice beneath my eyes is melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems as if you can hear the stream rushing happily under the ice.
To me, Wang Zishue is just a warm-hearted daughter of the landlord.
Lindsay's voice is like slowly flowing honey. But we must admit that she did help us in times of need.
Outside the car window,
a sycamore leaf fluttered and landed on the windshield.
The first time I rented a house, I was cheated out of half a year's rent by a black agent.
In the middle of the night, the real landlord threw me out with my luggage. Lindsay spoke of this in a relaxed tone. But Su Qingqing unconsciously tightened her seatbelt.
This is after they reunited. For the first time, I touched the gap between those years of separation. On the day I was looking for a park bench,
this girl dragged me to her vacant old house.
Lindsay suddenly gritted his teeth. What about paying the rent in 3 months? As a result, I had to pay 3 extra months of rent. He said it in a funny way.
But Su Qingqing's vision became more and more blurred.
Hot tears fell on the back of my hand one after another. Small dark flowers spread across the leather seats. The faint sobbing sounds were particularly clear in the closed compartment. Hey, why are the gold beans falling again?
Lindsay hurriedly wiped her wet cheeks.
In fact, there are benches in the hospital emergency room.
Besides, I have enough savings to stay in a hotel. Park benches are so uncomfortable.
How could a delicate person like me really go to sleep? The more he explained,
the crying in my arms became more and more aggrieved. Lindsay only felt that the tip of his heart was gently scratched by the kitten's claws.
Sour and soft. Really? The secret to talking about your ex with your current partner is? The omitted details. Not a single word more.
Lindsay unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over to hold her in his arms. I wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with my fingertips.
It's all over.
His voice was as warm as shower gel.
Now that I have you by my side, I am content.
Su Qingqing raised her tearful face.
There are tiny crystals hanging on the eyelashes. I will make you happier than you are now. This promise is like a mint candy.
A cool and refreshing feeling falls on the tip of my heart.
Okay.
Lindsay stared at the tip of her nose, which was red from crying. That bit of crimson looked like plum petals falling in the snow. Seeing that she was still sobbing, suddenly, he leaned in and whispered maliciously.
I feel a little greedy all of a sudden. Su Qingqing?
This man comforts people with his patience.
Not as long-lasting as her mascara. Heidileo, Jella Ogwen, Diando, Laleka.
Lindsay counted his joy on his fingers.
Successfully saw her stunned expression. Immediately climb up the pole. Can I have some free food today? The ending sound is long. Lead.
There was a sound of water dripping in the bathroom.
The rising mist creates a hazy landscape painting on the frosted glass. Su Qingqing curled up on the sofa reviewing documents. A piece of porcelain white calf was revealed under the silk nightgown. Suddenly there was a ding sound. The screen of Lin Zhe's cell phone on the coffee table lit up. Wang Zeshua, are you free tomorrow? I want to chat.
The words were particularly eye-catching in the darkness.
Su Qingqing's fingers holding the document tightened slightly.
There were tiny wrinkles on the edges of the paper.
Qingqing.
Lindsay's voice came mixed with the sound of water.
Hand me the towel? It should be on my bed. She picked up the navy blue towel.
Walked to the bathroom door and opened the door. An arm covered with water beads poked out from the crack of the door. There was still heat rising from his wheat-colored skin.
Su Qingqing suddenly pushed against the door and squeezed in.
Lindsay was so shocked that he almost slipped.
Chapter 89. Tonight I will be your most loyal military advisor. Hey, hey, hey.
He hurriedly wrapped the towel around his waist. The tips of my ears are red in the steaming mist. Lesbian, please be aware of the impact.
Su Qingqing looked at his angry expression.
With a stern face, he said, I'm afraid you can't reach it.
Lindsay. This reason. There is no way to refute it. Or, if you want.
Su Qingqing's eyes swept across the misty mirror, reflecting her blushing cheeks and Lindsay's well-defined back.
Drops of water slid down his shoulder blades, briefly stopped at the waist, and finally disappeared into the edge of the bath towel.
Lindsay was visibly frozen.
The boomerang came so fast it was like a tornado.
He hurriedly grabbed the fallen towel and covered her eyes with his other hand. Don't look at anything indecent.
Hello?
Su Qingqing was pushed out by him. His lower back protested in dissatisfaction as it hit the doorframe. The response she got was the sound of a door closing. And the clear click of the locked tongue.
Su Qingqing. This level of defense.
Those who don't know her would think she is some kind of monster.
In the bathroom,
Lindsay looked down at a certain place that was not satisfactory.
Reluctantly, I opened the cold water valve. If this continues, I'm afraid the honeysuckle will be turned into wolfberry. In the bedroom, Su Qingqing's laptop screen was on.
Bai Weiwei, who was at the other end of the video, was sitting upright. Every strand of hair shows the awareness of I'm ready to work overtime.
I have a friend.
Su Qingqing tapped the table with her fingertips.
Here we come. Classic opening line.
Bai Weiwei's eyes suddenly lit up. Both the person and the chair moved forward half a meter. She got back together with her ex. Su Qingqing carefully chose her words.
But the man seems not very proactive? The corners of Bai Weiwei's mouth curled up wildly. Good job. This melon is so ripe. Isn't that? Su Qingqing's ears turned red. Can a man hold back when he's in love?
The air suddenly became quiet.
Bai Weiwei's pupils trembled. What did she hear? The cold and arrogant Mr. Su is actually consulting.
Bai Weiwei felt like she had uncovered something shocking.
How can a single man and a single woman live in the same room and get along peacefully? This plot isn't going in the right direction. She cleared her throat tactically. So, have your friends ever had any intimate contact before? No.
Then will the man be, physically?
He is very healthy. Su Qingqing said firmly. Bai Weiwei's eyes widened even more. Did your friend show any resistance? Not only that, Su Qingqing tapped the tabletop lightly with her fingertips, but she was also very proactive.
Bai Weiwei almost jumped up from her chair.
Good job. Could it be that Lin Zhe has become a holy monk?
She stroked her chin and analyzed. Maybe he particularly respects.
You don't need this kind of respect. Su Qingqing interrupted coldly.
Bai Weiwei immediately changed her words. Actually, men can endure it once or twice, but they will definitely fail 7 or 8 times. She patted her chest and assured, as long as your friend is persistent enough, there is no wall that cannot be taken down.
Su Qingqing thought, really? It's absolutely true.
Bai Weiwei swore solemnly, and suddenly changed the subject. But, what does this have to do with Wang Zexue? Su Qingqing raised her eyes. The photo you sent at 11:36 a.m. on the 18th of last month. She gave the exact time and place, the girl in the green puff sleeves.
Bai Weiwei took a breath. What a memory.
She is worthy of being the president's woman.
Bai Weiwei tensed up instantly.
This is not a question, it is clearly a death sentence. She straightened her head and looked determined as if she was going to the battlefield. I know Wang Zexue.
This office building belongs to her family.
As he was talking, he suddenly became jealous. There are 3 empty floors upstairs, all of which start at 500 square meters.
This damn reincarnation technique.
Bai Weiwei screamed madly in her heart.
Oh God, open your eyes. What would happen if there was another rich second generation like me in this world?
In the video, Su Qingqing's eyelashes trembled slightly.
Bai Weiwei even saw her leaning forward unconsciously.
Miss Su, who had just finished taking a shower, was stunningly beautiful, with her wet hair hanging on her snow-white nightgown like an ink painting.
Look at your own video window again. A face with dark circles under the eyes.
Bai Weiwei was filled with sadness. When Yuhua pinched me.
Are you rushing to square dance? But on second thought. No matter how beautiful you are, aren't you still trapped by love?
Bai Weiwei suddenly felt mentally balanced.
No way.
They knew each other very early.
Su Qingqing's voice suddenly softened.
His fingertips unconsciously stroked the rim of the cup. Thinking of Lin Zhe talking about sleeping in the park.
My heart hurts like being pricked by a needle. The man who always smiles. How much pain have you endured alone?
After all, they had known each other for many years before you showed up.
If there was any real affection between them, why would you have had the chance to appear?
The key is that the way Mr. Lin looks at you is completely different from when he looks at Wang Zexue. So, even if Wang Zexue intends to interfere, as long as Mr. Lin remains unmoved, you don't have to worry.
On the contrary.
If Mr. Lin is interested in Wang Zexue, it would be in vain even if Su Qingqing keeps him by her side all the time.
That's not what I'm worried about.
Su Qingqing shook her head gently, her voice trembling slightly. I just suddenly feel very grateful to Wang Zexue.
Ah, what? Bai Weiwei almost bit her tongue. Etc. Did she hear it right? He actually thanked his love rival?
Bai Weiwei widened his eyes, feeling that his worldview had been refreshed. It turns out that the way rich people think is different. During the darkest period, if it weren't for her, I really can't imagine how Lin Zhe would have made it through. Su Qingqing's long eyelashes drooped, casting a faint shadow in her eyes. If you get closer, you can hear the faint sob in her voice.
Seeing your smile, I cried with joy. It breaks my heart to know that you are suffering. Bai Weiwei suddenly had an epiphany. God! No wonder a girl like this can get true love.
If this word reaches Mr. Lin's ears.
Oh my God! Which man would not be moved by this?
Compared with her own narrow calculations, Bai Weiwei felt ashamed.
Su Qingqing's behavior was true love. At best, all of her behavior was just possessiveness. Thinking of how deeply Lin Zhe was loved, Bai Weiwei felt a sour feeling in her heart. I really want to fall in love with someone who is so deeply in love. But the reality is that when she was buying Odin at the convenience store, the electric bike parked at the door would disappear. In this city, I can't even keep a car, how can I keep love? Bai Weiwei covered her aching chest, her nose aching. Boss Su, how about, we stop here today? She urgently needed to find a corner to lick her wounded soul. Wait a minute, you haven't given my friend any advice yet. Su Qingqing clasped her wrist solemnly and offered a suffocating temptation. Double the prize money. Bai Weiwei. Mr. Su. Tonight I will be your most loyal military advisor. There is a way. Bai Weiwei straightened up suddenly, with a gleam in her eyes. Since the proactive attack has little effect, why not try playing hard to get? Chapter 90. What tricks is this young lady playing? Not taking the initiative? Su Qingqing repeated in a low voice, tapping the table with her fingertips, as if thinking about something. That's right. Bai Weiwei slapped her thigh excitedly, smiling like a cat that stole fish. People are like this. Once you get used to someone's presence, and suddenly one day the other person becomes indifferent, you'll feel empty inside. So, Mr. Su, what you need to do now is to keep calm and leave him alone for a few days. Genius. I, Bai Weiwei, am simply a love strategist. Bai Weiwei gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. This idea was simply brilliant. She continued to offer suggestions with great excitement. It's time to date, go shopping, and everything else goes on as usual. But you have to keep a distance. Let him guess your thoughts, make him feel very nervous, and make him come to you on his own initiative. That's right. Isn't Wang Zixua a ready-made excuse? You can just pretend to be jealous and give him the cold shoulder for a few days. When he can't sit still anymore and comes to coax you, isn't that a natural thing to do? Bai Weiwei became more and more excited as she spoke, and finally concluded. Anyway, leave it alone for now. If you add more fuel to the fire, he will be the one who is in a panic. Thinking of that scene, Bai Weiwei couldn't help but smile. Boss Su, your friend, will soon get what you want. It's my friend. Su Qingqing's ears turned slightly red as she corrected stubbornly, but her tone was very weak. She was a CEO, but she was discussing with her subordinates how to control men, and was seen through. If this gets out, where is her dignity? But Bai Weiwei didn't care about her stubborn words. She stared at Su Qingqing's cheeks on the screen, which were gradually turning red. Her watery eyes seemed to be covered with mist, which made her hiss. I hate that I'm not a man. Bai Weiwei clenched his fists in anger and grief, roaring madly in his heart. Damn it! But considering the doubled bonus, let alone Su Qingqing's friend, even if she said that she was helping aliens chase Earthlings, Bai Weiwei would nod and agree without changing her expression. So she slid down to her knees very tactfully. I said the wrong thing, Mr. Su. I voluntarily deduct all my bonus this month. Of course Su Qingqing wouldn't really deduct the price. She waved her hand but frowned slightly. Never mind. But this trick, is it really useful? Oh. She actually questioned the professionalism of Bai emotional master Weiwei? Bai Weiwei immediately straightened her back and vowed. Boss Su, think about it, if you put too much firewood in the fire, it will smother the flames. If you remove a few of them appropriately, the fire will burn more vigorously. Besides, your friend has never had a quarrel or a cold war in his previous relationship? But after reconciliation, did the relationship become even more sticky? Speaking of this, Su Qingqing's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the time when they first fell in love. I don't know where Lin Zhe learned this trick from, but he always expresses his feelings in a roundabout way. But his confession was never a straightforward "I like you," but with a bit of cunning. Today's sunset is beautiful. I want to watch it with you. Su Qingqing, your hairpin looks really nice today. And I heard that the newly opened dessert shop is very good, do you want to try it? It turned out that she really thought Lin Zhe wanted to eat dessert. In such a cold day, I took a detour to buy his favorite tiramisu, and kept it in my arms for fear that it would get cold. When Lin Zhe found out, he was so angry that he ignored her for 3 days. But then he secretly asked someone to send her hand warmers and even picked out a scarf to match her coat. Su Qingqing was confused at the time. Lin Zhe ignored her, so she just buried her head in her own business. In the end, Lin Zhe couldn't hold it in anymore and came to her with red ears, saying that she was a little woodenhead. What's wrong with her? Just as Su Qingqing was about to retort, Lin Zhe laughed first. It seemed that their relationship became closer after that time. Later she understood. It turns out that those were just his awkward confessions. It would be nice if he would just say the moon is so beautiful tonight first. Su Qingqing nodded thoughtfully. I see. That's right. Bai Weiwei was relieved and emphasized again, the previous initiative must have planted the seeds in the other party's heart. Now is a good time to play hard to get. Only appropriate distance can make the relationship warmer. This is the art of push and pull in love. Good. Su Qingqing nodded slightly. I will. I mean, my friend will try it. You must try it. Bai Weiwei's mouth twitched. Seeing this usually vigorous and resolute strong woman trapped in love at this moment, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Lin Zhe. How dare you do this? After finishing the video, Bai Weiwei was scrolling through her phone. Her favorite videos of handsome guys with abs seemed boring now. Even her favorite videos of beautiful women dancing had no interest in them. After swiping the screen for a long time out of boredom, she suddenly opened Wang Jiangwo's dialogue box. I'm not in a good mood today. It has nothing to do with you though. But can you please comfort me? Wang Jiangwo? Wang Jiangwo jumped up from the bed. Is this a woman? What an unreasonable yet cute creature. Lin Zhe. It's really not easy for you. The other side. When Lin Zhe came out of the bathroom, wiping his wet hair, he found the living room empty. He subconsciously searched the room until he heard Su Qingqing's gentle voice coming from the bedroom, and his tense shoulders relaxed. It turned out that they were having a video conference. After glancing at the wall clock, Lin Zhe quietly turned off the lights in the living room, picked up his phone and returned to the bedroom. Only then did he notice the message Wang Jianxue had sent him more than 10 minutes ago. What's wrong? He replied. The cold light of the phone screen reflected Wang Zishue's pale face. She curled up in the corner of the sofa, wrapped the blanket tightly around her body, staring at the dialogue box without blinking. Her fingers mechanically refreshed the page, expecting a small red dot to appear next to the familiar avatar. Was she too rash? She suddenly ran downstairs to Lin Zhe's company and said something like that. That elegant woman holding Lin Zhe's arm, they look so well matched. Are they together? Thinking of this, Wang Zishue's heart seemed to be clenched by an invisible hand. She bit her lower lip and her fingers tapped on the keyboard uncontrollably. Who is that woman you were with today? The moment she pressed the send button, Wang Zishue suddenly woke up. The jealousy in this sentence made her cheeks hot. What right did she have to ask this? In a panic, she long pressed the message and chose to withdraw it. Almost at the same time, Lin Zhe's reply popped up. Wang Jianshue's breathing stagnated. Did he see it? Or did he just miss it? These 3 question marks were like a blunt knife, slowly cutting her nerves. Lin Zhe on the other side of the screen stared at the prompt. The other party withdrew a message, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What tricks is this young lady playing? Thinking of the embarrassing scene downstairs in the company today, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. Chapter 91. He still hates reminiscing about the past. Withdraw what? He asked tentatively. He didn't see it. Wang Zishue felt relieved, but she was also overwhelmed by a sense of loss. If Lin Zhe had seen this, she might have expressed her feelings, but now. She took a deep breath and slid her fingertips lightly across the screen. Do you remember the first time we met? Remember. How could Lin Zhe forget? That was the most embarrassing day of his life. Lin Zhe's thoughts were drawn back to that cold evening. After a long day of running around, he returned to his residence, only to see his shack being demolished, with all his belongings scattered in the mud like garbage. He stood in front of the window in the corridor on the 7th floor. Outside the window, there were no city lights as he had imagined. There were only dense iron window security nets and clothes hanging to dry. In the narrow alley downstairs, the shrill horns of electric vehicles could be heard one after another. My ears were filled with the crying of babies, the sighs of old people, and my own heavy breathing. At that moment, exhaustion and despair came over me like a tide. He climbed onto the windowsill, thinking that if life was a game, he chose to log out of his account. However, he discovered that the 2 buildings were too close to each other and there was not even enough space to jump out of the small fire window. This action was regarded as a pervert who stole underwear, and he was almost sent to the police station.
Thanks to the escape skills I learned from debt collection during that period, I was able to escape. It was this accident that led him to meet Wang Zixue. It can be said that her unintentional act of kindness not only saved him, but also indirectly saved Lin's father and mother. Without him, the hospital's treatment would be interrupted, and the ill-fated couple would probably be reunited in another world soon. He never mentioned these past events to Wang Zixue, but he was always grateful in his heart. Now looking back, he realized that he had come so far.
Why did you take me home from the park? Lindsay finally asked the question that had been hidden in his heart for many years. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person, or that I'll run away without paying the rent?
He had thought about this question countless times, but never dared to ask it. At that time, he thought everyone he saw had ulterior motives, and would rather bury his head in the sand like an ostrich than face the possible truth. The phone screen lit up, and Wang Zixue's reply stunned him.
Because it wasn't the first time we met. What? Lindsay was completely confused.
He tried hard to recall but could not find any relevant memory. Wang Zixue raised the corners of his mouth slightly in the darkness, and his fingers moved slowly on the screen.
I know you'll find this weird.
But I remember it very clearly, every detail.
What does it feel like to fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley? Wang Zixue couldn't imagine it.
But she knew the pain of going from riches to rags. After all, she had been living a life of luxury since she was a child, and just imagining being penniless made her feel suffocated.
And what about Lindsay? He really experienced a decline in his family's fortunes. Nothing left overnight. They were even chased by angry employees for debt collection. It was in such a scene that Wang Zixue met Lindsay for the first time.
The company's top management had already known about the situation and fled, leaving only the grassroots employees who were kept in the dark and still sticking to their posts. It was not until the building collapsed that they realized that their hard-earned money had gone to waste.
Wang Zixue's great-aunt is one of them.
She does the hardest cleaning job in the group. All the money earned is hard-earned money.
They didn't understand what bankruptcy liquidation was.
They only knew that their boss had jumped off the building and that their wages were gone.
A son pays his father's debt.
If you can't find Mr. Lin, look for his son Lindsay.
That day, the aunt and a group of workers blocked Lindsay in front of the sealed villa.
Wang Jianxue stood in the crowd, looking at this young master who had fallen from grace.
He looked frighteningly emaciated.
The successive blows left him emaciated, with dark circles under his messy hair, chapped lips, and a wrinkled shirt that obviously hadn't been changed for a long time. When he was surrounded by the crowd, he was as panic-stricken as a deer that had strayed into a pack of wolves. Especially when a gray-haired aunt fell to her knees. Master Chen, I haven't received my salary for 2 months. We cleaners rely on this little money to support our families.
Please be kind, such a large group should at least give us an explanation. This is forcing us to die.
Wang Jianxue has seen too many migrant workers who have failed to get their wages. Year after year, from expectation to anger, and finally to numbness and resignation.
So when Lindsay promised to write an IOU, she didn't believe it at all. Are there not enough deadbeats in this world?
But what shocked her was that just half a month later, Lindsay actually raised the money and paid off all the unpaid wages. When he met him in the park that day, Wang Jianxue recognized this trustworthy young man at first sight. Perhaps it was this rare honesty that made her extend a helping hand. He was completely different from the bright and handsome young man he had been when we first met. The designer clothes he was wearing were gone, replaced by wrinkled street goods. The overly long bangs covered his eyes, but could not hide the decadent aura emanating from his body. Wang Jianxue watched him dragging a worn woven bag, staggering along the park path, like an abandoned stray dog, soaking wet but with nowhere to go. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she slowly typed on the phone screen.
When I saw you in the park that day, you looked terrible. I thought, if I didn't take you home, you might not be able to make it.
Whenever he thought of that coincidental encounter, Wang Jianxue secretly thanked fate for its favor. Lindsay had no idea that there was such a connection between them. At that time, Lin's father and mother were both in the ICU, and the court seizure notice came one after another. He hurried back to the villa to pack up his belongings, but was surrounded by a group of angry workers. Most of them are elderly and speak Mandarin with a heavy accent. The dark skin, deep wrinkles and bloodshot eyes all tell of the hardships of life.
What they say is that everyone is equal. The gap between the rich and the poor is clear at a glance.
Rich people never get wrinkles on their clothes, let alone their foreheads. Money is the best iron that can smooth out all traces. Wang Jianxue praised him for his kindness, but he didn't deserve it at all. He wrote the IOU just to get out of this situation as soon as possible. The wages were just a meal for him, but they were the living expenses for these people.
People can do anything when they are forced into desperate situations.
Lin Zhe just didn't want to cause any more trouble. After all, there are already 2 people in the family in the hospital. His selfish calculation unexpectedly won him the kindness of Wang Jianxue. Lin Zhe pursed his dry lips and confessed.
I had no intention of paying you back.
He is not a good person.
He is an egoist at heart.
Wang Jianxue replied, but you still paid it back.
That's enough. Regardless of the original intention.
The night wind brushed Lin Zhe's cheek.
The dim light from the balcony gave him a gentle outline. How ironic.
It turns out that even thick skin can't keep out the cold wind. Still feel cold. Staring at the phone screen, Lin Zhe sighed deeply. He really hated to recall the past. Those embarrassing moments of falling out, those days of groveling and bowing, those past events that one gritted one's teeth to endure but never want to mention again.
It's enough to live a good life now. Chapter 92. You are particularly different today.
Lin Zhe decisively changed the heavy topic and typed a line of words on his phone. If I had been more capable, I wouldn't have been helpless and let them slaughter me. Wang Jianxue stared at the screen, his fingertips hovering over the keyboard for a long time without moving.
What you said is the same as not saying anything.
She suddenly felt that the emotions she had been brewing for half a day were like a joke. The other party is typing prompt at the top of the dialog box disappears. Wang Jianxue deleted the 3 lines he had just typed, feeling a tightness in his chest.
Lingling, thank you so much. Lin Zhe sent another message.
Wang Jianxue unconsciously tugged at the hem of his pajamas and muttered quietly, who cares about your thanks?
But the finger replied honestly, it's okay.
Because you are soft-hearted.
Lin Zhe sent back a smiley face.
Wang Jianxue rolled his eyes at the smiling face. Lin Zhe on the balcony scratched the back of his head and finally got the atmosphere back on track. He breathed a sigh of relief. The joking way of getting along was more suitable for him. Wang Jianxue wrapped himself tightly in a blanket and typed away, I set the alarm for tomorrow morning so I can continue to help you run the stall. I saw someone making rainbow pancakes during this trip, and I got the recipe.
I'll show you how to make it later. This statement leaves no room for the other party to refuse.
But Lin Zhe's reply was straightforward, I want to spend more time with Qingqing recently.
And I won't sell pancakes anymore. The tools have been disposed of. Wang Jianxue stared at the screen, his lips bitten until they turned white.
Of course she understood the hidden meaning. This was not only a refusal to help, but also a refusal for her to get close. It was even more embarrassing than the last time I was rejected in public downstairs of the company. She forced herself to type, understood.
Still friends?
Lin Zhe's reply was a few seconds late.
Lingling, you are the person I want to thank the most.
Wang Jianxue suddenly felt his eyes sore. It was clearly her who accompanied him through the most difficult times, so how come in the end all she got was a thank you?
The alarm clock rang suddenly in the early morning.
Lin Zhe squinted his eyes and touched his phone, and suddenly realized.
Sometimes people can really empathize with animals. For example, now.
He particularly understands the crowing rooster. This guy is so sleepy that he's almost collapsing. Wang Jianxue's appearance made him have nightmares all night long, and his dreams were full of those days when he was extremely poor. He woke up several times, fearing that if he closed his eyes, he would return to the past when he couldn't even afford instant noodles.
Fuck, I'm really scared of being poor.
Lin Zhe jumped up from the bed and rushed to the bathroom to wash up. The person in the mirror had 2 dark circles under his eyes. He stared at him for 2 seconds and suddenly grinned, fuck, is it reasonable to be so handsome? Just as I was enjoying myself, Su Qingqing knocked on the door, group morning meeting, I'm leaving first.
Not eating breakfast.
The door slammed shut, and the remaining words were stuck in his throat. Lin Zhe stood there with his toothbrush in hand. This was the first time Su Qingqing was in such a hurry to go out since they had lived together.
It seems like it's really urgent.
He lowered his head and continued brushing his teeth, foam splashing everywhere. When he arrived at the company, he couldn't help but complain about the empty office. Red wine needs to be sober, flowers need to be sober, and people need to go to work immediately after waking up.
What kind of world is this? After waiting for half an hour, the first employee finally arrived.
Lin Zhe was so moved that he almost clapped his hands. Su Qingqing must give him a raise for his hard work. As he was thinking, the game startup sound suddenly rang out from the next workstation.
Lin Zhe's mouth twitched. Brother, do you know that you just missed the opportunity to change your destiny? Wang Jiangwo yawned and walked in. He instantly perked up when he saw Lin Zhe. Oh my god, is the sun rising from the west? He poked his head to look at Su Qingqing's empty office. Did you have a fight? Can you just hope I'll order something good? Lin Zhe rolled his eyes. Strange, you didn't argue about what happened yesterday? Wang Jiangwo touched his chin. You didn't meet Wang Jianxue? Yes, I did. No wonder Mr. Su didn't come today. Wang Jiangwo slapped his thigh. Lin Zhe was puzzled. She went to the group meeting, okay? What a bullshit meeting.
Wang Jiangwo said bitterly, this is a woman testing whether you care about her or not. Sometimes a woman's no means yes, and sometimes she really doesn't want it.
The key is to see. Hey, you're a lover? Lin Zhe suddenly clapped his hands. Another freestyle? Wang Jiangwo picked up the folder and was about to smash it. I'm going to send you to hell right now.
Wang Jiangwo saw that Lin Zhe finally understood, and slapped his thigh. Finally you got it.
Think about it, if President Su saw you and Wang Jianxue standing together, would he feel comfortable?
Lin Zhe frowned and recalled the details of last night. We weren't too close. The point is not the distance.
Wang Jiangwo said angrily, it's what Wang Jianxue did for you. Introducing you to a job, setting up a stall with you, this is obvious to everyone.
Stop, stop, stop. Lin Zhe covered his ears. If you keep talking, it will turn into a prime time show. He took out his phone to send a message to Su Qingqing, and his finger hovered above the screen and suddenly stopped. Wait, when did you become an emotional expert?
Wang Jiangwo pointed at his dark circles in anger and said, see?
This is the price of staying up late to read emotional bloggers. Lin Zhe leaned in to take a closer look. Wow, it's as black as a panda. Suddenly he realized, no wonder I always see you stealing bamboo recently.
Get out. Wang Jiangwo turned around and was about to leave.
Lin Zhe grabbed him and said, don't worry, I understand.
Really? Wang Jiangwo looked back doubtfully.
Look, Lin Zhe said seriously, some people like red, which represents passion.
Wang Jiangwo nodded. Some people like white because it represents purity. Wang Jiangwo continued to nod. Some people like black.
Lin Zhe suddenly lowered his voice, just like the dark circles under your eyes now.
Lin Zhe.
Wang Jiangwo picked up the folder and was about to smash it. Today I must let you see what passion is like.
The phone suddenly vibrates. Su Qingqing replied.
The two grown men instantly became as quiet as chickens, staring at the screen in unison.
In a meeting, I'll talk later.
Lin Zhe and Wang Jiangwo looked at each other. It's over, Wang Jiangwo swallowed. This tone, you're on your own.
Lin Zhe stared at his phone and muttered to himself, is it too late for me to learn how to defuse bombs now? Wang Jiangwo hooked his arm around Lin Zhe's neck and said, I'll send you the number tonight, brother, isn't that nice of you?
Lin Zhe pushed him away with disdain. Look at the dark circles under your eyes.
Did you practice Taoism again last night?
I went to bed at 5 o'clock. Wang Jiangwo puffed out his chest proudly. Now I have evolved to a complete form.
Oh?
Lin Zhe raised his eyebrows. So your name now is?
Wang Jian Gua.
Wang Jiangwo spoke each word with great momentum.
Lin Zhe.
There's no hope for this idiot.
Ai Weiwei walked over in high heels and looked at the two people who were whispering suspiciously. What are you two doing so secretly?
Wang Jiangwo suddenly stepped forward and stared at her with burning eyes. Weiwei, you are very different today.
Ah? Ai Weiwei checked her makeup in a flustered manner. What's different?
Wang Jiangwo smiled without saying anything, his eyes becoming more profound. Ai Weiwei was frightened by his gaze and took 2 steps back. I'll go and get busy first.
Then she ran away. Chapter 93. A new photo shows a blurry male silhouette. Did you see that? Wang Jiangwo said proudly, she's shy. The techniques I learned to pick up girls on the internet, aren't they awesome? Lin Zhe held his forehead with his hand. She was scared away by you, okay? As he was talking, his phone vibrated.
Su Qingqing's reply was still brief, busy. Lin Zhe stared at the screen in a daze.
Jealous? Would Su Qingqing be jealous?
He shook his head to get rid of this ridiculous idea.
Explain clearly, how could she? Etc. Lin Zhe suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Su Qingqing the whole day. This is the first time since we met again. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Lin Zhe stared at the computer screen in a daze, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the keyboard. He suddenly realized that Su Qingqing's replies today were surprisingly brief, just like the businesslike tone they had when they first met again. Something's wrong, he muttered, flipping through the chat history. In the past, Su Qingqing would always type a few more words and occasionally send an emoticon. But now, every reply was like a truncated official document. Wang Jiangwo's voice suddenly exploded in his ears. See? I told you that President Su was jealous. Lin Zhe slammed the computer shut. When did you come here? Just when you were grinning at the screen. Wang Jiangwo stroked his chin. TSK, are you so happy to find out that President Su is jealous? Nonsense. Lin Zhe denied it flatly, but couldn't control the upward curve of his lips. On the other side, Bai Weiwei was observing Lin Zhe's every move furtively. She quickly typed on her phone, report to President Su, the target person's current status, suspected of secretly enjoying himself. After sending the message, Bai nodded with satisfaction. With this assist, the year-end bonus is secured. Woman. Wang Jiangwo appeared behind her without her noticing, with one hand on the partition of the workstation. You look so cute hiding here. Bai Weiwei was so scared that she dropped her phone. You, be normal. Normal? Wang Jiangwo smiled evilly. How can I be normal in front of you? Bai Weiwei took a deep breath, picked up the book Workplace Psychology and slapped it on his head. Wake up. Read less domineering literature. This is not domineering literature. Wang Jiangwo covered his head and explained, this is the high emotional intelligence chatting skills I collected on Jihu. Ha! Bai sneered and took out that anti-PUA manual on his phone. Dimensionality reduction attack, understand? Wang Jiangwo instantly became depressed and squatted in the corner, drawing circles. Are these two words so destructive? At this time, Lin Zhe was staring at the screen of his mobile phone in a daze. Su Qingqing's latest reply was still brief. I have an appointment tonight. He scratched his head, and suddenly an idea came to him. He quickly typed, do you need a driver? I'm a very stable driver. After posting it, I felt it was too deliberate, so I quickly withdrew it and edited it again. Do you need me to go with you? After sending the message, Lin Zhe stared at the screen nervously. 3 minutes passed and the dialog box remained silent. It's over. He wailed and fell on the table. Wang Jiangwo's bad words really came true. Bai Weiwei deftly stuffed the empty cover of thick black studies back into the bookshelf, with a confident smile on her face. You still want to fight her with this little skill? Practice for another 10 years. In the conference room, Su Qingqing rubbed her swollen temples. 2.5 hours of intense meetings had left her fingertips exhausted and cold. She swiped her phone, and the dialog box with Lin Zhe was still on the screen. Today's chat records were sparse, but every one of them was sent by Lin Zhe. Bai Weiwei was right, this trick really worked. She tapped her slender fingers on the table and sent a message, I have to work overtime tonight. The reply came almost instantly, okay, I'll wait for you to get home. These 5 simple words softened Su Qingqing's cold brows. It turns out that the feeling of having someone waiting for you is so warm. Her phone suddenly vibrated, and a notification popped up about the Weibo account she was following. She only followed Lin Zhe's small account, which she had secretly searched for. When she clicked on it, she saw that the latest update was a screenshot of a chat history with the caption, being a social animal during the day and a wife watching wife at night, this is the blessing of modern men. Su Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle and was about to click the like button when she found that someone had already taken the lead. The avatar looks familiar. It's Wang Jianxue. Su Qingqing paused and almost went to the other party's homepage. The latest update was a song shared in the early morning, with the caption, some persistence is worth persisting in. As soon as the prelude of the song sounded, the female voice sang affectionately, even if I am against the world. Su Qingqing suddenly pressed the pause button. She took a deep breath and turned her phone upside down on the table. It turned out that the so-called tolerance and generosity were all self-deception. She could thank Wang Jianxue for helping her in times of need, but she could never tolerate the other party's covetous eyes. My finger continued to slide down uncontrollably. Wang Jianxue's Weibo is lively and full of life, a pancake stand in the morning, a coffee cup in the afternoon, a photo of the starry sky late at night. Every picture shows his love for life. In the latest photo, half of a man's hand can be vaguely seen. Bai Weiwei casually put the prop book of The Art of Thick Black back on the bookshelf,
with a sly look in her eyes.
You still want to fight her with this level? Practice for another 100 or 80 years. The lights in the conference room were a bit dazzling.
Su Qingqing rubbed her brows, and her fingertips were still tired when she unlocked her phone. The screen lit up and stayed on the dialog box with Lin Zhe in the few words of conversation today. He was the first to speak. She tapped her fingertips on the table and sent a message, "I have to work overtime." Almost instantly, the dialog box showed, "The other party is typing," followed by a message, "Okay, I'll wait for you." These three simple words made Su Qingqing's tight lips slightly rise. It turns out that the feeling of being waited for is so warm. The phone suddenly vibrated, and a special attention notification popped up on Weibo, Lin Zhe's small account that she had secretly searched for. The latest update is a screenshot of a chat record with the caption, "The daily life of a modern office worker, working like a slave during the day and looking down on your wife at night." Su Qingqing was about to click the like button when she found that someone had already gotten there first. The avatar is familiar. It's Wang Jianxue. Su Qingqing's fingertips were suspended in the air, but she finally clicked into the other person's homepage. The latest update was a song shared in the early morning, with the caption, "Some roads have to be walked no matter how difficult they are." As soon as the prelude sounded, a female voice sang, "Even if the whole world opposes." Su Qingqing suddenly pressed the pause button. She turned her phone upside down on the table, feeling a pang of pain in her chest. It turned out that the so-called gratitude was all an illusion. She could thank Wang Jianxue for his help in the past, but she couldn't stand the other party's covetous gaze now. The finger continued to slide uncontrollably. Wang Jianxue's Weibo was like an open diary. The pancake stand in the morning, the coffee cup in the afternoon, the street lights at night. Every photo exudes a fresh breath of life. In the latest photo, a blurry male silhouette is reflected in the glass window. Chapter 94, Did his charm value hit the limit? Su Qingqing's fingers unconsciously slid across the screen, reading by Weiwei's Weibo one by one. Every update about Lin Zhe was like a tiny needle, gently piercing her heart. The unfamiliar Lin Zhe seemed to appear before her eyes. She would clumsily take care of stray dogs, complain at 3 in the morning, and run across half the city for a delicious pancake. My phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Lin Zhe, "I brought you a midnight snack. It's downstairs." Su Qingqing stood up suddenly and almost knocked over the coffee cup. When Assistant Lu pushed the door open, he saw that his CEO seemed like a different person, with a smile on his face. "Mr. Su, tonight's. No need to prepare." Su Qingqing walked quickly towards the elevator, her voice filled with undisguised joy, "Someone is here to bring you warmth." Assistant Lu watched the elevator door close, silently took out his phone and sent a message in the internal group, "Emergency notice. Today, the entire company is prohibited from approaching the first-floor lobby. Those who understand the reason will understand." Downstairs, Lin Zhe was holding a large bag of food and looking around. When he saw Su Qingqing coming out, his eyes lit up and he held up the bag like he was offering a treasure. "Guess what I bought?" "Jianbing?" Su Qingqing asked deliberately. "Wrong. It's your favorite Cantonese snack." Lin Zhe leaned close to her ear. "Someone wrote on Weibo that he misses shrimp dumplings the most when he works overtime." Su Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. He actually remembered such a small thing? The two walked side by side towards the elevator, and Lin Zhe suddenly lowered his voice. "I just passed by a pancake stand, and the lady boss asked me if I was in a relationship." "How do you say?" "I said." Lin Zhe suddenly took her hand. "I'm chasing after the most beautiful girl in our company, but she's so hard to chase." Su Qingqing couldn't help but pinch his arm. "Nonsense. It's obviously you." The elevator door slowly closed, isolating the laughter of the two people. Assistant Lu poked his head out from behind the pillar and sighed with relief. "It seems that there is no need to prepare stomach medicine tonight." Lin Zhe opened the lid of the thermal box like offering a treasure, and the hot air wrapped in fragrance rushed to his face. "Dang dang 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 dang. Stir-fried pork with peppers." Su Qingqing's eyes lit up, and then she saw him bring out a box of braised prawns like a magic trick. "This color. Absolutely authentic." Lin Zhe shook his head proudly. "I specially asked the chef at the Hunan restaurant downstairs for advice." Su Qingqing suddenly noticed the empty table in front of him. "You didn't eat?" "Of course I'll wait for you." Lin Zhe had already neatly placed 2 bowls of rice and said confidently, "Delicious food tastes better when someone is eager to eat it." Su Qingqing deliberately moved the spicy pork towards her. "What if I want to have it all to myself?" Then, Lin Zhe took a mouthful of white rice with grievance. "Being happy every night is the most important thing."
When I was poor, I was very happy to be able to eat white rice. The tea aroma in the tea made Su Qingqing lose her concentration instantly.
She suddenly remembered the photo on Bai Weiwei's Weibo. The wet eyes looked like a puppy drenched in rain.
I'll give you half.
She pushed the lunchbox back softly.
Wan is the best.
Lin Zhe's eyes lit up instantly, like a large dog that had received a reward. The two of them took chopsticks to pick up food from each other, and before they knew it, Su Qingqing had eaten half a bowl of rice. Seeing her put down her chopsticks, Lin Zhe naturally took the leftovers and ate them all.
Su Qingqing looked at his focused profile.
Time has smoothed the edges of a young man, but has made his tenderness more profound. She suddenly felt that time is not the cold water that extinguishes the fire of love, but the old wine that makes feelings more mellow.
Want to kiss?
Lin Zhe suddenly leaned in close and rubbed his nose against hers. Their warm breaths intertwined, and Su Qingqing could smell the faint smell of cooking smoke on him. It was from when he was cooking for her just now. As their eyes met, she heard her own violent heartbeat. It turned out that the heartbeat would never fade with time, but would come back unexpectedly at every moment. The air suddenly became so quiet that we could hear each other's breathing.
Su Qingqing suppressed the urge to get closer and quietly moved back half an inch. No.
Don't indulge him too much. Men are greedy creatures. Only appropriate distance can keep the relationship fresh. Bai Weiwei's advice echoed in her mind, gradually calming her heated head. Lin Zhe was obviously stunned for a moment. Her red ears clearly betrayed her feelings. Why did she suddenly?
Could it be that Wang Jiangwo's bad words really came true?
He was busy packing up the lunchboxes, making a clinking sound on purpose. How long will we have to work overtime?
Half an hour.
Su Qingqing was about to say you go back first when she heard him say,
I'm waiting for you.
These three simple words made her swallow back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. This was the first time someone accompanied her to work overtime, and she was reluctant to refuse. Lin Zhe curled up on the sofa, his phone screen dimming and brightening. In his peripheral vision, Su Qingqing's profile, focused on her work, was coated with a layer of soft light by the desk lamp, making him feel as if he was back in the university library. Then he fell asleep.
There is no way.
For a poor student like Lin Zhe, a quiet environment is the best lullaby. Feeling an itch on his chin, Lin Zhe rubbed the pillow in a daze. The troublemaker's hand suddenly changed its position, slipped under the hem of his shirt and gently tickled his waist.
Exclamation point.
He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Su Qingqing's face, which was very close to him.
Are you done with your work?
Lin Zhe's voice was still hoarse from just waking up.
Su Qingqing's gaze drifted unnaturally towards his open collar.
Damn, how come this man is so seductive even when he sleeps?
Well. She stood up calmly. Let's go home.
Lin Zhe was a little slow to notice that two buttons of his shirt had come undone, and he hurriedly buttoned them up. When he looked up, he caught a glimpse of regret in Su Qingqing's eyes.
Wan.
He came closer with a wicked smile. Did someone take advantage of me while I was sleeping?
No.
Su Qingqing walked quickly to the door, her ears red. Lin Zhe chased after her with a smile and naturally held her hand. Under the light of the corridor, the shadows of the two overlapped intimately, just like the years they missed, finally coming together at this moment. Lin Zhe looked down at the hand that slipped in from the hem of his shirt, then raised his eyes to look at Su Qingqing, who was squatting in front of him, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously.
This posture, she should at least show some expression, right?
Unexpectedly, Su Qingqing slowly withdrew her hand and buttoned up his shirt seriously. The air conditioner is cold, don't catch a cold.
Cough.
Lin Zhe was forced to look up, feeling the suffocating feeling of having his buttons fastened all the way to the top.
No. He didn't take the bait? Did his charm hit the bottom?
According to past experience, Su Qingqing should have pounced on him by now.
Could it be that Wang Jiangwo's bad words really came true? Chapter 95, Living Off Others Openly.
Lin Zhe suddenly felt unsure.
Su Qingqing looked at his unpredictable expression and laughed secretly.
Bai Weiwei was right. Being distant from him occasionally could make a man pay more attention to her.
Let's go.
She stood up and picked up her bag. Outside the office, the overtime employees' eyes lit up when they saw the two of them coming out. Su Qingqing took Lin Zhe's arm and announced, "That's all for today, let's go back and have a rest."
"Thank you, boss."
"Thank you, boss lady."
Someone shouted.
Lin Zhe stumbled.
"Lady boss?" In the elevator, Su Qingqing leaned close to his ear and deliberately stretched out her voice. Boss's wife? Are you happy?
Lindsay pinched her nose helplessly.
Yeah. Su Qingqing's eyes curved into crescents. I'm very happy. I know.
Lindsay suddenly said seriously, not only because of the name, but also because. He gently held her hand. This way everyone knows that you are mine and I am yours.
Su Qingqing was stunned. He had actually guessed her thoughts completely. You? Because I'd been ready for a long time.
Lindsay looked into her eyes. You are Su Qingqing, the one I am most proud of.
This sentence melted into Su Qingqing's heart like honey.
She raised her chin and said, of course, now that you say you like me, I am the best. The elevator door slowly opened, and Lindsay suddenly pushed her against the corner of the car, saying in a low voice, not now. From a long time ago to now, and every day in the future. The unfinished words were drowned in the lips that touched each other. Su Qingqing thought, playing hard to get any love skills, nothing could compare to the most instinctive approach at this moment. Lindsay stared at the numbers on the elevator display, his mouth curled up into a sly smile. Are you sure you want me to tell you now?
What? You don't dare anymore? Su Qingqing raised her chin, completely losing her usual aloof demeanor. Are you still afraid that my employees will hear it? Who's afraid of who?
The elevator arrived with a ding.
Lindsay suddenly took a deep breath and said, Lindsay.
I love Su Qingqing so much. The elevator door slowly opened, revealing a packed room of overtime workers. Everyone turned their heads in unison, their mouths wide open enough to fit an egg.
Su Qingqing was petrified instantly.
There are 6 elevators in this building.
1 in 6 chances. Why is it that? Everyone.
Lindsay still felt it was not enough and put his arm around her shoulders. This is my girlfriend.
The best Su Qingqing in the world.
Su Qingqing's face turned red all the way to her ears, and she hurriedly covered his mouth. Enough. What was even more outrageous was that the elevator door opened halfway and then slowly opened again, as if watching a play. The people inside stretched their necks, their eyes shining like searchlights. Aren't you in a hurry to go home in the middle of the night? My girlfriend is shy. Lindsay announced triumphantly, but she just said she likes me too. Su Qingqing wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it right there. But seeing Lindsay's beaming face, her worries about he has changed suddenly disappeared. He is still the boy who would do anything for her.
Someone in the elevator started clapping and whistling.
Amid the noise, Lindsay took her hand, interlocked their fingers and raised them above his head.
We are getting married. We will treat everyone to wedding candy. Lindsay.
Su Qingqing was so shocked that she almost jumped up. When did I agree to? Before she could finish her words, she was drowned out by the enthusiastic cheers. Looking at the man in front of her who smiled like a big boy, she suddenly felt that it was not bad to have her happiness witnessed by everyone. Lindsay held back his laughter and let her cover his mouth. When her soft palm came close to his, he couldn't help but pecked it gently.
Su Qingqing retracted her hand as if burned.
She caught a glimpse of the people in the elevator pretending to look at the ceiling but eavesdropping with their ears perked up. The workers who usually couldn't wait for more than 3 seconds were surprisingly patient at this moment.
Sure enough, watching others fall in love is much more interesting than working overtime.
We suddenly remembered that we didn't take some documents. Su Qingqing pretended to be calm and dragged Lindsay back. A burst of suppressed laughter came from behind them. She dragged Lindsay along and walked faster and faster, wishing her feet were as fast as the wind. But just as she turned the corner of the corridor, crash! I ran into some employees who were taking their time packing up their things.
The air froze instantly.
Lindsay looked at this group of dumbfounded audience, then looked at Su Qingqing who was petrified on the spot, and couldn't help but whistle in his heart. This was really a complete social failure.
You?
He cleared his throat. Why haven't you left yet?
We just finished cleaning up.
Everyone seemed to have just woken up from a dream and explained in a flurry. Boss Su, did you forget something?
Do you need help? No need.
Lindsay lied calmly. I know where to put it.
When the last employee fled, the corridor finally returned to silence.
Su Qingqing let out a long sigh, like a deflated ball. It's over, the whole company will know tomorrow.
Know what?
Lindsay suddenly pushed her against the wall, their noses almost touching.
Do you know that their cold CEO is actually a shy little girl?
Who's shy? Su Qingqing said stubbornly, but she couldn't control the burning ears. Lindsay smiled and kissed her red earlobe. Don't worry, they will only be envious. I envy you for having such a handsome and affectionate boyfriend. Her cool and professional image in the eyes of her employees has completely collapsed.
How about? She bit her lip, and suddenly an idea came to her mind: just fire them all? People who know too many secrets should disappear. This genius idea made Lin Zhe couldn't help laughing. You're still laughing? Su Qingqing glared at him angrily. It's all this idiot's fault. He had to confess loudly when he saw someone.
Although I felt sweet inside, this was too embarrassing. Lin Zhe looked at her pretending to be angry even though her lips were raised, and his heart softened. He pretended to be serious and comforted her. Don't worry, the motto of life is good.
When a car reaches a mountain, there must be a way. Intransitive verbs do not add to. Su Qingqing. This consolation is worse than no consolation.
She simply buried her face in Lin Zhe's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and said in a muffled voice, I don't want to go to work tomorrow.
I won't come again.
Lin Zhe gently stroked her soft hair, and the feeling of dependence that belonged to him alone made his heart burn. It turned out that Mr. Su, who was vigorous and resolute outside, would also act like a spoiled child like this. That won't do, he teased her deliberately. I'm still waiting to continue eating gigolo rice.
Snap. A crisp sound interrupted the tenderness between the two.
A latest model mobile phone was lying on the ground, with the chat interface on the screen, and its owner was standing there in amazement, totally forgetting to pick it up.
My friend, your phone is lost. Lin Zhe kindly reminded. Ah. Oh. The man woke up as if from a dream. He hurriedly picked up the phone and said, thank you, boss.
After saying that, he ran away, shouting wildly in his heart, oh my god. It turns out that the cold and aloof President Su is so sweet in private. The boss's husband is actually eating gigolo food openly.
This melon is too explosive. Chapter 96. If you praise me again, I will become arrogant. As they walked out of the office building holding hands, they attracted a lot of inquiring looks.
Passers-by whispered to each other, speculating that the man who could hold the hand of such a dazzling girlfriend must be either rich or noble. Su Qingqing just found it funny when she heard these discussions. They didn't know that what was most precious to her was not the thickness of her wallet, but the fact that he would always hand her a cup of warm honey water when she was tired.
The two returned home. Want a kiss?
Lin Zhe's voice was as low and hoarse as sandpaper rubbing against silk, and his eyes traced Su Qingqing's eyebrows inch by inch. Su Qingqing's breathing stagnated and her nails dug into her palms unconsciously. She suddenly stood on tiptoe, cupped his face with her fingertips, and pressed her thumb hard against his dry lips. Now you have learned to take the initiative?
The phone lit up at this moment, and Wang Zhishua's name popped up on the screen.
Lin Zhe subconsciously tried to turn it off, but Su Qingqing grabbed his wrist. The last spark in her eyes went out. So you're so close yet so far away. Her nails dug deep into his pulse. Is it because of her? The sensor light in the entrance hall suddenly dimmed. In the darkness, Lin Zhe was pushed to sit on the shoe-changing stool and his knees spread apart subconsciously. Su Qingqing pushed her knees between his legs. The scent of roses and cedar on her body turned into invisible chains that imprisoned him.
It's been 4 years. How much longer do you want me to wait?
Lin Zhe gripped the edge of the stool with his knuckles turning white, his ears red, and the sound of the fabric of his trousers rubbing against each other was particularly clear in the silence. He grabbed her waist fiercely, his voice breaking. What I want is your true love.
I'm not using you as a painkiller.
The air suddenly froze. How ridiculous, she laughed until her eyes turned red. When did I, Su Qingqing, fall to the point of playing stand in literature with others?
Stand in literature? Ha!
Lin Zhe looked confused.
No.
Lin Zhe hurriedly explained, I'm afraid.
I'm afraid that I'm not worthy of you. This sentence is like a key, instantly opening the gate of memory.
On that rainy night 2 years ago, Lin Zhe's social media accounts were cleared overnight and his profile picture turned gray.
Su Qingqing's frantic calls were always transferred to voicemail.
From then on, Lin Zhe disappeared from her world. Suddenly, Su Qingqing grabbed his tie.
Lin Zhe, listen to me.
Her voice was low but sharp as a knife. You are the only one I have ever pursued in my life. Her eyes were burning with frightening heat. Either kiss me now to prove that you still have the courage to love me, or I will turn around and leave, and never look back in this life.
Make your choice. Lin Zhe's pupils suddenly contracted.
He knew Su Qingqing too well. This woman who never gave in at the negotiation table would always do what she said.
It was never a joke.
His heart seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, and the sound of blood roaring in his ears almost drowned out the cries of reason.
Time seemed to be stretched into centuries.
Finally, his fingers trembled as he touched her cheek, his fingertips gently stroking her slightly trembling lower lip. The kiss was so gentle at first, as if it was a test, but Su Qingqing immediately took the initiative and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, as if she wanted to pour all the 4 years of waiting into this kiss. Lin Zhe could clearly feel her violent heartbeat. When they separated breathlessly, Su Qingqing's lips were slightly swollen, but her eyes were shining with victory. "This is the Lin Zhe I know." Lin Zhe shook his head helplessly, but couldn't hide the smile on his face. "You are always so domineering." Her fingertips poked his chest.
"Because I know you want it more than anyone else.
It's just that you're such a coward that you don't even have the courage to admit it." As she turned to walk towards the living room, she suddenly looked back, her hair drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Speaking of falling in love again. She tilted her head and smiled slyly like a little fox.
"We'll start dating tomorrow. But tonight..."
Her eyes swept across the bedroom meaningfully.
"Let's take care of the more urgent needs first." Lin Zhe shook his head and laughed, but still followed. "Maybe, just maybe this time it really will be different."
Su Qingqing and Wang Zixue are completely different beings. One is a raging fire that spreads all over the prairie.
One is a fleeting firework.
That night, Lin Zhe specially stewed Su Qingqing's favorite tomato beef brisket.
Simmer over low heat for 2 hours, until the beef fibers are softened into a lingering tenderness.
When they shared this pot of gift, even the most ordinary white rice tasted like a delicacy.
The next morning. In the company elevator.
In the elevator, she suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Zhe's lips. The kiss started unexpectedly, but ended passionately. Lin Zhe quickly took the initiative, put his arms around her slender waist and deepened the kiss until Su Qingqing's back hit the cold metal wall. In the small space, the beating of 2 hearts almost drowned out the mechanical sound of the elevator.
"The person I love is really amazing." Su Qingqing panted slightly.
I traced his handsome brow with my fingertips. He is handsome and gentle, and even his cooking is so delicious. Her heart was filled with surging love, and she even began to imagine that they would go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate tomorrow, and that the year after next they would be able to take a walk in a stroller with their twins. This almost reckless enthusiasm is completely different from the cold and aloof image she usually shows to others, but it is exactly her truest state when facing Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe adjusted his posture unnaturally, his Adam's apple rolling. "Stop praising me, or I'll get swollen."
Lin Zhe's deep laughter echoed in the elevator, with a hint of danger.
His slender fingers gently pinched Su Qingqing's chin, and his thumb rubbed her slightly swollen lips.
"Who was it last night who told me to stop making trouble because we had an important meeting today?"
His voice was hoarse, with the unique magnetism of waking up in the morning. "Who was attacking me in the elevator now, huh?" Su Qingqing's ears turned red, but she raised her face stubbornly. "Director Lin, are you teaching your subordinate a lesson?" She deliberately used a businesslike tone, but her fingers were restlessly drawing circles on his chest.
The elevator stopped at the 28th floor with a ding.
The two separated quickly, and Lin Zhe was a little flustered in adjusting his tie. The moment the elevator door opened, Su Qingqing had returned to her icy beauty look.
"Good morning, Director Su."
A colleague passing by greeted respectfully.
Su Qingqing nodded slightly, and her high heels made a crisp sound on the marble floor.
No one would have thought that this president, who was known for his decisiveness, was like a clingy kitten in the elevator a minute ago.
Chapter 97. He is indeed the one she has chosen.
Lin Zhe looked at her straight back, with a doting smile on his lips. He took out his phone and typed quickly, "Don't try to use 'I have to go to work tomorrow and go to bed early' as an excuse tonight." After sending the message successfully, he looked up and met Su Qingqing's gaze. She pretended to glance at her phone casually, but her ears turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The glass door of the CEO's office closed behind her, and Lin Zhe realized that his tie was still crooked. He shook his head helplessly. This little goblin always had a way to make his self-control, which he was proud of, collapse. At this time, in Su Qingqing's office, she was pressing her hot cheek against the cold desk. Her phone vibrated again, and a new message popped up on the screen: "Remember to take a day off tomorrow. Get off work."
The two returned home. "Are you going to the company tomorrow?"
Lin Zhe entwined a strand of her hair with his fingers.
"Rest." Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. "Then let's go to the movies?"
"By the biggest bucket of popcorn, you eat sweet and I eat salty, and then in the last row of the theater."
His thumb rubbed the inside of her wrist ambiguously. Su Qingqing slapped his paw away. "I'll arrange the itinerary for tomorrow."
She suddenly moved closer, pecked him on the lips and quickly retreated, like a cunning cat. It's 10 o'clock, Mr. Lin should go back to his room. Before Lindsay could react, she had already flashed into the bedroom. The door slammed. Lindsay looked at the closed door and laughed silently. Is this what you deserve? But when I think of the unknown date tomorrow, the anticipation starts bubbling up like sparkling water. He took out his phone, opened Weibo, and posted a message, waiting for the dawn. When the morning light shone through the gauze curtains into the bedroom, Lindsay had already woken up. He took out his phone out of habit, and the trace of the Weibo post from last night was still on the screen. Wang Zishui's lonely like. He hummed an off-tune song while washing up, and the man in the mirror had a honey-like smile in his eyes and eyebrows. Thinking that Su Qingqing might still be tossing and turning in her sleep, he mischievously hoped that her quilt would suddenly rebel and make her roll off the bed with a thud. Of course, it's best not to get hurt. At the same time, Su Qingqing was standing in the cloakroom, struggling. Finally, she chose the lake blue floral dress. The V-neck design perfectly showed her collarbone line, and the pleats at the waist made her look like a flower bud about to bloom. When she tied up her long hair, the curve of her neck made Lindsay, who pushed the door open, breathe slowly. Eyes are such a magical organ. Lindsay suddenly sighed. I get dizzy when watching 3D movies, but never when watching certain stereoscopic graphics. His gaze lingered on a certain part for half a second, and then he shook out a sun-protective jacket like a magic trick. The UV index is off the charts today. Su Qingqing put on the jacket obediently and zipped it up to the top. As the car drove out of the community, the navigation robot female voice announced the destination, to the forest park. The whole journey is 12 kilometers. Lindsay raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence. I worked there before. Really? Su Qingqing's fingers gripping the steering wheel slightly tightened. She chose this place on purpose, but pretended not to know. What do you do? A handyman. Lindsay looked at the street scene passing by outside the window. I quit after working for half a month. I thought delivering food was more profitable at that time. His voice was calm, as if he was telling someone else's story. The intricate alleys of the urban village flashed past the car window. He suddenly pointed to a certain alleyway and said, I got lost there for half an hour. All my takeaway orders were overdue, and my day's wages were deducted. After saying this, he started laughing, and tiny wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. Su Qingqing looked at him secretly. The sunlight filtered through the skylight, casting mottled shadows on Lindsay's profile. The past events that she had never heard of were flowing out from his lips like opening a belated gift. She suddenly wanted to kiss this man who was laughing and telling her about his difficult past. What happened next? She asked softly. Lindsay turned to look at her, his pupils filled with golden sunlight. At least you don't have to fall in the rain and get covered in mud, and then you don't have to guard the lunchbox tightly for fear of bad reviews from customers. He said it lightly, but Su Qingqing suddenly stepped on the brakes. Amid the honking of cars behind them, she leaned over and kissed Lindsay on the lips, tasting the mint toothpaste he drank in the morning. This impulsive kiss lasted only 3 seconds, but it disrupted the breathing rhythm of both of them. Green light. Lindsay reminded hoarsely, rubbing his thumb across her blushing cheek. The sign of the clay workshop was getting closer and closer, and Su Qingqing's heartbeat quickened. The date she carefully planned had just begun, and Lindsay never knew what kind of surprise was waiting for him next. In other words, how she plans to use new memories to cover up all the past that he doesn't want to look back on. When Lindsay thought back to what he had done, he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He was too proud at that time. He knew clearly that his actions would hurt Su Qingqing, but he still refused to admit his mistake. Now that I have lost my edge, looking back on the past, all I am left with is self-blame and regret. I should have opened my own store earlier so that I could pay you directly. Lindsay suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted. With a look of deep sorrow, he said, it's a huge loss to let the middleman make the difference. Su Qingqing. Sure enough, this man's train of thought is always different. He is worthy of being the one she has chosen. You said you welcome me to come to you most of the time. Lindsay suddenly leaned closer, with curiosity in his eyes. Lindsay suddenly leaned closer, his eyes flashing with curiosity. What about that small part of the time? Just at this moment, the red light turned green. The sound of the engine restarting was particularly clear in the quiet car. Su Qingqing held the steering wheel and heard her own voice softly, the rest of the time. I am waiting for you to come. She leaned over and kissed Lindsay's lips, tasting the minty toothpaste he had in the morning. This impulsive kiss lasted only 3 seconds, but it disrupted the breathing rhythm of both of them. Lindsay turned his head suddenly,
his pupils dilated slightly. Surprise, joy, disbelief, all kinds of emotions intertwined in his eyes. The heartbeat was deafening. Su Qingqing looked straight ahead, seemingly concentrating on driving, but a thin layer of sweat had already appeared on her palms. She could feel Lin Zhe's burning gaze and couldn't help but think wildly. Is your makeup today still exquisite? Did the lipstick smudge? Could it be that the powder is stuck? The strong woman who was a big shot in the business world is now like a young girl who has just fallen in love, her heart beating uncontrollably fast. What are you looking at? She pretended to be calm. No. Lin Zhe hastily denied, with an unconcealable smile in his voice. It's just not what I imagined. I am very happy. Su Qingqing chuckled, and the laughter was like a feather brushing against his ear, causing Lin Zhe to touch his hot ear tips unconsciously, with the corners of his mouth grinning from ear to ear. We're here. The navigation prompt sounded at the right time. At this time, on the other side. The morning light is like a knife, cutting through the curtain of night inch by inch. Wang Jianxue frowned in the glaring light, and his eyelids felt heavy as if they were filled with lead. When my fingertips touched my cheek, I was surprised to find that the pillowcase was already wet. She hoped this was just a nightmare. She always thought that there was a lot of time left and she could wait for her aunt to recover. But what I saw was him holding someone else's hand. Has that woman ever seen him at his most miserable? Did you know that he walked 5 kilometers home in the heavy rain just to save $2 for bus fare? Wang Jianxue suddenly curled up and dug his nails deep into his palms. The sun still gently enveloped her. Chapter 98. There is a problem. Wang Zixue slowly closed her eyes. Ding dong. A Weibo-specific message alert came from my mobile phone. She suddenly opened her eyes, grabbed the phone and unlocked it. Lin Zhe, who received special attention, updated a photo. She instinctively double-clicked to zoom in. Lin Zhe is actually in that cafe. Just a glimpse. Wang Zixue recognized the place. The cafe that Lin Zhe often went to when he first entered the workplace. It's less than 3 stops away from where she lives. Lin Zhe is there. Wang Zixue jumped out of the bed reflexively, opened the closet and rummaged through the dazzling array of dresses. I wore this when I went to Lin's company last week. This dress doesn't show off her curves. This one is too gaudy. The minute hand is about to turn half a circle. Wang Zixue bit her lower lip and finally chose a ruffled chiffon dress. What she is most proud of is her long straight legs. She changed her clothes in a hurry and quickly drew her eyebrows and eyes. Wang Zixue rushed out of the house wearing her little white shoes. Ouch. Father Wang looked at his daughter's whirlwind back, shook his head and sighed. Where is this girl going? She's really been an enemy to me. Not home every day. No. Now that I'm at the age to get married, I have to quickly look for a good son-in-law who is of equal status. Wang Zixue, completely unaware that he was being targeted, rushed to the coffee shop breathlessly. She was separated from the store by a 2-way carriageway. The distance is just right. I can clearly see Lin Zhe's profile in the French window. And Su Qingqing, who was sitting next to him. Wang Zixue suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. Why didn't she think of it? Why would Lin Zhe, who was so busy with his work, hang out in a coffee shop for no reason? He must be here to accompany someone. Wang Zixue lowered her head and stared at the photo on her phone. The vision went from clear to chaotic, gradually blurred, and finally became misty. Bottom right corner of the photo. The 2 hands were intimately entangled. The knuckles interlocked. Women are born with unique sensory abilities. When a potential rival appears, this radar is always extremely sharp. Su Qingqing raised her eyes and saw Wang Zixue on the other side of the zebra crossing. The sun is scorching. She stood opposite like a statue, her whole body shrouded in a shaky sadness. Why is she here? Su Qingqing suddenly came to her senses, took out her phone and checked Weibo, and sure enough, she found Lin Zhe's updates from last night. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. I see. Su Qingqing put away her phone and looked at Lin Zhe, who was wiping the dishes. He lowered his head in concentration, not noticing that Wang Zixue, not far away, was carefully wiping her bony fingers with a tissue. Long and dry. These reassuring hands belonged to her now. One night, his fingertips would gently trace her skin, and the hot marks would be branded on every inch of her skin, whether hidden or exposed. At that time, he would belong to her completely.
Su Qingqing held Lin Zai's hand without waiting for him to dry it. The wet touch made her smile slightly.
Your hands are still wet. Lin Zai reminded. That's right, I like it this way. As soon as the words came out, Su Qingqing suddenly realized the ambiguity in the words and hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, I just received a message that I'm going to pick up Tao Tao. Shall we go together? Let me drive? Lin Zai suggested. Su Qingqing shook the car keys and said, I'll do it.
Her tone left no room for doubt. In the rearview mirror, Wang Zixue was still standing there, like a puppet with its soul taken away.
And Lin Zai?
He was looking down at his seatbelt and didn't notice the figure outside the window at all.
Need navigation? No need. Su Qingqing stepped on the accelerator, and the engine roared, leaving everything behind.
Wang Zixue looked at the car going away. Her throat tightened and her chest felt like it was being torn apart. She hunched her back, supported her knees with her hands, waited for her breathing to calm down, and called her father.
Dad.
You girl. Listen to me first, Wang Zixue interrupted, I want to buy a car. She stared at the direction where the car disappeared and gritted her teeth, I want a Lamborghini. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone.
Dad?
Wang Zixue urged. The only response she got was still silence, as if even the air had frozen.
Wang Duqing's voice came faintly from the other end of the phone. Do I look like a Lamborghini to you?
You've been thinking about nonsense all day.
Come back and collect the rent.
If you don't claim the money transferred via WeChat within 24 hours, it will be returned.
If you delay any longer, your money will be gone. And the Lamborghini? You look like a Lamborghini to me. Bang. The call was rudely hung up. Wang Zixue. Why? Why? Was she born to be a rent collector?
Wang Zixue stared at the black screen of his mobile phone and slowly raised his face.
The sun is shining brightly. It's a rare good weather.
She looked directly at the sun stubbornly, but the strong light hurt her eyes.
The consequences of stubbornness soon became apparent. Dark spots appeared before my eyes. My head started to feel dizzy.
Wang Zixue had to hold on to the bus stop sign beside him.
Logically speaking, it shouldn't be sunny today. Where is the rain? Where is the wind? What about the umbrella that was opened when she was at her most embarrassed? Or what about the scene where Lin Zai looks back and sees her and reluctantly compromises and sends her home? None of them. Nothing at all. She is the only one who is sentimental.
Wang Zixue vaguely thought that it would be useless even if he bought a Lamborghini.
Because she hasn't passed the second subject test yet. How did Lin Zai and Su Qingqing pass it in one go? Wang Zixue's throat tightened.
The tears finally burst out. Subject 2 is really difficult.
It's too difficult.
In front of the cram school. It was peak time for school to be over. The road was full of pickup vehicles.
Su Qingqing's Lamborghini was particularly eye-catching, especially her position in the driver's seat.
But her attention was all on Lin Zai and Wang Tao Tao in the back row.
Have some water?
She handed over the mineral water naturally. Lin Zai took it, unscrewed it, handed it to her and let her take 2 sips, then naturally started drinking from the bottle.
Wang Tao Tao's eyes widened at the side.
Since Lu Xinghua and Su Qingyu were not at home, they could only take Wang Tao Tao back to their own residence.
As soon as you enter the house. What is this?
Lin Zai had already noticed that Wang Tao Tao was holding a document with a red seal and the word VIP printed on it. The little girl held it like a treasure all the way. Wang Tao Tao stole a glance at Su Qingqing in the kitchen, leaned over to Lin Zai's ear and whispered, I'll tell you when Mom is not around. Although she lowered her voice, Su Qingqing still caught a few words in the quiet room.
She and Lin Zai exchanged a quick glance. There is a problem. Su Qingqing stood up calmly and made an excuse to go to the bathroom.
In fact, he pricked up his ears to listen to the movements in the living room. In the huge living room, only Lin Zai and Wang Tao Tao were left.
Lin Zai softened his voice and asked, Has Tao Tao made any new friends recently? Chapter 99 How are you so good at coaxing children? Yeah. Wang Tao Tao's eyes sparkled, and her little face was full of excitement.
Seeing that they were the only 2 people in the living room, the little girl approached mysteriously and said, He's a very handsome boy.
Lin Zai raised his eyebrows. Oh? What kind of boy is so charming? His name is Xiaoyu, and he's the coolest in our class. Wang Taotao gestured excitedly, he can play football and skateboard.
Su Qingqing, who was hiding in the bathroom, frowned when she heard this. It is normal for a little girl of this age to start to have a crush on the opposite sex, but...
Then why did he give you this VIP card?
Lin Zhe shook the piece of paper covered with stickers. Wang Taotao blushed suddenly and her voice became softer. He said that if I help him with his homework, he will let me be his girlfriend. Su Qingqing almost rushed out, but she bit her lips and held back.
Lin Zhe's expression became serious. Taotao, do you know what a girlfriend is? It's just, we can play together and he will protect me. Wang Taotao answered naively. Then why should a girlfriend help him with his homework? Lin Zhe asked patiently, if someone really likes you, would he be willing to let you do his homework for him?
Wang Taotao was stunned, her face slowly falling, but other girls all want to be his girlfriend.
Taotao is so cute, it should be the boys who take the initiative to be nice to you. Lin Zhe said gently, do you want your uncle to teach you a few tricks? I guarantee that all the little boys will be around you? Wang Taotao's eyes lit up again, really?
First, never compromise yourself just to please others.
Lin Zhe raised his finger. Second, friends who are truly worth making will respect you. Third. Su Qingqing couldn't help laughing when she heard this in the bathroom.
She didn't expect Lin Zhe to be so good at coaxing children.
Then, what should I do now? Wang Taotao pinched the VIP card in confusion. Well. Lin Zhe blinked, how about you return this card to him tomorrow and say I don't want to serve you anymore? Wang Taotao chuckled, will he be angry? If he's angry, it means he doesn't deserve to be your friend.
Lin Zhe rubbed her head, our Taotao deserves better.
Su Qingqing finally couldn't help but come out and pretended to have just finished using the toilet. What are you guys talking about so happily?
Wang Taotao immediately rushed to her mother. Mom.
Uncle Lin taught me how to fall in love. Su Qingqing widened her eyes. What? Lin Zhe quickly waved his hands. No.
I'm teaching her how to treat friends of the opposite sex correctly. Seeing the big and small quarreling, Su Qingqing smiled helplessly. Perhaps, this is a necessary lesson for growing up. Su Qingqing walked out of the bathroom and her eyes met Lin Zhe's.
She whispered into the phone, sister, you decide.
It was unknown what was said on the other end of the phone. She only responded twice and hung up. When she turned to look at Lin Zhe, there was some expectation in her eyes. My sister wants to invite you to dinner at home.
She paused, then added, would you like to go? Lin Zhe's eyelashes twitched slightly, because of Taotao's matter? That's part of the reason.
Su Qingqing nodded, and then her cheeks flushed slightly, and, because of me.
Lin Zhe suddenly realized that he was now Su Qingqing's legitimate boyfriend.
It was only natural to visit her family.
Just Sister Qingyu and Brother Lu? Lin Zhe asked. Yeah. Su Qingqing's answer was a little hesitant.
Obviously, in her understanding, family members were just that. Lin Zhe pretended not to notice, and raised his lips slightly, although I have seen you before, but this time your identity is different.
Should I dress myself up?
Seeing that he agreed readily, Su Qingqing's eyes lit up with a smile. Lin Zhe's willingness to visit officially as a boyfriend means that their relationship has taken another step forward. Then it will be her turn to meet Lin Zhe's parents. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but have a beautiful vision of the future in her eyes.
The specific time has not been decided yet.
Seeing that he took it so seriously, Su Qingqing smiled even more deeply. In fact, it would be good if you just come.
Is uncle coming to our house? Wang Taotao, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly interrupted. Yes, Su Qingqing tapped her nose. Are you welcome? Welcome. Super welcome. Wang Taotao danced with excitement. Ever since Lin Zhe took her over from the cram school, the girls in the class have been extremely envious. So, Mom, you two are finally dating?
Lin Zhe took Su Qingqing's hand and waved it in front of her. Yes, we are in love. He winked mischievously. When you grow up, you can also fall in love with the person you like.
Unexpectedly, Wang Taotao shook her head like a rattle. No. I don't want to fall in love. Why?
Lin Zhe looked surprised.
Once you fall in love, you'll become someone who can't even open a bottle cap or walk on the road.
Wang Taotao said with a look of disgust.
Lin Zhe. What is going on?
Lin Zhe looked confused, but Su Qingqing seemed to have thought of something, her cheeks slightly flushed. Being loved makes people unconsciously let down their guard. I want to act coquettishly to the one I love. Longing for his meticulous love and care. In the past, Su Qingqing disdained this, but now she just wants to throw herself into Lin Zhe's arms and ask for kisses, hugs, and lifts.
Cough. Su Qingqing coughed lightly and said vaguely, "That's because your parents have a good relationship."
Really? Lin Zhe nodded in agreement. Although he had only met Lu Xinghua and Su Qingyu once, he noticed that Lu Xinghua's eyes always followed his wife.
Wang Taotao, who grew up in such a loving environment, is so sunny and confident. Seeing Lin Zhe's approval, the corners of Su Qingqing's mouth rose unconsciously. Gurgle. Wang Taotao covered her stomach and said pitifully, "My little tummy says it's hungry, can I have something delicious?" "Sure." Su Qingqing nodded, but turned her eyes to Lin Zhe. "What do you want to eat?" Wang Taotao? Hello? Are you kidding me? Shouldn't you ask me, the little kid, first? Lin Zhe touched his chin and pretended to be deep.
Broken viscera, coagulated blood, entangled tentacles, twisted plants, shriveled limbs, mutilated brains, and scarlet fruits. They roll in the opposition between red and white, and become silent in the blend of yellow and brown. Clear this fog of hunger for me, so I can see the truth. Wang Taotao was confused. So, what to eat? Mala hot pot. Lin Zhe and Su Qingqing said in unison. As soon as the words fell, the two looked at each other and couldn't help laughing.
Wang Taotao. I don't want to eat anymore.
It's so hurtful to my self-esteem.
I want to go home. Is it possible to bully children like this? Woo.
Because I brought Wang Taotao with me. Their afternoon schedule had to be adjusted. Watching Lin Zhe skillfully coaxing Wang Taotao to sleep. After Su Qingqing closed the bedroom door, she couldn't help but ask, "How can you be so good at coaxing children?" Taotao has never been so well behaved at home or in school. Chapter 100, Comparison is the culprit. Lin Zhe chuckled and shrugged. When I was delivering food, some customers paid me extra to put their children to sleep, and I gradually got the hang of it.
Do you need to know this to deliver food? Su Qingqing looked incredulous. Of course not.
Lin Zhe raised his chin proudly. We are all rounders. Sometimes when the store is too busy, we will help prepare meals. I can also repair computers, play the piano, and help old ladies cross the street.
There is nothing the delivery guy can't do, except what you can't think of. Ha ha ha. Su Qingqing suddenly realized, wait, you lied to me, right? Guess? Lin Zhe blinked mischievously. You are so bad. Su Qingqing said coquettishly and suddenly pounced on Lin Zhe.
Su Qingqing, who was always calm, suddenly made such a childish move, which caught Lin Zhe off guard and he was thrown directly onto the sofa. Su Qingqing didn't expect that she could push Lin Zhe down with just a light pounce.
She blinked in confusion. When did she become so strong?
She moved restlessly on Lin Zhe like a naughty kitten. The softness on her chest rubbed gently against Lin Zhe's firm chest as she moved.
Don't move. Lin Zhe's voice was slightly hoarse. Su Qingqing was only wearing a V-neck dress today.
The neckline opened slightly as she moved, revealing her snow-white skin and faintly visible curves.
I want to move.
Su Qingqing smiled slyly and deliberately propped herself up to move upwards. The thin gauze skirt rolled up as she moved, and the touch of their skin against each other made Lin Zhe's breathing pause. The beautiful scenery in front of him was too dazzling.
Lin Zhe felt his nasal cavity getting hot.
He quickly fumbled for a blanket under his body and quickly wrapped Su Qingqing up.
With a quick turnover, Su Qingqing was wrapped like a caterpillar, lying on the sofa on her side, unable to move. Let me out.
Su Qingqing twisted her body in protest.
This is so cute. Lin Zhe couldn't help laughing and took out his cell phone to take a photo.
When she saw the camera, Su Qingqing immediately broke into a sweet smile. After taking the photo, Su Qingqing immediately frowned. Lin Zhe.
You wait for me.
Lin Zhe was amazed at how fast his expression changed. He deliberately raised his phone and put it down again, making Su Qingqing stare.
Do you really think I'm easy to bully?
Su Qingqing rolled over, nimbly stretched out her hand from the gap in the blanket, and unexpectedly snatched Lin Zhe's phone. Lin Zhe subconsciously tried to grab it, with one hand on the sofa and the other hand reaching for the phone. Unexpectedly, he lost his grip and his big hand was covered with something soft.
He couldn't help but squeeze it gently.
Ah! Su Qingqing cried out softly, and the sensitive part that had never been touched by anyone was completely covered by the rough palm.
This coquettish cry made Lin Zhe tremble all over.
The air was suddenly filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Zhe looked at his hands, his snow-white skin vaguely visible between his fingers.
His Adam's apple rolled and his mouth was dry.
Su Qingqing's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she realized that the situation was completely out of control. A feeling of anticipation and shyness spread in her heart, making her whole body hot. Just when Lin Zhe seemed to be about to take further action.
Mom? Uncle? Wang Taotao's sleepy voice came from the bedroom. The two separated as if they were electrocuted.
Su Qingqing hurriedly straightened her messy collar and glared at Lin Zhe in reproach. Be careful of the impact, the child is here.
Can we really succeed if we do as you say? Wang Zishue stared at the bald consultant in front of him with burning eyes.
100% success, the bald man assured, patting his chest. He had long noticed that although Wang Zishue's clothes were ordinary, her earrings and bags were luxury goods, and she was definitely a spendthrift. He quickly took out the contract from the drawer. As long as you strictly follow our plan, there is no man you can't get.
Okay. Wang Zishue's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. She just didn't believe that she couldn't do what Su Qingqing could do.
The emotional consultant she hired at a high price would definitely help her win Lin Zhe's heart. The bald man watched Wang Zishue sign her name on the contract with a smile on his face. He stood up excitedly and stretched out his hand. Ms. Wang.
Our professional team will definitely make your wish come true.
Wang Zishue's eyes flashed with the image of Lin Zhe getting into Su Qingqing's car, and she curled her lips. I believe you.
When will it start? You can start any time.
The bald man didn't expect her to be so eager, rubbing his hands and saying, Please follow me to the VIP classroom. Walking into the elegantly decorated VIP area, the bald man pushed open a door and announced confidently, Welcome Ms. Wang to join Kangda Driving School. All I saw was a room full of coaches in suits and leather shoes shouting in unison. You can tell at first glance that he is a good candidate for driving lessons.
The clutch is perfect.
This is a beautiful steering wheel.
Come on, you're the best.
This scene made Wang Zishue's blood boil, and he clenched his fists. With such professional coaches like you, I will definitely pass the second subject. During the last test, a classmate grabbed the steering wheel, the instructor called me a living ancestor, and the driving school made me retake the test.
This time, I must get my driver's license back. But half an hour later. Coach, how do I get a refund for my tuition? Wang Zishue asked quietly. Bald? Isn't this plot development too sudden? How about, hold on a little longer?
The bald man tried to save the situation.
What difficulties did you encounter? No difficulty can't defeat me. Wang Zishue sighed.
The bald man was speechless for a moment.
How could this conversation continue? Wang Zishue was very upset.
If she had known, she would not have been so impulsive.
Now.
He looked at his own reflection and felt deflated again.
That's all for today.
She waved her hand listlessly.
What if?
When I get my driver's license, I'll take Lin Zhe for a ride in a Lamborghini.
Which man can refuse?
Men all like Lamborghini, right? She suddenly asked.
Well. The bald man hesitated. If you like small animals, you might prefer Land Rover, BMW, Hummer, Jaguar. Wang Zishue. Is this little animal serious? Forget it, it's better to ask him.
An idea suddenly occurred to her, and she took out her cell phone and made a call.
Half an hour later, at the milk tea shop. Here. Wang Zishue waved to Wang Jiangwo, who was peeking out the door. What a coincidence. Wang Jiangwo walked over with a confused look on his face. I'm looking for you. Wang Zishue pointed to the seat opposite with a smile. But my landlord called. Wang Jiangwo's eyes suddenly widened. What the hell? The house is yours too. Can I die if there is one more rich person like me in this world? It's not mine. Wang Zishue said lightly, it belongs to my grandfather, and it hasn't been transferred yet. Wang Jiangwo. Does it make any difference? Wang Jiangwo.
The fist hardened.
Chapter 101. Is this Ayaka Kawakita?
It's so hot today, and your words really chill me to the bone.
He simply gave up and said, what do you want from me?
Although they knew each other, they were not close enough to have milk tea together alone.
Etc.
Wang Jiangwo suddenly widened his eyes, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked alert. Could it be for? I want to know how Lin Zhe and Mr. Su got together. Wang Zishue asked softly, biting her lower lip. The shock of the past 2 days was too great, and she realized how little she knew about Su Qingqing apart from knowing that she was a beautiful and capable female president. She knew nothing else. His eyes unconsciously moved downwards, and Wang Zishue saw the tips of his shoes clearly visible.
Wang Jiangwo showed an expression of as expected.
Lingling, he said earnestly, I used to think you and Lin Zhe were a good match. But since I saw the picture of Lin Zhe and Mr. Su together, I finally understood what it was like when he really liked someone. I'm not trying to discourage you, but just for this reason you should give up. Wang Zishue is a good girl, as innocent and cute as a girl next door, without any local arrogance. Before Su Qingqing appeared, he did match her with Lin Zhe.
But Lin Zhe obviously didn't mean that. What's more, Wang Zishue has always been very sensible towards Lin Zhe. Who says that there can't be pure friendship between men and women? Aren't he and Lin Shanshan the best example?
Wang Zishue's eyes suddenly lit up. You also think that Lin Zhe and I are a good match?
Wang Jiangwo?
Wait, did you not listen to a single word of the advice I gave you later? Are your ears selective in receiving signals? Wang Zishue is full of confidence, so I still have a chance.
Ah.
As long as I persist, victory will eventually belong to me.
Ah. Wang Jiangwo was completely confused. Wang Jiangwo was speechless. What are you doing? You can't win over someone, so you start hoping they break up, right? Why didn't anyone come to rob me?
Wang Zishue, why don't you try to pursue me? I promise to let you know what it means to make your dreams come true.
Okay.
Wang Zishue sipped her milk tea gracefully. Now you can tell me how President Su got together with Lin Zhe.
Wang Jiangwo was still struggling. Lingling, I'd like to invite you to drink milk tea. This is not about milk tea. Reduction of 100 on the rent. This is not about the money. Minus 150. I think Lin Zhe shouldn't mind you knowing this.
Wang Jiangwo immediately changed his words. He said to Lin Zhe silently in his heart, Good brother, I will definitely give you a big red envelope when you get married.
Maybe Wang Zishue will give up after knowing the truth?
This is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. At the end, Wang Jiangwo felt that he had never worked so hard in his college entrance examination essays.
Lin Zhe, do you know how hard I have worked for your happiness?
After saying that, he took a big gulp of lemonade, looked at the silent Wang Zishue and said comfortingly,
Don't be too sad.
You are still young. It is normal to meet someone you like but not be able to get him her.
Look at me, I don't even have anyone I like.
Wang Zishue raised her eyes dimly. You will find out later that it is highly likely that you will not meet again.
Wang Jiangwo, I comforted you out of kindness, and this is how you repay me? So they were together in college?
Wang Zishue asked, pursing her lips.
That's what Lin Zhe said. Wang Jiangwo nodded. Now that they are reunited, they must be very close, right?
Wang Zishue analyzed seriously, so the probability of them breaking up again is even greater.
Wang Jiangwo's CPU is about to burn out. The world finally became insane and he couldn't understand it. He made it seem like he wanted to fall in love, and you came to this conclusion? How about, let's go to the hospital? Wang Jiangwo suggested cautiously. Are you sick?
Wang Zishue looked confused.
I think you are sick. Wang Jiangwo was scratching his head anxiously. Do you really have to hang yourself on a tree? There are better things waiting for you after you leave Linza. Your current behavior is simply.
He swallowed the words back when they came to his lips.
Wang Zishue lowered her eyes sadly. But, will I no longer like him if I leave? If you like him so much, Wang Jiangwo asked in confusion, why didn't you tell him when he didn't have a girlfriend? Wang Zishue remained silent, her face instantly turning pale.
She tightly grasped the milk teacup, and the plastic cup made a crackling sound in her hand as it could not bear the weight. I just like him, she said stubbornly, biting her lip.
Wang Jiangwo almost cried. Why? Why couldn't he meet such a passionate girl? He took a deep breath and asked in a serious tone, Does your family still have land?
Yes.
Wang Zishue looked confused. Do you raise cattle at home?
Yes.
Wang Jiangwo was secretly delighted. The groundwork had been laid. He pretended to be calm and continued to ask, Do you use cows to plow the land? Ah. Let the cows rest, you go down.
Wang Jiangwo said seriously, Plow a furrow of land, and I guarantee that everything about love and affection will be clear to you. He felt like he was a genius and was just waiting to see Wang Zishue's admiring look.
Sure enough, Wang Zishue's eyes changed.
She slowly spoke.
The rent has increased by 200. Wang Jiangwo was completely dumbfounded. He watched Wang Zishua elegantly leave with her small bag, and then he realized, wait. Is my golden sentence worth only 200 yuan in rent? When he chased out, Wang Zishua had already disappeared in the crowd. Wang Jiangwo really cried. He called Lin Zhe and sobbed, "What the hell is so good about you? You make President Su never forget you, and Wang Zishua torture me for you." On the other end of the phone, Lin Zhe pondered, maybe it's because I have 10 virtues? You? The 10 virtues? Wang Jiangwo didn't even bother to cry. Come on, tell me about it.
Lin Zhe began to count on his fingers. First, humility; second, care; third, gratitude; fourth, sincerity.
Stop. Wang Jiangwo rolled his eyes in anger. You are a psychopath. He finally understood how the 200 yuan rent was raised. Now he just wanted to raise Lin Zhe's rent as well to vent his anger. After calming down for a while, Wang Jiangwo sighed and said, "Anyway, this is the situation. You can handle Wang Zishua's situation yourself." Now it was Lin Zhe's turn to have a headache. A wise man does not fall in love, but the other party is a lovesick person. Okay, I got it. Lin Zhe said on the other end of the phone, "Let's not talk about it for now, I'm going to go to the movies." You? Watching a movie? Wang Jiangwo asked suspiciously. Yes, it's Kawakita Ayaka's new film. Lin Zhe answered naturally. Fuck. Wang Jiangwo suddenly became excited. Send me a copy of the resources. Sure, I'll send you the link via WeChat. Lin Zhe agreed readily. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jiangwo rubbed his hands excitedly and waited. With a ding, the link came. He couldn't wait to open it. The complete version of the Hebei Bangzi Opera Kai Hua Ji. Wang Jiangwo? He stared at the phone screen, confused. Is this Hebei Kai Hua? Chapter 102. I couldn't help but peek at the other person's reaction. So exciting. Wang Jiangwo was so angry that he stamped his feet. Just as he was about to send a voice message to curse someone, he suddenly found out that Lin Zhe had blocked him. Fuck. He gave the phone screen a middle finger. At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated. It was a new message from Lin Zhe. By the way, I'm still studying quantum mechanics recently. Do you want to discuss Schrodinger's cat with me? Wang Jiangwo replied with gritted teeth, discuss your uncle. As soon as the message was sent, it showed the other party has turned on friend verification. You are not his friend yet. Fuck. Wang Jiangwo was so angry that he threw his phone on the sofa. On the other side, Lin Zhe was lying leisurely on the sofa, reading the last message sent by Wang Jiangwo, rolling on the ground with laughter. Su Qingqing poked her head out of the bedroom. What's so funny? Nothing. Lin Zhe wiped away the tears from laughing. I just suddenly found that bullying Wang Jiangwo was much more interesting than watching a movie. Su Qingqing shook her head helplessly. Are you 3 years old together? 3.5 years old. Lin Zhe answered confidently and turned his phone to silent mode because Wang Jiangwo had started making calls frantically. At this time, Wang Jiangwo was running wildly in the living room. Lin Zhe, you bastard. He angrily called Bai Weiwei. Hello? Come out for a drink. That bastard Lin Zhe is playing tricks on me again. On the other end of the phone, Bai Weiwei sighed. Can you two be more mature? Never mind, see you at the usual place. Send me the location. I'll be there right away. Mr. Su. Did you see Mr. Su? Your capable subordinate Bai Weiwei is once again fighting through difficulties and lurking under cover for your happiness. Remember to give out bonuses. Give out bonuses. At the same time, Wang Zishue walked out of the bar carrying her bag, and the tears in her eyes finally burst out. She lowered her head silently and let her tears fall to the floor. The afternoon wind suddenly had a strong force. Her loose hair danced wildly in the air. She must look like a crazy woman. But Wang Zishue didn't have time to care about these things. Wang Jiangwo was right. Lin Zhe already had a boyfriend, and her behavior was no different from coveting someone else's boyfriend. She is just an ordinary person. To sum up all the setbacks I have encountered since childhood, I just received another 2,000 yuan in Yui Bao today, and I haven't spent all the money from yesterday. What else even worse is? She clearly knew how she felt about Lin Zhe. Why didn't you say it before Su Qingqing showed up? Why don't you say it? Why? Because she already had the answer in her heart. Even at this moment, she refused to admit it.
The tears in Wang Zhishue's eyes gathered more and more, and the surging emotions made her freeze in place, allowing all kinds of passers-by to pass by her. Curious, strange, and all kinds of gazes were cast upon him. Finally, before Wang Zhishue's eyesight blurred by tears, a bony hand reached out, holding a tissue between its fingers. Could it be? Dear, please support college students' entrepreneurship. Scan the QR code to get free tissues. Dear, just scan one. Just scan one. Wang Zhishue stared at the innocent yet silly salesman's face in front of her. Get the hell out of here. Can't you see I'm crying? Enough. Wang Zhishue suddenly closed her eyes and suppressed the collapse in her heart. I've said enough. This crazy world. It's so fucking annoying. So annoying. The other end. Lindsay listened to the chattering of Su Qingqing and Wang Taotao in the bedroom. He casually pushed the phone that blocked Wang Jiangwo aside. His eyes fell on his right hand. The touch, as soft as marshmallow, seems to still linger on my fingertips. Lindsay moved his fingers, but only grasped a ball of nothingness. My hands are empty. My heart also feels empty. When Su Qingqing came out of the bedroom, she heard Lindsay sighing. What are you sighing about? Well, Lindsay said quietly, I'm thinking about Wang Jiangwo. Su Qingqing? After all, he was there for me when I was down. He ran around when I was sick. When I was broke, he was the one who helped me. So, after a fierce analysis, Lindsay suddenly realized. Wang Jiangwo's grandson is a jinx. What about me? Being alive is a spirit. You can be bad, but you can't lose your aura. Of course, even if you don't have charisma, you can still do something fancy. Lindsay is in this state right now. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and spoke in a firm tone. He's definitely my worst enemy. Otherwise, he would have resisted Su Qingqing, but after listening to Wang Jiangwo's words, he fell flat on his face. Yu Lingling originally had a 30% favorable impression of him, more than friendship but less than love. But after listening to Wang Jiangwo's words, she immediately became the tragic second female lead. Fortunately, it's not the rainy season now, otherwise it would have turned into a sad drama for them. Wang Jiangwo, Wang Jiangwo. Su Qingqing looked at Lindsay. Although she didn't understand what he was talking about, she suggested considerately. Their essay project in Equatorial Guinea. If Wang Jiangwo is transferred to the head office, he can take over this job. It takes at least 3 to 5 years to get back there. This way he won't be able to control you, right? Lindsay. Su Qingqing. You are my savior. Lindsay felt inexplicably happy. Wang Jiangwo. Take care on your journey. Wang Jiangwo, who was sitting in the milk tea shop complaining, suddenly shuddered and his whole body trembled. He rubbed his arms and looked at Bai Weiwei, who was wearing delicate makeup. Don't you feel a sudden chill all over your body? Huh? Bai Weiwei looked at him in confusion. The more Wang Jiangwo spoke, the colder his back became. He shrank his neck and said, Damn it. This milk tea shop is definitely not clean. I glanced at the busy shop, then looked through the glass at the scorching sun outside. Are you afraid of ghosts? Afraid? Haha, would I be afraid? Wang Jiangwo straightened his back, but now he felt as if he was soaked in ice water. But you really don't feel a chill on your back? Is it possible that? Bai Weiwei's eyebrows were knitted into knots, her expression was serious. She came close to Wang Jiangwo, and in his horrified eyes, she lowered her voice and said, You happen to be sitting under the air conditioning vent? Aha! Wang Jiangwo turned around suddenly, scanned the store twice, and suddenly saw a standing air conditioner not far away. The air outlet was definitely blowing towards him. Damn it! What a wicked thing! Wang Jiangwo was furious and a little embarrassed. It was embarrassing that Bai Weiwei saw his embarrassing side. TSK. The person involved is suffocating. While feeling suffocated, my ears actually felt slightly hot. My chest was still pounding. I felt inexplicably embarrassed. But his eyes couldn't help but glance at Bai Weiwei's face, trying to figure out how she would react to this farce. Will ridicule him? Make fun of him? Still. The more Wang Jiangwo thought about it, the more panicked he became, and finally he couldn't help but sneak a glance at the person opposite him. Chapter 103 I hope this rain will last longer. Suddenly, Wang Jiangwo's pupils trembled. Only then did he realize that Bai Weiwei was acting out of character today. She usually wore black, white and gray at the company, but now she had changed into a smoky purple dress with a fitted waist that highlighted her slender curves. Her hair was tied loosely in a bun at the back of her head, with a few strands of hair swaying gently around her neck as she held her chin to her hand. And at this moment, Bai Weiwei was supporting her chin and looking at him with a teasing look in her eyes. A line of lyrics suddenly popped up in Wang Jiangluo's mind. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. This old guy Fong Wenshan really has something. Hello. Bai Weiwei saw that Wang Jiangluo's eyes suddenly became straight, as if he was struck by lightning, and she couldn't help but wave her hand in front of him. Where did the soul go?
I was thinking about blue and white porcelain.
Wang Jiangluo blurted out, then bit his tongue and changed his words. No.
I mean, you are so good, but you are single?
He regretted it as soon as he said this. Although the two had worked together for more than 2 years, they had only become close friends in the past 6 months. It was really rude to ask such a personal question, and Wang Jiangluo immediately tried to make excuses. It was just a casual question.
If you don't want to answer, then it's okay to tell you.
Bai Weiwei suddenly leaned forward, her hair brushing across the wooden table. She raised a finger and smiled like a cat stealing fish.
I have 7 principles for dating. The hairs on the back of Wang Jiangluo's neck stood up. Why does this opening line sound terribly familiar? First, don't talk about the opposite sex. The way of thinking is too different, it's exhausting. Wang Jiangluo's Adam's apple rolled, then you won't like it. Second, let's not talk about homosexuality.
Bai Weiwei raised a second finger. There are too many similarities, it's like looking in the mirror.
The lemonade in Wang Jiangluo's hand began to freeze.
Don't talk about the living, to respect life. Don't talk about the dead, to reject the unfinished love between the living and the dead. When she was counting on the 4th finger, a dark cloud happened to float in from the window.
Don't talk about the same age as the older or younger ones, the generation gap is meaningless. Wang Jiangluo almost choked to death on his own saliva. Wow, this directly welds away all possibilities. Etc. Why should he take it personally?
They clearly have a pure revolutionary friendship.
Absolutely pure. Wang Jiangluo almost couldn't hold back his breath. So your criteria for choosing a spouse are based on the collections in the museum? How can you talk like that?
Bai Weiwei picked up a crumpled napkin and threw it at him. I prefer to have nothing than to have something less than perfect. The paper ball drew a parabola in the air, and Wang Jiangluo subconsciously caught it. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. I understand. You are admitting in disguise, he deliberately prolonged the tone, you have never had any worldly desires at all, right?
Bite.
Bai Weiwei's straw hit the wall of the cup with a crisp sound. She squinted her eyes, and the sunlight cast tiny shadows under her eyelashes. Comrade Wang Jiangluo, have you been feeling a bit lost lately?
I dare not.
Wang Jiangluo raised his hands in surrender, but he could not hide the arc of his mouth. He suddenly found that when the topic slipped away from the edge of ambiguity, the restlessness in his chest turned into bubbling soda, gurgling up to his throat. The condensed water drops on the outside of the glass slid down, leaving dark dots on the wooden table. Bai Weiwei suddenly stirred the ice with a straw, actually.
Ha! Wang Jiangluo immediately pricked up his ears. I'm trying to quit sugar recently.
She suddenly changed the subject, so this cup of mango sago.
I understand. Wang Jiangluo grabbed the cup and took a sip, almost choking on the tapioca pearls. Ahem, it's my duty to help my colleagues share the calories.
Bai Weiwei looked at him, grinning from the cold, and suddenly laughed. The sunlight shone through the hair scattered by her ears, casting a swaying spot of light on the back of Wang Jiangluo's hand, like a group of golden elves tap dancing.
At the same time,
it is known that there are 20 rabbits and 24 chickens in the cage.
Lin Zhe's pencil made a third crease on the draft paper. Wait, is there something wrong with this question? Wang Taodao came over with her twin ponytail swinging. Uncle, you figured out the problem was wrong after only calculating for 15 minutes?
This is called rigor.
Lin Zhe snapped the exercise book shut.
Come on, I'll take you to verify the more important theorems of life.
What theorem? When the hot pot is boiling, follow the 7-second rule for boiling tripe.
The moment Lin Zhe picked up his coat, he saw the little girl secretly stuffing the junior high school math problems back into her school bag.
He pretended not to see it, but his hand trembled slightly when he touched his phone. Are all the kids nowadays so scary?
The cicadas outside the window suddenly chirped loudly.
Lindsay looked at the little figure jumping and jumping to change shoes, and suddenly remembered that he was still crying about chickens and rabbits in the same cage in the 6th grade. He took out a mint candy, threw it into his mouth, and bit it hard. This generation of new waves will sooner or later beat the old waves to death on the beach. Lindsay glanced at the clock and calmly closed his exercise book. Let's go have hot pot tonight? Yeah. Wang Taotao instantly forgot about the math problem and her eyes lit up like searchlights. Lindsay swiped the screen of his phone and saw the cartoon pattern on the little girl's slippers. Go ask your mother if she wants to eat it. Aha! Wang Taotao jumped off the chair and ran out. Not long after, she poked her head out of the doorframe again. Mom said to eat. Looking at the excited little face in the crack of the door, Lindsay's Adam's apple moved. He suddenly felt playful, then asked if you want to eat marbling beef? Oh. The little figure rushed out again, and this time when he came back, he grabbed the corner of Su Qingqing's clothes, as if he was grabbing a sword. Mom. He ordered me around. Su Qingqing raised her eyebrows and looked at Lindsay, who responded reflexively, our hero, little Neza? Wang Taotao was stunned for a moment, then she opened her voice and shouted, Mom. Su Qingqing held her forehead helplessly and locked her daughter out of the door. Mom will help you deal with him. I'm going to get spanked. Wang Taotao shouted and jumped outside the door, her slippers slapping against the floor. The study suddenly became quiet. Lindsay turned his chair to face Su Qingqing, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. Are you really going to do it? Taotao's mother? This name made Su Qingqing's ears suddenly burn. I have heard this title countless times at parent-teacher conferences, but at this moment it seems like a tiny electric current running down my spine to my fingertips. She saw Lindsay's pupils glowing amber in the dusklight, and suddenly remembered the children's bicycle he had repaired last week, and the part of his neck that was exposed when he was squatting to tie Taotao's shoelaces. You. Su Qingqing just opened her mouth when a muffled bang sound suddenly came from outside the door. It sounded like Wang Taotao put her ear against the door. The two laughed out loud at the same time, and the delicate atmosphere just now was instantly shattered. When Lindsay stood up, he deliberately made a loud noise with the chair and shouted to the outside of the door, ouch, it hurts so much. Your mother was too cruel. You deserve it. Wang Taotao's voice was full of pride. I want to order 3 plates of shrimp paste. Su Qingqing looked at the man in front of her who was acting enthusiastically, and suddenly found a little chalk dust on the fold of his sweatshirt collar. She subconsciously reached out her hand, but just before she touched it, she suddenly stopped and pointed out the window. It's going to rain. Lindsay looked in the direction of her finger. The clouds in the twilight were slowly gathering together, like overturned cotton candy. He suddenly hoped that the rain would last longer and longer. Chapter 104. Is this the power of capital? In the hot pot restaurant. Wang Taotao raised her little face proudly and glanced at the two adults. Even though Lindsay and Su Qingqing were unaware of it. But her aura is already full. That's enough. Su Qingqing took Wang Taotao to wash their hands. Lindsay sat alone at the table waiting for them and ordered a set meal for 3 people on the group buying app. When checking the QR code, he looked up and asked the waiter, can the lettuce be replaced with other leafy greens? The price is the same. The waiter glanced at him and said in a drawn-out tone, your group purchase package is originally a special price, why are you still being picky? You are really fussy. I hate these customers who are always looking for a bargain and are troublesome. Lindsay frowned, then add some spinach. $22. The waiter stared at his expression and asked, are you sure you want it? Superior. Lindsay's tone turned cold. The pot was boiling, and Su Qingqing and the others hadn't come back yet, so he could only suppress the urge to change stores. The waiter swiped twice on the tablet and turned away. After a while, Su Qingqing took the jumping Wang Taotao back to her seat. At the same time, the waiter came over with stacks of meat plates and vegetable dishes. When he saw Su Qingqing, he was obviously stunned such a delicate woman was actually eating a group-purchased meal. When he heard the little girl calling mom and uncle again, he immediately understood. It turned out that she was looking for someone to take over the child. Everything is served. She put down the last plate of cabbage with a clang and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Lindsay knocked on the table. We didn't order cabbage, and spinach hasn't been served yet. Oh, maybe they're sold out. The waiter waved the order screen in his hand. They're all vegetables, just eat them. Is a few dollars a big deal? The waiter rolled her eyes and turned to Su Qingqing. Girl, to be honest, if you want to take care of your child and then get married, you have to find an open-minded man. Su Qingqing? Lindsay? Who is unreasonable? In the hot pot restaurant.
Wang Taotao raised her little face, with a hint of pride in her eyes, as if silently declaring her victory.
Although Lin Zhe and Su Qingqing didn't notice it at all. But it doesn't matter, as long as the momentum is there.
Su Qingqing took Wang Taotao to wash their hands. Lin Zhe sat alone at the table waiting for them and ordered a meal for 3 people on the group buying app.
When checking out the bill, he looked up and asked the waiter, "Can the lettuce be replaced with other leafy greens? The price is the same." The waiter glanced at him and said in a long tone, "The group purchase package is a special price. Why are you still being picky? TSK, you're such a fusser.
I hate these customers who take advantage of others and cause trouble the most."
Lin Zhe's face darkened, "Then add some spinach." 22. The waiter stared at him and asked lightly, "Are you sure you want it?" Superior.
Lin Zhe's tone was cold and hard. The pot was already boiling, and Su Qingqing and the others hadn't returned yet, so he could only suppress the urge to change stores.
The waiter swiped twice on the tablet and turned away.
Not long after, Su Qingqing came back with the jumping Wang Taotao, and the waiters also brought meat and dishes to the table one after another.
When the waiter saw Su Qingqing, he was obviously stunned such a delicate woman actually ordered a group purchase meal.
When he heard the little girl calling mom and uncle again, he suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Oh, it turns out that she was looking for someone to take over the child.
The dishes are ready.
She put down the last plate of cabbage with a clang and turned to leave.
Wait. Lin Zhe knocked on the table. "We didn't order cabbage, and spinach wasn't served either." "Oh, maybe they're sold out."
The waiter waved the order screen in his hand. "They're all vegetables, just eat them."
12 for cabbage and 22 for spinach. Lin Zhe sneered, "And we don't eat cabbage. Is a few dollars a big deal?"
The waitress rolled her eyes and turned to Su Qingqing and said, "Girl, to be honest, if you want to take care of your child and then get married, you have to find a generous man."
Su Qingqing? Lin Zhe? Who is unreasonable? The waiter was still chattering. Men have to be willing to spend money, otherwise how are they going to live in the future?
You're looking for this kind of... Su Qingqing's face turned completely cold. "Call your manager over."
"Why are you calling the manager?" The waiter said unconvincingly, "I'm doing this for your own good, you."
Su Qingqing was too lazy to listen anymore and just raised her hand to signal the manager to come over. The manager walked over quickly and glanced at Su Qingqing and Lin Zhe. Although he couldn't tell the brand of Lin Zhe's clothes, it was obvious that Su Qingqing and Wang Taotao were wearing expensive clothes. His heart tightened, and he immediately smiled and said, "Excuse me, what's the problem?" The waiter spoke first. "We are out of spinach, so I replaced it with cabbage." They were not happy with it, so they called you over. Lin Zhe was so angry that he almost laughed. What a great skill this guy has in confusing right and wrong. The manager understood immediately it was just past dinner time. How could there be no spinach? It was clearly the wrong dish and they were still refusing to accept it. He immediately put on a smile and said, "I'm really sorry. It was our employee's mistake. How about this? We'll give you this plate of cabbage as a gift, and we'll also give you an extra portion of the brown sugar rice cake that the kids love. Is that okay with you?" The waiter curled his lips and muttered quietly, "Not enough of taking advantage." Su Qingqing sneered and pointed at the waiter, "No need for the brown sugar glutinous rice cake, return the money for the spinach and deduct it directly from her salary." The waiter's eyes widened instantly. "Why?" "Okay, no problem." The manager pulled the waiter, sweat on his forehead. Su Qingqing looked like someone who was not easy to mess with, and if things got out of hand, it would be a tough situation. "I only make $18 an hour, and you deduct $22 from me for just one sentence?" The waiter finally panicked and cried, "Aren't you bullying me? Are you crying now?" Su Qingqing had a blank expression on her face. "Okay, I want the brown sugar rice cake too. I'll deduct the money from your salary." The waiter shut up instantly, but his eyes still showed dissatisfaction. The manager laughed dryly and tried to smooth things over. "Don't worry, I'll have someone go buy some spinach right away and I'm sure you'll be satisfied." Su Qingqing ignored him and just slowly wiped her hands with a wet towel. The manager stepped back awkwardly, but before leaving, he reminded everyone, "The fire is ready, please enjoy." After saying that, he quickly dragged the still sobbing waiter away. The whole process took only 2 or 3 minutes, and Lin Zhe didn't even have a chance to interrupt. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Su Qingqing taking out her cell phone at the dining table, which was rare. "What are you doing?" he couldn't help asking. Su Qingqing said grimly, "The group holds 12% of the shares of this catering company.
I will notify the investment department to sell them all now. Lindsay dropped the chopsticks in his hand onto the table with a clack. His voice trembled. How many shares?
Not much, just the third largest shareholder.
Su Qingqing swiped her phone nonchalantly. Lindsay took a breath of cold air. Is this the power of capital? The plot of Tianlian Wanpa actually happened in real life. Chapter 105. Excellence can't be hidden. But Lindsay suddenly realized something and frowned. Wouldn't it be a big loss to sell it now?
After all, the initial investment.
Quite the opposite. Su Qingqing put down her phone and pointed at the empty restaurant. During prime time on weekends, less than 40% of the seats are occupied. Look at the kitchen, 3 out of 5 chefs are playing with their phones.
They rely on inflated data to attract investment, but their actual operations are a mess. If you don't sell now, it will be too late when the financial report comes out.
Lindsay suddenly realized.
It turns out that the real business war is not the domineering Tianlian Wangpa in the novel, but this kind of careful planning. The hot pot was bubbling, and the steaming heat blurred Su Qingqing's outline. The ups and downs of the business world in recent years have made her sharper. But when the fog dissipated, Lindsay still saw the girl who smiled at him gently.
Eat it quickly, the meat is overcooked. Su Qingqing picked up a piece of beef and put it into his bowl.
Wang Taotao stamped her feet anxiously. Why don't you guys pick up your chopsticks? My shrimp paste is about to melt.
Wang Taotao looked at Su Qingqing on the left, and then at Lindsay on the right.
The two were staring at each other in confusion, and no one knew what was going on.
What are you looking at? It's more important to fill her little tummy.
Fortunately, there were only 3 of them at the table, otherwise if there was one more person, she might not even be able to drink the hot pot soup.
Lindsay. Su Qingqing. The two of them looked away silently.
Lindsay picked up his chopsticks and started to eat. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Wang Taotao, who was eating voraciously.
This kid's mouth is definitely a weapon of causality.
If the atmosphere is even slightly ambiguous, she can physically dispel it with just one sentence.
All I can think about is eating. Lindsay angrily stuffed a big mouthful of mutton into his mouth.
Wang Taotao held Lindsay's hand with her left hand and Su Qingqing's hand with her right hand. After walking for a while, she suddenly looked up at Lindsay.
I'm not a 3-year-old anymore.
So there is no need to hold her on both sides like walking a child. Lindsay raised his eyebrows. Why didn't you say so earlier? He immediately let go of Wang Taotao's hand, quickly moved to the other side of Su Qingqing, and held her hand firmly. So, the standing position instantly became Su Qingqing was sandwiched between Lindsay and Wang Taotao.
Wang Taotao? She tilted her little face up and watched Lindsay's smooth operation in shock.
This was definitely planned for a long time.
Puff. A young lady passing by witnessed the whole process and couldn't help laughing out loud.
Wang Taotao looked over in confusion, and the little sister waved her hands quickly. Don't get me wrong, I just think your family is so loving.
You are so cute, kid.
In her hand she held a small flower made of rainbow-colored balloons, which she swayed gently, causing Wang Taotao's gaze to sway left and right.
Lindsay noticed it and asked casually, where did you get this balloon? Do you like it, kid?
The young lady then realized that Wang Taotao had been staring at her balloon, so she handed it to her directly. It's given out for free at the front desk.
I'm giving it to you.
Wang Taotao's eyes lit up, but she still looked at Su Qingqing first out of habit. Before Su Qingqing could express her opinion, the young lady had already stuffed the balloon into Wang Taotao's hand. Anyway, I have to take the subway later, and I can't take it with me.
Thank you, sister. Wang Taotao hugged the balloon and smiled like a sunflower.
The little sister couldn't help rubbing her little head, and secretly glanced at Su Qingqing.
Oh my God.
Only such a beautiful mother can give birth to such a cute baby.
Doesn't the country encourage childbirth now? Can she apply to adopt this ready-made one?
With a smile on her face like an auntie, the young lady left, looking back every few steps.
Wang Taotao happily waved the balloon flower in her hand. Mom, look.
Very beautiful. Su Qingqing touched the balloon gently and continued to lead the two of them forward. Not long after they walked, Lindsay suddenly let go of her hand and said, You guys go to the creative store in front first.
I'll be right there. Su Qingqing thought he was going to the bathroom, so she nodded and said, Okay.
After the mother and daughter walked into the store, Lindsay turned around and walked quickly towards the service counter.
5 minutes later.
When Lindsay appeared in the store holding a brand new balloon flower, Su Qingqing was obviously stunned.
This is?
For you. Lindsay handed it over with a smile. I can't just prepare gifts for children. The moment Su Qingqing took the balloon flower, several children around her cast envious glances at her. She couldn't help but curl her lips and asked, "Did you go there specially to get it?"
Yeah.
Lindsay lowered his voice. I told the staff that an older friend at home also likes this. Su Qingqing held the balloon flower tightly, her eyes sparkling. I like it very much. The wide variety of products in the store perfectly hits the children's preferences.
Princess tiara inlaid with rhinestones. A glowing unicorn notebook. Colorful cartoon stamp.
While they were accompanying Wang Taotao to choose, a little girl with pigtails kept following Su Qingqing eagerly.
The child's mother couldn't help but ask, "Can we play with the balloons?" No.
Su Qingqing took the balloon closer to her and said seriously in front of Lindsay's surprised eyes, "This is a gift from my boyfriend." The word boyfriend made Lindsay's heart jump, and he almost forgot to give directions. Turn right after leaving the store, and you can get it at the service desk next to the elevator with your receipt.
After the mother and daughter left, Wang Taotao suddenly held up 2 boxes of stickers. Uncle-in-law.
Which of these 2 looks better? Lindsay was about to answer, but Su Qingqing naturally took over the conversation. The one on the left, it matches your dress today. She shook the balloon flower in her hand and winked at Lindsay. After all, we both have good taste, right? Wang Taotao looked at her mother and then at Lindsay, and suddenly sighed, you adults are really weird. You have to show off your love just by buying stickers. Lindsay raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Qingqing. I thought you would be generous enough to give it away.
Why?
Su Qingqing held the balloon flower in front of her chest, like a kitten protecting its food. This is my limited edition. Although it was just a free balloon, it was a priceless treasure in her heart because Lindsay had specially gone to get it. Lindsay looked at her like this, and his heart felt like being gently scratched by a feather. How can you be so cute? You're wrong. Su Qingqing's eyes curved into crescents, and she counted on her fingers seriously. I'm obviously beautiful, cool, smart, gentle, considerate, and...
Lindsay's smile gradually froze. Etc. Isn't this the line he usually uses when he's narcissistic? It's over, it's over. Birds of a feather flock together. Which cold and aloof female CEO would respond like this?
Looking at Lindsay's stunned expression, Su Qingqing secretly smiled.
Who says the CEO can't surf the internet?
Besides, it's really fun to tease Lindsay. Indeed, Lindsay came back to his senses and added with a smile, the person I like is one who is both beautiful and intelligent.
My vision is indeed. Uncle-in-law, Wang Taotao suddenly appeared and said faintly, are you bragging about yourself?
Of course. Lindsay shook his bangs proudly.
Excellence can't be hidden.
Chapter 106, The pigs at home finally learned to eat cabbages.
Lindsay said that he had never formally met the parents as a boyfriend. I need to find someone to learn from.
Su Qingqing looked at the pile of gifts in Wang Taotao's arms, shook her head and sighed, you are going to spoil her to the sky.
Wang Taotao is carrying so many things home, Su Qingyu will definitely call her to blame her.
It turned out to be just as Su Qingqing expected. When Su Qingyu came to pick up Wang Taotao late at night, she put a stack of banknotes into Lindsay's hand without saying a word. The tone was decisive.
Keep it. Come to my house for dinner this weekend. Jia Jia's father and I will treat you well. Lindsay was in a dilemma holding the banknotes.
It was Su Qingqing who came to the rescue. Here you go. You know my sister's temper. Lindsay had no choice but to put the money in his pocket and watched Wang Zhenyuan carefully carry the sleeping Wang Taotao into the back seat. Su Qingyu also sat in and let her daughter rest her head on her lap.
After settling in, she rolled down the window and whispered to the two of them.
Don't stand here, come upstairs.
We'll go back first. Su Qingqing nodded, go slowly on the road.
Wang Zhenyuan smiled and replied, don't worry. Lindsay looked thoughtful as he watched the SUV worth about 200,000 yuan slowly drive away from the community.
Su Qingyu looked like she was afraid of taking advantage of others.
It forms a subtle contrast with this ordinary family car.
Is there some hidden secret that he doesn't know?
Lindsay was about to ask.
I looked up and saw the clock on the wall. It's too late. Let us talk about it tomorrow. It's Black Monday again. In the office. Lindsay slumped at his workstation like a zombie, staring blankly at the computer screen. At this time, suddenly, a lively greeting rang out from the side. Good morning.
Lin Zhe, who was devastated by life, turned his head slowly,
staring at the energetic Wang Jiangwo with eyes that looked like he was about to die. Who invented these 3 words? Don't you feel guilty when you say this? Ask yourself in your conscience. What's so good about this morning? Huh? Wang Jiangwo was stunned by the retort. Come closer and lower your voice. What's up, bro? Is there something wrong with your love life? Would you like me to introduce you to an old Chinese doctor for treatment? Lin Zhe. I really want to thank you and your family. He waved his hands feebly. Get to work. Okay. Good luck on the new work. Wang Jiangwo responded happily.
Wang Jiangwo was humming a little tune, looking exactly like the struggler that capitalists love the most. Even if Lin Zhe was slow-witted, he could sense that something was wrong. He squinted his eyes, staring at Wang Jiangwo's back as he walked with the wind and occasionally jumped a few times, and silently thought to himself, "This guy is definitely my weak spot." Today he was so sleepy as if his soul had been sucked out of him, but Wang Jiangwo, on the other hand, was so energetic as if he had just been recharged.
Who among my family members understands? What's so good about going to work? Anyway, I'm not happy.
Lin Zhe yawned and forced himself to continue working.
However, today Wang Jiangwo was like he was on drugs.
He would hang around his workstation every few days, making small talk, which made Lin Zhe upset, and he was almost hitting sparks on the keyboard. He was about to lose his temper, but when he looked up, he saw Wang Jiangwo looking around furtively, then suddenly lowered his head and laughed secretly.
Lin Zhe? What the hell? What's going on? The next second, their eyes met. Ahem. Wang Jiangwo cleared his throat tactically. Well, since you haven't decided what to eat for lunch, I'll come back later. Still coming? Lin Zhe grabbed him and said, don't wait any longer, let's go downstairs for fast food. Okay. Wang Jiangwo nodded with a little regret.
After Wang Jiangwo walked away, Lin Zhe squinted his eyes and looked in the direction that guy had just glanced at.
Swish. The end of the sight is their shiny bald executive?
The supervisor seemed to sense something and looked up, and the light reflected from his forehead almost blinded Lin Zhe's eyes.
Lin Zhe quickly looked away. The person who could make Wang Jiangwo show that obscene smile is definitely not a supervisor. He's not crazy. Could it be that?
Lin Zhe looked over quietly again. A tall figure in high heels pulled out a chair and sat down, just blocking the supervisor's reflective head.
Bai Weiwei? Lin Zhe's pupils trembled. Wang Jiangwo, this kid, is really good at hiding things?
As he was thinking about it, the WeChat message on the lower right corner of the computer suddenly jumped.
Su Qingqing, are you free on Wednesday? Su Qingqing, let's go to my sister's house for dinner. Wednesday? The day after tomorrow? Lin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He knew very well that this meeting was different from all the previous ones.
His fingers paused on the keyboard for 2 seconds, and he quickly replied.
Good.
After sending the message, he subconsciously turned around and looked at Su Qingqing's office through the glass. Su Qingqing was holding her chin, her eyes quietly fixed outside. Unexpectedly, she met his eyes and suddenly smiled, as bright as the sunshine in midsummer, instantly dispelling the uneasiness in his heart.
Night. Lin Zhe went to the hospital on purpose. The hospital is still brightly lit at night, with people coming and going. Illness never lets anyone go just because it's late. He pressed the elevator button with familiarity and went straight to the ward. Mom.
Lin Zhe walked quickly to the bedside, glanced at Jiang Wantong, and confirmed that she looked okay before speaking. How have you been feeling these days? It was fine at first, Jiang Wantong glanced at him, but when I saw you came alone, my mood immediately became bad. Lin Zhe's mouth twitched, remembering the last time she urged him to get married, and blurted out, you are just making up a rumor.
Hey. Jiang Wantong grabbed his ear and said, I don't care.
If you dare to come alone next time, don't even think about getting in.
Even if you bring medical expenses? Lin Zhe asked with a grin. Jiang Wantong thought for 2 seconds and said firmly, leave the money, you don't need it. Lin Zhe. Mother's certification. After a while of making a fuss, Jiang Wantong was obviously a little out of breath. Even after long-term recuperation, her body was still very weak and she couldn't hold up even the slightest movement. She let go of his hand and asked slowly, tell me, what's the matter with you coming here so suddenly? Lin Zhe put a pillow under her head and made sure she was okay before he sat down reluctantly. Bang!
Jiang Wanang slapped him on the shoulder, causing him to gasp in pain.
What strength? He was actually worried about her health just now? You should be the one worrying about yourself. Why are you being so shy? Jiang Wanang said disdainfully, just say what you want to say.
Lin Zhe rubbed his shoulders and said quickly, we are going to have dinner at Sister Su Qingqing's house the day after tomorrow. What should I prepare?
Jiang Wantan's eyes widened, looking at him as if he were an alien. The sun is rising from the west? Qingqing actually wants to take you to meet her parents? Lin Zhe? Mom, isn't your reaction too exaggerated?
Jiang Wantan was as excited as if she saw her own pig finally learn to dig up cabbage, and she kept sharing her experience. She suddenly stopped in the middle of her speech and said, wait, where are her parents?
Chapter 107, he's really good at this. It seems, there is only one grandfather. Lin Zhe whispered.
In fact, he had met another family member of Su Qingqing.
It was at a funeral.
At that time, he helped Su Qingqing arrange everything. A simple ceremony, in a cemetery in the suburbs. Occasionally, Su Qingqing would go there to sit and stay for most of the day.
As for her current biological grandfather,
Su Qingqing seemed to rarely mention it.
She's also a miserable child.
Jiang Wanang sighed softly, and suddenly twisted Lin Zhe's ear again. Listen, if I find out that you bully her because she has no parents.
Mom!
Lin Zhe rarely cried out in pain, but just stared at her with a deep and steady voice.
I never will. Jiang Wantan's eyes met Lin Zhe's.
The mother and son looked at each other for 3 seconds, and Jiang Wanang suddenly laughed. Okay, your eyes are quite firm. She slowly let go of her hand, and her tone suddenly softened. Qingqing is a really good kid.
Mom is hoping that you can achieve your goal and live happily ever after. When Lin Zhe heard this, he immediately looked at her suspiciously. Mom, how about we go get a paternity test?
Huh?
Jiang Wantan looked puzzled.
I seriously doubt that Su Qingqing is your biological daughter. Lin Zhe counted on his fingers. Look, you keep praising her, while my biological son seems to be picked up.
Jiang Wantan's eyes lit up, and he patted the edge of the bed and said, that's a good idea. If Qingqing is really my daughter, I will break up the couple immediately. Lin Zhe? So I'm so worthless? He murmured dejectedly, forget it then.
For the sake of lifelong happiness, endure it. On second thought, my mother likes my future daughter-in-law, so at least there won't be any conflicts between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the future.
This is not a loss.
Jiang Wanang looked at his son with satisfaction and said slowly, sometimes people have to face reality and look for the reasons in themselves. This is called self-reflection. Lin Zhe immediately retorted, come on, that's called mental exhaustion. Netizens all said, instead of wasting time on yourself, it is better to go crazy and waste time on others.
Jiang Wantan.
Her hands were itching again. But thinking that his son was about to meet his parents, Jiang Wantan held back and said, go, bring me the bag in the drawer.
Lin Zhe went to get the bag happily, and kept saying, Mom, you're not going to give me money, are you? The kind of change you've saved for a long time, so that I can buy a gift for meeting you?
Jiang Wanang paused as he was about to unzip his pants and looked up suspiciously. Why do you think so?
Isn't that how it's played out on the internet?
Lin Zhe blinked, already imagining the touching scene of a loving mother and a filial son. Jiang Wanang smiled with a fake smile. No wonder you doubt whether you are his biological child. Watch less short videos in the future.
Lin Zhe. Oh, I got scolded again. Facts have proved that old Ginger is more experienced.
Lin Zhe has never gotten the upper hand in front of his mother.
He curled his lips. Then why are you holding the bag? Jiang Wanang took out a small dark red book from her bag. Here, our household registration book. Ah? Lin Zhe was confused.
That way, if Qingqing wants to get the marriage certificate on impulse one day, you won't have to run back home to get the household registration booklet to give her a chance to change her mind.
Jiang Wanang slapped the booklet in his hand. Just keep it in your pocket so you can use it anytime.
Lin Zhe stared at the household registration booklet handed to him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Okay, now I believe it.
I am absolutely your biological child. Jiang Wantan.
Now she hopes that the child is not her biological child. Jiang Wanang rolled her eyes in annoyance and threw the household registration booklet directly into his arms. Keep it.
Thank you for your grace. Lin Zhe put the notebook into his backpack with a playful smile, and suddenly said seriously, by the way, Mom, has Dad made any progress in investigating Lu Cheng? I'm investigating. Jiang Wantan's expression was stern. I found some clues, but She shook her head. It's too late to know now. Someone has carefully set up a plan. Naturally, there will be no room for a comeback. So many years have passed. So what if the truth comes out?
The Chen family was beyond redemption. That's why Lu Cheng dared to hide outside for a few years.
And came back with a swagger. Even appearing in front of them blatantly. But do you want them to swallow this? No way.
Jiang Wanning sneered. Your father said that the key now is to find Cheng Jiangdong, who was in partnership with Lu Cheng.
That guy had already made preparations to transfer all the money cleanly as a professional debt collector.
Even if the court wanted to enforce the order, the company under his name had long been a shell.
Lindsay thought for a moment. So as long as we find the property that Cheng Jiangdong transferred. That's right. Jiang Wantong nodded.
As long as we can pry open his mouth, your father will be able to set the fire on Lu Cheng.
As for Lu Cheng,
she smiled meaningfully, he can't stand up to scrutiny.
Cheng Jiangdong. Cheng Jiangdong.
Lindsay silently recited this name in his heart.
It sounds strangely familiar. Jiang Wantong noticed his expression keenly. Do you know him?
They always thought Lindsay was young.
Never let anyone get involved in these things. Who would have thought? 1,000-mile embankment. Destroyed by ant holes. It just sounds familiar. Lindsay racked his brains but couldn't remember it.
He simply shook his head and his eyes lit up. If I can find evidence that Cheng Jiangdong transferred the property and let the court recover the money, then wouldn't I be able to become a rich second generation again?
That's true in theory. Jiang Wanning looked at him with a half-smile. But what?
If things are not ideal, you can start your own business to make money for your dad.
Jiang Wanting said seriously. In this way, you can also become a rich second generation. Lindsay. Mom, does this make sense to you?
Forget it, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. Lindsay pulled out a stack of documents from his bag like he was presenting a treasure. Mom, can you take a look at this?
What is it? Jiang Wantong took it suspiciously and opened it casually.
Her originally nonchalant expression gradually became serious as she turned the pages. Her fingers unconsciously slowed down, her brows slightly furrowed, and her mind quickly calculated the feasibility and success probability of this plan. The ward was so quiet that the only sound was the rustling of papers.
After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Wanning finally closed the file and breathed a sigh of relief. Who wrote this? Lindsay raised his chin proudly. What do you think? It seems that I underestimated you. Jiang Wantong's eyes flashed with approval, and he said proudly, our Xiaozi is really good at business.
Of course. Lindsay's tail was almost up to the sky. Who made me Jiang Wantong's son?
Jiang Wantong couldn't help laughing. This child is still so unruly. Chapter 108. She did it on purpose for you to see. Time flies, and it's already Wednesday.
When I thought about visiting Cheng Shouyun's house in the evening,
Lindsay felt panic inexplicably. That's really strange. It's weird.
I've seen them together before, but I've never felt as nervous as I do now.
Maybe because this is a formal visit? Maybe. Cheng Shouyun was so happy that she took the initiative to ask them when they would get married. Cough cough. Of course, this is just overthinking.
Lindsay took half a day off for the new year, went home and dressed up carefully, trying on one outfit after another, but always felt that it was not perfect enough. Looking at the pile of clothes on the bed, he sighed helplessly. If you don't buy clothes on weekdays, you will get anxious when the time comes.
It's obviously too late to buy it now. When you are struggling. Su Qingqing pushed the door open and walked in.
Lindsay heard the noise and rushed out, eager to show her.
How about this outfit? Is it too casual? Or is the white shirt more formal? Doesn't white seem too sturdy? Black looks too much like an insurance salesperson. Su Qingqing hadn't even put down her bag when she was hit by his continuous questioning, leaving her in tears and laughter.
Seeing him looking like he was facing a formidable enemy, she couldn't help but tease him.
It's not the first time we meet, why are you so nervous? Just wear something comfortable. Lindsay frowned, how can this be possible? This is my first official visit, I must be at my best.
Su Qingqing knew she couldn't win over him, so after carefully looking at her, she suggested, this outfit is good, it's both energetic and decent.
Wait a minute.
She suddenly turned back to her room and took out a neatly ironed shirt.
This one would be more suitable.
Lindsay went back to his room and changed without saying anything.
How are you now? Perfect.
Su Qingqing's eyes wandered over him, and she said meaningfully, I guarantee you'll be the most handsome guy in the room.
That's a must.
Lin Zhe played with his bangs proudly.
Su Qingqing suppressed her smile and changed into casual clothes. A glance at the clock on the wall reminded me, it's time to leave. Walk.
Lin Zhe picked up the carefully prepared gift.
Halfway through the journey, he suddenly realized. Wait, why do you have men's clothes in your closet? And it is obviously a style from many years ago. Su Qingqing glanced at him, you just found out? Don't you think this shirt looks familiar? Look familiar?
Lin Zhe touched the fabric on his body and suddenly remembered the clothes he had changed into in her bedroom last time.
That was clearly an old model from my school days. You took all the things I left in the dormitory? He left in a hurry. A lot of debris was left in the school dormitory.
Let us go back to that hasty graduation season.
He had long thrown away all the clutter in the dormitory.
The dormitory supervisor did call him to urge him to clean up, but at that time he had just started working and was overwhelmed, so he casually said, you handle it.
Who would have thought? These old things were secretly collected by Su Qingqing?
Lin Zhe stared at her in a daze, his eyes full of disbelief. Su Qingqing's ears felt hot from his burning gaze, and her fingertips unconsciously stroked the steering wheel.
Girlfriend helps boyfriend pack things. Isn't it natural?
Lin Zhe's mouth curled up instantly, and his heart felt like it was filled with honey.
It's especially natural. Su Qingqing listened to his rising tone and sneered unhappily. Some people. There wasn't even a goodbye. He left his entire youth behind and ran away.
The last half of the sentence turned a corner between the lips and teeth, turning into a look of anger in the eyes. Lin Zhe felt a chill on the back of his neck for no apparent reason, and touched his nose guiltily.
I promise. Never again. 20 minutes later.
When the car stopped in front of a row of noisy street shops, Lin Zhe looked at the bustling vegetable market in front of him.
Completely confused. Does your sister live here? In his imagination, Su Qingqing's sister should at least live in a large flat in the CBD.
At the very least it has to be a garden house in the suburbs.
How could it be that there is not even a community wall? An old building in the city where you can smell the fishy smell as soon as you open the window?
At this moment, he finally understood what Su Qingqing meant when she saw him dressing up carefully.
That meaningful smile.
He was wearing a straight shirt and trousers. Among the aunties carrying vegetable baskets, he looked like an actor who had walked into the wrong set.
Su Qingqing raised her eyebrows, surprised?
Quite surprised.
Lin Zhe nodded honestly.
Obviously the two sisters have a close relationship. Even my little niece can naturally call my aunt mom.
Whenever Chang Shouyun opens her mouth. With Su Qingqing's ability, she can definitely let them move into a mansion. My sister always says.
It's a nice place with a good atmosphere, perfect for a family of 3. Su Qingqing led him through the stalls filled with shouts.
He turned into the unit door at the corner with familiarity.
The sensor lights suddenly lit up with the sound of footsteps. The dim light stained the mottled stair railings.
Just climbed to the 4th floor. Then I saw a head with pigtails poking out from the security door. Mother! Wang Taoda jumped into Su Qingqing's arms like a happy little bird.
Then she called out sweetly to Lin Zhe, uncle-in-law. There was a sound of spatulas colliding in the room. Chang Shouyun, wearing aprons, and her husband hurried to the door. Seeing the large and small packages of gifts in Lin Zhe's hands,
Chang Shouyun waved her hands. It's just a daily meal. Why are you still being so polite?
This was the first time that Lin Zhe experienced the feeling of being interrogated by parents in the past. He would just stand by and secretly laugh while watching Chen Yenghua and others being interrogated.
It's over now.
I was so busy taking care of my appearance that I forgot to prepare the full set of speeches for meeting parents.
When you first visit someone, you should always be polite.
He felt that his smile must be as stiff as a piece of frozen tofu. I ate the whole meal with great concentration. Lin Zhe originally thought he would face a barrage of soul-searching questions. I didn't expect Chang Shouyun was just inviting him to dinner.
On the contrary, Wang Zhenyuan, who has always been silent, became unusually active. After dinner, Su Qingqing was dragged by Wang Taotao to check her homework.
Chang Shouyun was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen. Lin Zhe was mysteriously pulled into the balcony by Wang Zhenyuan.
Lock the glass door with a click.
This honest brother-in-law suddenly took out a cigarette case like a magic trick. The movements were so skillful that Lin Zhe's eyes widened. It's a skill I've acquired after 10 years of marriage. Wang Zhengyuan winked proudly. Want one? Quit it. Lin Zhe waved his hand. He did become addicted to smoking the year he went bankrupt. Until I found out that the money from a pack of cigarettes was enough to buy 3 days of instant noodles. Poverty is indeed the best smoking cessation coach. Wang Zhengyuan didn't force it. Lighting a cigarette. Bluish-white smoke rose in the night. Xingwan, this child. He suddenly spoke. Having built such a big company, we just hope that she has someone who understands her needs and cares for her. No questions about house, car, or savings. The simple wish made Lin Zhe's heart warm. Don't worry, brother Wang. Lin Zhe solemnly promised. I'll take good care of her. I saw that a long time ago. Wang Zhengyuan smiled and patted his shoulder. The people I introduced to her over the years. She refused to even meet him. The cigarette butts flickered. Drop a bombshell. Those TV interviews. It's all for you to watch. Lin Zhe's breathing stagnated. Really? What do you think? The 3 words Wang Zhengyuan fell lightly. But it was like a piece of honey that hit Lin Zhe's heart. It was so sweet that his ears felt hot. Chapter 109 The Warmth of Home. Outside the glass door. Su Qingqing was bending over to explain a question to Wang Taotao. The warm light outlines her gentle profile. At this moment Lin Zhe suddenly understood. Why would someone want to settle down above a vegetable market? Because the most precious thing. There is no need for gold and jade ornaments. Lin Zhe's gaze was fixed on Wang Zhengyuan's face. The long-standing speculation was suddenly confirmed. Like a jar of honey poured over my head. It was so sweet that his temples were swelling. He knew Su Qingqing too well. The girl who had to hide in the corner even for group photos at the annual party. However, after his successful entrepreneurship, he frequently appeared on the covers of financial magazines. It turns out that every appearance under the flashlights. They are all her silent missing person notices. I'm here. As long as you look up. The Adam's apple rolled with difficulty. My chest feels like it's stuffed with a ball of water-soaked cotton. The fingers on the balcony railing unconsciously curled up. Nails scraped against rust, making tiny sounds. How stupid. The sound dissipated gently into the night wind. Right? You also think. Wang Zhengyuan was about to agree. But he was interrupted by Lin Zhe's sudden change of expression. Who allowed you to call her stupid? Wang Zhengyuan's hand holding the cigarette froze in mid-air. I am the only one who can speak for my Qingqing. Lin Zhe looked confident and righteous. Just like a border collie guarding its food. Wang Zhengyuan's eyes almost rolled back to the back of his head. He now understood. With this mouth that speaks to people. Su Qingqing deserves it for thinking about him for so many years. Believe it or not, I voted against it? Wang Zhengyuan threatened by gnashing his back teeth. Brother! Dear brother! Lin Zhe slid to his knees instantly. Do you prefer soft china or the emperor? I will prepare for you a whole year. You little brat! Wang Zhengyuan suddenly froze in the middle of his scolding. Clang! The glass door was yanked open. In a flash of lightning, a hot cigarette butt was stuffed into Lin Zhe's hand. Young people nowadays. Wang Zhengyuan shook his head in grief. His acting skills were so exaggerated that he could win a Golden Broom Award. Lin Zhe? Where is the comradeship we promised? Eat some fruit. Cheng Xiuyun was smiling as she held the fruit plate. The moonlight gave her braids a silver edge. His tone was as gentle as cotton candy. Lin Zhe felt an inexplicable chill on the back of his neck. Until I saw Wang Zhengyuan moving with his hands and feet in a funny way. Then I suddenly realized. It turns out that the deepest routine. Hidden in this old building with a lively atmosphere. Lin Zhe looked at Wang Zhengyuan's embarrassed smile and suddenly became convinced that the sense of danger just now was not an illusion. Wang Zhengyuan took the fruit plate in one swift step, and his voice was so sweet that honey could drip out. Why would you need to do such rough work? I cooked 8 dishes and 1 soup today. Go and take a rest. Chang Xiuyun's eyebrows curved into crescents. while Lin Zhe was lowering his head to pick up the fruit. The fingertips precisely pinched the soft flesh on the back of Wang Jingyuan's hand.
Hiss. Wang Jingyuan's gasp startled Lin Zhe and he looked up. I was facing his grinning face, which was twisted into an emoticon. What's even more amazing is Cheng Shoyun's smooth movements. She reached out and took the cigarette case and lighter from his pocket. When she turned around, the arc of her hair was full of murderous intent. But her tone was as gentle as the spring breeze in March. You guys take your time chatting. Lin Zhe was stunned. This combo is even smoother than the Dove commercial. Wang Zhengyuan, whose tools used in committing crimes were confiscated, was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he winked at Lin Zhe. Learn this is the true love. Lin Zhe suddenly had an idea. After we leave, I won't ask you to kneel on the keyboard, will I? Wang Zhengyuan's expression froze instantly. After 3 seconds of silence, he suddenly held Lin Zhe's hand. Brother, can I borrow your sofa for the night? Don't even think about it. Lin Zhe pulled his hand back quickly and decisively. Very good. Wang Zhengyuan gritted his teeth. When you are kicked out of your home in the future, I will definitely lock the security door 3 times. Lin Zhe adjusted his collar confidently. My Qingwan is the most reasonable one. How could it be possible that some people? Wang Zhengyuan looked at his smug figure and shook his head. Young people? I don't know how many faces marriage will give a person. The balcony conversation turned from romantic love to industry dynamics. When I returned to the living room, I saw the warm yellow light covering Su Qingqing in front of the desk. Her silhouette of lowering her eyes while correcting homework. It blends wonderfully with the laughter of SpongeBob on TV. Lin Zhe breathed softly unconsciously. This is what his dream home looks like. Uncle-in-law. Wang Taotao suddenly rushed over holding a gift box. The little face is more serious than the math homework. Don't spend money anymore. She pointed to the pile of gifts on the table. Eyelashes fluttering like frightened butterfly wings. Mom said, if you accept too many gifts, you will become a greedy ghost. Lin Zhe squatted down and looked at the little girl. Suddenly, I saw Su Qingqing's shadow from the corner of her stubborn mouth. He gently scratched her nose. Then let's go together next time. How about choosing the gift you need most? The sweet aroma of sugar roasted chestnuts wafts in from the window, mixed with the shouts of vendors downstairs packing up their stalls. In this old community where there are no high-end properties, Lin Zhe touched something more precious than a mansion. 1 house, 2 people, 3 meals, 4 seasons. It turns out it really has nothing to do with money. Lin Zhe almost choked on his own saliva. I'm old? Wang Taotao counted on her fingers innocently. I am 5.5 years old, and you? She tilted her head to look at Lin Zhe. You should be about 20 or 35.5 years old, right? Lin Zhe covered his chest and took a half step back. Very good, now even primary school students can perform critical strikes. Just as he was immersed in the critique of age, the little girl suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes. He hooked his finger mysteriously. You need to save money to support Wanwan's mother. She put her little baby voice close to my ear and said seriously. Dad said that men who spend money recklessly are the most unreliable. Lin Zhe looked at this little villain in shock. Is that really what you were thinking? Of course. Wang Taotao puffed out her chest proudly. Suddenly the subject changed. So, can you go to the parent-teacher conference for me next week? Lin Zhe was instantly alert. Are you in trouble? The little girl blinked her big eyes, which were exactly the same as Su Qingqing's. He poked his fingers and whispered. It's a snail with a natural horn. Put it in the monitor's pencil case. Wang Zhengyuan, who was not far away, suddenly coughed loudly. Lin Zhe suddenly realized. This is to make him an accomplice. Uncle-in-law. This call is too sweet. Lin Zhe seemed to see the little devil's tail shaking. Okay. He rubbed his temple resignedly. Wang Taotao immediately took out her cell phone like a magic trick. Then I want Yi Loli's latest magic wand. The screen clearly shows a Taobao shopping cart interface. Lin Zhe's eyes widened. What about your promise not to rely on your parents? But this is something my uncle-in-law insisted on giving me. The little girl tilted her head to kill innocent people. Even her cheating posture is very similar to Su Qingqing.
Lin Zhe, who was being controlled precisely, was in tears.
He turned around and ran to the study. Ching. There's a little liar in your family. Wang Taotao's silver bell-like laughter came from behind,
mixed with the sound of Cheng Shouyun teaching her husband a lesson.
What a mess you are teaching your child. On this ordinary night.
Lin Zhe suddenly understood what the warmth of home was.
Even being tricked is sweet. Chapter 110. It's not easy to be with your loved one. Lin Zhe couldn't help but whisper to himself. How stupid. Right? You feel stupid too, right?
Wang Zhangyuan seemed to have found a soulmate, and a smile of mutual appreciation appeared on his face.
In the blink of an eye. Lin Zhe frowned and said, How can you say Wanwandai? Wang Zhangyuan? Didn't you bring it up first?
Lin Zhe confidently explained, I am a very protective person.
I can say it, but others can't. TSK. Wang Zhangyuan couldn't help but give Lin Zhe a look of disdain. He finally understood why Su Qingqing was obsessed with Lin Zhe. With just this mouth, she had crushed countless tongue-tied men. An honest man like him can't succeed in the love field because of guys like Lin Zhe. It's so infuriating. Wang Zhangyuan gritted his teeth and said, Believe it or not, I no longer recognize you as my brother-in-law? Brother-in-law. Lin Zhe immediately gave in and said attentively, What kind of wine do you like to drink?
I'll go to the mall and get you 2 boxes and put them in the back seat of the car. Wang Zhangyuan laughed in silence, You sly fellow. Lin Zhe blinked his harmless eyes and looked at him.
The night is dark. Even the traffic on the road gradually thinned out.
But you can still hear the whistling sound of vehicles speeding past.
The cigarette between Wang Zhangyuan's fingers gradually burned to the end. Click. The glass door behind me was suddenly pushed open.
Before Lin Zhe could come to his senses, Wang Zhangyuan beside him suddenly stuffed the cigarette butt into his palm as if he had done something wrong.
Hey, who is this? How could you put a cigarette butt in my hand? Lin Zhe? Brother-in-law. That's not very kind of you.
Wang Zhangyuan seemed to have just noticed the movement behind him. He turned his head and his expression of surprise was comparable to an acting textbook.
A little rain. When did you come here?
Cheng Shouyun smiled at him and said gently, I cut some fruit.
You can eat while you chat. Inexplicably.
Lin Zhe felt that the air around him was a little stagnant. But looking at Cheng Shouyun's gentle smile, Lin Zhe started to suspect that he was being too suspicious.
But turn your head.
Looking at Wang Zhangyuan's guilty look, Lin Zhe felt that it was not an illusion. Wang Zhangyuan quickly took the fruit plate, his tone flattering.
Let me do this kind of work. You must be tired from cooking today, go and take a rest. Cheng Shouyun's eyes curved, and when Lin Zhe wasn't paying attention, she suddenly pinched Wang Zhangyuan's arm hard.
Wang Zhangyuan gasped with a hiss, and when Lin Zhe gave him a puzzled look, he forced a twisted smile. Cheng Shouyun's expression became softer and she took the lighter and the half-empty cigarette box from his trouser pocket. He said to Lin Zhe gently, You two can chat slowly.
Lin Zhe was stunned. This operation is so smooth.
Wang Zhangyuan, who was caught in the act, was not ashamed at all.
Instead, he winked at Lin Zhe. Isn't that clear? When a woman cares about you, that means she really loves you. Lin Zhe rubbed his chin with interest. After we leave, how will my sister deal with you? Wang Zhangyuan. Wang Zhangyuan fell into deep thought. Wang Zhangyuan asked sincerely, Can I sleep on your sofa for a few days? Lin Zhe said firmly, Don't even think about it. Just wait. Wang Zhangyuan said angrily, Wait until you kneel down on the keyboard, and I'll make fun of you. Lin Zhe said calmly, That day will never come. Su Qingqing is the most sensible. The most reasonable. How could he be allowed to suffer like this? Wang Zhangyuan guessed what he was thinking when he saw his expression. His original intention to make a few remarks disappeared instantly. Now he just waited to see this kid get slapped in the face in the future. Let this young man see clearly what it means to have 2 different faces before and after marriage. No matter how rational a woman is, she will change after getting married. The two chatted for a while on the balcony, and the topic gradually turned from Su Qingqing to work. After all, Wang Zhangyuan was just a brother-in-law, so some things were inconvenient to say. When she returned to the living room, Wang Taotao had just finished her homework. The open door allowed Lin Zhe to see half of the room. Su Qingqing was bending over to check her open homework book, and a cheerful cartoon was playing on TV. This heartwarming scene warmed Lin Zhe's heart. After checking her homework, Wang Taotao began to fiddle with the gifts. Seeing the table full of novelties, the little girl's eyes widened in surprise. She turned her head and whispered a few words to Su Qingqing, then skipped over to Lin Zhe. Uncle-in-law. Lin Zhe raised his eyes. Wang Taotao twisted her fingers and said seriously, "You bought too many things. Don't spend money in the future." Dislike? Lin Zhe muttered to himself. He had specifically looked up the guide and would definitely cater to the person's preferences. I like it very much. Wang Taotao smiled so hard that her teeth were showing, and then hesitated, but it seems like I am relying on my parents for support. Eat the parents? Lin Zhe almost choked on his own saliva and pointed at himself in disbelief. Am I old? Old. Wang Taotao counted her chubby fingers and said seriously, "How many years older are you than me?" Lin Zhe silently calculated. Lin Zhe suddenly realized that in Wang Taotao's eyes, he was indeed an old man. The little girl suddenly came over shyly, looking very cute as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Lin Zhe bent down knowingly and put his ear close to her pink little mouth. "Jia Jia, what do you want to whisper?" "What did I say?" Wang Taotao glanced at her parents furtively and whispered with her hands covering her mouth, "You should save more money to support Wanwan's mother, and don't spend money recklessly. Only in this way can she be happy every day." Lin Zhe turned his head suddenly and looked at the clever little boy in front of him in disbelief. "Who taught you this? Do I need to be taught this?" Wang Taotao raised her head proudly. "This is called a gifted talent." Lin Zhe was speechless for a moment. Are kids nowadays so smart? I'm actually starting to worry about adults' lifelong events. Is Adam's apple rolled? And after a long while he managed to utter, "You really are. What a clever little cutie, isn't she?" Wang Taotao asked herself, blinking her big eyes and continuing the conversation. "The clever little cutie will have a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow. Can uncle come?" Lin Zhe was moved. He seems to have fallen into a pit. I got into some trouble at school. Wang Taotao added pitifully. Lin Zhe stole a glance at Wang Zhenyuan and his wife not far away. Uncle-in-law, the babyish and coquettish attack. Okay. Lin Zhe gritted his teeth and nodded resignedly. Thank you, little uncle. Wang Taotao, whose plan succeeded, immediately changed her expression and said happily, "By the way, I don't like Malibu, that's for little kids to play with. I want Night Lolita. What happened to your promise of not relying on your parents for support?" Lin Zhe was shocked. Yes. Wang Taotao blinked her innocent eyes, just like Su Qingqing, "But if you insist on giving it to me, I can only accept it with reluctance." Lin Zhe. He was tricked by a kid. Just when Lin Zhe was feeling aggrieved and wanted to seek comfort from Su Qingqing, Zhang Xiuyan took the lead and entered Wang Taotao's room. As the door closed, the sisters' private conversation was isolated. I noticed movement at the door. Su Qingqing saw Chang Xiuyun coming in from the corner of her eye, still correcting homework. Chang Xiuyun gently pulled out a chair and sat down, quietly waiting for her to finish checking the last page of homework. Sunny evening. Sister. Su Qingqing put her homework book neatly into her school bag and looked up to meet her bestie's concerned gaze. Chang Xiuyun reached out to gather her scattered hair, her fingertips lingered on Qingqing's smooth cheek for a moment, and smiled with relief. Our Qingqing is still so pretty. Su Qingqing waited quietly for the next words. As expected, Chang Xiuyun sighed softly. You've worked hard these years. It's not easy to be with your lover now. She held her sister's hand. I just hope you can live as you want in the future and do whatever you want. Qingqing, love yourself first before loving others.